Chapter 201. It's not like I can't beat him. Mu Nanjing found that Gu Ming and Jia Yin had become strange recently. Gu Ming often asked her to guess, and Jia Yin and the others either stood in front of her without saying anything or played dumb games with her. They used body movements to make her guess, and they stopped moving halfway through. She couldn't tell what they wanted to say. Mu Nanjing thought about it, and thought that they must be too bored to play the guessing game with her. If you are really too bored, you can go out for a walk. She gave each of them a token to enter and exit the Gonghua mansion. Gu Ming and the others looked at the token in their hands. I suddenly felt very tired, and no one wanted to remind her again. But Mu Nanjing couldn't be blamed. Some words and body movements could not be expressed, which made her unable to understand what they meant. Gu Ming said. Everyone dispersed. Jia Yin and the others nodded tiredly. Mu Nanjing looked at them thoughtfully as they left, and felt that they were not playing with her, but wanted to say something. She carefully recalled what Gu Ming said, and the actions of Jia Yin and the others, but she could not guess what they wanted to express. At this time, the servant walked in. Young master, the seventh elder has something to report. Mu Nanjing threw Gu Ming and the others out of her mind. The seventh elder walked in excitedly and said, Young master, the people we sent to survey the spiritual mine are back. They said that there are not only a large number of low-grade and medium-grade spiritual stones in the spiritual vein, but also immeasurable high-grade and top-grade spiritual stones. Mu Nanjing hummed lightly, seeing that her face did not fluctuate at all. The seventh elder sighed in his heart. People who came back from the mortal world are just ignorant. They didn't react at all when they heard so many spirit stones. That's not right. The other party is also a cultivator. It's impossible for him not to know the function of spirit stones. Or is there no spirit stones in the other world? Then, he heard Mu Nanjing's inner voice saying those are spirit stones belonging to Gonghua's family, and they are not your private property. Why are you so happy? The seventh elder almost choked to death on his own saliva. He covered his chest to comfort himself. Don't be angry. Don't be angry with someone who doesn't understand spirit stones. Seeing this, Mu Nanjing asked, Are you feeling unwell? No. The seventh elder quickly put down his hand. Mu Nanjing murmured, You and the third elder have made contributions to discovering the spirit vein. After digging out the top-grade spirit stones, you and the third elder will each get 100 top-grade spirit stones, and the clan members responsible for the survey can get 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones. One top-grade spirit stone is equal to 100 middle-grade spirit stones, and one middle-grade spirit stone is equal to 100 low-grade spirit stones. That is to say, the third elder and the seventh elder each received 1 million low-grade spirit stones, and the clan members responsible for the survey received 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, which is a considerable income for cultivators. The seventh elder said happily, Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. The young master was more generous than the head of the family. If a large spiritual vein was discovered in the past, at most 10 medium-grade spirit stones, or 1 high-grade spirit stone, would be given as a reward. After being happy, the seventh elder stopped smiling, Young master. In addition to the spirit stones we found in the spiritual vein, we also found the entrance to a secret realm. Mu Nanjing asked, What's wrong with this secret realm? There is no problem with the secret realm. But there is a rule in the cultivation world that whoever discovers the spiritual vein first. The spirit stones of the spiritual vein belong to the person who discovers the spiritual vein first. But the premise is that the person who discovered the spiritual vein can guard it. Our Gonghua family is a big family, and it is no problem to guard the spiritual vein. Few people dare to take advantage of it. And even if they do, they dare not do it openly. But now there is a secret realm in the spiritual vein. The seventh elder frowned. The secret realm found outside the sect or family cannot belong to individuals or families. So other cultivators can enter the secret realm to find fairy grass materials and magic tools. During this period, someone will definitely use this name to steal the spiritual stones of our spiritual vein. We must be prepared. It is best to have a cultivator in the tribulation period to sit in the spiritual vein. The 50-kilometer-long spiritual vein is a great temptation for both small sects and families and large sections. Someone will definitely find a way to steal the spiritual, or when there are many people. Mu Nanjing narrowed his eyes. Do you mean to let me sit in the spiritual vein? The seventh elder felt that there was a hint of danger in her eyes, lowered his head, and dared not look at her directly, and answered carefully, Yes. The other party was only 20 years old. but he gave him a strong sense of oppression, as expected of a strong man in the tribulation period, and even more so of a person who had been in the alien world for thousands of years. He was no less majestic than the head of the family. Mu Nanjing thought about it, and there was no difference between being in charge of Gongba's house and being in charge of the spiritual vein. It was just a change of place. She said, "When do we leave?" The seventh elder was afraid that she would regret it, so he quickly said, "Now." Mu Nanjing stood up and called Gu Ming and Guan Lu and the others. Guan Lu hesitated when he heard that he was going to the spiritual vein. "I am still an ordinary person now, so I won't go. If something happens, you still have to take care of me." Jiang Xian put her hand on his shoulder. "The spiritual energy of the spiritual vein is several times richer than that of Gongba's family. It will help your cultivation, so you should go there even more." Guan Lu nodded. Gongba's family is thousands of miles away from the spiritual vein. For a cultivator who can fly with a sword, it is not far from Gongba's family. The reason why the spiritual vein has not been discovered is that there are talismans to seal the spiritual energy, and there are various powerful formations to erase the traces of the spiritual vein. However, after tens of millions of years, the formation was damaged, causing the spiritual energy to leak, and the third and seventh elders noticed the abnormality. The seventh elder took Mu Nanjing to the spiritual vein and saw that the cultivators standing at the entrance of the spiritual vein were not only from Gongba's family, but also from other sects and families. He suddenly frowned. "Why are there so many cultivators here? Did someone leak the news?" Mu Nanjing said in a low voice. "It was the Bei family who deliberately spread the news." Seventh elder. He wanted to curse the Bei family, but the reason why the Bei family knew that the Gongba family had discovered the spiritual vein was because of Mu Nanjing's inner voice. If anyone really wanted to blame someone, they could only blame Mu Nanjing. The seventh elder looked at her with a cold face, but she couldn't get angry. After all, the other party didn't mean it, and she didn't know that her inner voice was leaked. The clansmen guarding the gate of the spiritual vein saw the seventh elder coming, and hurriedly opened their voices and shouted, "Our seventh elder is here." The people who wanted to break into the spiritual vein didn't dare to do it again, and stood aside and watched obediently. The seventh elder glanced at the monks coldly and asked in a cold voice, "What's going on?" The people of the Gongba family said angrily, "They heard that there was a secret realm here, so they ignored our obstruction and wanted to force their way into the spiritual vein." Another Gongba family member said angrily, "They dared to do this because they saw that there was no great man from the Gongba family guarding the spiritual vein. If there were a Mahayana cultivator guarding here, do you think they would dare to mess around?" The cultivators of other families and sects had lower cultivation levels than the seventh elder, so they did not dare to refute. The seventh elder said, "Since everyone knows that there is a secret realm here, they should also know that there is a spiritual vein of our Gongba family here. If everyone wants to go to the secret realm to search for treasures, please wait until we have dug up all the spiritual mines in the spiritual vein before entering the secret realm." The cultivators looked at each other in bewilderment. At this time, a sinister and cold voice came from a distance. "Seventh elder, when your Gongba family has dug up all the spiritual mines, maybe all the treasures in the secret realm will be taken by your Gongba family." When the seventh elder heard the familiar voice, his face changed slightly, and he said to Mu Nanjing and her people through voice transmission, "Young master is from the Dark Palace. The people in their palace are both good and evil, making it hard to figure out. The person leading the way now is an MO, the palace master of the Dark Palace. This person is already in the crossing tribulation stage, and he had already encountered the ascension tribulation 500 years ago. But I don't know what method he used, not only to delay the arrival of the ascension tribulation, but also to walk freely outside. If it were other cultivators in the crossing tribulation stage, they would definitely find a way to suppress their own cultivation when they were about to encounter the ascension tribulation, and find a place to hide to prevent the ascension tribulation from coming. But the other party was swaggering around every corner of the cultivation world. "Oh!" Mu Nanjing responded lightly. The seventh elder saw that she was not nervous, and reminded her again, "Young master, the person who came is an MO, the palace master of the Dark Palace, who is already in the crossing tribulation stage." "Oh!" Mu Nanjing still didn't react. "He is very strong, very powerful, and may be more terrifying than the head of the family." "Oh! The power and reputation of the Dark Palace are as famous as our Gongba family." "Oh!" The seventh elder was getting more and more depressed. "Young master, Can you be nervous? Mu Nanjing. You said so much nonsense just to make me nervous? But why should I be nervous? It's not like I can't beat him. The seventh elder. Seventh elder. Why don't you talk? Are you tired of talking? Or are you afraid that you can't say anything? Then shouldn't I say a few words to comfort him? But what should I say? Mu Nanjing thought seriously before speaking to comfort him. I can't be nervous. Everyone. The seventh elder. Puff. Guanglu couldn't help laughing. At this moment, a huge spaceship appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 202. It's really embarrassing. The spaceship is very gorgeous. The bow is a huge golden snake head of a cobra. And the hull is carved with exquisite scales. If you look closely, you will find that there are golden runes hidden in the scales. Then, 6 men and women jumped off the ship. They were all wearing black robes, with high ponytails on their heads. Their faces were cold and expressionless. The seventh elder bowed and saluted. Gong Bozheng greets the palace master. Mu Nanjing looked at the spaceship without saying anything. The voice of the palace master of the Dark Palace is strangely pleasant. But I don't know if he looks good. Hey, why doesn't he get off the ship? Is he so ashamed? That's right. A pleasant voice doesn't mean he is good looking. Don't expect too much from him, lest you be disappointed. Everyone. The seventh elder lowered his voice to remind Mu Nanjing, young master. Quickly pay respect to the palace master. Pay respect? Mu Nanjing glanced at him. Do you mean that I should pay respect to him? I am the young master. And the other party is the palace master. We are both masters. Why should I pay respect to the other party? The seventh elder was embarrassed. Juniors should pay respect to seniors. Although Mu Nanjing and the other party's cultivation is similar, Mu Nanjing is younger than the other party. His status is a little lower than the other party. And his reputation is not as great as the other party. It is not too much to pay respect to the other party. And it is always better than having a bad relationship with the other party. Of course, if the visitor is not kind, it is better not to pay respect. Mu Nanjing. You can pay respect. I need to see if the other party is handsome before considering paying respect. Everyone. Mu Nanjing released his spiritual sense to check the spaceship. The spaceship carried thousands of people. And everyone had the same hairstyle and wore the same black robe. However, some people had silver and gold embroidery on their robes. Some had fewer patterns. And some had more complicated patterns. They wore more or less jewelry. Some were expensive and some were simple. Mu Nanjing could tell from the decorations on them that they were not the palace masters of the Dark Palace mentioned by the seventh elder. Her spiritual sense entered the gorgeous cabin and saw a handsome man who looked only 30 years old sitting lazily on a chair. He had big black wavy hair, handsome eyebrows, deep eyes, and a faint smile on the corner of his mouth that made people unable to look away. There were also 10 maids in black dresses serving the man. They were afraid of making the man unhappy, so they were cautious in every move. This person should be the palace master of the Dark Palace. An M.O. Hee. Not bad. Not bad. He looks very good to my eyes. The seventh elder and others. And M.O. heard the voice and realized that there was a spiritual sense breaking into his cabin. His black eyes narrowed, and he immediately released his spiritual sense to shoot at the other party. Unexpectedly, the other party's realm was equal to his. And not only did his spiritual sense fail to force the other party back, but he also didn't hurt the other party at all. Mu Nanjing retracted his expression and raised his hand and said, Junior Gongboi Nanjing greets Seniorin. And M.O. This voice is exactly the same as the voice of the intruder. Standing on the cabin, the head of the Dark Palace snorted coldly. What Gongboi Nanjing? I have never heard of it. Although the seventh elder did not like Mu Nanjing, he did not allow others to disrespect the people of the Gongboi family. He stood up and introduced in a deep voice, This is the daughter of our family master. That is, our young master. The head of the Dark Palace asked, The daughter of the head of the Gongboi family? Is she his biological daughter? Is she the daughter who may have a useless spiritual root? The seventh elder heard the contemptuous tone in the other party's words. And suddenly his face darkened. Master Zhuge, please be more respectful. Isn't she the biological daughter of the head of the Gongboi family? She is the daughter of the head of the family. But she is not the useless spiritual root you said. The head of the Dark Palace sneered. It was not me who said she was a useless spiritual root. It was your Gongboi family who spread it. The seventh elder. In order to prevent Mu Nanjing from becoming the heir of the Gongboi family, many rumors discrediting Mu Nanjing were spread. Over time, Everyone believed what they said. Mu Nanjing said in a calm voice, "Seventh Elder. How should those who disrespect the young master be dealt with?" The seventh elder was slightly stunned. If it is in the Gonghua family, those who disrespect the young master will be punished by 3 thunders. Mu Nanjing turned his head to look at Gu Ming. "Do you know what to do?" Gu Ming, Jia Yin, and the others also looked at Gu Ming. Gu Ming raised his sword and waved it towards the sky. However, while he was drinking a cup of tea, a rune appeared in the air. As the rune condensed, a deep purple light flashed and shot towards the sky. Boom! Thunder sounded in the sky. And then the sky above the spaceship darkened. The white clouds turned into dark clouds. And there were lightning threads with terrible power flashing inside. The head of the Dark Palace realized that it was not ordinary lightning. And his face changed. Just as he was about to dodge. With a boom, a huge thunderbolt came from the sky and hit the spaceship. So fast that no one could react. The spaceship quickly ejected a defensive barrier. Bang! The powerful thunderbolt went straight through the barrier and hit the head of the Dark Palace. Ah! The head screamed and fainted on the ground. The people in the palace shouted in a hurry, "Master Zhuge." They ran over and saw Master Zhuge on the ground burned black by lightning. Boom! The lightning did not give Master Zhuge time to breathe. And another thunderbolt hit him. The people who surrounded Master Zhuge knew that they could not stop the thunderbolt. So they hurriedly dodged. And the thunderbolt hit Master Zhuge again. He had just fainted. And he almost went to see the King of Hell after being struck by lightning for the second time. "Master!" Boom! Another thunderbolt fell from the sky. It was about to hit Master Zhuge again. But suddenly a figure rushed out of the cabin and raised his hand to help Master Zhuge stop the thunderbolt. The people on the boat saw that the person who came out was the Palace Master. And they were overjoyed. "Palace Master." And Mo gathered the thunderbolt in his hand. And then threw it in the direction of Mu Nanjing. Jiang Xian and the others changed their faces. "Get out of the way." Gu Ming raised his arm to block Mu Nanjing and easily caught the thunderbolt. The moment the lightning touched his body, it instantly dispersed and turned into countless thin lightning threads that penetrated into Gu Ming's body. And Mo looked at the burnt Zhuge Hall master calmly. Young Master Gonghua is so cruel and ruthless at such a young age. And Mo is ashamed of himself. Huh? The Palace Master is praising me. It's really embarrassing. Mu Nanjing said, "Palace Master, you are too kind." The seventh elder and Gu Ming and others. "Are you sure that he was praising you?" And Mo. He had never seen anyone dare to play dumb in front of him. Gonghua Nanjing was the first one. Mu Nanjing looked at the other cultivators and said calmly, "I am not a cruel person. But if someone does not follow my rules, don't blame me for being inhumane." Everyone. The word inhumane seems to be even more cruel than cruel and ruthless. Mu Nanjing asked, "Are you sure you still want to enter the spirit vein now?" Cultivators. "No. Especially after seeing the fate of Master Zhuge. I dared not go in." Chapter 203 Beauty Saves the Hero. Seeing that no one dared to move, Mu Nanjing nodded with satisfaction. "No one is going to enter. Right? Then please retreat 100 miles away and wait. I don't want to blame you for losing the spirit stone." Everyone. The monks hesitated for a moment and decided to retreat 100 miles away before making plans. And Mo curled his lips coldly. Young Master Gonghua is really good at using me to establish his authority. I dare not. Junior. Mu Nanjing walked to the entrance of the spirit vein and made a gesture of invitation to an Mo. "Seniorin. Please." An Mo. Not only him, but everyone else couldn't understand what Mu Nanjing wanted to do. There is indeed a secret realm in the spirit vein. Seniorin is welcome to go in and search for treasures. The seventh elder was very anxious. "Young master." Mu Nanjing glanced at him coldly. And the latter had to keep silent. And Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. "Young Master Gonghua. What do you mean?" "It means literally, welcome to the secret realm. These cultivators are really interesting. If they are not allowed to enter, they will break in. Now they dare not enter. However, and Mo is right to be on guard. I let him go so readily. He must think there is something wrong with the secret realm." He. Everyone. The seventh elder covered his face. "You can lie to the Lord of the Dark Palace. But can you not say it in your heart so that others will know?" And Mo raised his eyebrows. "Lead the way." "Huh? You really dare to go in?" Mu Nanjing asked the people of Gonghua's family to lead the way. On the way, she sent a message to Gu Ming. "You go and set a few traps to scare the Lord away." Gu Ming ignored her message. Hey, why doesn't Gu Ming move? Is it so difficult for him to scare the palace master away? But an MO is in the tribulation crossing stage. It is not easy to scare him away. Gu Ming. This is why he didn't go. The inner voice has exposed her plan. What else can she do? And MO looked at Mu Nanjing in confusion. Why can he always hear her voice? Is it a telepathic transmission? Or did she deliberately reveal the plan to him? He was a little confused about this little girl. And she was the person he couldn't understand the most since he started practicing Taoism. The secret realm is in the deepest part. And the people of Gongbua's family took them to fly on the sword for a long time before they went deep into the bottom. Young master. Seventh elder. We are here. The people of Gongbua's family pointed to the rotating entrance in front and said, that is the secret realm. Everyone looked over. The people of Gongbua's family said again, we haven't sent anyone to explore. And we don't know the situation of the secret realm. But judging from the spiritual power emanating from the entrance of the secret realm, the level of the secret realm should not be low. And perhaps people in the tribulation period can also enter. Mu Nanjing said to Anmo, Senior, do you want to go in and take a look? Go in. Go in. Go in quickly. Go in and explore the way for us. Everyone. Not to mention Anmo. The others were also confused by Mu Nanjing. Does she want Anmo to go in? Or doesn't want Anmo to go into the secret realm? Is it dangerous inside? Or not? If I can't get out, I will go in and be a hero. Oh! Shouldn't it be said that the beauty saves the hero? Hee. Anmo. Seeing that he didn't move, Mu Nanjing called again, Senior? Are you going in or not? Are you a man? Hurry up and be more efficient. I just came to see the entrance to the secret realm. And I don't plan to go in. And Mo turned and left. The seventh elder used voice transmission to ask Mu Nanjing, young master. Can you see the level of the secret realm? The level of the secret realm is ordinary secret realm. Ordinary secret realms are left by cultivators. And ordinary secret realms are divided into 1, 2, and 3 levels. After the ordinary secret realm, there are earth immortal secret realms, true immortal secret realms, and golden immortal secret realms, which are the secret realms left by immortals before reincarnation and tribulation. The secret realms are full of things left by immortals. As long as you get a top quality treasure, you can walk sideways in the world of cultivation. However, cultivators who have gone through tribulation only dare to walk around the periphery of the true immortal secret mirror. If you go deep, you will definitely die. Let alone enter the golden immortal secret realm. It is the highest golden immortal secret realm, which contains countless top quality materials and top quality magic weapons. Mu Nanjing saw it from gossip news. Otherwise she would have difficulty distinguishing whether it was a true immortal secret realm or a golden immortal secret realm. Golden immortal secret realm? The seventh elder smacked his lips. He had lived for 5,000 years. But this was the first time he had seen the golden immortal secret realm. It was obvious that the golden immortal secret realm was rare in the world. And it was not certain that a golden immortal secret realm would appear even after 10,000 years. If it was really the golden immortal secret realm. The seventh elder's eyes lit up. And he wished that the Gongbua family could take it for themselves. So that their Gongbua family could dominate the cultivation world as long as they took out a treasure. Unfortunately, the news of the secret realm had been spread. And it was definitely impossible to hide it. The seventh elder did not dare to delay. And immediately asked someone to bring the news back to the Supreme Elders. The Supreme Elders could not sit still. But before the matter was investigated, they had better not leave the family's secret realm at will. So they had to let Mu Nanjing continue to guard the spirit vein in order to better observe the changes in the secret realm. With a strong man in the Gongbua family, most of the cultivators dared not act recklessly. And only a few cultivators with high realms were ready to move. However, more than half a month had passed. And no one dared to force their way into the spirit vein. The news quickly spread to the East Continent, the South Continent, the North Continent, and the Central Continent. The Elder of the Dark Palace saw that more and more cultivators wanted to enter the secret realm, and his heart became more and more anxious. Palace Master, the spirit vein is a big secret realm. Why haven't we taken action yet? If we wait until other big families and sects come, our people may not be able to grab the treasure before them. And Mo tapped the table with his fingers. Since it is a big secret realm, we must observe it clearly before entering. Otherwise it will cost us our manpower. In fact, he has been hesitant to enter the secret realm not because it is a big secret realm, but because of Mu Nanjing. He is not afraid of her, but feels that she makes him feel very uneasy. And Mo asked, Grand Elder, did you get any news when I asked you to investigate Gongbo Nanjing? The Grand Elder was somewhat confused about the Palace Master's intentions. He did not care about the secret realm, but instead focused his attention on a little girl. There is news. Gongbo Nanjing is indeed the daughter of Gongbo Jingfei. She was brought back to the Gongbo family by her uncle Mu Qini a few days ago. According to the news from the Gongbo family, Gongbo Nanjing is not only the young master of the Gongbo family and the first heir of the Gongbo family, but also a cultivator in the tribulation period. The Grand Elder sneered. The Gongbo family is still for reputation, and they dare to make up anything. How can a little girl who is less than 20 years old be a cultivator in the tribulation period? Even if they want to exaggerate, they exaggerate too much. A cultivator in the tribulation period. And Mo narrowed his eyes. Maybe it is true. The Grand Elder frowned slightly. Palace Master, why do you believe their nonsense? And Mo did not explain his thoughts. At this time, someone from the palace came in to report, Palace Master, people from the big families and sects in other continents have arrived. Chapter 2041 Word Submission. And Mo stood up and walked out of the cabin to see the sky full of spaceships. Those who came by spaceship were all from big families and sects, and only independent cultivators could control various strange and bizarre magical instruments. Like the Dark Sect, they all stopped 100 miles away from the spiritual vein. When the powerful people from all sides met, they saluted each other. The owner of Yuebi Villa in Beidazu invited the leaders of the major families to the spaceship of Yuebi Villa for a chat. It was said to be a reminiscence, but in fact it was to discuss the secret realm. After everyone greeted each other, the elder of Longwang Island said, I came half a day earlier than you and sent someone to inquire with the independent cultivator who came to the spiritual vein the earliest. At present, the young master of Gongbo's family is guarding the spiritual vein. He said that he had to wait until Gongbo's family dug up all the spiritual stones before entering the secret realm. People from other families and sects were not happy to hear this. The spiritual vein is 50 kilometers long. How long will it take to dig it? We only know the length of the spiritual vein, but not the depth. If the spiritual vein is very deep, won't it take longer to dig? We can't just wait here, right? The Gongbo family is really lucky to find such a large spiritual vein. It would be fine if we found the spiritual vein, but the secret realm is hidden in the spiritual vein, which makes it inconvenient for us to explore the secret realm. If the person who found the spiritual vein was just a small family, we could still force our way in. But the other party is the Gongbo family, the most powerful family in the western continent. We dare not move even if we want to. Who is guarding the spiritual vein in the Gongbo family? Just now, the great elder of Dragon Phoenix Island said it was the young master of the Gongbo family. Young master? Does the Gongbo family have a young master? The great elder of Dragon Phoenix Island asked them, have you forgotten that Gongbo Jingfei got a daughter more than 10 years ago? After hearing what he said, everyone remembered that they had drunk the full moon wine and 100-day banquet for Gongbo Jingfei's daughter more than 10 years ago. Wasn't Gongbo's daughter taken away from Gongbo's house by her uncle? Now she's back? Isn't Gongbo's daughter only 17 or 18 years old? How could he let her guard the great spiritual vein? Gongbo's master was so confident in handing over the great spiritual vein with the secret realm to a yellow-haired girl. Gongbo's master is too confident. Can a little girl guard the spiritual vein? The great elder of Dragon Phoenix Island snorted. Don't underestimate her. Not only is there a powerful person around her to protect her, but she is also more ruthless than everyone present. The master of Dark Palace should have a deep understanding of this. Hearing this, everyone looked at Anmo. Anmo curled his lips. At this moment, a young woman's voice exploded in the ears of the powerful people. Wow! A secret realm actually attracted so many people to Zaidazu. Longwang Island, Wanjian Sect, Yuebi Villa, Tiangang Sect, Luosha Palace, Yin Family, Dongmin Family, Tianma Sect, Shinong Valley, Wanshou Sect, Tianfafang. They are all big sects. So lively. Who is talking? The powerful people present looked around vigilantly. Anmo drank his tea calmly. He had heard this voice a lot recently, and it came from Mu Nanjing. It was fresh at first, but a little annoying later, because she transmitted her voice to his ears regardless of time and place. And what she said was either speechless or could make people angry to death. He felt that he would die from her chattering before he ascended. Now that more than half a month has passed, he has gotten used to it. So many cultivators with high realms must have a lot of gossip. Let me see. The people of Gu Ming who were protecting Mu Nanjing all looked at her. After observing for a while, they found that except for them, and the people of Gongbua's family, who could hear her inner voice every time, other people could not hear all her inner thoughts. But the higher the realm, the more they heard. Wow! Yu Yangyu, the owner of Yuebi Villa, is really a romantic figure. No matter if the other party is a girl or a married woman. No matter whether the other party is old or young or male or female. He eats them all. TSK. TSK. Good teeth. Good appetite. In a flash, the cultivators on the Yuebi Villa spaceship all looked at Yu Yangyu with strange faces. And some secretly gave him a thumbs up. It's okay to eat both men and women. But he can even eat old people. One word, surrender. Yu Yangyu's face turned pale and black. Nonsense. She's talking nonsense. I just don't know how the head of the Dongmin family feels when he knows that his wife and Yu Yangyu had a one-night stand. Will he fight to the death? Everyone looked at the head of the Dongmin family, and Yu Yangyu in shock. No way. The head of the Dongmin family stared at Yu Yangyu angrily, and clenched his fists. He bit his tongue and said, "It turned out to be you. Master Yu." In the past 100 years, his partner always found excuses to leave the Dongmin family, and then came back more than a year or more than 2 years. It is very normal for a cultivator to go out for a few years. But every time his partner came back, she looked like she was moisturized, with peach blossom eyes and shyness. Just like the shyness she showed when she fell in love with him. And every time she came back, she would not let him touch her. From that moment on, he suspected that she had a lover outside. Yu Yangyu denied excitedly, "It's a false accusation. She falsely accused me. Master Dongmin, no matter how romantic I am, I can't have an affair with Mrs. Dongmin." Master Dongmin hesitated. He couldn't doubt Yu Yangyu just because of a strange voice. "Oh, Master Yu is really good at playing. Anyone who has had an affair with him will have a moon and a sun tattooed on the inside of the other's thighs. It not only represents his name, but also represents that this person has had an affair with him." Master Dongmin, who was still suspicious, showed a fierce look in his eyes again. There are moons and suns on the inside of his wife's thighs. He thought his wife had tattooed them on a whim. And he thought they were pretty good and had some husband-wife interest. Therefore, every time he made love, he would kiss the two tattoos, and his wife would be particularly excited. Now that he knew that the tattoos were tattooed by Yu Yangyu, he felt particularly disgusted. "Yu Yangyu, I'm going to kill you." Master Dongmin took out a sword and teleported to Yu Yangyu at the same time. Yu Yangyu hurriedly took up his sword to block. "Master Dongmin, please listen to my explanation. I was really wronged. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the tattoo. How could the person who framed me know such a private thing? Maybe the tattoo was tattooed by her to sow discord between us, and then kill me with your hand." Others also advised, "Master Dongmin, don't take action before the matter is clear, so as not to hurt the harmony between the two families." The elders of the Dongmin family stepped forward to stop him. "Master, calm down. Calm down. They are right. We can't be sowed by villains. And the purpose of our coming here is the secret realm, not to make enemies with others." Master Dongmin swung a sword, and Yu Yangyu hurriedly dodged sideways. Suddenly, with a click, something fell from Yu Yangyu's waist. Chapter 205 Chaos. Everyone lowered their heads, and saw a bunch of colorful feathers lying on the ground. The head of the Dongmin family noticed the pink feather at first glance, because his partner also had an identical feather. In addition to tattoos, the Humaner Master would also give the other party a feather, and then keep the same feather in his hand. First, it represents the word Yu in his name. And second, the other party had had an affair with him. Hey, he is not afraid of others discovering that he had an affair with someone else. Yu Yangyu's face turned pale. The physical evidence is here, and there is no way to quibble. The fierce light in the eyes of the Dongmin family master turned into murderous intent. "Yu Yangyu, I want to kill you." The people of the other sects and families could not stop him. The people of the Dongmin family also had murderous intentions. They angrily took out the magic weapon. "Master Yu, how can you do such a shameless thing as the owner of the manor?" The guardian of Yuebi Villa quickly stepped forward to block Yu Yangyu. The Dongmin family master split the guardian of Yuebi Villa with a sword and stabbed Yu Yangyu. Then, The elders of the Dongmin family and the guardians of Uebi Villa started fighting, and everyone else hid aside to watch the show. TSK TSK TSK. There are all kinds of weird people in the world of cultivation. Yu Yangyu likes to steal people. And Zhu Xiao, the leader of Zhuyu Pavilion, likes to put the blame on others. Every time he hides the stolen things on others, and then makes the owner of the items mistakenly think that it was stolen by that person. And the two have been enemies since then. Everyone can't help but look at Zhu Xiao. Zhu Xiao, who was watching the show, heard him mentioned, and his smile froze on his face. He quickly denied, "Don't listen to her nonsense. I have never done such a thing. The island owner of Longwang Island and the palace owner of Anji Palace are enemies because of him." The great elder of Dragon Phoenix Island and an MO looked at Zhu Xiao. Zhu Xiao felt a chill all over his body when he was looked at by their cold eyes. You won't believe her words. Right? Do you think that with my ability, I can make the two major sects become enemies? Zhu Xiao once obtained a magic weapon in the secret realm that can transform into someone else's appearance. Although the transformation time is not long, it is enough to frame someone else. And MO said coldly, "You transformed into my appearance to steal the treasures of Dragon Phoenix Island?" "It wasn't me." Zhu Xiao would never admit it. The great elder of Dragon Phoenix Island said with a gloomy face, "I remember when we went to find the Dark Palace Master. Pavilion Master Zhu was also present." Zhu Xiao said quickly, "It wasn't just me who was there at the time. There were also people from other sections." "Yes, there were others, but I still remember your smile of watching the fun. The most suspicious thing is that our treasure was not hidden in the space ring by the Dark Palace Master. It was as if he wanted to put the blame on the Dark Palace Master and let us find the treasure in the room of the Dark Palace. I suspected at the time that someone wanted our two sects to become enemies, but there was no evidence." And MO raised his eyebrows. "Since you think there is something wrong, why do you want to turn against our Dark Palace?" The great elder of Dragon Phoenix Island said in a calm voice, "Because I have no evidence to prove that it was not you who did it." And MO, the great elder of Dragon Phoenix Island, ordered the guardian, "Catch Pavilion Master Zhu." "Yes." The guardians rushed up. Zhu Xiao ran and shouted, "Grand Elder, you need evidence to arrest someone." The Grand Elder of Dragon Phoenix Island snorted, "Since then, I have sent people to keep an eye on you. Although I didn't see you stealing things with my own eyes. You were there every time someone lost something. I guess you are definitely involved in this matter. I will interrogate you after I catch you back." Zhu Xiao. At that moment, the spaceship was in chaos. Mu Nanjing, the culprit, was unaware of the situation. She was still watching the gossip with great interest. Haha. The great protector of Tiangang Gate likes to steal men's underwear, especially those of good-looking people. Hey, aren't all the people in Gangmin monks? How could they like to steal men's underwear? Does he like men? The male monk standing next to the great protector of Tiangang Gate quickly stepped aside. The great protector of Tiangang Gate. Ah? The great protector of Tiangang Gate is actually a woman? Woman! The monks of Tiangang Gate were stunned. Their eldest brother is a woman. The people of Tiangang Gate looked at the great protector. "Big brother. Is it true?" The great protector said with a serious face, "Of course it's not true. You can doubt others, but you can't doubt your eldest brother." The people of Tiangang Gate breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that he's not. It's good that he's not. I once took off my robes and took a bath with my senior brother. If my senior brother was a woman, I would be too embarrassed to see anyone. I also took a bath with my senior brother. He likes to give me a full body massage. And his massage skills are also very good. He also gave me a full body massage. The only bad thing is that my senior brother doesn't like to take off his monk's robes to take a bath. Yes, every time I take a bath with him, he doesn't take off his monk's robes, as if his body is not to be seen by others." The monks of Tiangang Gate felt more and more that something was wrong, and a little doubt arose in their hearts. They couldn't help but look at the great protector. "Senior brother, why don't you like to take off your monk's robes and take a bath?" The great protector said frankly, "Didn't I say it before? I don't like taking a bath. You guys forced me to go." The monks of Tiangang sect were still very suspicious. No wonder he never took off his robes when bathing with monks. He was obviously afraid of being seen. "Everyone," the monks of Tiangang sect asked the great protector, "Big brother, do you dare to take off your robes in front of everyone?" The great protector of Tiangang sect. Someone saw that the great protector did not move and whispered, "If he dares not take off his robes in public, he must be a woman." "Oh my God!" There are women in Tiangang sect. If the abbot knew that there are women in their Buddhist temple, I don't know what they would think. The pure land of Buddhism is not clean anymore. The great protector looked very unhappy. He turned and walked towards the cabin door. The other monks followed him. But the window door had been sealed by the great elder, and Anmo of Longwang Island, to prevent Zhu Shao from escaping. The great protector of Tiangang sect took out a magic weapon and tried to break the seal. Big brother, come back to the sect with us. The other monks persuaded him kindly. The great protector said coldly, wait until you come out of the secret realm before going back. No. This is related to the reputation of our Tiangang sect. We must go back to verify our identities. The great protector was very angry. You don't believe me? You would rather believe the words of an outsider than a person who has been with you for 2,000 years? Big brother, we also want to believe you. But your behavior makes people feel suspicious. Big brother, I'm sorry. 5 monks attacked. Of course, they didn't mean to hurt anyone. The great protector dodged their attacks. The more he didn't dare to confront them, the more suspicious the monks were. At this time, the cabin was even more chaotic. The people who were watching the show wanted to watch the show well, but the cabin was too small, and they were inexplicably hid by others. They were so angry that they took out their magic tools and rushed up. Someone shouted out of the cabin window, "It's a mess! It's a mess! It's a mess!" Chapter 206. You're not really afraid of me, are you? When the big guys were fighting, the 7th elder of the Gonghua family walked to Mu Nanjing with a smile. Young master, the heavenly demon sect is here too. They are the largest sect of demon cultivators in the western continent, and have always liked to go against our Gonghua family. Heavenly demon sect? Mu Nanjing, who was reading gossip news, subconsciously looked up gossip about the heavenly demon sect. The young master, the great elder, and the great guardian of the heavenly demon sect came this time. Several other demon cultivators of high realms also came. I'm afraid they are not here for the secret realm. They may also come to rob spirit stones. Gu Ming, who was sitting next to Mu Nanjing, raised his eyelids to look at the smiling 7th elder, and guessed the purpose of his coming here. Heh. He is worthy of being an elder. However, after spending more than half a month with Mu Nanjing, he knew how to use her voice to deal with the enemy. Mu Nanjing said lightly, the young master of the heavenly demon sect is just a cultivator in the god transformation stage. Not to be feared. Although there is a great elder at the peak of the Mahayana stage. He is seriously injured and comes here just to pretend to support his young master. The great elder of the heavenly demon sect, who is 100 miles away, frowned slightly. He is the only one who knows about his injury. Why does this person know it too? Could it be that she knows divination and knows a lot of secrets? The young master of the heavenly demon sect hurriedly asked, Great elder, are you really injured? The great elder nodded hesitantly. The young master of the heavenly demon sect said anxiously, Great elder, since you are injured, why don't you stay in the sect to recover? The great elder sighed. This is the first time that the sect master has entrusted you with such an important matter. As an elder, I naturally hope that you can do the things that the sect master has asked you to do so that the sect master will look at you with new eyes. But, before the young master could finish his words, Mu Nanjing's voice sounded again. Hee. If the enemy who is not as high as the elder knew that the elder of the heavenly demon sect was seriously injured, the elder would definitely die. The cultivator who had a grudge against the elder of the heavenly demon sect looked at the spaceship of the heavenly demon sect with shining eyes. This is the best time to kill the elder. The young master of the heavenly demon sect shouted angrily, Whoever dares to touch the elder, this young master will destroy his whole family. The great protector on the side comforted him, Young master, I am here, and I will not let anything happen to you and the elder. After saying this, he looked at the elder with a dark look in his eyes. The young master ordered, You must protect the elder. Yes. The elder thanked the great protector. I have thanked the great protector here first. The great protector nodded. Fortunately, the great guardian of the heavenly demon sect is also in the Mahayana stage. Although his cultivation is a little lower than that of the great elder, it is not a problem for him to protect the young master and the others. When the cultivator who had a grudge against the great elder of the heavenly demon sect heard that there was a great guardian protecting the great elder, the hope in his eyes disappeared instantly. He was afraid that he still could not kill the great elder. But what? The cultivator who had a grudge against the great elder of the heavenly demon sect rekindled hope. He and the great elder had an irreconcilable hatred for killing his father. If he knew that the Great Elder was injured, he would not miss this opportunity. What? The young master and the Great Elder of the Heavenly Demon Sect looked at the Great Guardian, who was stunned for a moment in disbelief. The Great Guardian. The young master asked the Great Elder, Great Elder, did you really kill the Great Guardian's father? The Great Elder shook his head. I don't know the Great Guardian's father. I don't know him. The Great Protector laughed sarcastically. The young master realized that the Great Protector wanted to kill the Great Elder, and hurriedly stood in front of the Great Elder, Great Protector. There must be some misunderstanding. If it's a misunderstanding, go to the underworld and ask my father. The Great Protector quickly took out his magic weapon, the moon roll scimitar, and slashed at the Great Elder. The seventh Elder, who was standing outside the entrance of the spiritual vein, and using his spiritual sense to observe every move 100 miles away, saw the cabin of the Tiamaman spaceship explode, and the smile on his face became even bigger. He said to Mu Nanjing again, Young Master, in addition to the Tiamaman, the Raksha Palace in the North Continent must also be guarded against. They like to create chaos, and then take advantage of the chaos to make profits. Oh! Mu Nanjing searched for gossip about the Raksha Palace. No wonder the Raksha Palace likes to create chaos. Their palace is a mess. Not only is there no unity within, but the relationship between each other is a mess. It's like the current palace master is not the biological son of the old palace master, but the child of the palace master's wife and a man in the palace. Because there are so many men who have had affairs with the palace master's wife. Even the palace master's wife doesn't know who she had the child with. Everyone was shocked. The elders of Luosha Palace stared at their palace master with wide eyes. The palace master was stunned. He lived for nearly 10,000 years before he knew that he was not his father's biological son. The palace master quickly regained his composure. Someone wants to sow discord between me and my father. Don't take it seriously. The elders thought about it, and it was true. The old palace master of Luosha Palace is so pitiful. Among all his children, not a single one is his. They are all the children of his wives and concubines, who have had affairs with others. In other words, none of the palace master's brothers and sisters are related to him by blood. Everyone was even more shocked. The palace master's second brother also had an affair with his sister-in-law, and the child born was not the palace master's. I have to say that their relationship is really messy. And this is not the most messy. The messier it is. Their relationship has confused me. The people of Luosha Palace were silent. They didn't know what expression to use to face the palace master, nor did they know how to comfort him. There is a saying that the person who gave birth to you must be your biological mother, but your father may not be your biological father. The veins on the forehead of the palace master of Luosha Palace were throbbing wildly, and the temperature in the cabin dropped to 0. The people of Luosha Palace were sweating wildly, and wanted to rush out of the cabin. Girl, stop talking. Please stop talking. If you continue talking, the people of Luosha Palace will be wiped out before they enter the secret realm. And they were wiped out by their own family. After reading the gossip, Mu Nanjing asked the seventh elder, didn't they say that all the big families and sects from the 5 continents have come? The seventh elder smiled and replied, yes. They have all come. They are now waiting 100 miles away to discuss how to enter the secret realm to search for treasures. All of them have come? Mu Nanjing first looked at the people in front of him, who were all from Gonggua's family, and then looked at the sky, which was empty. Since they are all here, why is no one coming to the entrance of the spiritual vein? I don't believe that everyone is so obedient and waiting 100 miles away. The seventh elder pretended to think about it. Maybe they are intimidated by the young master's methods and majesty and dare not come. Really? Mu Nanjing still didn't believe it, and released her spiritual sense to check. And the cultivators really stopped 100 miles away. Are you really afraid of me? Then she saw that the cultivators not only stopped 100 miles away, but also fought. Hey, why are you fighting? Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The spaceship of Uebi Villa was blown apart. The gorgeous spaceship was blown into powder, and the people inside fell out of the air. Chapter 207 Women Should Be Cruel. Mu Nanjing saw the chaos 100 miles away, and withdrew his consciousness to check the gossip news. But the gossip news did not say why the cultivators were fighting. Wouldn't one of them fight because he got a treasure? The people from the big families and sects are fighting. Seventh elder, go and find out why the cultivators from the big families and sects are fighting. Yes. The seventh elder turned around quickly and laughed out loud after walking away. Haha. He suddenly felt that their young master was quite interesting, and the exposed inner voice was not so annoying. Seventh elder, the third elder, who had brought people from Gongwa's family, saw the seventh elder laughing alone and asked curiously, "What are you laughing at? Did something good happen?" "It's the third elder." "Ha." The seventh elder wanted to maintain his dignity, but couldn't help it, ha. The third elder and the Gongwa family members. The fifth elder who came with him frowned. Seventh elder. Now people from the big families and sects from all continents have come. You don't guard the entrance to the spirit vein tightly, and you still have the mood to laugh here. Aren't you afraid of being punished if something goes wrong? Don't worry. Ha. The seventh elder waved his hand. Yes. Ha. With the young master here, nothing will go wrong. The third elder and the fifth elder looked at each other and said, although the young master is a cultivator in the tribulation crossing stage, she can't fight so many strong men with 2 fists. Why don't you send people to guard the spiritual veins? No. Really no. The fifth elder's brows tightened a little more. Seventh elder. You have only been with the young master for more than half a month. Do you really believe that the young master can handle this matter? You? Let me laugh for a while. The seventh elder laughed so hard that his stomach hurt, and he didn't have the energy to answer them. The clansmen of the Gongwa family. The seventh elder laughed for a long time before wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, and said, the people from those big families and sects are fighting each other. Then, he told the third elder and others about Mu Nanjin's thoughts. The third elder and others were all dumbfounded after hearing it. The young master asked me to investigate the reasons why the big families and sects fought each other. So I won't tell you more. Ha. The seventh elder flew away on his sword. After a while, the third elder and others came back to their senses. The fifth elder asked the third elder, should we go with the seventh elder to see? The third elder thought for a while, and said, let's go find the young master. As for the seventh elder, we can use our spiritual sense to check and know the result. Okay. The fifth elder and the third elder flew to the spiritual vein with their clansmen. Before they saw Mu Nanjing, they heard her voice first. Wow! They are indeed the girls of Tianxian building. All of them are as beautiful as fairies. But they are still not as beautiful as my mother. Girls of Tianxian building, get up and beat all the stinky men of Yuebi Villa. The only trick of Yuebi Villa is Yuluobihua. They just look fast. You just need to block their movements first, and then hit their vital points. Yes, that's it. The third elder and the fifth elder came to Mu Nanjing. Hello, young master. Yes. Mu Nanjing responded lazily and focused his attention on the place 100 miles away. The third elder asked Mu Nanjing, young master, do you know that all the big families and sects from all continents are here? Mu Nanjing hummed, they are just 100 miles away. I'm watching them fighting now. Quick! Destroy their Dantian. The third and fifth elders looked at each other again, then released their spiritual sense to check the situation 100 miles away, and saw that the girls from Tianxian Pavilion hit the Dantian of the people from Yuebi Villa and destroyed their cultivation. They all felt sorry for the people from Yuebi Villa, and their years of cultivation were gone. Yes, that's it. Women should be cruel, otherwise their status will be unstable. After this incident, Yu Yangyu will not go around picking flowers and abandon your host. Everyone. The third and fifth elders also noticed that a large battlefield had become 100 miles away, and all the major families and sects fought regardless of whether the other party was an enemy or a friend. A clan member whispered, I didn't see it wrong. Shenong Valley and Tianfafang fought. I saw it too. Aren't they good sects? Why did they fight? Shenong Valley and Dongmin family are relatives. Tianfafang and Dongmin's wife's family are relatives. And they fought because Dongmin's wife had an affair with Yu Yangyu. The third elder and others. Mu Nanjing retracted his gaze and asked the third elder and others, what are you doing here? The third elder quickly retracted his consciousness and replied, we learned that people from all major families and sects had come, so we sent more people to guard the spiritual veins. And secondly, we wanted to check the situation at the entrance of the secret realm. Mu Nanjing raised his eyebrows. You want to enter the secret realm? The fifth elder said, everyone wants to enter the secret realm to search for treasures. Mu Nanjing said in a calm voice, I don't want to go in and die. If you go in alive, but don't come out alive, no matter how many treasures you have, it will be useless. The fifth elder was ashamed. You may not die if you go in. And we are just looking outside now. We will not go in before we have a perfect plan. Mu Nanjing did not stop them. I will guard here. You can go and check it out without worry. Okay. The third and fifth elders led 10 people into the spiritual vein and came to the entrance of the secret realm. The people of Gongwa's family did not dare to get close, but only dared to watch from a distance. But even so, they could feel the rich spiritual energy. If they practice here, they will definitely get twice the result with half the effort, which makes them want to enter the secret realm even more. The third elder said to his subordinates, Xiao Shi, go and take a look. Gongwa Shi nodded. He walked 30 meters towards the entrance of the secret realm, and the spiritual energy became more dense. At the same time, he also felt a strong pressure, which not only made him feel dizzy, but also made him unable to control the flying sword. And he fell from a high altitude in an instant. The third elder shouted in a hurry, Xiao Shi. Gongbo Shi shook his head quickly. When he fell to the ground, he quickly came to his senses, and quickly turned over several times in the air to stand firmly on the ground. He wiped the cold sweat and let out a breath. The third elder breathed a sigh of relief and asked, Xiao Shi, are you okay? Gongbo Shi turned his head to look at them. I'm fine. Then can you continue to move forward? I'll try. Gongbo Shi tried to walk forward 10 meters again, and then his body felt like a mountain was pressing down on his head. His steps were too heavy to move forward, and the dizziness became stronger. The pressure also made him almost breathless. He covered his chest and exhaled heavily. The third elder realized that he could not move forward, and hurriedly shouted, Xiao Shi, you are coming back soon. Gongbo Shi turned around with difficulty, and only felt relieved after walking 10 meters away. He returned to the third elders as quickly as possible and told them what he had just felt. It should be because my realm is not high enough that I cannot get close. Chapter 208. I'll go. Among the people brought by the third elder and the fifth elder, the two elders have the highest cultivation, so they can only explore outside the entrance of the secret realm. Finally, they stopped 10 feet away from the entrance of the secret realm. They couldn't move even 1 foot further, and they couldn't release their spiritual sense to check the situation nearby. Nor could they use magic weapons and talismans. The two elders really had no choice but to leave with their tribesmen. Seeing the third elder and his people walking out dejectedly, Mu Nanjing asked in a calm voice, did you gain anything? The third elder and his people gained nothing, and no one was in the mood to answer her. Humph! There is a hidden formation outside the secret realm. No matter how powerful you are, you can't get close to the entrance of the secret realm. The third elder, who didn't want to be looked down upon, brightened his eyes and replied, yes. We found a formation outside the entrance of the secret realm, which prevented us from getting close to the entrance of the secret realm. After we go back, we will discuss how to break the formation and then explore the entrance of the secret realm. The fifth elder and his people couldn't help but look at him. Did they find the formation? The third elder's eyes flashed with guilt, and he spoke to the fifth elder through voice transmission. I just don't want the young master to look down on us. So I used the information I got from the young master's voice to answer the young master's words. The fifth elder, Mu Nanjing, raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. Huh? 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 The formation was hidden so secretly, but they actually found it. They are worthy of being the elders of the Gongwa family. The third elder coughed uncomfortably. If Mu Nanjing's voice hadn't told them, they would have thought that they couldn't get close to the entrance of the secret realm because the power left by the immortal forced them to move forward. But they didn't expect that there was a formation outside the secret realm. The third elder asked Mu Nanjing, with the young master's ability. He must have discovered the existence of the formation after guarding the spirit vein for many days. I just wonder if the young master has found the location of the formation's eye. Mu Nanjing was puzzled. You didn't find the formation's eye? Then how did you find the formation? This time, the third elder lied to her and said, we guessed it. Guessed? Mu Nanjing was speechless. However, it is normal to guess that there is a formation. Yes, guessed. The third elder asked respectfully, please tell us the location of the formation's eye. It is only a matter of time before the secret realm is broken, so it doesn't matter if you tell them. Mu Nanjing said, the formation's eye is right under your feet. Under your feet? The third elder and the fifth elder looked down at their feet. Gongbashi drew his sword and stabbed the ground. Mu Nanjing added, I'm talking about the ground outside the entrance to the secret realm. When you can't move, stab the ground. Whether you can break the formation depends on your ability. Gongbashi awkwardly retracted his sword. The third elder asked, does that mean the center of the formation will move? Yes. The third elder said to Gong Bashi through voice transmission. Go back and explain this to the other elders. Yes. Gong Bashi bid farewell to Mu Nanjing and the others. The third elder and the others stayed to strengthen the protection of the spirit vein. Mu Nanjing was happy to be idle, sitting in a rocking chair and slowly rocking the chair while watching the sky. It's already Shinshur, and the sun is about to set. Once it gets dark, someone will be restless. Let's see who will sneak into the spirit vein tonight. Mu Nanjing opened the gossip news. Oh! Yen Lai, the head of the Yin family, plans to go to the end of the spirit vein at midnight to check if there are other entrances. Yen Lai, the head of the Yin family, who was fighting with someone, was shocked. He did have this plan, but this was just a thought that came to his mind. He had not had time to discuss it with anyone. Why did the person who was talking know his thoughts? Could it be that the other party had the ability to detect what others were thinking? If so, it would be too terrible. The elder of the Danyang sect, who was fighting with Yen Lai, sneered, "You can't get anything done while I'm here." Yen Lai rolled his eyes. "Everyone knows that I want to go to the end of the spiritual vein to check the entrance. Do you think the people of the Gongbua family can still help me get it done? Then what's the point of me going again?" The elder of the Danyang sect. This makes sense. Hey. Yen Lai gave up sneaking to the end of the spiritual vein and disguised himself as a child of the Gongbua family to sneak into the spiritual vein. Ahem. Yen Lai choked on his own saliva. No way. He was discovered when he changed his mind? Then would he dare to take the idea of the spirit vein? Yen Lai didn't believe in evil and changed his mind. Oh my god. Mu Nanjing was very excited when he saw the content displayed on the gossip news. Yen Lai actually wanted to tie the Danyang sect's elder to the bed. Ah. I didn't expect the head of the Yin family to be so perverted. The cultivators around Yen Lai suddenly stopped fighting and looked at Yen Lai. The atmosphere around them suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes showed some weirdness. The elder of the Danyang sect was furious. "Yen beast. What do you want to do to me on the bed?" Yen Lai hurriedly dodged. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. I just thought about it on purpose. And I didn't intend to do it. He just threw someone on the bed and whipped him. How could he be a beast? You still want to do this? Yen beast. Go to hell. The elder of Danyang sect took out his most powerful magic weapon. Yen Lai's face changed drastically. Old man. You don't really want to fight me to the death, do you? The monks around him quickly hid far away. Yen Lai didn't want to fight him to the death, and fled with the other monks. Oh! Tian Fu Fong also wants to use the talisman to explore the spiritual vein secret realm at night. Tian Fu Fong was also shocked. They just discussed the strategy of sneaking into the secret realm. Why did their plan be known to others so quickly? Is someone eavesdropping? But they set up a barrier, so it is impossible to eavesdrop on their conversation. The faces of the people in Tian Fu Fong were very ugly. One of the hall masters frowned. Is there a thief? The people in Tian Fu Fong immediately suspected the people around them. The owner of Tian Fu Fong sank his face. Impossible. The barrier I set up makes it impossible for someone to eavesdrop on our conversation. And it is impossible to pass the results of our conversation to others. How did the person who was talking know our plan? Did he place a magic tool on our boat to eavesdrop on our conversation? The owner paused. It's possible. Everyone looked at each other, stood up quickly, and searched the boat inside and outside. Even the people, but did not find any suspicious items. The owner was angry and depressed. Damn it. How did that person know our plan? The hall master asked carefully. Then should we take action tonight? The owner said unhappily. Our plan has been known to others. So why take action? People from Tianfafang. Wan Shoumin. Wan Shoumin heard Mu Nanjing's voice mentioning them, and their hearts were lifted. At the same time, they gave up the idea of sneaking into the spirit vein. Mu Nanjing, who was reading gossip news, looked at the new gossip news and looked puzzled. Strange. Why do the big families and sects cancel their plans to explore the secret realm of the spirit vein one after another? Could it be that they have a bigger conspiracy? Hearing this, Gu Ming turned to look at her. Don't you know the reason? Chapter 209 Gongbua Nanjing. You wait for me. Mu Nanjing shook his head. I don't know. Do you know the reason? Gu Ming hummed in his heart speechlessly. Because someone knows their plan. Who? Mu Nanjing waited for the next part. Tell me quickly. I want to know. Damn. Why didn't the gossip news mention this matter? Gu Ming said. There is someone beside my ear. There is someone beside my ear? Mu Nanjing thought for a while. Do you mean there is a traitor hidden around them? Or someone is invisible and eavesdropping beside them. If it's the latter, it's amazing. People who can be invisible can do anything easily. I also want to be invisible. Gu Ming. Mu Nanjing looked at his speechless face and asked, "Didn't I guess right?" Before Gu Ming answered, Yin Lai's angry voice came from a distance. "Who is it? Which bastard eavesdropped on my thoughts? If you have the guts, come out and see what you are doing. What's the point of hiding? It doesn't matter if you don't come out. I've memorized your voice. Sooner or later, I'll catch you and skin you alive. Hey, 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 Great Elder of Danong Sect. I really don't have any feelings for you. Don't chase me and beat me up anymore." Yin Lai's voice transmission disappeared, followed by the voice transmissions of other cultivators. "Hey, you, I've memorized your voice too. Don't let me catch you, or you'll have a bad ending. You stinky woman who dares to expose my past. I'm going to stew you alive. Who is that you? Whose voice is this? The person who's talking. Get out of here." A chorus of curses came from the sky. Mu Nanjing looked up at the sky. Wow! Who is so powerful that he actually aroused the anger of the crowd? I admire you. I admire you. I wonder if this person can bear the anger of so many people. The people of Gongbo's family, and Gu Ming looked at her in a speechless manner. You have to ask yourself. After nightfall, Mu Nanjing read the new gossip again. No one came to attack the spiritual vein tonight. Not bad. Not bad. They are really a group of good kids. This made the cultivators 100 miles away very angry. By the way, I don't know if these cultivators have repaired their brains. If you want to enter the secret realm, you can come to me or give me some benefits, and I will let you in to explore the secret realm immediately. Why do one or two have to sneak in to be happy? Hey, do they like to be thieves so much? After making sure that no one would sneak into the spiritual vein, Mu Nanjing closed her eyes and went to sleep. But the people 100 miles away couldn't sleep. They opened their eyes one after another and asked each other, "Did you hear the voice just now?" "I heard it." "I didn't hear it." "What voice are you talking about?" From what she said, she should be a member of Gongbo's family. I also think she is a member of Gongbo's family. And she has a high status in Gongbo's family. Otherwise she would not have the right to let people in. She is a woman and has a high status in Gongbo's family. So who is she? I don't know. I haven't heard her voice. I have heard it. The casual cultivator, who had seen Mu Nanjing at the entrance of the spiritual vein more than half a month ago, said, "Damn it. Why didn't you tell me earlier if you heard it?" The casual cultivator, who had seen Mu Nanjing, was very helpless. "I wanted to tell you a long time ago, but I just couldn't say it." He had tried many times to say that it was the voice of the young master of the Gongbo family. But he just couldn't make a sound. Not even by voice transmission. "Why can't you say it?" The casual cultivator, who had seen Mu Nanjing, shook his head. "I don't know." "Then can you say it now?" "I'll try." The casual cultivator, who had seen Mu Nanjing, tried to say, "Mu Nanjing. It's the young master of the Gongbo family. Gongbo Nanjing." I said it. The young master of the Gongbo family. Gongbo Nanjing. Everyone had been here for more than half a day. And of course, they had heard about Gongbo Nanjing. How could it be her? "Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" "Damn it. She was the one who caused us to quarrel. I'm going to settle the score with her now." "Ah. It hurts? It hurts." The cultivator, who was about to stand up, fell back to the ground. The monk next to him said calmly, "Since you are injured, just rest for one night, and go find her to settle accounts after you recover. There are few people here who are intact now. They are either injured in a fight or affected by monks of the same realm. How can they have the energy to cause trouble to others? I am so angry." The monk sitting on the ground shouted with all his strength, "Gongbo Nanjing. You wait for me." The monk next to him glanced at him. "She can't hear you no matter how loud you are now. Why don't you try to use voice transmission?" The monk sitting on the ground suddenly became weak. "No. If she knows that we have found out who the owner of the voice is, won't it give her a chance to hide? How can we settle accounts with her tomorrow?" The monk next to him sneered, but did not say anything to expose his lack of courage. At dawn the next day, all the cultivators who had recovered from their injuries set out for the entrance to the spiritual vein. The people of Gongbo's family noticed the visitors, and quickly opened the barrier to protect the spiritual vein and the entrance. The 7th elder, the 3rd elder, and the 5th elder quickly waited outside the barrier. With their status in the cultivation world, they could still stop the other party for a while. Not long after, huge spaceships appeared in front of them. After all, the owner of the spiritual vein is Gongba's family. And the people of the big sects and families must give face. People from other small families and sects did not dare to act rashly. And everyone stopped 100 feet away from the barrier. The great elder of Dragon Phoenix Island spoke first. 3 elders of Gongba family. How are you? The 3 elders of Gongba family also greeted everyone. How are you all? The great elder of Dragon Phoenix Island asked politely. I heard that the young master of your Gongba family has returned and is guarding the spiritual vein. Is this true? The 3rd elder replied, yes. She is inside the barrier. Why don't you see her come out to see us? The 3rd elder looked embarrassed. Someone sneered. Is she afraid to come out to see us? That's not the case. The 7th elder said directly. It's not that she doesn't dare to see us. She is still sleeping, and we dare not disturb her. He was afraid that she would be in a bad mood after waking up, and expose his privacy when she was unhappy. So, he would rather offend these big shots than disturb her. The cultivators in the sky were very angry. She's still sleeping? With so many seniors here. She's still sleeping? Does she know how to respect her seniors? The great elder of Dragon Phoenix Island said politely, could you please ask the 3 elders to come out? We have something to ask her. The 7th elder didn't want to keep everyone waiting. So he turned to the 5th elder and said, go wake up the young master. The 5th elder was annoyed. Why don't you go? I won't go. You go. The 7th elder said to the 3rd elder, why don't you go? The 3rd elder snorted, I won't go either. The 3 elders pushed and pushed. But no one was willing to go and wake up Mu Nanjing. The monks? Are they so afraid of waking up a little girl? Chapter 210 Something to report. Finally, the 3 elders asked Gu Ming to wake Mu Nanjing up. Gu Ming entered Mu Nanjing's tent and looked at the decorations inside. And his eyes twitched uncontrollably. It was not the first time he entered Mu Nanjing's tent. But every time he entered, he felt particularly speechless when he saw the top-quality materials and magic tools being used as vases. The cultivators outside the barrier did not need to enter the secret realm to search for treasures. They could just go to the tent and snatch these things and return with a full load. These decorations were all gifts from Mu Nanjing's parents. Gu Ming knew that Mu Nanjing was not showing off, but just wanted to decorate the tent to feel like living at home. In her words, this is life. He called out to the person who had a big mountain on the bed, Mu Nanjing. You should get up. The person curled up in the quilt did not move at all. Gu Ming called a few more times, and the people in the quilt moved. After a long while, a lazy voice came from the quilt. I have something to report. Gu Ming said coldly with a gloomy face. People from all the major families and sects are coming. Then let them wait. I will summon them to see me after I have enough sleep. Gu Ming didn't understand why she was a cultivator but slept and ate like ordinary mortals, living a more mortal life than ordinary people. You can sleep well before seeing them. But I don't know if the people of Gongba's family can hold on until then. He turned and walked out of the room. After a while, Mu Nanjing slowly got up and walked out. When the maids saw her coming out, they hurriedly helped her put on her robes. Mu Nanjing didn't bother to wait for them to comb her hair and walked out of the tent. The maids chased after her and combed her hair. When they came to the outside of the barrier, the children of Gongba's family brought a chair for her to sit down. The maid continued to help her braid her hair. The 3 elders came forward and saluted to Mu Nanjing. Greetings, young master. Mu Nanjing nodded slightly, took the handkerchief handed by the maid to wipe her face, and then drank some water to rinse her mouth. The monks on the spaceship saw that she had not finished all this, and saw that the people of Gongba's family put a table in front of her, and put a pile of breakfast that looked particularly delicious. Mu Nanjing drank a mouthful of 3 fresh porridge before asking, what do the monks from the major families and sects do here? The monks on the spaceship immediately showed fierceness when they heard the familiar voice. It was her. Her voice was exactly the same as yesterday's. Young Master Gongba. The person who spoke was Yin Chang, a junior of the Yin family. But he said only 4 words and nothing else. Yin Chang was shocked and quickly used voice transmission to tell everyone that he could not speak. Others also said that they could not speak, and as long as they mentioned yesterday's events, even the voice transmission could not be transmitted. Everyone was anxious and confused, and they used voice transmission to ask each other what was going on. Mu Nanjing didn't get any further information, and scooped another spoonful of porridge into her mouth. The 3rd elder and the others knew without guessing that the monks were secretly discussing the matter of not being able to speak. They had already tasted the pain of wanting to scold Mu Nanjing, but not being able to. And it was their turn to taste it. Mu Nanjing had eaten and drunk her fill. But no one spoke. So she said, "If you don't speak, I'll go back." "Wait." The great elder of Dragon Phoenix Island hurriedly called her over, and was very surprised to find that he could talk to Mu Nanjing. "Hey, how can I speak?" The other monks were also very surprised. The great elder of Dragon Phoenix Island tried a few more times before figuring out what was going on. He used voice transmission to tell everyone, "As long as you don't mention the fact that you heard her voice yesterday, you can have a normal conversation with young Master Gongbwa. Although I don't know what happened. This matter can be studied later. We still have to do business." The other cultivators nodded, although they were very angry about what happened yesterday. The Gongbwa family was the largest family after all, and few people present could afford to offend them. If they were to have a falling out with the Gongbwa family because of what happened yesterday, they would not be able to enter the secret realm. Everyone had to suppress their anger and wait until the matter was over before settling with young Master Gongbwa. However, there were still cultivators who were angry. Yu Feng, a disciple of Yuebi Villa, snorted coldly, "Young Master Gongbwa, don't you bow to seniors? Are the people of your Gongbwa family so rude?" Mu Nanjing turned his head and asked the seventh elder standing beside him, "Are they also my seniors?" The seventh elder murmured, "No." Although the cultivators are more famous than Mu Nanjing. Mu Nanjing is the young master of Gongbwa family after all, and his status is not as good as Mu Nanjing. And Mu Nanjing's cultivation is higher than theirs, so they are not qualified to be Mu Nanjing's seniors. In the world of cultivation, it is not about who is older or who has more qualifications to become a senior. Those who can become seniors are those who have higher cultivation and greater abilities than the other party. Mu Nanjing nodded. "Then there is no need to bow." Yu Feng took out his anger on the seventh elders of Gongbwa family. "Your young master is ignorant, and you have been managing Gongbwa family for many years. But you don't know manners? Is this how you taught your young master?" The third elder frowned. "How we teach the young master is none of your business. But there is one thing you should listen to. She really does not need to pay respect to you so-called seniors." Yu Feng was so angry that he wanted to say a few more words. But the elder of Dragon Phoenix Island spoke first. "People from Yuebi Villa, you seem to have forgotten the purpose of coming here?" Yu Feng, the elder of Dragon Phoenix Island, flew in front of Mu Nanjing and said politely, "I am the elder of Dragon Phoenix Island, Lao Hongji, and I meet the young master." The elder of Dragon Phoenix Island. "Lao Hongji? Let me see. Oh, not bad. He is a wise and trustworthy person who values friendship and loyalty." The elder of Dragon Phoenix Island raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. He did not expect the little girl to think so highly of him. "Since you are so polite to me when you see that I am a little girl, I will let you into the spiritual vein." "Hello, great elder." Mu Nanjing stood up and greeted, then said to the third elder, "Take the great elder of Dragon Phoenix Island to the entrance of the spiritual vein secret realm." The third elder was speechless. The great elder didn't say anything. "And you let someone in?" Mu Nanjing was puzzled. "Didn't the great elder come for the secret realm?" The great elder of Dragon Phoenix Island hurriedly said, "I did come for the secret realm." The third elder made a gesture of invitation to the great elder of Dragon Phoenix Island helplessly. "Great elder, please." Dragon Phoenix Island. The first elder asked with some embarrassment, "Young Master Gongbwa, the secret realm is dangerous and unpredictable. Even if it is just the entrance, you must not be careless. I wonder if you can let me take a few more people in to explore the situation." Mu Nanjing said very generously, "You can bring your people in." The third elder hurriedly stopped him. "Young master." Mu Nanjing looked at him and asked, "Is there a problem?" The third elder met her indifferent eyes, and shook his head subconsciously. "No problem." The first elder of Dragon Phoenix Island was surprised. The third elder, who has managed the affairs of Gongbwa's family for many years, is actually afraid of the little girl who just returned to Gongbwa's family from outside? Chapter 211. I don't want to hear her truth. The elder of Dragon Phoenix Island did not push his luck. He said he would only take a few people. So he only took 6 people to enter the spirit vein with the third elder. Other cultivators saw that the elder of Dragon Phoenix Island had easily obtained the consent of the young master Gongbwa to bring people into the spirit vein, and they were all eager to move. The palace master of Luosha Palace moved his eyes slightly, and quickly flew down the boat to Mu Nanjing. He pulled out a rare kind smile and said to her, "I am the palace master of Luosha Palace. Yu Guijia, and I meet the young Master Gonghua. Everyone knew at a glance that he wanted to learn from the Elder of Dragon Phoenix Island to enter the spirit vein. Oh! It's the Palace Master of Lusha Palace. Yu Guijia. He is a rich man. He has robbed a lot of good things in the past 10,000 years. It would be a shame if I didn't get a few top-quality materials and equipment from him. Everyone. The smile of the Palace Master of Lusha Palace froze on his mouth. The seventh elder held his forehead with his back to Mu Nanjing. Mu Nanjing did not return the greeting to the Palace Master of Lusha Palace. She sat down and asked calmly, "What does Palace Master you want to see me for?" The Palace Master of Lusha Palace almost couldn't help but want to curse. He didn't believe that she didn't know why he came. He pretended to be polite and asked, "I want to go into the spirit vein to find out what's going on. I wonder if young Master Gonghua can help me." Mu Nanjing said readily, "Of course." The Palace Master of Lusha Palace smiled happily. "Then I thank you, Palace Master." "You're welcome. Because I also want Palace Master you to help me." The Palace Master of Lusha Palace was stunned. "What help?" "I have a weak body and need Moon Lotus Spirit Grass, Taichu Soul Blood Flower, Red Water Fire Leaf, Iching Yuanfeng Grass." Mu Nanjing said about 15 kinds of herbs to replenish my body. "I wonder if Palace Master you can lend me some, and I will return it to you when I find the same herbs later. As long as you keep saying that you can't find the same herbs, you don't have to return them to him." Hee. Everyone. The Palace Master of Lusha Palace was almost vomiting blood out of anger. The Guardian of Lusha Palace couldn't help it any longer. "Young Master Gonghua, do you know how precious the herbs you want are? These herbs were found in the secret realm of earthly immortals. The Palace Master almost exchanged his life for them. You are asking for them now, which is simply a lion's mouth." Mu Nanjing said in a calm voice, "I just asked your Palace Master to borrow herbs, not to return them. As for whether he borrows them or not, it's his business. Why do you have to say such harsh words? So what if they were found in the secret realm of earthly immortals? If Yu Guijia knew that the secret realm in our spiritual veins was the secret realm of golden immortals, he would never refuse to borrow herbs." Hee. When everyone heard that it was the secret realm of golden immortals, their eyes suddenly glowed with gold, as if all kinds of super-grade fairy-level equipment and herbal materials were right in front of them. The Guardian of Lusha Palace, "You. Shut up." The Palace Master of Lusha Palace interrupted the Guardian and said to Mu Nanjing, "Young Master Gonghua, I am willing to do this." He took out 15 boxes from Mu Nanjing, which were filled with the rare herbs Mu Nanjing mentioned, but did not hand them over immediately before giving them to the young master. "I want to ask a question." Mu Nanjing asked, "What question?" "I am very curious about how young Master Gonghua knew that I had these rare herbs." Mu Nanjing asked him back, "Is it difficult to know what herbs you have?" The Palace Master of Lusha Palace thought about it. The fact that he had robbed others' things was spread throughout the cultivation world, so it was not difficult for Mu Nanjing to know about the herbs. Then, he heard Mu Nanjing's inner voice. "Not only do I know what herbs you have, I also know how many spirit stones you have, how many materials and equipment you have. I know more than you do." The Lord of Lusha Palace handed 15 boxes of herbs to her. "Thank you, Lord Jade, for your convenience." Mu Nanjing put the box on the table and said to the fifth elder, "Take Lord Jade in, and treat him with the highest courtesy." "The highest courtesy? How high?" The fifth elder was embarrassed. Did he have to lay a red carpet inside and sprinkle flowers all the way to the entrance of the secret realm? You can let them dig some spirit stones and take them back. Everyone. This etiquette is really high. After all, the Gonghua family was on guard against them stealing spirit stones before. The fifth elder asked again, "How big a piece of spirit stone can be dug?" "A spirit stone as big as a finger is also called a piece. And a spirit stone as big as the ground is also called a piece. If you don't make it clear, it will be dug out." Mu Nanjing. This fifth elder is really not smart. Fifth elder. Why is he not smart? Didn't she see that he is very smart? I said to treat him with the highest etiquette, to give face to the Palace Master of Lusha Palace, not to really dig spiritual stones for him. He is not so poor that he lacks spiritual stones. Besides, his goal is the secret realm. So how can he be in the mood to dig spiritual stones? Everyone. The Palace Master of Lusha Palace. I really don't want to hear her big truth. The fifth elder smiled and made a gesture of invitation. "Palace Master, you. Please. Everyone. Come in with me." The palace master of Lusha Palace felt that he had to bring everyone in after handing over so many precious and rare herbs as tickets. Yes. All the people in Lusha Palace flew to the bottom of the boat. The more you go in, the more you die. The palace master of Lusha Palace paused and said to his people, "It's better for the elders to follow. The others will wait outside the barrier." Yes. The elders of Lusha Palace followed the palace master's footsteps and asked by voice transmission. The great elder asked, "Palace master, those immortal herbs took us a lot of effort to get. Why did you give her so many herbs at once?" The second elder continued, "Palace master, we don't have to go in at all. When the great elder of Dragon Phoenix Island comes out, he will definitely tell us about the entrance to the secret realm." The palace master of Lusha Palace asked the second elder in return, "If it were you, would you tell others about the golden immortal secret realm?" "No." The second elder. The great elder said again, "We can wait until the Gongwa family completely opens the secret realm before entering. Then, there is no need to give the young master Gongwa so many rare immortal herbs." The lord of Lusha Palace snorted coldly by that time. Others will have already looted all the treasures. The great elder thought about it and agreed. After they entered the barrier and walked away, the guardian of Lusha Palace spoke again, "Young Master Gongwa, the secret realm originally belongs to everyone. But you asked for our immortal herbs in the name of borrowing. Aren't you afraid that we will ask for a lot of money from you when we have our own secret realm in the future?" Mu Nanjing was not worried at all. She asked him, "Don't you do such things often in Lusha Palace?" A cultivator replied, "That's right. The guardian of Lusha Palace." Mu Nanjing gave the immortal herbs to the seventh elder. "Take them back and cultivate more immortal herbs. And then call the other elders over." The seventh elder looked at her in surprise. "You want to cultivate? Not for your own use?" Chapter 212. You've offended me. Mu Nanjing glanced at him lightly. "You can be more open-minded. Using it yourself is a one-time thing. I want to use it next time. The next time. The next time. If I don't cultivate it, how can I have the next time? Besides, there are people in the clan who want the fairy grass. If I don't cultivate it, how can I give it to them? If I don't give it to them, they will say that I, the young master, am too stingy. But cultivating herbs is different. Everyone in the clan can get a fairy grass, so that everyone knows that the Gongwa family has good benefits." Hee. Everyone. You are really generous. I will send the herbs back now. The seventh elder put the spiritual herbs into the space ring with a smile and tears, and then rushed back to the Gongwa mansion as quickly as possible. When he walked into the elder hall, someone called him, "Seventh elder." Seventh elder turned around and saw that it was Gong Boyu, and asked with a smile, "Xiao Yu, are you here to see your grandfather?" "Yes. But Grandpa is still busy. He asked me to wait for him outside the hall." Gong Boyu asked him. Grandpa said that the seventh elder was guarding the spirit vein. "Why did you come back at this time?" "I came back to call a few more elders to help." Seventh elder took out all the herbs and put them on the table, and then sent a message to the 10th elder to ask him to come over. "You need to call a few more elders to take charge?" Gong Boy's eyes were full of sarcasm. Could it be that the young master can't control the situation? Seventh elder frowned slightly. I wanted to explain the situation but felt that there was no need to say more to the other party. So he opened the box and asked, "Xiao Yu, what kind of herbs do you think these are?" Gong Boy's eyes lit up. The herbs exude a faint fairy air. Can they be fairy herbs? It's the fairy grass. The seventh elder picked up one of the fairy grasses and asked casually, "If you get the fairy grass, how would you use it?" Gong Boy said without thinking, "Of course, I will use it to make pills." After saying this, he suddenly remembered that his grandfather had told him to put the family first in front of other elders. So he quickly added, "Or put it in the clan library for clan members in need." The seventh elder smiled. Gong Boya felt that his smile made him feel uneasy. In the past, the seventh elder would have praised him for thinking about the clan. But today the seventh elder did not praise him. Did he say something wrong? But he just put the clan first, so there was no reason to make the seventh elder unhappy. The seventh elder put the fairy grass back into the box and asked him, "Have you ever thought about cultivating the fairy grass?" Gong Boy shook his head. The survival rate of the fairy grass is not high, and it is possible to destroy a fairy grass. It is really not worth the loss. We should not take this risk. The seventh elder asked again, "Are you reluctant to give it up?" Gong Boy said honestly, "Fairy grass is hard to find. Of course I am reluctant to give it up. I will never do that." Seventh elder should be reluctant to give it up too. Right? Seventh elder nodded. I am indeed reluctant to give it up. Gong Boy secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he did not answer the seventh elder wrongly. Then, he heard the seventh elder say, but someone is willing to give it up. Gong Boy was curious. Who? At the right time, the 10th elder walked into the hall. 7th elder. What do you want me to do? The 7th elder called the 10th elder over. Come here. The 10th elder approached and saw more than 10 immortal herbs on the table. He asked happily, where did these immortal herbs come from? Did you enter the secret realm of the spirit vein? Or are there immortal herbs growing in the spirit vein? The 7th elder shook his head. Neither. Where did you get the immortal herbs? The 10th elder thought for a moment. I remember that we don't have these immortal herbs in our clan's treasury. The 7th elder said, this was given to the young master by the palace master of the Rockshop Palace. Since the young master doesn't plan to return it anyway, let's just consider it as a gift from the palace master of the Rockshop Palace. The 10th elder and Gong Boy were amazed. The palace master of the Rockshop Palace gave it to the young master? When did our Gongba family become friends with the Rockshop Palace? The palace master Yu was so generous as to give the young master more than a dozen immortal herbs? In their impression, the palace master of the Rockshop Palace was very stingy. He only took in but never gave out. It was difficult to get an advantage from him. What's more, they were against the Rockshop Palace. Not to mention giving them immortal herbs. They wouldn't even give them a hair. We'll talk about the details later. What you need to do now is to cultivate them. Cultivate? Cultivate? You want me to cultivate? The 10th elder was surprised and incredulous. Can I really cultivate it? He had proposed to cultivate immortal herbs before. But immortal herbs were rare. And the tribesman disagreed. He was not very confident in himself. So he gave up the idea. This is the young master's special order. Of course, it can be cultivated. The 7th elder smiled and said, there are so many immortal herbs that you can waste. Of course, if you don't want to disappoint the young master, you should be serious. I will. The 10th elder put away the herbs. I will take them back for research now. Gong Boya looked at the 10th elder, who was happily walking away, and finally understood why the 7th elder asked him so just now. The 7th elder just wanted to compare his answer with the young master's to see whose answer made the 7th elder more satisfied. Obviously, the young master's approach was what the 7th elder wanted. No wonder the 7th elder no longer praised him as before. The 7th elder had not been with the young master for a long time. And the young master had made the 7th elder submit to her in such a short time, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Thinking back, if the 7th elder had not seen that he was the grandson of the great elder, the 7th elder would have supported the third heir, Gong Bolu. The 7th elder turned around and saw Gong Boya with his eyelids drooping. Not knowing what he was thinking, he reached out and patted his shoulder, sighed and said, you can be more open-minded in the future, Gong Boyu. The 7th elder turned around and asked the other elders to go to the spirit vein with him. At the same time, at the entrance of the spirit vein, a group of casual cultivators came to Mu Nanjing, bowed and said, young Master Gonghua, we are not as wealthy as Master Yugong, so we have to beg you to be flexible and let us in. In the future, if young Master Gonghua encounters problems, he can ask us brothers for help. Mu Nanjing asked the leading cultivator, what is your name? My name is Chai Gao. Mu Nanjing nodded, you can go in. Chai Gao and the others were stunned. They were allowed in right now. They thought they would be allowed in only after 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows. So they had prepared themselves mentally. Mu Nanjing called Haiden. Take them in. Okay. Haiden led Chai Gao and the others into the spiritual vein. Chai Gao and the others thanked him happily. Thank you, young master. The cultivators, who had not yet entered the spiritual vein, were eager to try. The elders of Yuebi Villa could not wait to fly to the ground, and came to Mu Nanjing. I am the elder of Yuebi Villa. Before the other party could finish his words, Mu Nanjing interrupted him. You can't go in. The elder of Yuebi Villa asked anxiously. Why? You have offended me. The people of Yuebi Villa. Chapter 213. Be careful, or I will stab you to death with my middle finger. The people of Yuebi Villa did not want to let the quarrel with Gongba's family reach an irreparable point. So they stepped aside and looked for an opportunity to ask Mu Nanjing to let them in. After Mu Nanjing led a group of cultivators into the spiritual vein, the cultivators roughly understood her rules. As long as they were on good terms with Gongba's family, or a family sect that was on good terms with them, they could let them in unconditionally. For others, it depended on their attitude, character, and whether the big family sect had money. If you had a good attitude and good character, you would be let in unconditionally. For others, it depended on whether you were willing to borrow what Mu Nanjing wanted. If you were willing, you could enter the spiritual vein. And if you were not willing, you could stay outside. However, no one was unwilling. What made everyone most oppressed was that Mu Nanjing knew what they had on them. She borrowed items from them, and they had them in their space. And she could not hide them from her eyes at all. On that day, although only a very small number of cultivators entered, the cultivators who entered the spiritual vein made Mu Nanjing earn a lot of money. Today's great harvest. Hee. Mu Nanjing sat in the rocking chair and rocked a few more times happily. The cultivators, who had to wait for the first batch of people to enter the spiritual vein to come out before entering, were all frowning after hearing her voice. 278 immortal herbs, 53 magic weapons, 130 equipment, 230 immortal level materials, 522 top-grade spiritual herbs, and other odds and ends added up to 2,349 items. I felt like I had gone through a big circle in the secret realm and got a lot of spoils. Oh, no. With so many things, I would have to visit at least 10 secret realms. Hee. But I had it easier than entering the secret realm. It takes at least a month to get out of the secret realm. Some people stayed in there for several years, or even hundreds of years before coming out. But I visited 10 secret realms in half a day. It was really cool. Everyone. Young Master Gongbua. If you continue talking, we will rob you. After a few days, when the first group of people come out, I will let another group in, and we can borrow herbs, materials, and equipment from the monks again. By then, we must borrow more than the first time. Hee. Monks. What should I do if I want to chop her with a knife? The seventh elder saw that everyone's eyes were becoming more and more unfriendly, and hurriedly coughed dryly to prevent Mu Nanjing from going again. Cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. Cough, 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 cough. If she continues to think, the Gongbua family will become the public enemy of the entire cultivation world. Mu Nanjing ignored them. By the way, why haven't the people from the heavenly demon sect come yet? I still want to slaughter them. Everyone. You still want to slaughter them? If you hadn't exposed the secret of the Great Elder and the Great Protector of the heavenly demon sect and caused them to fight, the Great Elder and the Great Protector would not have been both injured. The young master of the heavenly demon lord would not go back to his house to find someone to heal the Elder and the Great Protector. A young man from the Yin family asked the surrounding cultivators by voice transmission. I am wondering, all the cultivators who entered the spiritual vein to explore the entrance to the secret realm are cultivators above the fusion stage. Why didn't any senior take action against Gongbo Nanjing because of her excessive demands? Just spoil her and give her things? Someone replied to him, my friend, you don't know that the young master Gongbo dares to be so arrogant because he has a cultivator of the crossing tribulation stage to protect him. If I were you, everyone is holding back because she is from the Gongbo family. If it were me, I would be afraid of both the Gongbo family and the crossing tribulation stage cultivators. The seventh elder said to the cultivators, dear fellow Taoists, since the entrance to the secret realm can only accommodate a limited number of people, we can only stop here today. After 3 days, we will let the second batch of monks in. Please retreat 100 miles away and come back after 3 days. For the monks, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and everyone left happily. Mu Nanjing returned to her tent and took out the magic equipment suitable for Jiang Xian and distributed them to them. At the end, there was still a set of magic equipment on the table. She glanced at the people standing in front of them and found that there was indeed one person missing. Where is Gu Ming? Everyone looked at each other and said that they didn't see him. Mu Nanjing used her spiritual sense to check the surroundings and saw Gu Ming standing on the top of the tallest tree 100 meters away, looking into the distance. She stood up and walked out of the tent and came to Gu Ming's side. Thinking about you again? Gu Ming did not deny. I have a feeling that the person seems to have noticed that I am not in the mortal world. Mu Nanjing took out a set of exquisite jewelry equipment and handed it to him. Wearing it can help you hide your aura better. It may not completely cover up your identity, but it can keep you hidden for a long time. This is the fairy jewelry she exchanged with others using a fairy weapon. It can hide and change a person's aura, and can also blur other people's vision. making it difficult for people to distinguish the identity of the person in front of them. For example, they cannot tell whether the person in front of them is a man or a woman, or old or young, and will completely treat the other person as a stranger. Gu Ming took the jewelry. Thank you. Wait. Mu Nanjing held his hand. I have conditions. What conditions? As long as they are not too excessive. Gu Ming can accept them. Mu Nanjing approached him, and said in a voice transmission, I want to see your true appearance. Gu Ming glanced behind her, turned around and jumped under the tree to return to his tent. Don't think about it. Mu Nanjing felt very sorry. She turned around and saw Jia Yin and the others hiding in a tree not far away, spying on her and Gu Ming. Mu Nanjing raised her eyebrows. Do you still want to be sealed again? No. We'll leave now. Everyone left quickly. Mu Nanjing snorted, and then heard Haiden say to others, Mu Nanjing is not bad looking. And as a girl, she took the initiative to kiss him. But the governor refused. He is not a man at all. Guang Lu Dao, I didn't expect Miss Mu to be so bold and take the initiative to kiss the governor. Jia Yin sighed, almost kissed. Almost saw them drooling over each other. It's really a pity. Mu Nanjing. Did they have any misunderstandings? When she could no longer see Jia Yin and the others, Mu Nanjing returned to her tent, but saw Gu Ming standing in the middle of the tent with his hands behind his back. Gu Ming spoke first. I just found out that Jia Yin and the others were hiding in the tree behind you, so I rejected your request. Mu Nanjing was quite surprised. Do you mean you are willing to let me see your real face? Yeah. Gu Ming frowned and said, I once planned to never take off the fake skin on my face, but doing so might cause trouble. So it's better to let you see the real me. Mu Nanjing nodded slightly. I thought so too. Actually, it doesn't matter whether it causes trouble or not. What matters is that I want to see that you are better looking than you are now. Gu Ming, who had just put his hand on his face, put it down again. I suddenly don't want to show it to you anymore. Mu Nanjing. Fuck. You are kidding me. Right? Be careful, or I will stab you to death with my middle finger. Gu Ming saw that her cold face showed a rare expression of speechlessness and the desire to beat someone, and the corners of his indifferent mouth couldn't help but curl up an invisible smile. Chapter 214, The Most Beautiful Woman in the World. Gu Ming. I'll only ask you once. Are you sure you don't want to show me? Mu Nanjing asked coldly, with white chill coming out of her body. You have to think it over before answering me. Gu Ming suppressed his smile and hummed, then walked past her and walked towards the tent door. Suddenly, a white light shot from behind him, and he quickly tilted his head to the right. And then the white light slid past his face and punched a small hole in the tent cloth. Gu Ming looked back and saw Mu Nanjing raising his right middle finger. Are you serious? Mu Nanjing shot more than a dozen white lights at him without saying a word. Gu Ming shot left and right, and his body was very agile. But the situation outside the tent was not as optimistic as inside the tent, and only bangs were heard outside. Someone shouted urgently. There is an enemy attack. The tree is about to fall. Everyone run. Everyone who is resting in the tent, come out quickly. Don't be crushed by the tree. Gu Ming heard the noise outside, raised his eyebrows, and suddenly flashed out of the tent quickly. Mu Nanjing chased after him. Gu Ming ran to his tent, and the moment he entered, he turned his head to look at Mu Nanjing behind him. Mu Nanjing stopped suddenly, staring at his strange and handsome face that didn't look like a real person. You, Gu Ming. This is too beautiful. It's as handsome as the 3D anime character produced by the animation Handsome. Perfect facial features without flaws. Heroic sword eyebrows. High nose bridge. Charming thin lips that make people want to kiss. Although his expression is indifferent, but his black eyes are deep, as if there is a sea of stars in it that can suck people in, and they will involuntarily be moved by him. Wow. I can't find any poems to describe him. Now I can only think of 4 words. The most beautiful man in the world. Mu Nanjing. Don't be fooled by this face, Gu Ming said lightly. Mu Nanjing took a step forward, and then a figure blocked her sight. She looked at the 7th elder in front of her coldly. The 7th elder said anxiously, Young master, did you see the thief who sneaked in? Where is he? This person can break into our big barrier quietly, so his cultivation must be very high. Of course, it is also possible that the cultivator who entered the spirit vein is playing tricks. Mu Nanjing quickly pulled away his people and looked at Gu Ming's tent. But Gu Ming had already entered the tent. The seventh elder followed her line of sight and looked. Young master. Is the thief hiding in Senior Gu's tent? Mu Nanjing glanced at him in frustration. You old man who is in the way. It's all because of you that I didn't see a few more times. Seventh elder. What did he make her look less? He asked her carefully. Young master. What happened? Mu Nanjing said in a deep voice. There are no thieves. Then. The seventh elder pointed to the fallen tree. I knocked it down. The seventh elder was stunned. You knocked it down? Why? Mu Nanjing made up an excuse, testing everyone's reaction ability. Seventh elder. This test was really sudden. The tribe members were injured, and the pills were given to comfort them. Ah? Oh. Yes. The seventh elder stared blankly at Mu Nanjing putting away a transparent stone flying in the air, and then returned to his tent. Mu Nanjing lay on the bed and raised the transparent stone, and his cold eyes flashed an invisible smile. The transparent stone is a photo stone, 2 palms in size, and it can keep past images in the stone. She secretly released it when Gu Ming said he would show her his true appearance, which means that it recorded Gu Ming's true appearance just now. Mu Nanjing injected spiritual power into the photo stone, and then an image appeared inside, clearly playing what happened just now. When Gu Ming's true appearance appeared, she injected spiritual power again to stop the picture. Wow wow. Wow 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 wow. The tribesmen who were busy outside stopped their actions and looked in the direction of Mu Nanjing's tent. What was their young master thinking about? I didn't expect Gu Ming's true appearance to be so beautiful. It's really beautiful. Jia Yin and the others were stunned when they heard it. They have been with Gu Ming for a long time, but they didn't know that he had another face. Gu Ming's mouth twitched, and he knew that Mu Nanjing's inner voice would keep coming out after seeing it. I really want to kiss it a few times. Gu Ming. Don't even think about it. Anyway, no one is watching now, and no one will know if we kiss a few times. Hee. Mu Nanjing looked at the photo stone, but didn't move. She was used to keeping a cold face, and she couldn't do the actions of a lewd woman when she was in great pain and entanglement. Everyone was shocked. Their young master was actually having an affair with Senior Gu. Gu Ming's face suddenly turned black. Mu Nanjing in the tent finally gave up. She couldn't change her habit in a short time. I've decided. The cultivators outside the barrier heard Mu Nanjing's voice and held their foreheads with headaches. Why did you hear the voice of young Master Gonghua again? Whose secret does she want to expose? It must not be me. Don't talk about me. Can't she leave us alone for a while? By the way, what did she decide? She won't try to blackmail us again. Will she? Hee hee. Wait for me. This made everyone panic. Even the people of Gonghua's family couldn't be at ease. They were particularly worried that their young master would do something terrible. They were frightened all night. But it was a peaceful night. At dawn, Gu Ming walked out of the tent for a walk. The people of Gonghua's family couldn't help but secretly glance at him when they saw him coming out. Gu Ming noticed their gazes and looked over. The people of Gonghua's family quickly retracted their gazes. Gu Ming frowned. At this time, the 7th elder and the 9th elder came over. Senior Gu. Good morning. Gu Ming nodded. The 7th elder knew that he was not talkative, so he asked with a smile, Did you sleep well last night? The 9th elder followed up and said, Senior Gu looks radiant and energetic, so he must have slept well last night. Gu Ming. Why did he feel that the way they looked at him today was special? Especially kind and amiable. We have something else to do, so we won't bother you anymore. The 7th elder and the 9th elder walked 2 steps, then turned around and said, Today, we have to trouble you again to wake up the young master. Gu Ming. After walking away, the 9th elder asked curiously, If the young master really marries Senior Gu, how should we call him in the future? This really stumped the 7th elder. In the past, there was no precedent for a woman to be the young master in the Gonghua family. Let the head of the family make the decision. Senior Gu has a high realm, so it's not bad to have him as a son-in-law. The other elders may not agree. After all, Senior Gu has no big family or sect to support him, so it's hard for him to pass the test of the other elders. Not to mention the supreme elders. The 7th elder asked him back, Do you think that with the young master's temperament, it will be the turn of other elders to make the decision? It is estimated that even the head of the family cannot make the decision for the young master. The 9th elder. Chapter 215 Daoji Pavilion. After getting up, Mu Nanjing found that everyone looked at her with a little ambiguity. She thought of the misunderstanding yesterday and didn't take it seriously. 3 days later, the cultivators who entered the spiritual vein to explore the entrance came out. They looked dejected. The cultivators waiting outside knew that they had gained nothing. However, some people were curious and asked about the situation. But the answers they got were all shaking heads. Some of the cultivators waiting outside didn't believe that the cultivators who entered the spiritual vein would know nothing. I think you don't want to share the things inside. So you don't want to say it? The Lord of Luosha Palace glanced coldly at the person who spoke. If you don't believe it, you can go in and take a look yourself. Don't blame us for saving a few immortal herbs. We don't owe you anything. He heard that Mu Nanjing collected a lot of immortal herbs and equipment materials before letting others in. And he felt balanced in his heart. The cultivators waiting outside. The great elder of Dragon Phoenix Island said to all the cultivators, I have been in there for 3 days, and have not even gotten close to the entrance of the secret realm, let alone found out anything else. But one thing is certain. The secret realm in the spirit vein is the golden immortal secret realm. If you fellow Taoists can't even get through the true immortal secret realm, I advise you to give up and go home as soon as possible. The scene was boiling immediately. It really is the golden immortal secret realm. It is very difficult for Mahayana cultivators to enter the true immortal secret realm, let alone the golden immortal secret realm. I think only seniors in the tribulation crossing stage can enter the golden immortal secret realm. Disperse. Disperse. Those who are not in the tribulation crossing stage, and those whose families and sects do not have the tribulation crossing stage, please disperse. Yes. Yes. If you are not at a high enough level, don't go in and die. Fellow Taoists, I'll go first. A large number of independent cultivators flew away on their swords. Only those from their families and sects stayed. Although they were not at the tribulation stage, it did not prevent them from seeing the entrance to the golden immortal secret realm. Secondly, they wanted to know why the entrance to the secret realm could not be approached. Knowing more would also help them enter other secret realms in the future. Mu Nanjing sat in a rocking chair and waited until the cultivators had finished talking before he spoke. Who else wants to enter the secret realm? We want to go in. Many families and sects took the initiative to hand over the immortal grass equipment materials to Mu Nanjing to enter the spirit vein. The cultivators who had already entered gathered together to discuss how to break through the obstacles outside the secret realm to enter the secret realm. For more than half a month, the news of the golden immortal secret realm spread to every corner, and the tribulation cultivators of every family and sect were ready to move. Even the families and sects that had been hidden for tens of thousands of years appeared in everyone's sight. And they sent people to the western continent. While collecting the ticket money, Mu Nanjing suddenly received a message from Gongbo Jingfei. Nanan, go home. Mu Nanjing ignored him. Gongbo Jingfei was so angry that he had to send a message to the 7th elder, asking him to bring Mu Nanjing back. After receiving the message, the 7th elder was very puzzled why the head of the family did not send a message directly to the young master. Young master, the head of the family asked you to go back to the clan. Yes. Mu Nanjing did not move. The head of the family said that there were guests in the clan. Yes. The head of the family also said that the guests were from Daoji Pavilion. Yes. There is a rule in Daoji Pavilion. If you can catch their eyes, they will tell you a fortune. Otherwise, even if you kneel down and beg them, they may not answer you. Therefore, it is best not to offend them if possible. Otherwise it will be difficult to find them for a fortune-telling. Yeah. The 7th elder looked at Mu Nanjing, who was not interested and felt powerless. Young master, you should go back and don't keep people waiting for a long time. Mu Nanjing asked those who wanted to enter the spiritual vein, do you want me to go home? No. The monk said in unison. If she goes back, it means that she will have to wait for 3 days before entering the spiritual vein again. Everyone doesn't want to wait any longer. Mu Nanjing turned to the 7th elder and said, you see, they are all eager to give me fairy grass equipment materials. How can I refuse? Everyone. It was obviously you who forced them to accept it. But no one volunteered. Wait until today's matter is over before going back. The 7th elder conveyed Mu Nanjing's intention to Gongbo Jingfei. Gongbo Jingfei was almost angry to the point of vomiting blood, and turned to complain to Mu Jingling after she came back. I gave her a lot of herbs and equipment materials. Right. Why does she ask for other people's things like a poor ghost? It seems that our Gongbo family can't afford to support her. Mu Jingling suppressed a smile and said, you gave her herbs. But they were not fairy herbs. The equipment materials are not fairy level. So you can't blame her for being greedy for these things. Gongwu Jingfei looked helpless. Do you think I don't want to give her these things? But these fairy level items must be put into the family library, and cannot be used by anyone at will. Then you can't blame her for not coming back. Gongwu Jingfei sighed. Okay. I'll entertain the guests myself. After nightfall, Mu Nanjing slowly walked into the main hall of the family. Dad. Mom. I'm back. Why did you come back just now? Gongwu Jingfei glared at her and then smiled and introduced the monk sitting under his left hand. Xingqiu Immortal Venerable. She is my daughter Gongwu Nanjing. Nanan. He is the great elder of Daoji Pavilion. Xingqiu Immortal Venerable. Why don't you come to greet him? Mu Nanjing saw that Xingqiu Immortal Venerable looked superior, and perfunctorily bowed, meeting Immortal Venerable. Xingqiu Immortal Venerable is used to others being particularly happy and excited to see him, and even trying to please him in various ways. Mu Nanjing's cold look really made him unacceptable for a while. But the other party looked like a god, which made him unable to see through. He stood up suddenly, squinting his eyes, and staring at Mu Nanjing's face again and again. Then turned to Gongwu Jingfei and asked, I wonder if the master of the Gongwu family can show me your daughter's birth date and 8 characters? Gongwu Jingfei was delighted. He didn't expect Mu Nanjing to be in the eyes of the people in the Daoji Pavilion. But before he could answer, Mu Nanjing had already refused. I don't tell fortunes. Everyone. Xingqiu Immortal Venerable was furious. Others were begging him to tell fortunes. But she refused him without thinking, which was really infuriating. He sank his face and said, Young Master Gongwu, if you miss this opportunity, there will be no next time. Mu Nanjing replied to him, Xingqiu Immortal Venerable, you should know that some people's fate is not yours to tell. She didn't look down on the other party. Nor did she believe in the saying my fate is determined by me, not by God. But she had told fortunes before. But the people who told her fortunes killed themselves. Why say all? Because before she came back, 3 people had told her fortune. But they all died. She thought that the other party might have died because of her. But she had no evidence to prove her idea. It was not until she met the 4th fortune teller that she could not have her fate told, as it would backfire. Xingqiu Immortal Venerable. Chapter 216 It's a good thing. Gongwu Jingfei noticed that the atmosphere was getting more and more tense, and spoke to smooth things over. Nanan. Xingqiu Xianzuan is your elder. You must not be rude. Elder? Mu Nanjing's eyes flashed with confusion. Shouldn't Xingqiu Xianzuan be a senior? How did he become an elder? Mu Jingling smiled slightly. Xingqiu Xianzuan is your uncle. Uncle. Mu Nanjing flipped through the gossip news to check. It turns out that Xingqiu Xianzuan had been a Taoist partner with Gongwu Jingfei's sister Gongwu Jingran. But Gongwu Jingran was killed in an expedition to the secret realm, and Xingqiu Xianzuan rarely interacted with Gongwu's family. Hundreds of years later, he became a Taoist partner with other female cultivators, and came to Gongwu's family even less often. This time he came for the secret realm, and in order to avoid handing in the immortal grass equipment materials, he came to Gongwu's family to build relationships. Xingqiu Xianzuan, Mu Jingling, Gongwu Jingfei. The atmosphere became even more awkward. Xingqiu Xianzuan had already inquired about Gongwu's situation before coming to Gongwu's house, so he was not surprised to hear Mu Nanjing's thoughts. It was just too embarrassing to reveal his thoughts in front of so many people. He almost didn't have the face to sit here and wanted to leave. But if he left, it was hard to say whether he could enter the secret realm for free. Xingqiu Xianzuan took a deep breath. He endured it. It's good that Xingqiu Xianzuan came. Although Gongwu Jingfei also knows divination, his half-baked skills can be ignored directly. Gongwu Jingfei. You keep saying Gongwu Jingfei on the left and Gongwu Jingfei on the right. Do you really regard me as your father? It's different with Xingqiu Xianzuan here. After all, he is a member of Daoji Pavilion, and his divination skills are absolutely top-notch. With him here, Gongwu's family will have more security in entering the secret realm. Xingqiu Immortal Venerable immediately felt that his confidence had returned, and he raised his chin with great pride. Mu Jingling continued to introduce, yes, he is your uncle, and your aunt's Taoist partner. As for your aunt's affairs, I will tell you in detail later. Oh! Mu Nanjing saluted Xingqiu Immortal Venerable again. Meet uncle. Okay. Okay. Xingqiu Immortal Venerable put aside the previous unpleasantness and took out a 1-foot-wide wooden box. This is a gift from your uncle. Mu Nanjing took the box. Thank you, uncle. At this time, a mocking voice sounded outside the door. Oh. The stingy brother-in-law is willing to give gifts. It's strange. It's really strange. Xingqiu. The immortal venerable quickly frowned and snorted. I am not as rich as your Qian family. But that doesn't mean I am reluctant to give gifts. Then, a young handsome man of about 23 or 24 years old came in with a young woman. Looked at Mu Nanjing holding an old box. And sneered. The gift you gave is not a broken stone picked up on the roadside. Right? Nan. Return the box. And your second uncle will give you a better gift. Gongbo Jingfei frowned. Qian Jing. You must not be rude to your brother-in-law. Yes. Qian Jing was still quite afraid of Gongbo Jingfei's majesty. Xingqiu Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. Huh? Another uncle? So many uncles? Mu Jingling introduced to Mu Nanjing. Nan. Let me introduce you. These two are your second aunt and second uncle. Mu Nanjing bowed to them. Meet the second aunt. Meet the second uncle. Gong Bo Xixin smiled and stepped forward to hold Mu Nanjing's hand. Nan is indeed the eldest brother's child. It's as if she was cast from the same mold as the eldest brother. No one would believe if she said she wasn't the eldest brother's child. Mu Jingling smiled even more. She liked to hear people say that her child looked like Gongbo Jingfei. Gongbo Jingfei made a gesture of invitation. Sit down and talk. Qian Jing took out a ring and put it in Mu Nanjing's hand. This is a gift from my second uncle. It contains 10,000 high-grade spirit stones and 100 top-grade spirit stones. Enough for you to buy a lot of good things. After that, he sent a provocative look to Xingqiu Xianzuan. Wow! My second uncle is worthy of his surname Qian. He is really rich. The gift from my eldest uncle is not bad either. After all, he spent a lot of effort to make the compass. He knew that my second uncle would definitely use spirit stones to beat him. So he specially made a compass that can find treasures. It's a good thing. Xingqiu Xianzuan also gave Qian Jing a provocative look. My compass can find endless treasures. Qian Jing was furious. Second aunt also has a gift for Nan. Gongbo Xixin took out a box and put it in Mu Nanjing's hand. Then sat opposite Xingqiu Xianzuan with Qian Jing. Thank you. Second aunt. Thank you. Second uncle. Seeing that Qian Jing and the others were hostile to Xingqiu Xianzuan, Mu Nanjing immediately checked the gossip news. No wonder second aunt and second uncle were unfriendly to Xingqiu Xianzuan. They thought Xingqiu Xianzuan killed the eldest aunt. It was really not Xingqiu Xianzuan who killed the eldest aunt. Someone wanted to provoke the relationship between Gongbo's family and Xingqiu Xianzuan. So he killed the eldest aunt. Who is it? The people sitting there suddenly stood up and looked at Mu Nanjing. Mu Nanjing looked puzzled. Why are you all standing up and looking at me? And you look so fierce? Did I do something wrong just now? Mu Nanjing thought hard about what happened just now. She didn't say anything wrong. Nor did she do anything wrong. Gongbo Feijing and the others couldn't ask her the truth. So they had to sit back. Xingqiu Xianzuan sent a message to Gongbo Jingfei and the others. I said it wasn't me who killed Jingran. But you just didn't believe me. He felt particularly wronged. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been away from Gongbo's family for such a long time. Qian Jing replied to him. You couldn't tell and figure out who did it at the time. So of course we had reason to suspect you. Not to mention that you had a problem with your relationship with your eldest sister at the time. Is it wrong for us to suspect you? Xingqiu Xianzuan. Gongbo Xixin asked Gongbo Jingfei with a message. Brother, can Nanan's words be trusted? Gongbo Jingfei said she knows many people's secrets. So she can definitely be trusted. Gongbo Xixin. So they wrongly blamed Xingqiu Xianzuan. I asked your eldest sister-in-law to find a chance to find out what Nanan said. And she must find the murderer to avenge your eldest sister. Okay. Gongbo Xixin smiled at Gongbo Jingfei and the others. Brother. Sister-in-law. We came back this time to see Nanan and for the secret realm. Please help me. Brother and Nanan. Gongbo Jingfei raised his chin to Mu Nanjing. She is the one who decides this matter. Mu Nanjing said, you can come in at will. Thank Nanan then. By the way, brother, sister-in-law, this time I also brought people from the Baigu family. Baigu family? Gongbo Jingfei asked her. But the Baigu family has been hiding for tens of thousands of years? Gongbo Xixin nodded, yes. Gongbo Jingfei was surprised. How do you know them? On the way. They saved us. We will talk about this later. Now they are outside. Can they come in? Of course. Gongbo Jingfei ordered the servants to invite them in. A family of 100 poisons? That means... Mu Nanjing hadn't finished thinking about this when a familiar figure walked in from outside. Chapter 217 Familiar People. 5 people came in from outside. They were wearing red and white robes. Their long black hair was braided into countless small braids with red and white ribbons, which had a unique flavor. The young man walking in front was like a white flower growing in a black lake. His handsome face was so clear that people dared not touch it. Yo 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 yo. Isn't this my little Tianyuan? I didn't expect that we would meet so soon. I haven't seen him for a while. But my little Tianyuan is still so handsome. And he looks even better with this robe. Tianyuan heard the familiar voice, and the corners of his mouth twitched invisibly when he heard that the young master of Gongbu's family, Gongbu Nanjin, had returned to Gongbu's family. He immediately thought of Mu Nanjin. Moreover, his feeling told him that the young master of Gongbu was Mu Nanjin. Now he saw that it was true. Everyone. Who is little Tianyuan? They looked around at the 5 people who came in, and saw that everyone behind Tianyuan looked at Tianyuan. Tianyuan ignored everyone's gaze and saluted Gongbu Jingfei. I am the young master of the Baigu family, Black Qing Wang. I meet the head of the Gongbu family, Madame Gongbu, and the young master of Gongbu, Black Qing Wang. Nice. Black Qing Wang. For her. As long as the man is good looking, she will find it nice even if he is called a pile of shit. Then, he introduced the elders he brought to Gongbu Jingfei and the others. Gongbu Jingfei asked curiously, as far as I know, the Baigu family has been hiding for tens of thousands of years. Why did they show up here this time? Black Qing Wang said honestly, according to the master. The disciples who came out to train in the family reported that the golden immortal secret realm appeared in the spiritual vein of the Gongbu family. And my great-grandfather is already in the realm of transcending tribulation. In another 100 years, he will ascend to transcend tribulation. But he is not sure that he can succeed. So he hopes to obtain the best immortal artifact in the golden immortal secret realm to help him ascend smoothly. So he sent us here to inquire about the situation. The elder behind him quickly sent him a message. Young master, how can you tell others about our family's situation? What if they have bad intentions towards our family? He Qing Wang replied to him. Even if I don't tell you, young master Gongbu will know our situation clearly. It's better to tell you honestly to win the trust of the head of the Gongbu family. But the elder had just said 2 words when he heard Mu Nanjin's inner voice again. The He family is a family of goo refining. They are top-notch experts in using poison and driving goo insects. However, the He family has a weakness that it is difficult to ascend to heaven. Among 10 cultivators who cross the tribulation, 9.9 cultivators fail to ascend, and 0.1 cultivator is lucky enough to ascend because of merit in the previous life. No wonder Tianyuan's great-grandfather was so anxious. He knew that he had no hope of ascending and didn't want to die under the thunder tribulation. So he had to send people here. The He family. People who don't know would think that Mu Nanjin is from the He family. And she knows the He family so well. The great elder asked He Qing Wang by voice transmission. Young master, why does she know so much about our He family? Did you tell her? Of course not. In short, she knows a lot of things. And it's hard to lie in front of her. The great elder. Why doesn't Xiao Tianyuan look at me? Are you going to pretend that you don't know me? Gongbu Jingfei chuckled. So that's the case. You can go to the entrance of the secret realm with my sister and others tomorrow. He Qing Wang saluted. Thank you, Master Gongbu. Gongbu Jingfei waved his hand. You're welcome. Speaking of which, I also want to thank you for saving my sister and brother-in-law. Master Gongbu is too polite. It's so boring to see them thanking each other all the time. Can't they talk about some meaningful topics or do some meaningful things? Gongbu Jingfei is really something. Such a promising young man is right in front of you. Why don't you quickly play the matchmaker and match me with Master He? Are you waiting to marry me to the Bei family for the new year? Everyone. Gongbu Jingfei was speechless. Can you give him some face and stop calling him Gongbu Jingfei in front of so many outsiders? He doesn't feel like a father at all. And he doesn't have any fatherly authority. By the way, doesn't his daughter like Gu Ming? This matter was told to him by the 7th elder himself. How come she has fallen in love with someone else in the blink of an eye? He is so infatuated with a child. But his daughter is so fickle. Gongbu Jingbei coughed lightly. Young Master He, since you are here for the spiritual vein secret realm, you can ask my daughter if you encounter any problems. The spiritual vein secret realm is now under her control. Yes. He Qing Wang bowed to Mu Nanjin and said, Young Master Gongbu, I will trouble you during this period of time. Mu Nanjing nodded slightly. Yes. Her reaction made the eldest elder of the He family very unhappy. Young Master Gonghua. Is he trying to put on the young master's airs with us? The second elder of the He family was also dissatisfied. He obviously wanted to talk to our young master, but he pretended to ignore him, which is really annoying. He Qinhuang slightly frowned. Enough. Stop your speculation and dissatisfaction, and I will tell you about her in detail when we return to the room. The elders saw that he was angry and dared not say anything more. Mu Nanjing blinked at He Qinhuang. He should understand what I mean. Right? Black Locust. Isn't she just blinking her eyes? What else can it mean? Black Locust wanted to ask through voice transmission, but Gonghua Jingfei distracted him. Everyone stayed in the hall for half an hour before returning to their rooms. Black Locust called the elders to his room and told them about his meeting with Mu Nanjing some time ago. The elders of the Black family let go of what happened in the hall after learning about Mu Nanjing's true character. It's getting late. Let's go back to our rooms. Without waiting for the elders to respond, they heard a creaking sound from the window at the head of the bed. They looked at the window with a change of expression and saw a figure jumping in. The fact that the other party could sneak in before they found out meant that his cultivation was higher than theirs. The elders quickly took out their magic tools. At this time, the person turned around, and she was none other than Mu Nanjing, whom they had met in the hall. Mu Nanjing looked at the 10 eyes in silence. Didn't I hint that Xiao Tianyuan would come to see him tonight? Why is there someone else in the room? Elders. Black Locust was ashamed. She just blinked at him. Who knew what she meant? The elder said tactfully, Young master, we have something else to do, so we'll leave first. The second elder followed and said, Young master. Talk to young master Gonghua slowly. Black Locust. Several elders left the room and closed the door for them. Before leaving, the elder sent a message to Black Locust young master. If you can marry young master Gonghua, it will be a great thing for our family. Black Locust. Would he dare to marry someone who could see through all his private affairs? Chapter 218 Guess right. Mu Nanjing sat down and poured herself a glass of water. I didn't expect that we would meet so soon. Black Dragonfly sat next to her. What surprised me even more is that you are the young master of Gonghua's family. No wonder someone wants to kill you. You have to be careful. Maybe the person who wants to kill you is right next to you. This is not like the mortal world. The person who wants to kill her will not be just him, as a cultivator in the mortal world. There may be hundreds or thousands of people, and each of them is powerful. It is not certain that they can even form a team to deal with her. Mu Nanjing narrowed his eyes. Maybe the person who wants to kill me is not from Gonghua's family. And maybe the person who wants to kill me is not because I am the young master of Gonghua's family. Do you know who wants to kill you? Mu Nanjing shook his head. I don't know yet. Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the secret realm. He Qinhuang said seriously. What's wrong with the secret realm? What's the problem? Mu Nanjing used voice transmission to tell him, as far as I know. Although it is a golden immortal secret realm, anyone can go in to search for treasures. Even those who have just started to cultivate immortals can go in. Recently, more and more cultivators have gathered 100 miles away from the spiritual vein. Once someone cracks the way to enter the secret realm, a trip to the secret realm is essential. Although she didn't want to go in. What if the system asked her to go? Therefore, she learned about the situation in the secret realm in advance, and made all preparations in advance. He Qinhuang didn't think there was any problem. There are many secret realms in the cultivation world that do not restrict the realm of cultivators. This is nothing special. However, people with low cultivation levels generally cannot get out alive. Unless they are protected by people with high cultivation levels. They will be buried in the secret realm. I mean that anyone can walk around in the golden immortal secret realm at will, and will not be easily wiped out by the monsters or rules of the secret realm. Black Dragonfly Locust was surprised and puzzled. Why do you know so much? Have you been in it? What do you think? The golden immortal secret realm was only discovered a month ago, and it takes more than a month to get out after entering it. Moreover, with Mu Nanjing's personality, if she had entered the secret realm, she would have searched all the treasures in the secret realm long ago, and her voice would have betrayed her entry into the secret realm. Now no one has spread the news that she has entered the secret realm, which means that she has not been in it. But how does she know about the secret realm? Black Dragonfly Locust thought that she knew the secrets of many people. So it was not surprising that she knew about the secret realm, since even people with low cultivation can go around in it. Does that mean that the secret realm is empty? Mu Nanjing shook his head. No one else has entered this secret realm. And there are many rare treasures in it. The reason I am curious is why everyone can go in and search for treasures. I told you this to remind you. Don't be careless after entering the secret realm thinking it's safe. Maybe the safer, the more dangerous it is. Black Dragonfly Locust bowed to her. Thank you for telling me. You're welcome. Just treat it as what you told me when you left. Mu Nanjing stood up. It's getting late. I'm going back. If I stay any longer, maybe it will be rumored that I'm having an affair with Tian Yuan. It's possible that it will be rumored that I'm cheating on two people at the same time. Oh, it's not easy to be a human being. Actually, it's good to be misunderstood by others. No one will compete with me for handsome men. Hee hee. Black Dragonfly Locust. He was really curious about how she could maintain her inconsistency and not let herself break the spell. Mu Nanjing left the method to enter the secret realm and left. The next morning, she led the people of the He family and Xingqiu Xinzuan into the spiritual vein and came to the entrance of the secret realm. At this time, there were a lot of people outside the entrance of the secret realm, and everyone was studying how to enter the secret realm. Mu Nanjing said to Gonghua Cixin and others, "This is outside the entrance of the secret realm. Please feel free to do as you please." She took out a rocking chair and sat in the corner to watch the cultivators discuss and investigate. But no one could find a way to break into the secret realm. A large group of cultivators can't beat a Zhuge Liang. Everyone looked at each other and asked each other with voice transmission. Who is Zhuge Liang? Is there anyone named Zhuge Liang here? There are people with the surname Zhuge, but no one named Zhuge Liang. Why did young Master Gonghua mention Zhuge Liang? Could it be that this Zhuge Liang already knows how to enter the secret realm? From what young Master Gonghua said, this should be what he meant. Now back to the original question. Who is Zhuge Liang? If we find him, we don't have to rack our brains to find a way to enter the secret realm. I think your ideas have been misled by Zhuge Liang's name. What does it mean? Think about it. If the young master of Gonghua knows that Zhuge Liang already knows the way to enter the secret realm, what does that mean? It means that she also knows the method and knows that Zhuge Liang's method is right. So we don't need to find Zhuge Liang. Just keep an eye on the people of Gonghua's family. This makes sense. In a flash, everyone turned their attention to the Gonghua clan members, who were looking for a way to break the formation. The Gonghua clan members. It was a blind cat that caught a dead mouse. The Gonghua clan was so tired. They really wanted to spend a lot of money to ask how to shut up their young master's voice. If this continues, the Gonghua clan will have no privacy. Fortunately, their family has no privacy. And other families and sects have no privacy either. The great elder of the genie sect, who is on good terms with the Gonghua clan, came to the third elder of the Gonghua clan with a smile. Diligent Dao Xuanjuan. I am not an outsider. Right? Diligent Dao Xuanjuan is the title of the third elder. The third elder knew his intention. And since the two families were on good terms, he did not beat around the bush with him. Feng Shengjun wanted to ask me if I knew how to enter the secret realm. Right? Yes. Just tell me honestly whether your Gonghua clan knew how to enter the secret realm. I know. But I don't know. The great elder of Genie sect looked depressed. So do you know it or not? Everyone will know the method sooner or later. So the third elder did not hide it from him. We heard about the method to enter the secret realm. But we tried thousands of times and still couldn't enter the secret realm. So we don't know whether this method is true or false. It's not that we don't tell you, but we are afraid that if we tell you, you will not only not believe it, but also think we are playing tricks on you. The great elder of Genie sect can understand his idea. Then tell me quickly. What is the method? Let's try it together, and maybe we can get in. The third elder told him the method. At this time, there was an abnormal movement at the entrance of the secret realm. Someone shouted excitedly, "There is movement in the secret realm." Everyone looked over quickly and saw a picture flashing at the entrance. But it disappeared before they could see it clearly. Then, someone was sucked into the secret realm. Someone was sucked into the secret realm. Who is it? It is a young man in a red and white robe. Mu Nanjing heard this and sat up. The elder of the He family hurried over and said, "Young Master Gonghua, our young master has been sucked into the secret realm." Chapter 219, Really Generous. Oh! Mu Nanjing was not surprised. He was right to do it my way. The elder of the He family paused, and then asked anxiously, "Young Master Gonghua, will our young master be in danger if he goes in alone?" This, Mu Nanjing pointed to Xingqiu Immortal Venerable. You can ask him for a fortune. Everyone, The elder of the He family frowned. Young Master Gongbwa. I am serious. Not joking. Mu Nanjing asked him indifferently. You are not joking if you ask someone outside the secret realm whether he knows whether the people in the secret realm will be in danger? I am not a prophet. How can I know what is happening in the secret realm? The elder of the He family calmed down after hearing her voice. He raised his hand and said, Young Master Gongbwa. I'm sorry. I was too concerned. Mu Nanjing lay back on the chair without caring. If you really care, I'll ask my uncle to tell you a fortune. The black locust is very important to the He family, the elder said. Then I'll trouble you. Young Master Gongbwa. Mu Nanjing turned to look at Xingqiu Immortal Venerable. Uncle, please tell me a fortune. Oh, okay. Xingqiu Immortal Venerable was depressed after agreeing. He only tells fortunes for people he likes. How could he listen to her so easily? The elder of the He family bowed to Xingqiu Immortal Venerable. Then I'll trouble you. Xingqiu Immortal Venerable. Since he agreed, he couldn't go back on his word. Not to mention that there were so many people watching. Xingqiu Immortal Venerable had no choice but to sit on the ground and take out his magic weapon hexagram card. After asking the He family's elder about He Qinghuang's birth date through voice transmission, he paid attention to the spiritual power of the hexagram card. The hexagram board flew into the air, and then one board split into 8 pieces, rotating rapidly around him. And sometimes the board flashed golden light. About half a quarter of an hour later, the hexagram board stopped. The elder of the He family hurriedly asked, Xingqiu Immortal Venerable, have you figured it out? Xingqiu Immortal Venerable wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a sigh. I only calculated that your young master will be fine in a short time. And I can't calculate more. How short is a short time? He will be fine in 3 days. Xingqiu Immortal Venerable comforted the elder of the He family. I saw your young master's face last night, and he doesn't look like a short-lived person. You can rest assured for the time being. The elder of the He family nodded. Suddenly, a small thing flew in front of Xingqiu Immortal Venerable. He blocked it with his hands and feet in a panic. And then it fell to the ground with a clattering sound. Everyone looked down and saw that it was a ring inlaid with a green gem. The more Xingqiu Immortal Venerable looked at the ring, the more familiar it looked. Mu Nanjing said, Uncle, that's the money for divination. As a cultivator, she knew that divination required a lot of spiritual power. And the closer to the secrets of heaven, the more it consumed. And it would also reduce lifespan and backlash. So she would not let Xingqiu Xianzuan make this divination for nothing. Xingqiu Xianzuan finally knew why the ring looked familiar. Because it was the space ring that Qianjing gave to Mu Nanjing, which contained 10,000 high-grade spirit stones and 100 top-grade spirit stones. The elder of the He family picked up the ring and handed it back to Mu Nanjing. Young Master Gongbwa. Thank you. But the money for our young master's divination will be paid by ourselves. Mu Nanjing looked at Xingqiu Xianzuan and said, but he only wants my divination money. Not for anything else. Just because the ring was given by Qianjing. Yes, I only accept her money. Xingqiu Immortal Venerable took the ring back and gave Qianjing a smug look, as if to say, no matter how much money you give, it will be useless. In the end, it will become my money. Qianjing was angry, snorted coldly, turned his head, and stopped looking at him. At this time, the cultivators around rushed up and surrounded the elder of the He family. Dao Yu, since your young master can enter the secret realm, you should also know the way to the secret realm. Can you tell us? We are willing to spend a lot of money to buy your method. The other elders of the He family were also surrounded, and they looked at the crowded crowd in front of them with a confused look. The elder of the He family was about to be squeezed into a meat pie by them. I am sorry, fellow Taoists. My young master did not tell us how to enter the secret realm. If we knew the method, we would have entered the secret realm to find the young master long ago. The elder of the genie faction looked at the third elder of the Gongbwa family. Is your young master's arm bent outward? Why did he tell others the way to enter the secret realm, but not you? The third elder's mouth twitched. Our young master has a strange personality, and we can't guess what she thinks. Everyone can listen to her inner voice. But you still don't know her thoughts? The third elder asked him back. You have been listening to her inner voice for more than a month. So can you guess her thoughts? The great elder of Genie's sect. I really can't guess and see through her. When you think she is easy to understand, she does something unexpected to make you confused. Especially her inner voice can confuse everyone's perception of her. He patted the third elder on the shoulder. It must be difficult to be an elder of Gongbwa's family. Third elder. In fact, before Mu Nanjing came back. He felt that being an elder was easy. In most cases, the head of the family would absorb their opinions and follow their arrangements. But after Mu Nanjing came back, he felt that the young master was like water in their hands, which would slip through their fingers at any time, and they could not catch her at all. In this way, they would feel tired because they had to make various changes in accordance with her steps. However, she would always bring them many surprises, some of which were angry, some were surprised, and some were caught off guard. In short, he felt that Gongwa's family was slowly changing little by little. If she really became the head of the family, Gongwa's family would probably change drastically. Somehow, he actually had a little expectation in his heart. Maybe he had stayed in the unchanging Gongwa's family for too long, and he felt bored in his heart. So he had expectations for her. Hey, why is the third elder staring at me? Is he planning to do something bad to me again? Let me see. When the third elder heard the words "let me see," he suddenly came to his senses and shouted, "Don't." Of course, he couldn't say anything after the word "don't" because he was silenced again. He held his forehead and said, "Don't reveal his affairs in front of so many people." Hey, he's actually planning to take my fairy grass equipment materials. Really? If you want it, just say it. I'm not going to refuse to give it to you. Since you have been working diligently for me during this period of time, I will reward you with what you want when you leave the spirit vein. I want you to know how generous your young master is. Huh? The third elder was stunned and put down his hand in surprise. I didn't reveal his affairs. After leaving the spiritual vein, a disciple from the family came to him with a bunch of immortal herbs. Third elder, this is a reward from the young master. The third elder looked at the things he wanted and thought to himself, it was really generous. Chapter 220 Get Lost. The cultivators learned that someone had entered the secret realm, and the Gongwa family knew how to enter the secret realm. So they couldn't sit still. They tried every way to establish a relationship with the Gongwa family, or to give gifts to the Gongwa family. But they couldn't pry open the mouths of the Gongwa family. If the Gongwa family had leaked the news in the past. But now Mu Nanjing is in charge. She can know everyone's every move. So the Gongwa family can only hold it in without Mu Nanjing's consent. Mu Nanjing just returned to the Gongwa family some time ago to recognize her ancestors. And the families and sects that are friendly with the Gongwa family are not familiar with her. In addition, she always has a cold face and knows everyone's privacy and thoughts clearly. So it is difficult for cultivators to start with her. Moreover, Mu Nanjing doesn't know what she is busy with recently. Whenever she is free, she hides in the tent, and it is difficult for everyone to see her. Gu Ming is also often busy in and out. Every time she leaves the spiritual vein barrier, she stays for a whole day, comes back at dark, and goes out again at dawn. Just when everyone was anxious to see Mu Nanjing, hundreds of spaceships appeared in the sky 100 miles away, like dark clouds rolling in, densely covering most of the sky. The upright cultivators saw this, and their faces changed drastically. It's the spaceships of the Heavenly Demon sect, as well as the Yin Bone sect, the Hate Blood Residence, the Nether Life Valley, the Misty sect, the spaceships of the Silver Demon Palace. The families and sects they read were all the top sects of demon cultivators, devil cultivators, and ghost cultivators. I thought the Heavenly Demon sect had given up the opportunity to enter the secret realm, but I didn't expect it to come again. This time it should be their sect leader who led the disciples to come together. I was wondering why there were so few demon cultivators, devil cultivators, and ghost cultivators before, and I thought they were not interested in the secret realm. But it turned out that they came here to gather together. TSK. It's a big show. But we are not afraid of them. They probably gathered so many people to intimidate Gongwa's family and oppress Gongwa's family. The families and sects that are friendly with Gongwa's family quickly sent a message to Gongwa's family and Gongwa's family mining in the spirit vein, informing them that all the demons, ghosts and monsters from the cultivation world have come. Young master, it's not good. The seventh elder who received the news hurried to the outside of Mu Nanjing's tent and said, Young master, all the demons, ghosts and monsters from the cultivation world have come. They should not only be targeting the secret realm, but also our spirit veins. And they may even take the opportunity to eliminate our Gongwa family. Of course, our Gongwa family is the largest family in the western continent after all. It is simply a pipe dream to want to eliminate us. But it is relatively simple to deal with those of us who are alone. We must be well guarded and wait for the head of the family to bring people over. Oh! Mu Nanjin's indifferent response came from the tent. And then she walked out of the tent slowly. The seventh elder saw that there was no anxiety on her face. And he felt helpless. Young master. You won't be anxious or afraid? Don't you have any other expression except a cold face? No. Mu Nanjin replied coldly. She practiced the ruthless way, which cannot show emotions. And the higher the realm, the more difficult it is to show other emotions. Moreover, she has been cold-faced for thousands of years. And now she is used to it, and it is difficult to change. The seventh elder was embarrassed and stopped arguing about her affairs. He changed the topic and asked her, Do you have a solution? Should we close the barrier to prevent anyone from coming in? Mu Nanjin said, You can call the tribesmen outside the barrier back to the barrier. Yes. The seventh elder sent a message to the tribesmen outside the barrier. Mu Nanjin called Jia Yin and the others to come with her to the gate of the barrier. After half an incense stick, the ships of the demon cultivators, devil cultivators, and ghost cultivators arrived outside the barrier. Their spaceships were either carved with evil creatures, or were mainly dark colors to indicate that they were not decent people. A voice came from one of the ships, Young Master Gonghua and the elders. Come out. Is the other party blind? I am such a big man sitting here, and still calling me out. Suddenly, the atmosphere was silent for a moment. Someone asked, Are you Young Master Gonghua? Mu Nanjin replied indifferently, Yes. Do you know who we are? Yes. Then do you know why we are here? Yes. The demon cultivators, devil cultivators, and ghost cultivators. The person asking the question angrily said, You only know What else can you do besides There was no respect for them at all. Mu Nanjin replied, Get lost. The people of Gonghua's family. The crowd was furious. You ignorant girl. You don't know how powerful we are until we teach you a lesson. The person who said this threw the immortal fighting stick. Jia Yin said to Mu Nanjin, I'll go meet him. No need. Just stand in a circle. Jia Yin and Haiten stood in a circle in confusion. At the moment when the immortal fighting stick came, a defensive barrier shot out from their bodies and bounced the immortal fighting stick back. Haiten and the others looked down at their robes in surprise. This was made by Mu Nanjin. If it didn't emit golden light, you wouldn't know there were runes on it. In addition, everyone's runes can be linked together to form a formation. And the type of formation can be changed as everyone changes positions. The immortal beating stick continued to poke their barrier, and cracks soon appeared in the formation. However, as long as Jia Yin and the others exchanged positions, the formation would return to its original state and change from a defensive barrier to a defensive and offensive barrier. And as long as Jia Yin and the others injected spiritual power into the rope, the strength of their formation would double. The more spiritual power they injected, the stronger the power would be. The immortal beating stick was defeated after a short confrontation with the formation. The people on the boat said, As expected of the young master of the Gonghua family, you have so many people protecting you. But as long as we join forces, you can't stop us. If the sect masters don't take action now, when will they? Someone mocked, It's just a yellow-haired girl. How can we take action? Just send our people to take down the young master of Gonghua. If you want to send people, act quickly. Otherwise, when Gonghua Jingfei brings people, you won't have a chance to take action. The sect masters of the demon cultivators, ghost cultivators, and devil cultivators immediately took it seriously. They all walked to the bow to signal the most powerful cultivators on their boat to capture Mu Nanjin alive. At this moment, hundreds of large spaceships shook violently, and the hulls seemed to fall down. The demon cultivators, ghost cultivators, and devil cultivators quickly stood up. What's going on? I don't know. Everyone, look at the sky. The demon cultivators, ghost cultivators, and devil cultivators looked up at the sky and saw that they were shrouded in a giant cage. What is this? Is it a formation? The formation will not float in the sky. It doesn't look like a formation. It should be something like a magic weapon that covers us. Magic weapon? Where is the magic weapon? Everyone, stop talking nonsense. Break the giant cage and get out quickly, so as not to have more dreams at night. Everyone attacked the giant cage together. Various spells flew towards the giant cage barrier, and some people used magic weapons to attack it. However, the more they attacked the giant cage, the smaller it shrank. Someone shouted anxiously, Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Chapter 221 Believe Your Lies. Some demon cultivators, ghost cultivators, and devil cultivators stopped fighting after hearing the shouts, while others were so excited that they did not hear anyone shouting and attacked the giant cage with stronger spells. The person who shouted to stop fighting saw that half of the people had not stopped attacking, and shouted in a voice transmission that everyone could hear, "Stop fighting! Stop fighting!" All the demon cultivators, ghost cultivators, and devil cultivators finally stopped fighting after hearing the voices, and asked unhappily, "Why stop fighting? Are we going to be trapped here?" The person who shouted to stop fighting pointed to the edge of the giant cage. "Look, the more we attack the giant cage, the smaller it gets. Some of the hulls of the spacecraft have been swallowed by it." Everyone looked in the direction he pointed, and there was indeed a small part of the hull of a spacecraft that was swallowed. The people on the swallowed spacecraft retreated in fear. In order not to be sucked in, they hurriedly flew to the air or to other people's ships. Can this giant cage swallow things? Everyone finally panicked. If I had known you would come, I would have prepared a gift for you. Enjoy it. Hee hee. Demon cultivators, ghost cultivators, and demon cultivators. They decided to gather together at the last minute. How did young Master Gongbwa know they were coming? The leaders of each sect quickly discussed the giant cage using voice transmission, and then said to everyone using voice transmission, "The giant cage is floating, which means it is not a formation. Everyone, look around to see if there are any magic weapons. If you see a strange magic weapon, knock it down immediately." Yes. Demon cultivators, ghost cultivators, and demon cultivators quickly got off the boat to search. There were many of them, and they quickly found the spherical magic weapon hidden under the boat. It was about 1 foot wide, and there were many runes on the surface that they could not understand. One of the demon cultivators pointed at the magic weapon and said, "It's it. It must be it. Let's destroy it together." Before he finished speaking, the surface of the sphere disappeared, revealing the densely packed small round holes inside, followed by thousands of strikes of light emitted from the small round holes, like a machine gun, firing one after another, with extremely fast speed and extremely powerful power. The demon cultivators, ghost cultivators, and magic cultivators who were caught off guard were instantly shot down, even if someone opened their own defensive barrier and took out defensive magic weapons. The barrier and magic treasures were also riddled with holes. Gongbo Nanjing, your mother, a demon cultivator who was beaten very badly, roared. Mu Nanjing narrowed his eyes slightly. A small ball as big as a booger shot out from one of the small holes in the sphere, and then chased the person who scolded her. "Master, help me." The demon cultivator ran to the front of the master of the heavenly demon sect. The master of the heavenly demon sect had a gloomy expression and raised his hand to hit the small ball. Boom! The small ball exploded, and the people around were injured by the powerful force, and then fell to the ground. Other sect leaders sent elders to destroy the magic weapon together. At the same time when the magic weapon was destroyed, Gongbwa Jingfei arrived with his men. Why did Gongbwa Jingfei come so quickly? I haven't had enough fun yet. Everyone, seeing Gongbwa Jingfei coming, the sect leaders flew to him together. The leader of the Tianma sect said, "Master Gongbwa, today all the sects of our demon cultivators, ghost cultivators, and monster cultivators are here. Even if your Gongbwa family has more tribulation cultivators, it is difficult to fight us. Even if you attack together with the family sects of the Alliance, we are not afraid of you." He glanced at the cultivators around Gongbwa Jingfei. Don't Gongbwa's family have 10 tribulation cultivators? Why are there only 4? The other 6 are not dead. Gongbwa Jingfei said coldly, "There are more than 10 tribulation crossing cultivators in Gongbwa's family. If we really fight, you won't get any advantage." More than 10? The demon cultivators, ghost cultivators, and devil cultivators paused. They hadn't heard of anyone in Gongbwa's family becoming a tribulation crossing cultivator recently. If there were really other tribulation crossing cultivators, Gongbwa's family would be worthy of being the largest family, and tribulation crossing cultivators would be running all over the place. The leader of the heavenly demon sect said loudly, "Don't listen to him. He's just scaring us." The demon cultivators, ghost cultivators, and devil cultivators were relieved. Gongbwa Jingfei curled his lips. "Are you sure I'm scaring you?" At this time, Gu Ming slowly flew to Gongbwa Jing's side. The sect leaders saw that he was awe-inspiring and knew that he was also a tribulation crossing cultivator. The leader of the Yin Bone sect sent a message to the other leaders. "Who is this person? Have you seen him?" "No. Maybe the Gongbwa family really has a backup plan and has not announced all the cultivators in the tribulation period, so as to catch us off guard. The people of the Gongbwa family are really scheming. Look at Gongbwa Jingfei's calm face. Maybe there are other cultivators who have crossed the tribulation period, but they just haven't shown up. With so many cultivators who have crossed the tribulation period, should we still fight for the spiritual vein? Everyone was undecided for a while. Fight. Fight quickly. I still have a big move to use. As long as you make a move, I will let you taste the kneeling immortal formation. This is an immortal formation, which can lock you in the formation forever. Everyone, why don't you make a move? Are these sects not just making a lot of noise, but doing little? Oh, what a pity. The formation I worked so hard to set up for so many days can't be used. What a waste of my efforts. The leader of Hangshuja laughed, haha. Master Gongbwa, we were just joking. Don't take it seriously. Everyone. The leader of Tiananmen was angry and used voice transmission to curse Hen Yuan. You are a coward. But a few words from a junior scared you to death. Aren't you ashamed? If the news gets out, you can wait to be bullied by others in Hangshuju. The leader of Hangshuju sneered, it's not that I'm cowardly. I just checked with my spiritual sense, and there is indeed a large-scale formation arranged around that I have never seen before. If you don't believe it, go and see it for yourself. The leader of Yuminga said, could it be used to deceive us? I am sure that the formation can be activated, and there are many top-level runes drawn in the formation. If the formation is really activated, none of us can escape, unless we leave now. But we have so many people. We can leave, but the people in the sect can't. We can't just abandon them. The sect masters. The sect master of the Silver Demon Hall also saw the formation, and said to Gongbwa Jingfei and the others with a smile, yes, we are joking. We saw that the head of the Gongbwa family did not allow us to enter and exit the spirit vein freely, and did not tell us how to enter the secret realm. So we thought of scaring you. The people of the Gongbwa family. TSK. Believe your lies. They saw that the sect masters were scared by their young master's formation. It's really funny. The sect masters said they wanted to scare them, but in the end, they were scared by their young master. Mu Nanjing heard this and said, don't worry. Sect masters. In half a month, I will announce the method to enter the secret realm. Everyone should be prepared. Someone asked stupidly, prepare for what? This person is also not a smart person. Of course, he is preparing elixirs and magic weapons to save his life. But since he asked this, I can't win his good intentions. The demon cultivators, devil cultivators, and ghost cultivators almost swallowed the man alive. Mu Nanjing said, prepare the cost of entering the secret realm. I will only charge the best spirit stones this time. Everyone. Chapter 222, some are happy, others are sad. Gongbwa City became extremely lively because of Mu Nanjing's words, and it was almost crowded. The major herbal medicine shops, material shops, magic weapon and robe shops in the city were all swept away. The shopkeepers of the major shops hurriedly brought in new items and took the opportunity to raise prices, but they could not stop everyone's enthusiasm. The Gongbwa family also specially held dozens of large-scale auctions at the same time, and the venue was in the spiritual field outside the city, so that so many cultivators could be accommodated. The main purpose of the auction was to sell all the magic tools and equipment that everyone didn't need, and then buy what they needed with spiritual stones. So the cultivators participated enthusiastically. This was the busiest time in Gongbwa City in 10,000 years, and both the merchants in the city and the Gongbwa family made a lot of money. That month, the monthly allowance given to the clan members by the Gongbwa family was twice as much as usual, which was all brought by their young master. On the 10th day, this wave of enthusiasm gradually dissipated. Then, Mu Nanjing released another piece of heavy news. That is, cultivators with low cultivation can also enter the golden immortal secret realm. As soon as this was said, cultivators below the spiritualization stage also came, and the cultivators who had left before also returned to Gongbwa City. Gongbwa City became lively again, and business was more prosperous than before. The cultivators sold out the goods that had been accumulated by Gongbwa family for thousands of years, which made the people of Gongbwa family very happy. Of course, when some people are happy, others are worried. The elder saw that everyone in the clan had changed their views on Mu Nanjing, and more people supported her. He felt annoyed and unhappy. Even the third elder, the fifth elder, and the seventh elder, who had always stood on his side, also favored Mu Nanjing, which made him even more angry. He was so angry that he called the three elders together and questioned them. You agreed to stand on my side and support Xiaoyu. But Gongbo Nanjing has only been back for a short time. And you two are all on her side. What kind of magic potion did she give you to make you change your mind about her so much? The three elders remained silent. The eldest elder became even angrier when he saw that they did not refute him. Speak to me. Don't use silence to perfunctory me. The third elder sighed. Elder. It's not that I don't want to continue to stand on Xiaoyu's side, but the young master is much better than Xiaoyu. The fifth elder nodded in agreement. If the young master is just a little better than Xiaoyu, we will all support Xiaoyu. But the difference between the two of them is too big. The eldest elder was not convinced, apart from the fact that the young master has a higher cultivation level than my Xiaoyu. What has my Xiaoyu done wrong? He cares about the tribe members, helps the tribe members, and puts the tribe members first in everything. Isn't such a person the most suitable to be the head of the family? Didn't you think so before? Yes. We thought he was suitable before. The third elder was too ashamed to face the first elder, and said with his head turned away, but after comparing him with the young master, he is not suitable at all. The first elder was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. What do you say is not suitable for him? How can someone like the young master, who loves to stir up trouble, be suitable to be the head of the family? If she becomes the head of the family, the Gongbua family will be destroyed sooner or later. She is quite good at stirring up trouble, but most of the troubles are caused without her knowledge. And she can stir up trouble and settle it herself, without the need for our Gongbua family to take action at all. The elder retorted angrily. If the Gongbua family takes action, it will be a big deal. The third elder knew that he was angry and would not accept anything he said, so he simply kept silent to avoid a quarrel between the two. The fifth elder said in a gentle voice, Elder, after this period of time, I found that it is not enough to care about the clan members. Help the clan members, and put the clan members first in everything to become the head of the family. Other conditions are required. What other conditions are required? Tell me. My Xiaoyu will definitely do it. The fifth elder, this. What? You can't say it? I think you are biased towards them, because you have received benefits from the young master. I have given you many benefits in the past, and you turned your face so quickly, which really makes me feel disappointed. The fifth elder frowned. Elder, is your words too harsh? The elder asked angrily. Am I wrong? It's not that I can't say it. I'm just afraid. Speaking out not only hurts the harmony, but also hurts Xiaoyu's self-esteem. My Xiaoyu is very strong, and will not be hit by a few words. The seventh elder, who had been silent, said, Grand Elder, do you really want to know where Xiaoyu is not as good as the young master? Of course I want to know. I think that except for the cultivation level of my Xiaoyu, the young master can't compare with him in other aspects. In this case, let Xiaoyu entertain the leaders of the demon cultivators, monster cultivators, and ghost cultivators. If he does better than the young master, we will support Xiaoyu again and never change. We will not give up until Xiaoyu becomes the head of the family. What do you think? The third and fifth elders agreed. Just do as the seventh elder said. The elder's face paused. Really? I will never break my promise. The seventh elder also raised 3 fingers and made a heavenly oath. If I don't keep my promise, I will be struck by lightning and my soul will be destroyed. The elder didn't expect the seventh elder to be so serious. His anger did not subside, but became even stronger. I didn't expect you to go this far to support the young master. The seventh elder put down his hand and said, Elder, I am not doing this to support the young master, but for the future of our Gongbua family. The third and fifth elders said in unison, Yes, we are doing this for the future of Gongbua family. The elders felt a little better. I will call Xiaoyu over now. Gongboya heard the call from the elder and immediately flew to the elder hall. Junior greets all the elders. I wonder what the elders are calling me for. The elder saw his grandson and his expression eased a lot. He called him in front of him and said, Xiaoyu, there is an important task for you to do today. If you do it well, there will be a big reward. Gongboya said humbly, if this task is for the family, I don't need any reward. The elder patted his shoulder and laughed. Ha. Good. You are worthy of being my good grandson. In the past, the third elders would also praise Gongboya, but this time, they couldn't be happy at all. Moreover, they felt that what Gongboya said was just a routine, saying something flattering to make people happy, and it was not what he really wanted to do. The great elder glanced at the three silent elders and said to Gongboya, "Shall you? You also know that all the major sects of demon cultivators, ghost cultivators, and monster cultivators are here. And their sect leaders are here too. So I think it should be okay for you to entertain them. Right?" Chapter 223. They are going to kill people. Entertain them? Gongboya felt nervous. Entertain all the demon cultivators, ghost cultivators, and monster cultivators? No. You only need to entertain the sect leaders of the demon cultivators, monster cultivators, and ghost cultivators. Gongboya. Those people are all big demons. When he went to them, he probably didn't entertain them yet, but was destroyed just by reporting his family. The elder saw that he didn't say anything, pressed his shoulder hard, and looked at him straight in the eyes. "You can do it, right?" Gongboya felt pain and nodded subconsciously. The elder laughed again. "I know you can do it. You go to the spirit vein now, and the elders will take you to meet the sect leaders." Gongboya quickly sent him a message. "Grandfather, I am only a cultivator in the refining void stage. How can I deal with cultivators above the Mahayana stage? If they were decent cultivators, it would be fine. But they are all evil sects that have done all kinds of bad things. If I go, they will think that our Gongba family looks down on them and only finds a junior to deal with them. This is no different from sending them to their deaths." The elder is very disappointed. "If you can't even do this little thing, how can you take over the Gongba family in the future? You can't keep avoiding these responsibilities after becoming the head of the family. The seventh elder and the others have just said that as long as you do this one thing well, they will always support you as the head of the family." Gongboya. He suddenly didn't want to be the head of the family. The elder didn't say much to him. Turned to the seventh elder and the others and said, "I'll trouble you to take Xiaoyu with you." The seventh elder asked, "Will the elder come and see?" The elder asked him back, "Is it okay? Don't you think that my following you will violate the agreement with you?" "No." The seventh elder looked indifferent. This was exactly what the great elder wanted. "Okay. I'll go with you to take a look." They came to the outside of the spiritual vein barrier. The leaders of the demon, monster and ghost cultivation set up a luxurious tent outside the barrier. First, it was convenient for them to gather together. Second, to monitor the every move of the Gongba family. And third, the third was the most important. That is, to take the front position and line up. When the time comes, they can line up at the front to enter the secret realm. The great elder and his friends came to the gate of the barrier, and the seventh elder raised his chin at the big tent. The leaders are inside. "Xiaoyu, you greet them." Gongboya swallowed his saliva. The great elder sent him a message. "Don't be afraid, Xiaoyu. You will be fine with me here. If they dare to move, I will immediately come forward to save you." Gongboya. It's not that he doesn't believe in his grandfather. It's just that his grandfather's cultivation is not as high as those sect masters. How could he save him in the first place? The seventh elders didn't urge Gongboya, but they were disappointed with him little by little because of his hesitation. The great elder saw that his grandson didn't move, and said angrily, "What are you still standing here for? Do you want me to send you over?" Gongboya shrank his head. The great elder shouted again, "Don't show fear. Otherwise the seventh elders will not believe you even more." Gongboya quickly stood up and walked towards the tent. The demon cultivator guarding outside the tent glanced at him, and then looked away when he saw that he was wearing the robes of the Gongba family. Seeing that they didn't take action, Gongboya secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and stood at the door of the tent and bowed. "Junior Gongboya greets all the seniors. Junior is here to entertain all the seniors on the orders of the elders." Then, a puzzled voice came from inside. "Gongboya? Is he from the Gongba family? I haven't heard of this name. I haven't heard of him. He should be just an ordinary junior of the Gongba family. The Gongba family looks down on us too much. They even sent someone to greet us casually. Do they think we are cats and dogs on the street? It's good enough to send someone to entertain us. It's better than the young master Gongba seeing us without even saying hello and just constantly exposing our inside story. Oh, I won't say it anymore. I won't say it anymore. When I mention this matter, my whole body hurts, as if I was beaten up. You're right. As long as the young master Gongba doesn't make us angry, we think it's the best hospitality." The leader of the Tianma sect said, "Go back and tell the elders of the Gongba family that they don't need to entertain us." Gongboya secretly breathed a sigh of relief, returned to the elders and said to them, "They said they don't need our hospitality. The 7 elders didn't say anything. The elder knew that if Gong Boy didn't entertain the sect leader and others well today, he would not support Gong Boy in the future. He snorted coldly, "You figure it out yourself." Gong Boy was particularly troubled. The sect leaders had already said that they didn't want him to entertain them. If he went again, he might really anger them. However, he couldn't refute the great elder in front of the 7th elder and others. Gong Boy turned and left. The 5th elder sighed and shook his head. In the past, he thought it was a good thing that Gong Boy listened to the great elder in them. But now he thought it was a sign of weakness. If he didn't even dare to resist this little thing, how could he take charge of the overall situation in the future? If it were Mu Nanjing, she would have ignored the words of the great elder and went back to sleep in the tent. The 3rd and 7th elders had the same idea. If Gong Boy could disobey the order of the 1st elder, they would look up to him. Otherwise, if the Gongbo family was handed over to him, the power would be taken away by the 1st elder. The 1st elder's attention was on Gong Boy, so he didn't notice their expressions. Gong Boy came back not long after, followed by a row of children, each of them holding a plate of wine and food. When the door master heard that there was food, he let Gong Boy in. The 1st elder smiled and said, "My little you is quite smart." The 3rd elder and the others didn't say anything. They wanted to check the situation in the tent, but the curtain blocked their view. They wanted to release their spiritual sense to explore. But the cultivation level of everyone sitting inside was either as high as theirs or higher than theirs. And they would definitely be discovered immediately. They had to listen to the voice coming from inside. The leader of the heavenly demon sect said, "Aren't you going to entertain us? Come here and lick the wine off my shoes." The leader of the Henshua residents smiled sinisterly. "I have to lick my shoes too. I want you to lick them with your tongue, not with your hands." "Damn. Is it so unfair for you to lick my shoes? How can you lick them while standing? Kneel down for me." Yu Mingu followed. "What is this kid's name?" "Gongbo what? Let me think. Right. It's Gong Boyu. Right? You are really ignorant. Gong. How could the Bo family let you serve us? TSK. What's the use of you if the servants of Gongbo's family can't even serve others? Get out of here. The Lord of Luosha Palace. Just kill him directly. Why bother to ask him to get out? The Lord of Silver Demon Palace. The Gongbo family won't pursue the matter if you kill a servant." Then, the Gongbo children who went in with Gongbo, you ran out of the tent in panic and rushed to the elders. "Elder. They are going to kill people. They are going to kill Uncle Yu." The elders' faces changed drastically. Before they could save people, suddenly, a cold voice sounded behind them. "What are you doing here?" The elders turned around quickly and saw Mu Nanjing standing behind them with a maid. Chapter 224. What a domineering statement. The children of the Gongbo family and the 7th elder hurriedly saluted to Mu Nanjing. "Greetings, young master." After the salute, a disciple rushed to Mu Nanjing and cried, "Young master, the leaders of the evil cultivators said they wanted to kill Uncle Yu. Please save Uncle Yu." Without waiting for Mu Nanjing to ask who Yu Shugong was, the great elder said with a gloomy face, "My grandson doesn't need her to save him. I will save him myself." The 7th elder hurriedly grabbed his hand. "Great elder, don't be impulsive." With the great elder's temper, he would either fight with the evil cultivators or be threatened by the evil cultivators to do all kinds of things. The 5th elder and the 3rd elder also hurriedly advised him. "Yes, great elder, don't be impulsive." The great elder said anxiously, "If you stop me again, Xiao Yu will be dead." The 7th elder had to let him go and enter the evil cultivator's tent with him, because if they hadn't asked Gong Boya to entertain the evil cultivators, Gong Boya wouldn't have been in danger. So they were only responsible. But they didn't expect Gong Boya to be unable to settle even this little thing. Let's not talk about anything else. As long as he moved out of Gongbo's house, he could at least make the evil cultivators afraid for a while, and then find a chance to escape. If he couldn't escape, he could use various magical instruments and talismans that could resist the evil cultivators to hold out for a while, and wait for them to come to rescue him. They were so close that they could arrive in the blink of an eye. Gong Boya would definitely be able to hold out until they arrived, and he wouldn't be caught. Alas, it can only be said that Gong Boya was protected too well by the elder and his family, and he couldn't solve the problem when he really encountered it. In the past, Gong Boya showed a mature, steady and witty appearance, which was probably taught by the elder. The 5th and 3rd elders followed him in, and saw Gong Boya's head being stepped on by the leader of the heavenly demon sect. Gong Boy was scared and shouted, "Grandfather! Save me! Save me!" The first elder saw his precious grandson being stepped on, and was immediately furious. "Shurjie, let shall you go?" The leader of the heavenly demon sect sneered. "So he is the grandson of the first elder. He is really promising. Pouring tea and toasting us like a dog. He is really like a coward. You?" The first elder was so angry that his face turned red. "Shurjie, if you have anything to do, come to me. Don't bully a junior." "What's wrong with me bullying him?" The leader of the heavenly demon sect stepped on Gong Boy's face and rubbed his feet. "Shurjie, you insist that we do the right thing, right? Be careful that my Gonghua family will destroy your Tianma sect." The leader of the Tianma sect said with a face, "Come if you have the guts." "Ah, it hurts. Grandfather, it hurts so much." Gong Boy cried bitterly. The elder could no longer care about anything else and quickly threw a talisman at the leader of the Tianma sect. The leaders of the Yinggu sect and the Xiaowu sect attacked together to break his talisman. With a sound of breaking, the talisman exploded and burned the tent to ashes. At the same time, they attacked the elder, the third elder, the fifth elder, and the seventh elder hurried to the elder to fight against the two leaders with him. The elder was relieved when he saw that other elders had come to help. "Have you notified the head of the family?" The third elder replied, "No." In order to save people, they did not think of notifying the head of the family. The great elder was almost mad at them. "Why don't you know the master? If they can't leave here, at least someone will come to save them." Just as they were fighting fiercely, a figure walked past them and sat down on the empty main seat very naturally. The reason why it was empty was that everyone was a sect master, with the same status and position, and the cultivation level was not much different. So no one dared to sit on the main seat and act as the boss. The sect masters present all looked at the person who came. And the person who came was Mu Nanjing. She very impolitely beckoned to the wine and food in front of the Luosha Palace master. Then, the wine and food floated into the air and came to her table. Mu Nanjing checked that no one had touched the food and drinks before he took a bite of the food. "It tastes good." The sect leaders, the palace master of Luosha Palace sneered. "Young Master Gonghua is so brave that he dares to break into our tent alone." Mu Nanjing raised his chin at the elders. "Don't we still have them? They can't even protect themselves. How can they care about you?" Mu Nanjing took another bite of the food. "I'll settle the accounts and leave. There's no need for them to care about me." The evil sect leaders narrowed their eyes. "What accounts?" Mu Nanjing took out the abacus borrowed from the butler. Your descendants have been frightened by you. Each of you must compensate them with 100 low-grade spirit stones. Everyone." Mu Nanjing quickly counted the beads on the abacus. "You have a total of 46 people here. And my people have 70 people. That is 46 times 70 times 100. Which equals 500,000 low-grade spirit stones." "Wait." Raksha Palace interrupted her. "There are only 23 of us here. Where did the 46 people come from?" Mu Nanjing glanced at them coldly. "My eyesight is not good. And I see double images when I see people. Since I saw 46 people, then there must be 46 people. This is a very domineering statement." The people present were so angry that they almost started fighting. Hank Shuju said, "There were only about 30 of you who came in just now. So where did the 70 people come from?" Mu Nanjing, "You can't even confirm the number. So just do as I say." "Everyone," the master of Yuming Valley said, "even if there are so many people as you said, the account is not right. We don't need to pay 500,000 low-grade spirit stones at all." Mu Nanjing, "That's what my abacus shows." Everyone looked at her abacus. The beads on the abacus were arranged in a mess. But it was still possible to see that there was no number 5. But it was many times more than 500,000. Everyone, should you correct her? If they correct her and she is wrong, with her temper, they may have to pay more. But if they don't correct her, they will still suffer a big loss. It's so annoying. Mu Nanjing asked them, "Do you have any more questions?" The leader of the heavenly demon sect sneered. "You continue to calculate. I want to see what tricks you can calculate. My descendants were injured by you." Mu Nanjing glanced at Gong Boy on the ground. Judging from the surface injuries, at least 100,000 high-quality spirit stones will be required. If his internal organs are also injured, the compensation will be more. Let him up. I want to see if you have injured his internal organs. The leader of the heavenly demon sect hesitated, but still let go of his feet for her to check. Gong Boy hurriedly got up and ran to Mu Nanjing. "Young master." Mu Nanjing felt his pulse and said, "Your internal organs are injured. You will have to pay an additional 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Adding the previous 100,000. It will be 300,000 high-grade spirit stones. Gongboyu. He only has skin injuries. No internal injuries. The Lord of Luosha Palace couldn't help it. Tell me honestly. Who taught you arithmetic? I promised to kill him." Everyone. Chapter 225 to Bullying. Mu Nanjing glanced at the palace master of Luosha Palace. "Are you sure you want to kill him?" The palace master of Luosha Palace showed murderous intent. "Very sure." "Then why did you swear the heavenly Tao oath to kill him?" The palace master of Luosha Palace. "You have to swear the heavenly Tao oath for such a small matter?" The leader of the heavenly demon sect reminded, "Palace master. Don't be fooled. There must be a conspiracy to ask the palace master of Luosha Palace to swear the heavenly Tao oath." The lord of Luosha Palace snorted coldly. "I'm not that stupid." Seeing that he was not fooled, Mu Nanjing sneered, "I learned arithmetic from you. Do you still want to kill yourself?" The lord of Luosha Palace said angrily, "Bullshit. Our arithmetic is not that bad." Mu Nanjing looked at him coldly. "Do you still remember that 1,000 years ago, a cultivator in Beishan's secret realm accidentally bumped into you, and you asked him to compensate you? He said that he had to pay 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones for bumping into your chin, and 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones for stepping on your shoe surface, which added up to 50,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Humph. 1 plus 1 equals 5. You are also quite good at calculation." The lord of Luosha Palace. Although 1,000 years have passed, he remembers it clearly, because that person died because of him in the end. Other sect leaders, not only the lord of Luosha Palace, they have also had similar blackmail incidents, and more than once. After all, they are evil cultivators, and it is normal to do such things. Mu Nanjing asked the palace master of Luosha Palace, "Do you have any other opinions?" The palace master of Luosha Palace said unhappily, "No more." "Then I will continue." The palace master of Luosha Palace raised his voice, and, "Yes, you disturbed my walk and made me feel bad now. You have to compensate me 10,000 high-grade spirit stones each to make me feel better." The palace master of Luosha Palace couldn't help but say, "I just want to ask you, when has your cold face ever been happy? I haven't seen you smile in all these days here. Not even with a smile on your lips." She was laughing every moment in her heart, and they all thought she was laughing like crazy. This guy dared to poke my sore spot. What should I do if I'm even more unhappy? Then let them each compensate me 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. Hee hee. Since you have an objection, then each person will compensate me 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. 3 times 46 is 1.5 million high-grade spirit stones. Do you have any objection? The palace master of Luosha Palace was about to vomit blood and died because of her anger. Everyone. If you don't say anything, I'll assume you have no objection. Mu Nanjing looked at the elders who were still fighting. Next. Let's talk about my elders. They look badly injured. I won't make it difficult for you, even if each wound is worth 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. At the right time, the 5 claws of the leader of the Yin Bone sect grabbed the arm of the 7th elder, leaving 5 claw marks. Mu Nanjing nodded, "Very good. Another 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. My elders are really good at making money for me." Hee hee. Elders. Others. The leaders of the Yin Bone sect and the Xiaohuan sect quickly ended the fight and returned to their original positions. The Great Elder and the other 3 elders reluctantly walked behind Mu Nanjing. Mu Nanjing's fingertips moved the abacus from time to time, for the time being. "You have to pay so much. Calculate how much you have to pay us in total." The heavenly demon sect sneered, "Young Master Gonghua, can you leave here with so many spirit stones?" Mu Nanjing asked him, "Why not?" The leader of the heavenly demon sect said again, "Do you think we will let you leave?" "Yes, because you still need to learn from me how to enter the secret realm." The heavenly demon sect sneered, "As long as we catch you. Are we afraid that you won't tell us? Are we afraid that the Gonghua family won't let us enter the spirit vein? Do you think I'm right?" "Yes," the evil cultivators responded. However, they didn't see Mu Nanjing and the elders of the Gonghua family feel any nervousness or fear. The leader of the heavenly demon sect suddenly felt uneasy. Could it be that they have another trick? He sent a message to the leader of the Henshua residence. "Are you sure you sent someone to destroy Gonghua Nanjing's formation?" "Of course I'm sure." "What's wrong?" "Nothing." The leader of the heavenly demon sect was slightly relieved. Mu Nanjing said calmly, You seem to have forgotten that you are now on my territory. Threatening me on my territory is really crazy." The evil cultivators looked at each other in bewilderment. The leader of the heavenly demon sect was worried that the night would be long, and he sent a message to the evil cultivators. "Let's go together." Okay. They attacked at the same time. The elders raised their magic weapons nervously. Then, they heard Mu Nanjing said calmly, "Kneel down." With a plop, the evil cultivators' knees fell to the ground involuntarily. The elders were stunned. The evil cultivators were even more confused. Why did they kneel down obediently? Moreover, no matter how they resisted, it was ineffective. Is the other party using the word spirit technique? But Gongbo Nanjing's cultivation level is not high. How can he control these powerful people? Hee. They will never think that the formation they destroyed was just a trick I set up. A bunch of idiots. Evil cultivators. As expected of Gongbo Jingfei's offspring. They are just as treacherous and cunning. Mu Nanjing stood up. "Do you still want to catch us?" Gongboya wiped the blood from his mouth and said sarcastically, "They can't catch us now even if they want to. Since you can't catch them, give me the spiritual stones you should pay. Otherwise..." Mu Nanjing's eyes turned cold. "Then you will kneel here until you die." The evil cultivators tried to get rid of the formation. But no matter what they did, it didn't work. Mu Nanjing told them to give up. "This is the immortal kneeling formation in the immortal formation. You can't break it." The palace master of Luosha Palace gritted his teeth and said, "Will you definitely let us go after we pay the spiritual stones?" "Yes." Mu Nanjing said with certainty, "I will let you go after all the cultivators leave the secret realm." Evil cultivators. By then, they won't be able to pick up even a hair. What do you want us to do to let us go immediately? Mu Nanjing pretended to think for a moment. "If you can pay me double the spiritual stones, I will let you in after all the cultivators enter the secret realm." The palace master of Luosha Palace didn't beat around the bush with her. "Just tell me how many spiritual stones you need to let us enter the secret realm immediately." The palace master of Luosha Palace is straightforward. The palace master of Luosha Palace. It's not that he is straightforward. It's that he already knows her nature. It's just money. He has plenty. Mu Nanjing held up a finger. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Everyone. The palace master of Luosha Palace had red eyes. "Why don't you go and rob them?" He only had 100,000 top-grade spirit stones on him. And she asked for 1/10 of them. It was too much. Mu Nanjing put down his hand. "Maybe you think it's too much. But it's worth it to exchange 10,000 top-grade spirit stones for various rare treasures in the secret realm. As for whether to give it or not, it depends on your willingness. I won't force it." Evil cultivators. The earlier you enter the secret realm, the more likely you are to get good things. This is indeed a good deal. The question is, can they get good things in the dangerous golden immortal secret realm? Mu Nanjing turned to the seventh elder and asked, "How many days will it take to announce the method to open the secret realm?" 3 days. You still have 3 days to consider. Mu Nanjing stood up and walked towards the gate of the barrier. Before he took a few steps, several people shouted, "Wait! Chapter 226 Brain is also a good thing." Mu Nanjing turned around. The leaders of the 5 medium-sized sects under the big sect said anxiously, "We are willing to compensate. If they enter the secret realm and find precious materials and treasures earlier than the big sects, they may be able to squeeze into the ranks of the big sects." The leader of the Tianma sect sneered, "You also believe her words? Aren't you afraid that she will deceive you and take the spirit stones and not let you go?" The leaders of the 5 medium-sized sects looked at each other hesitantly, and then said firmly, "We believe in the young Master Gongbo. And the young Master Gongbo will definitely not go against his lies in public." Mu Nanjing said to the 7th elder, "Calculate how many spirit stones each of them should compensate us." "Yes." The 7th elder took Mu Nanjing's abacus to calculate the spirit stones that each person needed to compensate. After the 5 masters of the medium-sized sects took out the spirit stones obediently, Mu Nanjing said, "Get up." The 5 masters of the medium-sized sects relaxed and stood up automatically. "Thank you, young Master Gongbo." Mu Nanjing said to them, "I have said before that there will be a fee to enter the secret realm. So you have to pay extra when you enter. I won't charge much. Just 1 top-grade spirit stone per person. Do you have any objections?" "No. No. How dare they have any objections? You go back now to gather people, and gather at the gate of the barrier in half an hour." "Yes." The 5 masters of the medium-sized sects left quickly. The other evil cultivators were surprised. And they really let them leave. The master of the heavenly demon sect asked sternly. Young Master Gongbwa, the secret realm belongs to everyone. Are you not afraid of causing public outrage by charging fees like this? Mu Nanjing said calmly, I am charging the fee to enter the spirit vein. How can I arouse public anger? Although this matter is infuriating, it is also reasonable. After all, there is a spirit vein inside, and no one can guarantee that no one will take the opportunity to enter and steal the spirit stones. Only by collecting the entrance fee can they guarantee that they will not lose money. If it were someone else, they would do the same. Otherwise, they would not even think about entering. The leader of the heavenly demon sect glared at her angrily. Mu Nanjing said to the seventh elder again, spread the news that paying 10,000 top-grade spirit stones can enter the secret realm in advance. The seventh elder bowed and said, yes. The evil cultivators. This is too much. If all the big sects have entered, what is left for them? The leader of Hangshiju said quickly, young Master Gongbwa, I am willing to pay compensation and pay 10,000 top-grade spirit stones to enter the secret realm in advance. The leader of Tiananmen said angrily, Hen Yuan, you are a fence-sitter. The leader of Hangshiju sighed helplessly. I just recognized my situation in time and ensured my safety and interests. What's wrong with that? The evil cultivators. The leader of Hangshiju quickly took out the spirit stones and gave them to Mu Nanjing. Mu Nanjing let him go without saying anything. After the leader of Hangshiju left, the leaders of other big sects could no longer kneel and took out spirit stones one after another. In the end, the only ones left were the palace master of Luxia Palace and the sect master of Tiananmen. They gritted their teeth and took out compensation. Mu Nanjing only left 1.5 million top-grade spirit stones and 230,000 top-grade spirit stones. The other spirit stones were used to compensate Gong Boi and other clansmen as previously said. The clan members were stunned when they received nearly 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. They didn't expect to get so many spirit stones just by delivering food once. Gong Boi felt bad looking at the high-grade spirit stones in front of him. Although he knew he couldn't do well from the beginning, he didn't expect that he would be so embarrassed and his face was trampled under the feet of the evil cultivator. After this incident, not to mention that the elders didn't support him. Even the clan members didn't think highly of him, which made him realize that he was not the material to be the head of the family. Humph. The elder snorted coldly, and the spirit stones that didn't get the share flew away from the spirit vein. Gong Boi hurriedly followed. Grandfather, the elder said angrily, useless thing. Gong Boi lowered his head and said nothing. The elder looked at his grandson with a wounded face, and he felt angry and distressed. He actually knew that his grandson was not capable of the task, but he was unwilling to give up because he was unwilling to do so. The elder threw a bottle of medicine to his grandson, and then sped up and left. Gong Boi hurriedly caught the medicine bottle and chased the elder. The third elder looked at the back of the distant figure, sighed, and said to the other two elders by voice transmission, young master can suppress the evil cultivators in terms of both strength and means. Only in this way can the Gongbwa family stand firm and prosper for a long time. The fifth and seventh elders nodded in agreement. They suddenly felt that 2,000 years was too short. It would be better if Mu Nanjing could take care of it for a few more years to train a better successor. Half an hour was enough for the evil cultivators to prepare. Mu Nanjing led them into the spirit vein. The evil cultivators behind her began to plot against her again. The leader of the Tianma sect said to the other leaders through voice transmission, there is definitely no formation she arranged in the spirit vein. Let's take this opportunity to capture Gongbwa Nanjing. What do you think? The leader of the Luxia Palace replied to him. What you said now may have been known to her. It's better to give up. I really can't accept that she cheated me out of so many spiritual stones. The leader of the heavenly demon sect was annoyed when he thought of his two capable subordinates fighting because of her words. It would be fine if one of them was seriously injured, but now both of them are lying in bed with serious injuries, resulting in two less helpers. If you don't want to accept it, just do it yourself. The leader of the Luxia Palace, who has already suffered a lot, doesn't want to deal with Mu Nanjing anymore. Otherwise he will be cheated again. If he really wants to deal with Mu Nanjing, he will wait until she obtains rare materials and treasures in the secret realm before dealing with her. The leader of the heavenly demon sect. The other evil cultivators didn't want to cause trouble before entering the secret realm, so they didn't agree with his approach. When they reached the entrance of the secret realm, Mu Nanjing said to them, Masters, we'll see you in the secret realm. The master of the heavenly demon sect looked at her gloomily. When you enter the secret realm, Don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I will make you live a life worse than death. You haven't learned enough lessons? Then I'll give you a piece of advice. Mu Nanjing glanced at him lightly. Don't meet me. Then it won't be something that spiritual stones can solve. She took out a sword and stabbed it hard into the ground. With a bang. The ground shook violently from side to side. And the formation was completely destroyed by her. The evil cultivators felt relieved and felt a suction force at the same time. The masters knew that the door to the secret realm had been opened, and hurriedly shouted, "If we are scattered after entering, everyone should gather first and don't rush to look for treasures." After these words fell, all the evil cultivators were sucked into the secret realm. Only Mu Nanjing, who had stuck the sword into the ground, was still standing outside the secret realm. After the suction force became smaller, she quickly retreated to a safe place. She said to the seventh elder, "Spread the news that you can enter the secret realm in advance tonight." Huh? The seventh elder looked at her in surprise. Didn't you say that before to deceive the evil cultivators? Mu Nanjing. Alas, the Gongbao family only cares about picking strong people to take charge of the overall situation, but forgets that the brain is also a good thing. You know, sometimes a smart brain is more terrifying than strong force. Seventh elder. Are you scolding him for being brainless? Chapter 227 Washing the Bucket. A great opportunity to make money is right in front of her, and Mu Nanjing certainly won't let it go. After the news spread, many sects were willing to offer 10,000 top-grade spirit stones for the privilege of entering the secret realm in advance. Mu Nanjing still followed the old rules, and as long as the family sects were friendly with the Gongbao family, they could let people enter the secret realm for free. The families and sects that were allied with the Gongbao family praised Mu Nanjing as a sensible child in front of Gongbao Jingfei and the elders, and said a lot of good things for Mu Nanjing. The top-grade spirit stones received later were confiscated. After all, the spirit vein was discovered by the Gongbao family, and it didn't make sense for Mu Nanjing to take all the benefits. And the spirit stones she got from the evil cultivators were enough for her to spend for a while. The Gongbao family, who received the top-grade spirit stones, found that there were still many rich people in the cultivation world, and some medium-sized and small sects could actually take out 10,000 top-grade spirit stones to enter the secret realm. Because they didn't go in at this moment, they might not be able to go in 2 days later. There are so many cultivators entering the secret realm that the queue alone can last for 2 months. The secret realm has been opened by Mu Nanjing, and anyone who arrives at the entrance of the secret realm will be sucked into the secret realm. Those who did not spend 10,000 top-grade spirit stones to enter in advance only have to wait 2 days. However, 2 days later, the entrance of the spirit vein barrier was crowded with people, and all you could see were black heads. Don't push. Don't push. The seventh elder shouted loudly using voice transmission. Please line up in rows. Anyone who wants to cut in line or does not line up will not be allowed to enter the secret realm. Then, he threw out a flag and divided the crowded people into 10 rows, and then sent tribesmen to manage the order, so that no one dared to act rashly. Fortunately, the speed of entering the secret realm was relatively fast, so everyone was not so impatient. The people in the front were all from big families and sections. After they gave the spirit stones, they rushed to the depths of the spirit veins impatiently, seeing that the big families had all entered. The seventh elder turned around and asked Mu Nanjing, "Young master, the big families and sects have all entered. When will we go in? If we don't go in, we won't be able to grab the good stuff." "Don't worry. Let them explore the way first," Mu Nanjing said while browsing the news and gossip to check the situation after everyone entered the secret realm. Sure enough, people with low cultivation have no problem entering. People who entered 2 days ago are still alive and well. Immediately afterwards, the lively atmosphere suddenly quieted down. "Hey, why is it suddenly quiet?" Mu Nanjing raised his head, and the atmosphere instantly returned to liveliness. The seventh elder coughed lightly. "We will listen to the arrangements of the young master." "Yeah," Mu Nanjing thought while browsing the gossip news. "I said before that I didn't want to enter the secret realm, but now I say I want to go. Am I slapping myself in the face? Should I save my face by not going in? The people of Gongbao's family, don't say you won't go in. Go in." Suddenly a voice entered Mu Nanjing's ears. "System." Mu Nanjing knew that the system might come out and ask her to enter the secret realm. "Yes. Give me a reason to let me in." The system was silent again. Mu Nanjing frowned. No sound again. "Why should I listen to you? However, the system is quite strange. If you don't listen to it, something bad might happen. Jia-in, who was far away in the barrier, saw Mu Nanjing sitting at the door with her head down, looking like she was thinking about something. But she didn't hear her voice. So she turned her head to Lu Feichen and asked in confusion, "Did you hear Mu Nanjing's voice?" Guan Lu nodded, "Yes." Jia-in asked curiously, "What did you hear?" She was thinking about whether to save face or not. "That's it?" "Yes. That's the last sentence I heard." Jia-in looked at the others. "What about you?" LV Feichen said, "Me too." Others said yes. LV Feichen asked him, "Any questions?" "I saw her thinking, but I didn't hear her inner voice. I thought I couldn't hear her talk anymore." Recently, he has become accustomed to listening to Mu Nanjing's inner voice, and can even say that he likes listening to her inner voice, especially when he hears her expose other people's secrets. He is so happy. He dares to say that he has never been so happy since he was born. If he didn't hear it for a while, he would not be able to adapt, and feel that the source of his happiness is gone. Gu Ming, who was standing behind Jia-in, raised his eyebrows unexpectedly after hearing their conversation, because he just heard Mu Nanjing's words, and heard her calling wash the bucket. Why is it called washing bucket? Listening to her subsequent conversation, this washing bucket should be a person. Alas, Jia-in was a little excited. "I heard it. And heard it again." LV Feichen and others. "Let's go in." Mu Nanjing sent a message to Jia-in and the others. "Are you ready to enter the secret realm?" Jia-in replied immediately. "Of course I am ready." When they knew that Gongwa's family was going to enter the secret realm, they started to prepare. Moreover, Mu Nanjing never treated them unfairly. As long as she earned spirit stones or herbal magic weapon materials, half of them would be shared with them. It can be said that she is the most generous master that Jia-in and the others have ever seen. Even their relatives did not take care of them so well. Yeah. Mu Nanjing was browsing the news again. She narrowed her eyes as she watched the news coming out. Mu Nanjing sent a message again. "Guanliu, you go too." "Ah?" Guanliu pointed at himself. "I'm going too?" Although he had been practicing for a while, he had only just started to draw qi into his body, not even at the first level of qi refining. "Yes, you go too." Guanliu. Jiang Xian was worried that something might happen to his apprentice. So she asked, "Young master, Guanliu's cultivation is low. Will he be okay if he goes in?" Mu Nanjing answered him, "I'll be watching him. He'll be okay. But just in case, I'll make him a set of equipment." She asked Guanliu. "Guanliu, what color do you like?" "What color do you like?" Guanliu touched his head. He never had a favorite color. "I like gold." This was said by Haiden. Mu Nanjing. Haiden patted Guanliu on the shoulder. "It should be gold. If you don't need the equipment in the future, or don't want it anymore, I can wear it." Guanliu didn't have a favorite color, so he said to Haiden, "Then gold." Haiden added a sentence for him: "The brighter the better. It's best to blind everyone's eyes." Mu Nanjing replied to him, "You also know that your equipment can blind your eyes." Haiden. Mu Nanjing asked Guanliu again, "Are you sure it's gold?" Guanliu nodded. Mu Nanjing got up and went back to her tent. Then, she stayed in there for several days. No one dared to disturb her. But the elders were all anxious. They wanted to enter the secret realm. But Gongbo Jingfei didn't care, and asked them to find Mu Nanjing. Mu Nanjing hid in the tent and disappeared. It was not until 5 days later that Mu Nanjing walked out slowly. Chapter 228. I Regret My Life. The seventh elder, who had been waiting for Mu Nanjing to come out, saw her walk out of the tent and hurried to her. "Young master, you finally came out." Mu Nanjing saw that he looked anxious. "Is there something wrong?" The seventh elder was ashamed. Many cultivators have entered the secret realm, but Gongwa's family has not made any movement. Everyone in the family is very anxious and wants the young master to give an exact time to enter the secret realm. Mu Nanjing thought for a while and said, "You go back to Gongwa's family and let everyone draw lots. Those who draw the word, you can go into the secret realm with me to search for treasures." Everyone, regardless of the realm, except for the cultivators in the tribulation period, and those who are unwilling to enter the secret realm. 20 people will be drawn from each realm to go in with me. And Mu Nanjing glanced at him. No falsification. No transfer of the lottery results or forced acquisition. No letting the other party follow into the secret realm just because they are particularly close to you. Anyone who violates this will be expelled from Gongba's family. With her words, who dares to falsify? Yes. Give them 2 hours to prepare after the draw. And then gather at the square. I will lead everyone into the secret realm. Yes. The seventh elder quickly left the spiritual vein. Mu Nanjing came to the outside of Guangliu's tent. There were 6 people living in the tent, one of whom was Jiang Xian. He noticed someone approaching, stood up and lifted the door curtain, and saw the person outside and said in surprise, "Young master." Mu Nanjing said, "Guangliu's equipment is ready." Guangliu stood up and clasped his fist to thank him. "Thank you, Miss Mu." Mu Nanjing took out a complete set of defensive equipment from the space ring. At that moment, the dazzling light made everyone unable to open their eyes. Guangliu and the others closed their eyes immediately. What is this? It's so dazzling. I'm going blind. Mu Nanjing said calmly, defense equipment. The equipment includes not only robes, but also boots, wrist guards, hair accessories, etc. Jiang Xian asked, why is it so dazzling? Because it's golden. Everyone. Guangliu covered his eyes and said, it's so dazzling even though there's no sunlight here. Mu Nanjing said, I polished all their surfaces to the maximum brightness, and they will shine as long as there is light. In other words, as long as there is no place without any light, he can be seen clearly even at night, making it impossible for people to hide in the dark. Guangliu, this equipment must be worn with eyes closed. I regret it. I regret listening to Haiten. Jiang Xian patted Guangliu's shoulder. Put it on and let Haiten see it. Guangliu nodded. It's indeed time to let the culprit take a look. He closed his eyes and put on the equipment. And when he opened his eyes again, he no longer felt dazzling, because the light of the equipment is only aimed at others. Jiang Xian and the layman covered their eyes. Disciple, the master really wants to beat you up. Others agreed. Seeing Guanglu really wanted to grind the equipment on him into powder. Guanglu chuckled. I'll go find Senior He. Hurry up and blind his eyes. Jiang Xian quickly pushed him out of the tent and quickly pulled down the door curtain. Haiden lived in a tent 10 feet away. Guanglu shouted, is Senior He here? Haiden recognized Guanglu's voice. Come in. Guanglu walked in. Haiden and the people who lived together saw a ball of golden light coming in, and subconsciously covered their eyes with their hands. What is this light? Guanglu said happily. This is the equipment that Miss Mu made for me. Does it look good? Jia Inran and others. It's too dazzling. I can't really tell whether it looks good or not. Senior He, please look at me. Guanglu swayed in front of Haiden. Senior He, the gold you chose is really good. Take a look. Take a look. Don't come closer. Haiden felt that his eyes were surrounded by gold. He covered his eyes with his hands. Don't sway in front of me anymore. My eyes are blurry. Before, others looked at him. Now it's his turn to look at others. He finally tasted the pain of others looking at him. Guanglu couldn't help laughing anymore. You said gold looks good? How can I be blurry? Haiden. Guanglu stopped teasing them. Miss Mu just said that we will enter the secret realm in 3 hours. And everyone should be prepared. Finally, we can enter the secret realm. Jia Yin and the others stood up excitedly. Finally, we can enter. We have been waiting for this moment for a long time. 3 hours later, Jia Yin gathered at the entrance of the spiritual vein. Mu Nanjing saw Jia Yin, Lu Feishan, Wu Yuan, Shang Wansheng, Lu Chong, Dong Guolu and others wearing white masks, and raised her eyebrows. What are you doing? The 6 people answered her at the same time, afraid of being seen by fellow disciples. Mu Nanjing. Not long after, Gonghua Jingfei and Mu Qini came with people from Gonghua's family and Mu's family. Nan Nan. Mu Jingling walked up to Mu Nanjing and said with concern, Nan Nan, you have to be more careful. And everything is based on your own safety. Understand? Mu Nanjing nodded. I will. I regret my life. I will never let myself die. Mu Jingling was relieved. Gonghua Jingfei said to Mu Nanjing, I will not go with you to the secret realm treasure hunt this time. You must pay attention to safety. Yes. Gonghua Jingfei frowned. Don't you have anything else to say to us? Mu Nanjing, if I find the best equipment, I will leave it to you. Gonghua Jingfei looked at the elders with twitching mouth corners, and said helplessly, as a young master, you are not allowed to have private collections. When you come back, You must hand over half of the precious materials and treasures. Even if you have private collections. You can't say it. Mu Nanjing. I don't believe you haven't had private collections. Gongbu Jingfei coughed uncomfortably. That. I heard that you used a formation to imprison a group of evil cultivators before. Why did you let them go later? Don't you know that this is letting a tiger back to the mountain? In the secret realm. It is possible that they will give you a fatal blow at a dangerous moment? Mu Nanjing thought for a while, and said, I don't want to commit too many murders. I would rather let them go in as scapegoats for me. If I die accidentally, I can drag a few more people down to accompany me. Then I won't be so bored. Hee. Everyone. This idea is even more terrifying. Gongbu Jingfei's mouth twitched. And he decided not to ask her anymore. Otherwise he would reveal more things. Mu Nanjing didn't want to talk nonsense with him. So he signaled Guanliu and others to open the map, and said to the tribesmen, who were about to enter the secret realm, according to my understanding, the terrain of the secret realm is roughly like this. Everyone saw a big mountain in the center of the map, surrounded by 10 circles, and each circle was divided into 4 grids. Mu Nanjing explained to them, the mountain represents the center of the secret realm, and the 10 circles represent the periphery. Each periphery has 4 different areas. Each area has different precious materials and treasures. If you want to get more things, you have to visit each area and find the door to the next periphery. Also, the closer you are to the mountain secret realm, the more dangerous it is. You should act according to your own ability, and don't sacrifice your life for treasures. Now we will enter the secret realm. After we enter, we will land at the outermost periphery, and we may not be together. Everyone, be careful. Okay, let's enter the secret realm now. Yes. Thousands of tribesmen responded in unison. Chapter 229. It's really stupid. Mu Nanjing led thousands of people to fly into the spiritual vein together, and then went directly into the entrance of the secret realm. People from other families and sects talked about it. The Gongbu family and the Mu family finally set out. I thought they were not going. Haha. It's worth waiting here. I finally waited for them. Young Master Gongbu knows a lot about the secret realm. As long as we follow them, we will be much safer. Yes, let's follow them. The monks who had been hesitating outside the entrance of the secret realm hurriedly followed them on their swords. After Mu Nanjing entered the secret realm, the scenery in front of her changed, turning into an endless sea of pink flowers, and the air was filled with intoxicating floral fragrance, making people feel as if they were walking into a fairyland. She was not confused by the beautiful scenery in front of her. In case the floral fragrance had a hallucinogenic effect, she quickly held her breath and released her spiritual sense to check the surrounding situation. However, her spiritual sense was blocked, and she could only rely on her naked eyes to find the way. Mu Nanjing took out the compass given to her by Xingqiu Xinzuan, and the needle inside was spinning wildly, indicating that there were treasures all around. She decided to go with the flow, and now she was facing straight ahead and walking forward. After walking for about 100 feet, she still didn't see any immortal cultivators, but there were fewer and fewer flowers. Mu Nanjing felt strange. This time, many immortal cultivators came into the secret realm. Even if the secret realm was large, several figures could be seen, but the surroundings were terribly quiet. Could it be that she was not in the outermost area now? Mu Nanjing opened the gossip news to find information about Gu Ming and the others. It showed that Gu Ming fell into a forest at the outermost edge and was following a group of cultivators to find a way. Jia Yin and Haiten fell on the grassland and reunited, while the others were scattered in different places. The worst was Guan Lu, who was chased by 3 demon cultivators because of his low cultivation. But they all had one thing in common. That is, they had people around them. But she had no one around her. Mu Nanjing felt more and more that the place where she fell was different from others. After confirming this, it would be much easier. There was no need to look for people everywhere. Just do your own thing. Ah! The cry of a monster came from a distance. The sound was not very loud and very immature. It should be made by a little cub. Mu Nanjing's ears moved, and then he flew to a large dense forest along the sound. The trees in the dense forest were tall and dense, and the green was lush. But if you walked further in, there was a white fog. Ah! Mu Nanjing heard the voice of the little monster sound above her head again. She looked up and saw a white, fluffy and chubby kitten lying on the trunk of a big tree. Oh! No. It's not a cat. But its face looks like a cat. But its body is like a squirrel. Not only is it the same size as a squirrel, but its limbs are also similar to those of a squirrel, with small hands and feet. Also, its ears are very big, comparable to half of its face, and its fluffy tail is twice as big as its body, swinging left and right on its back. It sensed something approaching it, and suddenly opened its round black eyes to look at Mu Nanjing. Wow! So cute. Its eyes opened even wider, as if it saw something incredible. Is this little guy seeing humans for the first time? Look at its little appearance. It's scared. The cat-like and mouse-like little cutie jumped up in shock, threw a purple fruit at Mu Nanjing in fear, and then went deep into the dense forest. Mu Nanjing quickly caught the fruit and looked down. The fruit was very strange. There was a cute child's face on it, and it exuded a strong fairy spirit. This should be a precious fairy fruit. Little cloud? Didn't I tell you not to throw me around? It would be easy to break me. If it happens again, I will spank you. The face on the fruit suddenly opened its mouth and spoke. The tone of the voice was a little angry and a little babyish. Then it opened its eyes and saw Mu Nanjing's face. It blinked, blinked again, and blinked again. I should not wake up. Continue to sleep. The fruit closed its eyes again and snored. Mu Nanjing, falling asleep again. When Guizi heard the sound, he opened his eyes again and looked at Mu Nanjing for a long time. Suddenly, he opened his voice and screamed, "There is a monster. Xiao Yanduo, please save me. Wuh! I'm going to be eaten. I'm going to die. Goodbye. Seniors." Mu Nanjing scolded, "Shut up." Guizi was afraid of being eaten, so he hurriedly closed his mouth. Mu Nanjing asked him to look into the depths of the dense forest. "Do you know the way inside?" Guizi said proudly, "That's my home. I must know it. Take me in. I will let you go when we reach the destination." Guizi's eyes lit up. "Really?" "Yeah." "Then you have to keep your promise. You can't lie to a 30,000-year-old kid." Mu Nanjing. 30,000 years old. Little kid. Really little. Guizi thought she didn't believe him, and said anxiously, "I'm really only 30,000 years old. You have to believe me." Mu Nanjing nodded. "I believe it." Guizi turned his head and looked forward. "I will show you the way after you enter the white fog." "Oh!" Mu Nanjing walked towards the white fog. Guizi turned around and asked Mu Nanjing curiously, "Can you tell me what kind of monster you are?" Mu Nanjing was silent for a moment. "I am a high-level animal." "High-level animal?" Guizi's eyes became bright again. "It sounds very powerful. So your cultivation must be higher than the seniors." Mu Nanjing knew that he was not as advanced as the seniors he mentioned. So he changed the subject and asked, "What's your name?" "The seniors all called me Stupid Fruit." Mu Nanjing. "It's really stupid." Stupid Fruit blinked in confusion. Mu Nanjing said again, "What kind of fruit are you?" "It's Stupid Fruit." Mu Nanjing. At this time, the white fog floated towards them. Stupid Fruit blew a breath into it, and then the white fog inside all dissipated, and a small stone road appeared in front of them. It said, "Just walk along this path, and you will reach my home." "Senior, where are you going?" "I only know I need to find a door, but I don't know where to go." "Then I'll take you to my home first." Chungwa seemed to have forgotten that the other party was a bad guy who caught it. It thought about it and hesitated. "My seniors are very fierce. But don't be afraid. They are all sharp-tongued but kind-hearted." "Yes." Mu Nanjing took 2 steps and felt that the speed was a bit slow, so he flew up on the sword. "Yeah," said Chungwa happily. "I can fly now. I can fly like the seniors." Senior, you are really amazing." Mu Nanjing asked it. "You keep calling them seniors. Who are your seniors?" "People?" Chungwa was curious. "What are people?" "Like me. They look different from the seniors. The seniors are so big. Much bigger than you. Their roar can shake the earth and mountains." As Chungwa finished speaking, a roar came from the depths of the dense forest. "Chungwa, get back here. Chapter 230. The system is cheating me." The roar was as deafening as thunder, and as earth-shaking as an earthquake. Chungwa shook himself in fear. It was Senior Chi's roar. "Let's go back quickly. If we go back too late, he will eat me." Mu Nanjing raised his eyebrows. "How are you going to introduce me to your seniors after you take me home?" "I'll just say you're my friend." Chungwa chuckled. "Besides Xiao Yanduo, you're my second friend." Mu Nanjing increased her flying speed and searched for information about Chungwa in the gossip news. However, she found nothing. She searched for Xiao Yunduo's affairs, but there was nothing about it. Perhaps because they are not human beings. There is no news or gossip about them. A quarter of an hour later, Mu Nanjing finally flew out of the secret forest and saw a large grassland. There was a stream in the grassland. When the stream flowed to the edge of the grassland, it would split into two streams, each running to the canal on the left and right. She noticed something was wrong with the stream. So she flew higher into the sky and saw that the grassland was a large disc, with an S-shaped stream in the middle, dividing the grassland into two parts, with the stream flowing in a circle. The grass on the left was green, but the grass on the right was withered and yellow. There was a circular building on each end, which looked like a Bagua figure. In addition, half of the grassland was covered with dense forests, and the other half was covered with endless mountains. The dense forests and mountains were also divided into two parts, with a fairy-like aura on one side and a fierce black aura on the other side. It seemed that once you entered, you could never get out again. Chen Guo looked at the circular building on the right and said excitedly, "That's my home. And the one on the left is Xiao Yunduo's home." Mu Nanjing replied, "Oh." She took Chen Guo to the building on the right. It was actually a round house, only 1 story high, and the surface was worn out after many vicissitudes. "Senior, please come in." Chen Guo jumped from her hand to the ground, and then jumped into the house. "Senior, please rest assured, I am the only one living here, and Senior Qi and his friends live in the mountains." Mu Nanjing followed behind and looked at the house. There was a different world inside. She looked up and saw that the house was more than 10 stories high. The first floor was for people to live in, and the second floor and above were filled with bookshelves. There were many books on the bookshelves, but it was a pity that the house was dim, giving people a very uncomfortable feeling. Chen Guo apologized and said, "The seniors were afraid that I would burn the books here, so they didn't let me light the lamp. So I like to stay in the yard the most." It jumped to the door opposite, then jumped up and kicked the door open, and bright light shone in. Outside was a yard full of flowers, plants and fruit trees. Mu Nanjing smelled the fragrance of the fruit tree and couldn't help but take a breath, and immediately felt comfortable all over. "Stupid Guo, are you back?" The previous roar sounded again. This time the sound came from not far outside the house. Chen Guo jumped up in shock and quickly asked Mu Nanjing, "Can you lend me the flower on your hair?" "Flower?" Mu Nanjing touched the plum blossom decoration on the hairpin on his head, then used a little force to break the plum blossom off the hairpin and put it in front of Chen Guo. "Wait for me here. Don't come out." Chen Guo opened his mouth and swallowed the plum blossom into his stomach, then jumped towards the door. "Stupid Guo." The voice outside was obviously impatient, and there was a hint of pressure when calling Chen Guo. Mu Nanjing felt the horror of the pressure, guessing that the opponent's strength must be quite high, far beyond the resistance of the monks who crossed the tribulation. "I'm back. I'm back." Chen Guo jumped out of the door, only to see a ferocious beast that was many times bigger than its house staring at it fiercely. "Senior Qi." "I'm back." Senior Qi said unhappily, "Why didn't you agree to me when I asked you just now?" I just fell asleep." Chen Guo lied to it for the first time, and lowered his eyelids and dared not look at it. Senior Qi didn't doubt it. "Just stay at home. It's not peaceful outside recently. Don't run around anymore." "Okay." Senior Qi turned around and prepared to leave. Suddenly, he smelled a strange smell. He turned around and stared at Chen Guo fiercely. "Who did you bring back?" Chen Guo was scared. I didn't?" "Then why does it smell like someone else?" Senior Qi didn't quite believe it. "You won't lie to me, will you?" "No." Senior Qi also felt that Chen Guo would not dare to lie to him, so he asked again, "Then did you pick up something outside?" Chen Guo pretended to think about it, and spit out a fake plum blossom from his mouth. "Does this count?" Senior Qi sniffed, and found that the fake plum blossom did have the smell he had just smelled. He frowned. "Someone has come here. You can't leave the forest anymore. Do you hear me?" "Yeah." Senior Qi said worriedly. "You can't play with that dead mouse either." Chen Guo retorted, "It's called Little Cloud." Senior Qi said angrily, "I don't care whether it's called Cloud or Flower. You can't play with it, lest it lead you astray." Little Cloud said that Senior Qi is a fierce beast, and if anyone is going to be led astray, it will be you who will lead him astray. Senior Qi glared at him. "You dared to refute." Stupid Fruit dared not speak again. Senior Qi knew that a little fruit would be very bored staying here alone. So he thought about it, and took out a few small toys for it. If you are bored, play with them. Or come to the mountains to play with us. Stupid Fruit said timidly, you will eat me. Senior Chi was furious. If we really wanted to eat you, would you still have lived for 30,000 years? A few days ago, Senior Tao ate me into his mouth. It's just a bastard. Don't worry about it. If it does this again, tell me. Tao Wu. And Hun done. And we will beat it up together. Senior Chi thought about it, and was so angry. I will beat it up now. It turned and flew away from the grassland. Stupid Fruit secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly dragged the fake plum blossom, and the toys left by Senior Chi into the house. Mu Nanjing was silent for a moment. Then asked, is Senior Chi the Cheongchi? She guessed it from the conversation between Chunhua and Senior Chi. Chewingwa's eyes lit up. Senior. Do you know Senior Chi? No. Fuck. I encountered a ferocious beast as soon as I entered the secret realm. The system is cheating me. Ah? Chunhua looked at her again with doubt. Mu Nanjing looked at the toys left by Senior Chi, and her eyes twitched. The so-called toys were actually a bunch of fairy and divine tools. Chunhua noticed her gaze, and turned around to look. This is a toy that Senior Cheong gave me. But it's not fun at all. Do you want to play with it? I'll give it to you. Mu Nanjing didn't want to take advantage of it for not knowing fairy tools, and take away its treasures. So she shook her head. Chunhua returned the fake plum blossom to Mu Nanjing. This is for you. Mu Nanjing wanted to throw it away, but saw that the ordinary decorative plum blossom actually contained a strong spiritual energy, and could even defend against attacks from others. It turned into a defensive magic weapon, just by being held in Chewingwa's mouth? This Chunhua is not simple. Mu Nanjing looked at Chunhua in surprise. The latter was unaware, and opened the door of one of the rooms on the first floor, and threw the toy into the room. Mu Nanjing looked at the room full of toys, and pointed to other rooms. Are the other rooms full of toys too? Yeah. Mu Nanjing. At this time, someone outside shouted, Chunhua? Chapter 231. I miss several hundred million. Chunhua recognized the voice of Xiaoyun Duo, and said excitedly, it's Xiaoyun Duo. It jumped out a few times and stopped. It snorted, didn't you throw me away? Why are you here? Chunhua got angry when he thought of what happened just now. Xiaoyun Duo apologized to it. Chunhua. I was scared at the time. It was not intentional. I regretted it later, and was afraid that you would be caught. So I went to find Senior K to save you. Chunhua asked, really? 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 Xiaoyun Duo pointed to the direction they went out, where there was a red cloud. Chunhua finally believed it, because wherever Senior K flew over, the white clouds would turn as red as fire. You still have a conscience? Xiaoyun Duo asked with concern. Are you okay? No. That's good. Suddenly, there was a bang outside, and the ground shook violently a few times. Xiaoyun Duo and Chunhua looked across the stream, where a red bird covered in fire stood. It looked like a phoenix, but it was not a phoenix, and it looked very proud. Chunhua. Where is that human? Chunhua wondered. What human? Xiaoyun Duo explained. Didn't I throw you out and hit that person before? Where is that person? Chunhua knew they were talking about Mu Nanjing, and he got nervous and stuttered. She ran away. Run away? Senior K didn't seem to believe it. Just ran away like that? Chunhua quickly responded. Yeah. Senior K turned around and flew out of the dense forest. Chunhua breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoyun Duo lowered her head and said sadly, Chunhua. I'm sorry. I just left you and ran away. Whenever it thought about something happening to Chunhua, it felt particularly regretful and afraid. Chunhua comforted it. I'm fine now. You don't have to feel guilty. Xiaoyun Duo handed over a beautiful little stone. This is for you. As an apology. It didn't have the face to stay here any longer, so it turned around and ran. I'll come to see you tomorrow. Chunhua. Mu Nanjing in the house was looking for news about the secret realm. Judging from the scenery and the beasts outside, this place is very similar to a place described in the news. That is an area sandwiched between the core of the secret realm and the outer periphery of the 10th layer. It is like a tray holding the mountain in the center of the secret realm, and it is like a barrier that protects the mountain from outsiders. However, there is a gap in the outer periphery of the 10th layer, which can lead directly to the central mountain. That is to say, the monks will skip this place and go directly to the core of the secret realm, and few people will come here. After she entered the secret realm, she was very lucky to be sent to the tray. Mu Nanjing walked out of the house and looked up at the sky. However, not only could she not use her spiritual sense to observe, but her naked eyes could not penetrate the sky to see the mountains above, which meant that she could not fly directly to the court even if she flew on her sword, and had to find the door to leave. Did I miss a few 100 million? I have never been to the outer periphery from 1 to 10, and missed many treasures. I don't know where I will appear after leaving here. The outer periphery of the 10th floor, or the central core. The stupid fruit jumped back and exhaled. They are all gone. Mu Nanjing held it in his palm. You are not too stupid. And you know how to trick them to leave. The stupid fruit said sadly, this is the first time I lied. Mu Nanjing touched its little head with her fingers and changed the subject. Where should I sleep tonight? Ah? Chunghwa looked at her in surprise. Do you still want to sleep? Senior Qi and the others don't sleep. They only sleep deeply. Do you want to sleep too? No need. It's not time to sleep now. Leaving here is the important thing. But there are so many beasts outside. It's not easy to leave. Mu Nanjing decided to find the weaknesses of the beasts from the gossip news. Luckily, the gossip news mentioned the beasts. Chunghwa saw Mu Nanjing sitting on the ground without moving, and he turned around her boredly. Senior, can you play with me? Mu Nanjing turned off the gossip news and looked at the round thing. Can you grow hands? Chunghwa said disappointedly. Senior said that I don't have hands because I'm young, and I have to wait 50,000 years to grow hands and feet. Mu Nanjing. Chunghwa asked, Senior, do you have to have hands to play? No. Mu Nanjing thought about the things that children can play with, while looking at the big trees around, and then took out 2 ropes from the space ring. It's called rope, but it's actually the tendons of monsters, obtained from the monks. She found a piece of wood in the house. Chunghwa followed her around. Senior, what are you doing? Making toys for you. When Chunghwa heard that it was toys again, he immediately lost interest. But the toys made by the other party seemed to be different from the toys given by Senior Qi and others. Mu Nanjing took ropes and wooden boards and built a swing on a big tree. Then, she made a simple wooden horse, a slide, a ball, etc. She had magic, so it was very simple to make. She could just use magic to carve them into shape with a few cuts. Chunghwa looked at the toys he had never seen before, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. Senior, how do you play with these? Teach me quickly. Mu Nanjing treated it as a 3-year-old child, and patiently explained it to it. The toys were easy to use, and Chunghwa learned them as soon as he heard them. At first, Mu Nanjing would play with it for a while, and then it played by itself. Ha. The whole yard was filled with Chunghwa's laughter. Mu Nanjing heard the innocent child's laughter, and a smile flashed across her eyes. Then, she focused on the gossip news and studied the habits of the beasts bit by bit. 5 hours passed, and the sky was still as bright as day. Mu Nanjing looked at the sky outside the house. Won't it get dark here? Chunghwa, who was having fun, asked her, what is dark? That means there is no dark. Mu Nanjing. Just then, there were bangs outside, and the roars of the monsters. The sound was very loud and terrifying. Mu Nanjing walked out of the house to look. The sound came from the mountain surrounded by black air. Chunghwa had long been accustomed to these sounds. That's the seniors fighting. Oh! Mu Nanjing returned to the house. Afterwards, Xiao Yun's excited voice rang out from outside. Chunghwa, your seniors are fighting again. It won't end for a while. Come with me to play with Master K and the others. Chunghwa hadn't played enough on the slide yet, so he refused without thinking. No. Mu Nanjing immediately sent a voice message to it. Go. Take me with you. Ah? Chunghwa turned and looked into the house. Xiao Yunduo was very disappointed. Why not go? Are you still blaming me for throwing you away yesterday? In the past, it asked Chunghwa to play, and Chunghwa never refused it. I said go. Chunghwa jumped into the house. Wait for me. I'll be back soon. Okay. Chunghwa jumped in front of Mu Nanjing. Senior, do you want to see Senior K? Senior K? Is it Suzaku? Yes. Mu Nanjing said firmly. Then I'm going to see it. Chapter 232. It's so majestic. Chunghwa thought that Senior K and the others were friendly beasts. As long as they were not angered, they would not kill each other for no reason. They never stopped him from playing with Xiao Yunduo, so he did not object to taking Mu Nanjing into the mountains. But the moment Xiao Yunduo saw Mu Nanjing, she was scared away again. Guo looked at Xiao Yunduo's running back and muttered to himself, strange. Why has Xiao Yunduo become less courageous? In the past, they dared to roar a few times when they saw Qijian seniors. But why did they run away when they saw seniors? Is it because they have never seen senior animals before that they feel scared? He looked at the strange-looking Mu Nanjing and thought, he really looks too scary. If Mu Nanjing knew what he was thinking, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Mu Nanjing asked Guo, Little Cloud has run away. Can we still go to see Senior K? Of course. I will take you there now. Guo listened carefully to the fierce fighting sounds in the Fierce Beast Mountain range, and confirmed that the ferocious beasts would not notice him in a short time. He quickly jumped onto Mu Nanjing's shoulder, flew to the Divine Beast Mountain on her flying sword, and then walked down the mountain. It explained to Mu Nanjing, Senior, I am not a fruit from the Divine Beast Mountain. Without Little Cloud leading us, we cannot fly directly into the mountain. Otherwise it will be regarded as disrespectful. I can only ask you to walk into the mountain with me. Mu Nanjing said he understood. Guo jumped and led Mu Nanjing into the mountain road. The mountain road was not easy to walk on. Not only were there many stones, but it was also winding and steep. If Mu Nanjing was not a cultivator, he really couldn't climb up. Half an hour later, they finally climbed a mountain and reached the top of the mountain. However, this is just a large flat platform, with no fairy grass materials or divine beasts. At the foot of the mountain on the other side of the platform is a wide and long canyon. Under the cover of the barrier, there is nothing below. Guo jumped to the hillside road next to it. Senior. As long as you go down from here, you can see Senior K and others. Mu Nanjing nodded. It is easier to go down the mountain than to go up the mountain. But she felt a resistance blocking her progress. Every step was particularly difficult, and her body was like a mountain pressing down on her head. So heavy that she could hardly breathe. Even using magic could not eliminate the obstacles. Half a quarter of an hour passed, and she only walked 30 steps. But Guo, who was jumping in front, looked particularly relaxed. Guo, come on my shoulders. Okay. Guo happily jumped on her shoulders. Mu Nanjing suddenly felt light, and immediately quickened her pace down the mountain. In less than 2/4 of an hour, she had reached the bottom of the mountain. We're here. Guo happily jumped on Mu Nanjing's shoulder. Mu Nanjing still only saw an empty canyon. But after she took 3 steps forward, the scenery in front of her changed drastically, and she heard a bustling noise. The first thing she saw was a big turtle with its 4 legs facing up outside the gate, basking in the sun. Although the big turtle's head and tail were retracted in its shell, the aura around it was majestic and huge, which made people feel respectful. Guo greeted the big turtle. Senior Xian. I'm here. Mu Nanjing couldn't confirm the other party's identity, but from Guo's name and the description of the gossip news, it was certain that the other party should be Xuanwu, one of the 4 sacred beasts. She didn't expect to see a divine beast as soon as she came in, so she immediately bowed and saluted. Junior Gongbo Nanjing greets Senior Xianwu. Wow! I didn't expect to see a divine beast in my lifetime. Xianwu. It's so majestic. The big turtle didn't say anything. Guo urged Mu Nanjing. Senior. We can go now. Mu Nanjing asked it. Can I go in without Senior Xianwu's consent? After all, the other party is a divine beast, and she, an ordinary cultivator, has no ability to offend it. And, if possible, she wanted to ask where the gate to leave here is. You can go in directly without waiting for its consent. Mu Nanjing did not move. I want to ask Senior something, Guo said, then give up. Why? When I first came here, I also wanted to wait for its consent before going in. Then I waited for 5 days before it opened its eyes, and waited for another 5 days before it said it could go in. Guo felt sad when he thought about it. It was not easy to wait until it could go in and play. But Senior Qi and the others called it back after less than half a quarter of an hour. Mu Nanjing. Gosh, are all turtles so slow? Senior Xuanwu is rude. Mu Nanjing did not wait any longer, and took Guo around Xuanwu's huge body and walked into the Grand Canyon. After they walked 10 feet away, the big turtle slowly stretched out its head and showed one eye to look at Mu Nanjing, who was going away, and then retracted into its shell to continue basking in the sun. The Grand Canyon is very lively. There are white spirit deer competing with each other to see whose horns are the biggest and most beautiful. There are chiling fighting each other, And there are Dapeng who like to chat. In short, all the mythical beasts and fairy beasts that have been recorded have appeared in the Grand Canyon. Seeing this, Mu Nanjing was very sure that the secret realm they entered was not an ordinary golden immortal secret realm. Otherwise, there would not be so many divine beasts and immortal beasts. The divine beasts and immortal beasts soon noticed Mu Nanjing, who was shuttling among them, and quickly stopped making noises and stared at her quietly. Hello, seniors. Chunwa was unaware and still greeted them as usual. Seniors, I am taking the liberty of bringing a new friend today. I wonder if you are welcome. The divine beasts and immortal beasts neither agreed nor objected. And it was a good thing that they did not immediately drive Mu Nanjing away. Mu Nanjing politely saluted everyone. Junior Gongwa Nanjing greets all the seniors. Please forgive me for coming here suddenly. Humans. A deep voice came from the valley. We haven't seen humans for a long time. Mu Nanjing looked up and saw a sheep. But it was taller than a sheep. The horns next to its face were big and curly. The white fur on its body was fluffy and white. It also exuded colorful light. Standing on a high place, it looked particularly tall and sacred. Hello, Senior Baizhe. Baizhe chuckled softly. I haven't appeared in the world for many years. I didn't expect that there are humans who recognize me. Senior Baizhe's deeds have been passed down in the world, and his appearance has been painted into a statue for people to worship. Naturally, this junior also recognizes Senior Baizhe. Wow, I actually met Baizhe. It is as sacred and majestic as the legend. By the way, I heard that Baizhe is not only smart, but also has the ability to predict, and is omniscient. That it must know the way to leave. The fairy beasts and divine beasts looked at Mu Nanjing with sad and fierce eyes, as if they wanted to drive her out. But they couldn't drive her out. Mu Nanjing noticed their changes. Baizhe suddenly spread his wings. Human, come up. Mu Nanjing jumped up and jumped to its side. Baizhe took her into his wings. Don't make a sound. Someone is coming. Chapter 233. He's smart. Mu Nanjing, who was hiding in the wings, looked around. It was not dark inside, but bright and soft. The place was also very spacious. It was not a problem to accommodate 10 more people. Finally, her eyes stopped at the gap in front of her. She walked forward and saw everything outside. At this time, a man landed in the sky. He was wearing a purple robe and a white jade crown. His face was perfect and impeccable. However, everyone present was a beast, and they had no feeling for human faces. Mu Nanjing, who was hiding in the wings, unexpectedly raised his eyebrows, and 2 words flashed in his mind. Gu Ming. The Gu Ming in front of him was not the Gu Ming in disguise, but the Gu Ming with his real face. He was smiling, but the smile did not reach his eyes. What surprised her most was why he was here. Moreover, the other party was not like the Gu Ming she knew at all. Whether it was his demeanor or temperament, he was not as good as the Gu Ming she knew. Could he be? Gu Ming smiled and greeted everyone. Old friends. Long time no see. How have you been these years? The fairy beasts and divine beasts stared at him for a long time before they remembered who he was. One of them asked, Are you Jieli? Yes, it's me. Jieli smiled and asked the divine beasts, Did you miss me? TSK. All the fairy beasts and divine beasts dispersed and went about their own business. Chunguo looked at Baizhe worriedly before looking for Xiaoyan Duo. Jieli didn't care about their attitude at all. He smiled and raised his head to greet Baizhe. Baizhe, how are you? Baizhe said in a calm and majestic tone. Jieli, you are not welcome here. And this is not the place you should come to. It's better for you to leave as soon as possible. If the beasts of the Fierce Beast Mountain knew you were coming, they wouldn't be so polite to us. Jieli looked helpless. I'm just a different race from you. Is there a need to exclude me so much? Baizhe glared at him. Why do people dislike you? You know it in your heart. And there's no need to embarrass each other. Okay. I'll ask a question and leave. I know what you want to ask. And I won't answer your question like I did back then. Leave quickly, and don't let us embarrass you. Jieli looked anxious. So many years have passed. And it's almost the time you said. Can't you tell me in advance? After all, we have been through hardships together. You won't be so heartless. Right? Baizhe didn't say anything. Suddenly, with a bang, a big white tiger jumped in front of Jieli. Roar. The terrible roar forced Jieli back a few steps. Jieli put away his anxious look and taunted, White tiger, your cultivation has regressed. In the past, Your roar could have forced me back out of the secret realm. Bai Hu sneered. Even if my cultivation level regresses, I can still beat you out of the secret realm. Do you want to try? Jie was still afraid of Bai Hu. He frowned unwillingly and asked Bai Zai, are you still unwilling to tell me? Bai Zai didn't say anything. Obviously didn't want to answer him. Okay. I know. Jie turned and left. Bai Hu snorted. He knows what's good for him. Bai Zai said in a calm voice. He just left the Divine Beast Mountain. Not the secret realm. If you dare to come here again next time, I will fight you every time I see you. Bai Hu looked up at Bai Zai. I heard that a human came in. Where is he? Let me see him. Bai Zai spread his wings and let the white tiger see Mu Nanjing. Mu Nanjing bowed to the white tiger and said, Hello, Senior White Tiger. Wow. The white tiger is indeed a divine beast. More majestic and domineering than any other white tiger monster. The white tiger raised its chin conceitedly. Walked back and forth twice below before speaking. You, a human, are very much to my liking. Come to my cave when you have time. It jumped up and flew high into the sky. In an instant, its figure merged with the white clouds in the sky. Bai Zai lowered his head and looked at Mu Nanjing. I know you came to the Divine Beast Mountain to find Zhu Ke in order to find the door to leave here. Unfortunately, Zhu Ke has not returned yet. And the door you are looking for is not here. Mu Nanjing asked. Then where is it? Ferocious Beast Mountain. Mu Nanjing. Ferocious Beast Mountain. Where all the beasts that fight at the slightest disagreement live. Going to the Ferocious Beast Mountain is simply seeking death. Is there any other way to leave here? No. Mu Nanjing. You won't really let me go to the Fierce Beast Mountain. Will you? Bai Zai said, it's rare for you to come to the Divine Beast Mountain. You can take a walk here. And it won't be too late to go to the Fierce Beast Mountain after you figure out a way to deal with the ferocious beasts. Mu Nanjing looked at Bai Zai in her heart speechless. Senior Bai Zai is so sure that I can deal with the ferocious beasts. As a cultivator, no matter how capable she is, she can't confront the ferocious beasts head-on. Bai Zai didn't answer her. And then spread his other wing. Little Cloud. Take Miss Gongbo around. Little Cloud came out of its wing and looked at Mu Nanjing timidly. Senior Zai. Do you really want me to follow her? Bai Zai pushed it with his wing. Little Yunduo said with a stiff face, Ms. Gongbo, please follow me. Although Mu Nanjing was anxious to leave here, her curiosity about the mythical beasts was greater than her desire to leave. She wanted to see all the mythical beasts and fairy beasts, so that she could draw them after she went out, and let the world know what they really looked like. Little Yunduo took Mu Nanjing to find Chunhua first. Chunhua was hiding not far away. When he saw Little Yunduo and Mu Nanjing coming, he hurried out to meet them. Senior Master, are you okay? No problem. Mu Nanjing took it in his hand and touched its head. Little Yunduo asked very politely, Ms. Gongbo, you must have never seen a real dragon. I will take you to the dragon pond now. Mu Nanjing had this in mind. So he picked up Little Yunduo and put her on his shoulder. The foolish fruit said, Xiao Yunduo, aren't you afraid of the senior? Why aren't you afraid now? I'm not afraid of her. Xiao Yunduo didn't know what she was thinking. Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you. The dragon pond is far away from here. We need to fly over. Mu Nanjing flew to the dragon pond. Of course, the divine beast Qinglong was sleeping in the lake and couldn't see its true body. However, other dragons can be seen, such as the five-clawed golden dragon, the black dragon, etc. Each dragon has its own personality, and the only thing in common is that their aura is very strong. Originally, the dragons didn't welcome Mu Nanjing, but when they heard that Bai Zai asked her to come, they didn't drive her away. Mu Nanjing stayed in the dragon pond for most of the day, and after admiring various dragons, she left the dragon pond with Xiao Yunduo and the others. Not long after they left, the Qinglong sleeping in the dragon pond slowly surfaced, looked at the direction Mu Nanjing left, sighed, and then returned to the dragon pond. Mu Nanjing and the others had just flown out of the range of the dragon pond when a figure suddenly blocked her way. Chapter 234. This person is really annoying. Chunhua saw that the person blocking their way was Jie, who had come to find Bai Zai before, and he jumped up in shock. Didn't you leave the Divine Beast Mountain? I just used a trick to deceive Bai Zai and made him mistakenly think that I had left the Divine Beast Mountain. Jie pinched his chin. It's strange. If it was in the past, Bai Zai would definitely be able to discover my little trick. But this time he didn't notice it. And even the white tiger didn't notice it. Could their divine power have weakened? Xiao Yunduo grinned fiercely, revealing sharp teeth. Get out of the divine beast mountain. Jieli curled his lips. Little thing. I didn't provoke you. You don't need to be fierce to me. How about this? Let's be friends. You can come to me if you encounter problems in the future. Little Cloud sneered. A traitor is worthy of making friends? What a tactless guy. Jieli narrowed his eyes, then turned his gaze to Mu Nanjing, and looked her up and down curiously. Little girl. Who are you? You don't have fairy power. You should not be a divine beast or fairy beast here. But why is Bai Zai protecting you? It has nothing to do with you. Mu Nanjing moved to the side. Jieli moved in an instant and came in front of her. You are not allowed to leave if you don't answer my questions today. Mu Nanjing. This person. Really annoying. Even if every part of him is in line with my heart, I still feel annoying. Roar. Little Cloud suddenly pounced on Jieli fiercely. Jieli didn't take it to heart and slapped it casually. The next moment, the man was knocked back 10 feet by the opponent. A trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes, and his curiosity turned to Xiao Yunduo. What are you? Why can you force me back? Are you a divine beast? No. No. That's not right. I have seen all the divine beasts, and there is absolutely no divine beast like you. Is it a fairy beast? That's not right. A fairy beast can't beat me. Xiao Yunduo didn't want to listen to his nonsense, and slapped him again. Although its small hand was only half the size of Mu Nanjing's thumb, it contained great power. Jieli was not afraid of it, and went up again. With a bang, the two forces collided, erupting with a deafening sound and gas that could blow people away. Mu Nanjing quickly used defensive magic tools and defensive barriers to resist. But the gas alone directly broke through her double defense, and she was rushed 5 feet away. She quickly stabilized her body, and Chunghua, who was standing on her shoulder, stared at Xiao Yunduo in amazement. I have been with Little Cloud for 30,000 years, and this is the first time I know it is so powerful. Mu Nanjing said calmly. Jieli, if you don't want your body to be destroyed, leave quickly. Jieli, who was also rushed out several feet away, paused and smiled. I have been out for a long time. It's time to go back. Before leaving, little girl, can you tell me who you are? I can visit you when I have time in the future. Mu Nanjing snorted coldly. Your divine power is fading, and you still have the mood to ask about other people's homes. Jieli clicked his tongue. Bai Zai told you these words, right? I am more and more curious about who you are now. Bai Zai is willing to tell you these things. Then you must know what I want to ask. But you are definitely not willing to tell me now. So I will come to you next time. This time he did not stay, nor did he use any tricks to deceive them, and he left on his own. Little Yunduo returned to Mu Nanjing's shoulder and said coldly, if you don't leave, I will kill him. Does he have a grudge against you? Mu Nanjing asked this because he had heard Jieli say that he had never seen Little Yunduo. But Little Yunduo regarded Jieli as the enemy who killed his father. No. The cruelty in Little Yunduo's eyes disappeared, replaced by big watery eyes. Even pitiful. I don't know why I hate him. Mu Nanjing. This little guy is a two-faced person. One side is more fierce than a beast, and the other side is a little cutie who will be wronged at any time. Chunghua stammered. Xiao Yunduo, you were so awesome just now. I feel like I can't compare to you. Xiao Yunduo quickly explained. I was so angry just now that I burst out my physical strength. I'm not as strong as you see. Really? Xiao Yunduo nodded vigorously. Really? Chunghua said again. You were so fierce just now. I was scared by you. If I'm so fierce again in the future, you will cover your eyes and won't be scared. Xiao Yunduo wanted to say that she wouldn't do it again in the future, but that was impossible. Okay. Chunghua instantly put the matter behind him and continued to visit the Divine Beast Mountain with Mu Nanjing. At first, Mu Nanjing could still be a polite child. Later, seeing that most of the divine beasts were very easy to talk to, he took out the photo stone and recorded all the divine beasts. Of course, she did this with the consent of Xiao Yunduo, and the divine beasts didn't mind. In this way, they stayed in the Divine Beast Mountain for 10 days and 10 nights, and finally went to the White Tiger Cave to drink tea before returning to Chungua's home. However, before he could even sit in the chair, there was a loud bang outside. It's Senior Qi and the others who are here. Chungwa jumped down from the chair in a panic. Little Cloud frowned. How come they finished fighting so quickly this time? Chungwa, come out. Chungwa looked at Mu Nanjing in the yard, and was very glad that Senior Chi and the others never entered his house. He jumped out of the house. Senior Chi. Senior Tao. Senior Hun. Senior Tao. Why are you here? Xiongqi said unhappily. Are you so unwelcome to us? Chungwa quickly said, No. No. You always scare it. No wonder it doesn't like to go to the Fierce Beast Mountain. Little Cloud walked out and said. Xiongqi said angrily, You stinky rat came to find Chungwa again. And Chungwa is about to be led astray by you. Don't blame us for being rude next time. Hiss. Little Yunduo was not afraid of them at all. She lay on the ground and bared her teeth at them, looking more ferocious than the 4 evil beasts. Ah! Xiongqi was angry and admired it. General beasts would be afraid of him. But this little thing smaller than its toes dared to be fierce to them. I really don't know whether to praise it for its courage and fearlessness, or praise it for its stupidity, not knowing that they are stronger than it. Little Yunduo had no intention of continuing to make trouble with them, and snorted and left. Han Dun narrowed his eyes. Why do I feel that Little Cloud is more like us? Tao Wu agreed. Sometimes I think it should be the child raised by our fierce beasts, while Chungwa is more like the child of a divine beast. Han Dun's eyes became sharp, and he glared at Tao Tai. Answer me honestly. Did you leave your post when you were guarding Chungwa? When Tao Tai said he saw the egg turn into a walnut, he felt strange. He even suspected that it was switched. Otherwise, how could it turn from a small white egg into a small fruit? However, the nature of the divine beasts would not do such a thing that would lose their status. And it would not be good for the divine beasts to switch the eggs. So he dispelled his suspicion. Tao Tai was afraid of being beaten again. So he hurriedly said, No. Absolutely not. I swear. Tao Wu frowned slightly. No matter how unreliable Tao Tai is, he will not take the big thing seriously. Right? Chaos snorted coldly. Forget it. So many years have passed, and it's useless to pursue it. Tao Tai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When it was its turn to guard the fierce egg, it sneaked out several times to find food. When it came back from one of the times, the white round fierce egg turned into a peach pit. After thinking about it, it guessed that the egg must have mutated. He reported the matter. And then the peach pit was actually a fruit after it was broken. And it was a simple and kind fruit, which did not fit the image of their fierce beasts at all. Han Dun looked down at Chungwa and said in a gentle voice, Chungwa, we will never be fierce to you again. And we will not beat you. Just come to the mountain to play with me. Okay? Chungwa nodded subconsciously. Then we will go back and wait for you to come. Han Dun did not want to force it, so he took the other 3 fierce beasts away. Chapter 235 Prophecy. Chungwa returned to the house and said to Mu Nanjing in a depressed mood, I don't want to go to the ferocious beast mountain. Mu Nanjing could see that it was really afraid of the ferocious beasts, so she didn't mention going to the ferocious beast mountain to it. She touched its head with her fingers. Senior Chi and the others didn't force you to go. So if you don't want to go, don't go. Yeah. Chungwa still couldn't be happy, because Senior Hun and the others rarely bowed to him. And if he didn't go, it would hurt Senior Hun and the others' hearts. Mu Nanjing said, Little Yunduo hasn't played with the toys I made yet. It will be fun if you go find it to play with you. Chungwa likes to play the most, and he is particularly happy when he hears about playing. Okay. It jumped out of the house, and a quarter of an hour later, it jumped back again. Senior, I'm back. Chungwa didn't hear a response, so he jumped to the backyard, but didn't see Mu Nanjing. Hey, where's the senior? Little Cloud released his divine sense to check every corner of the house. She's not in the house. Where did she go? Chungwa was very anxious. She wouldn't go out. Would she? If Senior Chi and the others saw her, they would catch her and maybe beat her. After hearing this, Little Cloud guessed where Mu Nanjing had gone. It asked Chungwa, do you want to leave here and go out to play? Wait until you find the senior before you go play. I know where she is. But before you go find her, answer me first. Do you want to leave here and go out to play? I'm not talking about your home, but leaving the Fierce Beast Mountain and the Divine Beast Mountain to go out and see the outside world. Chungwa looked confused. The outside world? Do you mean outside the forest? No. It's farther away than there. And it's possible that you won't be able to come back here in your lifetime. Are you still going? Chungwa hesitated. I don't know. I want to go out and play. But I can't bear to leave here. If I go out, will I really not be able to come back? Yes. I can't bear to leave the fierce Beast Senior and the divine Beast Senior. What should I do? I can't bear to leave them either. But there will always be gatherings and separations in life. Maybe our separation this time is for the next gathering. I think we should still be able to meet them. It's just a matter of time. Then, Xiao Yunduo was annoyed when he heard it stuttering, and urged, answer me quickly. And after you answer, I will go to find your senior and leave here with her. If it drags on like this, it will be reluctant to leave. Chewinghua's eyes lit up. Are we leaving with the senior? Xiao Yunduo said with certainty, yes. Chunhua said happily, then let's go out and play. Okay. Xiao Yunduo smiled. Take all the things in your room with you. Chunhua was puzzled. All? Including the books upstairs? Yes. Xiao Yunduo pointed to the backyard. And take all the flowers, plants and trees in the yard with you. Although Chunhua was puzzled, he still listened to it. It took a deep breath, and then sucked all the bookcases, books, tables, chairs, flowers, plants and trees in the house into its mouth, and even took away the things that the beasts gave it. After swallowing many items, its body was still as small as usual. Let's go! Xiao Yunduo picked it up and ran out of the house. Then jumped up in the direction of the Beast Mountain, flew into the sky, and when he landed, he was already at the foot of the Beast Mountain. Chunhua was scared when he looked at the mountain full of black air. Aren't we here to find the senior? Why did you bring me here? Because she came here. But this place is full of ferocious beasts. Why would the senior come here? Little Yunduo didn't explain, and continued to rush inside with it. When they rushed to the gate of the mountain, they saw the Taotai with a sheep's body and a human face roaring at the ground. Human, get out of the ferocious beast mountain for me. Otherwise I will eat you. Its voice was full of magic power. And the moment it hit Mu Nanjing, the plum blossom on her head popped out to defend against its attack. Taotai narrowed his eyes and stared at the hairpin on her head. There is the scent of stupid fruit. Seeing this, Stupid Fruit anxiously shouted, Senior Tao. She is my friend. Please don't hurt her. It jumped off the little cloud and ran to Mu Nanjing. Senior is my friend. Senior Tao. Please don't hurt her. Taotai frowned. Stupid Fruit. Do you know who she is? She is a senior. No. Taotai was pissed off by it. She is someone who may take you away from here. If you don't want to leave, stay away from her quickly. Stupid Fruit replied, I want to leave with her. Taotai almost couldn't breathe. I want to eat. Before he could say the word he was attracted by the food that Mu Nanjing took out from the space ring. Mu Nanjing flew to Taoyu's nose with a roasted chicken in his hand. This is a gift to Senior Taotai. This was the food prepared before we came in. And it was specially prepared for Taotai. Taotai. Xiao Yunduo. Chunhua. Taotai sniffed it, and it smelled really good. I really want to eat it. Taoyu's saliva couldn't stop flowing down. Xiao Yunduo quickly picked up Chunhua and jumped back. The moment the saliva fell to the ground, it made a sizzling corrosion sound, and the hard stone was eaten by its saliva. Chunhua swallowed his saliva. Senior Tao's saliva is so terrible. Xiao Yunduo nodded in agreement. Mu Nanjing took out all the food and piled it into a small mountain higher than Taotai. She asked, Senior Taotai, can I go in? Taoyu's eyes were full of food, so he didn't care about her. Go early and come back early. Thank you. Mu Nanjing waved to Chunhua and the others. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Xiao Yunduo snorted twice in dissatisfaction. They walked into the gate of the beasts and immediately heard a sharp cry from the sky. Humans. Humans are invading. Mu Nanjing and the others looked up and saw a big bird with 9 heads screaming in the sky. After a while, many beasts appeared in front of them. Then, they surrounded Mu Nanjing as a rare bird. Humans? Really humans? How long have we not seen humans? The appearance of humans represents bad luck. The prophecy has come true. The prophecy is about to come true. Drive humans out of here. Humans should not come here. We still eat her. Then the prophecy will not come true. Eat her. Eat her. The beasts looked fierce. Mu Nanjing. What prophecy? Did the system let me in because of them? Xiao Yunduo and Chunhua quickly jumped in front of Mu Nanjing. You are not allowed to hurt her. The beasts paused and looked at Xiao Yunduo, Chunhua and Mu Nanjing. Their faces became even uglier. It's Chunghwa and Xiaoyun duo. The prophecy is coming true. Woo woo. I don't want it. I don't want it. Alas, what is coming has finally come. Get out of my way. Suddenly, a roar came from behind the beasts. Chapter 236. Let me tell you a secret. The beasts heard Han Dun's voice and stepped aside to make way. Han Dun walked to Mu Nanjing and frowned at Xiaoyun duo and Chunghwa, who were protecting their master. He said in a deep voice, Chunghwa, come here. Chunghwa refused without thinking. No. This was the first time Chunghwa resisted him. Han Dun took a deep breath and raised his voice. Come here. Chunghwa looked at him without saying anything. Suddenly, with a snap, a tear fell to the ground. He cried, you said you wouldn't be mean to me? Han Dun. The beasts. Just raising the volume of your voice a little bit. It doesn't count as being mean to him. Right? You always keep your promises and just lie to me. Woo woo. Chunghwa cried very sadly. Tears fell one by one. The moment they fell to the ground, they turned into golden light and dissipated the surrounding black air. Okay. Okay. Stop crying. Han Dun quickly comforted it. If you don't want to come, don't come. It's fine to stand where you are. Chunghwa still kept crying. Han Dun was speechless. Why are you still crying? You want to hurt the senior. Han Dun rolled his eyes. When did we hurt her? Isn't she fine now? Chunghwa asked more and more. You can't hurt the senior. Han Dun glared at Mu Nanjing. Okay. We won't hurt her. Really? Really? You have to keep your word. Yeah. Chunghwa sobbed several times before he restrained himself from crying. Han Dun sighed and asked, Chunghwa, do you want to leave here? Chunghwa nodded. I want to see the outside world. What if we want you to stay? Do you still want to leave? I. Chunghwa asked in a low voice with embarrassment. Can't I go outside to see? Xiongqi said anxiously. Chunghwa, do you know? Shut up. Han Dun interrupted it. Xiongqi. Chunghwa said quickly. Senior Qi. I'm just going out to see. I will be back in a few days. Can you let me go out to play for a few days? Xiongqi hesitated to speak. And finally his words turned into a sigh. You can go out. But she must take my palm. Han Dun glared at Mu Nanjing. Little girl. Do you dare to take my palm? Chunghwa said angrily. Senior Han? You said you would not hurt the senior. I just want to know her strength. I won't hurt her. Mu Nanjing nodded. I am willing to take a palm from Senior Han Dun. Then I will start. Han Dun was very big. One palm was 5 times the size of Mu Nanjing. So it was said to be a palm. But in fact it only extended 1 finger. And the fingertips contained huge spiritual power. Mu Nanjing went all out and gathered all her strength in her palm to take its palm. However, she could only force Han Dun back half a step. And she was beaten dozens of feet away. She quickly stabilized her body to prevent herself from falling to the ground in embarrassment. Chunghwa hurriedly asked, Senior, are you okay? No problem. Mu Nanjing was glad that Han Dun only used a little bit of strength. Otherwise it would not be as simple as beating dozens of feet away. A fierce beast is a fierce beast. And its power is also extremely fierce. Xiongqi asked Han Dun, what is her ability? Han Dun snorted, among mortals. She is also among the best. Xiongqi stopped talking. Mu Nanjing returned to them. Han Dun said to Mu Nanjing, since Chunghwa must follow you, I will not stop him. But you must treat Chunghwa well after you go out. And don't let it suffer any grievances. Mu Nanjing nodded, as long as it stays with me. I will not let it suffer any grievances. Don't let it get hurt either. Okay. Don't let it cry. Okay. Don't let it be unhappy. Okay. Mu Nanjing. It's just a few days of playing. Why do you act like you're marrying your daughter? Han Dun glared at her fiercely again. Stupid fruit is very simple. You can't lead it astray. Yes. Stupid fruit is very stupid. You must not let it be deceived. Yes. Stupid fruit is not an ordinary fruit. You must not let others find out this. Mu Nanjing nodded. I will. Why does it sound like a last will now? Han Dun took a deep breath, turned his back to them, and said, Stupid fruit. Have fun. Wait until you have played every corner of the world. And come back when you are happy. Stupid fruit said happily, Senior Han. You let me out? Han Dun pointed to the cave in front. Take everything inside with you. Okay. Stupid fruit jumped into the cave. Han Dun waited for Stupid fruit to enter the cave. turned around and pointed at Xiaoyun Duo and said, "It was you. You must have instigated stupid fruit to leave." Xiaoyun Duo did not deny it. "I said that I couldn't let it play with you. Otherwise it wouldn't think of going out." Xiaoyun Duo crossed her arms and snorted, "This is fate. Hey, you're still dragging me." Han Dun was so angry that he wanted to beat him up. At the right time, Chun Guo ran out again. Han Dun immediately turned around to prevent it from seeing his angry face. "Senior Han? I'm ready." Han Dun waved his hand, looking impatient. "Let's go. Let's go. Go quickly. Don't let me regret it." Chun Guo jumped excitedly on Mu Nanjin's shoulder and said, Senior. Let's go." Mu Nanjin looked at the beasts. They all lowered their heads and didn't speak. Xiongqi said in a calm voice, "The door to leave here is on the top of the highest mountain." Mu Nanjin flew to the highest peak on his sword. Xiongqi looked at the figure going away and asked Han Dun, "Are you really letting them go like this?" Han Dun asked him back, "You let Chun Guo come to the Fierce Beast Mountain often. Isn't it also to let it find the door to leave so that it can leave here?" Xiongqi sighed, "I feel so complicated. I don't want them to leave. But I hope they can leave. Only if they leave can we change the current situation. What if it can't be changed? With you accompanying me, I'm not afraid at all." TSK. At this time, Mu Nanjin flew to the top of the highest mountain and saw a golden door. She said to Chun Guo and the others, "This is the door to leave here. Are you sure you want to leave?" Chun Guo nodded. "I'll be back after playing for a few days." Mu Nanjin felt like she couldn't come back. Chun Guo turned and looked in the direction of the ferocious beasts. "Seniors, I will miss you when I go out. And you should miss me too." The ferocious beasts did not respond to it. Chun Guo asked Xiaoyun Duo, "Are Senior Qi and the others angry with me?" "They won't be angry with you." Xiaoyun Duo jumped down from Mu Nanjin's shoulder and said, "You go out first. I'll follow you later." Chun Guo asked, "Aren't you going with us?" "Of course I'll follow. I just have a few words to say to Senior Han Dun and the others. Then you have to catch up quickly." "Okay." Mu Nanjin took Chun Guo into the Golden Gate and disappeared in this world. Xiaoyun Duo grinned at Han Dun and the others, seniors of fierce beasts. "Let me tell you a secret." Chapter 237. They don't admit it. The sad beasts heard what Little Cloud said and looked up at the highest peak. Everyone asked curiously, "What secret?" Little Cloud smiled even more and pointed at herself and said, "In fact, I am the little fierce egg that you have carefully cultivated for more than 900,000 years. The beasts widened their eyes in disbelief. "What? This stinky rat that they hate so much is actually the fierce egg they raised?" "No. They don't admit it. After all, you have raised me for so many years. I feel obligated to tell you before I leave." Hee. Little Cloud jumped towards the Golden Gate. As they left, the Golden Gate suddenly became smaller and disappeared. Xiongqi shouted loudly, "Stinky rat! Come back to me. You haven't told us how you were swapped. I will tell you if we meet again in the future." Then, Little Cloud disappeared from their sight. Xiongqi. The other beasts didn't accept this. "I don't believe that such a disgusting stinky rat is actually our evil one. I don't believe it either. And I don't accept it. Our stupid fruit is still adorable. Who is it? Who stole our evil one? Get out of here." Xiongqi roared at the mountain gate, "Tao Tai. You bastard. Get out of here. It must be because you neglected your duty that this happened." Ahem. Tao Tai, who was stealing food, suddenly heard the roar and was almost choked to death by the food. It quickly patted its chest. But as it patted, its hand suddenly passed through its body. It was stunned and looked down at its body. And its body was becoming transparent bit by bit. The bodies of the fierce beasts on the mountain were also disappearing bit by bit. Even the beasts on the Divine Beast Mountain were no exception. The beasts were all whimpering. Sure enough, the appearance of mortals means that we will not live long. We were already dead. Woo! I don't want to leave this world. I can't bear to leave everyone. I can't bear to leave everyone either. Bai Zhe. Is this our fate? Bai Zhe. You have the ability to reach the sky. Tell us whether we can get together in the future. They looked up at the mountain. And Bai Zhe, who had been standing on the top of the mountain, had disappeared without a trace. Wow! Woo! Woo! Bai Zhe left before us. We will definitely get together again. We can definitely. I'll say goodbye to everyone here first. The beasts on the Divine Beast Mountain and the Fierce Beast Mountain disappeared one after another. When the last beast disappeared, the fierce beast mountain and the divine beast mountain were destroyed one after another and turned into ruins. Mu Nanjing, who was leading from the Golden Gate to another place, heard the rumbling sound and frowned. The little cloud that followed behind him had no more smugness than before. It said to Mu Nanjing in a depressed tone, "They disappeared. They all disappeared." Mu Nanjing knew that it was referring to the divine beasts and fierce beasts. Why did they disappear? Can you tell me what happened? And can you also talk about the prophecy? The gossip news did not mention fierce beasts and divine beasts, so she did not know much. What I know is what Senior Baizé told me. It said that the destruction between heaven and earth occurred 1,000,000 years ago, and the gods and immortals could not stop this disaster even if they joined forces. Only Jieli can save the gods and beasts from this disaster, because Jieli is a divine box made of the skin, bones, nails, and various divine materials of the ancestors. It is extremely hard and has unmatched defense. However, Jieli, who has cultivated into a human form, refuses the request of the gods and beasts and does not allow them to enter his body for refuge. The reason is that he believes that the disaster was caused by the gods and beasts, and he wants to protect mortals. If the gods and beasts enter their bodies, they may bring the disaster to his body and implicate mortals. The gods are kind, and in order not to hurt innocent people, they and the beasts use their divine power to block the disaster. However, they have no strength left to resist the remaining power of the disaster, so they ask Jieli again to let them hide in his body. But Jieli refuses again. The reason for the refusal was ridiculous. He said that the disaster had passed, and there was no need to hide in his body. He was just an ordinary magic weapon, and could not accommodate so many gods and beasts. Moreover, there was only the remaining power left, which was not enough to threaten the gods and beasts. Of course, they could enter his body for refuge, but only half of the people and beasts could enter, and the gods and beasts could decide who to let in. If it were ordinary mortals, they would probably fight for the quota for refuge. However, the gods and beasts were kind-hearted, and no one wanted to hide in a safe place and watch their companions die, so they did not enter Jieli's body. The fierce beasts were also very tough. Knowing that Jieli's purpose was to kill each other, they stayed like the gods. In the end, the gods could not bear to see the gods and beasts die, so they used their remaining divine power to build a secret realm and let the gods and beasts hide in it. After that, the gods fell one after another. What the gods don't know is that the divine beasts and fierce beasts have little divine power left. After the divine beasts and fierce beasts entered the secret realm, they also followed the gods because of overdrawing their divine power, and then piled up into a mountain of corpses to build another new world in the secret realm. However, because they died in the secret realm, their souls were trapped in the secret realm and could not get out. After a long time, they slowly cultivated into entities. But there is still a big difference from the physical body. First of all, the divine power is not as strong as before. Secondly, their physical bodies are in the secret realm, and they cannot leave the secret realm. Everyone is unwilling to be locked in the secret realm for many years, so they ask Baizé to use divine power to predict everyone's future. Baizé's predictive ability is extremely powerful, and he quickly sees the future scene. Everyone is very happy when they know that they can leave the secret realm, but they must die again. This death may be a real death, or it may be reborn. What the result will be depends on the first mortal who enters the secret realm. The secret realm I'm talking about is the place where you stayed in the Divine Beast Mountain and the Fierce Beast Mountain before, and you are the first person to enter the secret realm. When they see the arrival of mortals, it means that their death will also come. Mu Nanjing heard this, and asked him through voice transmission, "Is this the reason why you ran away when you first saw me?" "Yes. I was particularly afraid of being separated from the seniors at that time, so I subconsciously hit you with the stupid fruit and ran to find Senior Baizé and the others. But Senior Baizé said that this is destined, and we can't change it. Although they don't want to die, they can't hide in the secret realm all the time. This is their only chance to be reborn. They can't miss it. Otherwise they will be trapped in the secret realm until their divine power dissipates. And that's when they really die." Mu Nanjing raised his eyebrows. "No wonder everyone looks at me strangely, with fierceness, loss, and fear of me. But how can you be sure that I am the person Senior Baizé said? What if there is someone who came in with me? Maybe that's the person you are waiting for?" Chapter 238. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Of course we have other ways to identify you, but we can't tell you this one. The real reason why Xiao Yunduo didn't tell her was that it couldn't tell her. Because as long as it mentioned that they could hear her inner voice, it would be forbidden to speak. Senior Baizhe told it that they were restricted by the laws of heaven and earth, and couldn't remind Mu Nanjing of this matter. They must abide by the laws. Therefore, he was really scared by Mu Nanjing, not because she was a human, but because it was the first time he heard Mu Nanjing's inner voice. And it knew that the real people who came to rescue Baizhe and others had come. Mu Nanjing didn't dwell on this matter. Okay. Then you can always tell me what happened between you and Changguo? Why can you leave the Fierce Beast Mountain with me? Little Changguo and I are neither divine beasts nor immortal beasts, let alone ferocious beasts. This matter has to start from 1,000,000 years ago. Didn't Senior Baizhe predict that you would come? But no matter how powerful you are still immortal, and can't deal with our common enemy. Mu Nanjing was puzzled. You also have enemies. And they are the same as me? Senior Baizhe said that you will deal with Jieli in the future. Am I right? Mu Nanjing did not deny yes. The reason why she wanted to deal with Jieli was because Jieli was a divine weapon that contained the mortal world. And Wu Yuan's most powerful master, and the one who used mortals as flags to bet, was Jieli. To stop Jieli's behavior, either persuade him with kind words or defeat him. But from the moment she saw Jieli himself, she knew that it was impossible to persuade him. Our enemy is also Jieli, because the disaster 1,000,000 years ago was actually caused by him. But the gods were in the midst of the disaster, and could not calculate what the disaster was. Senior Baizhe also said that Jieli's current goal is to eliminate the divine beasts and fierce beasts, because he doesn't want anyone stronger than him to exist in this world. Eliminate the divine beasts and fierce beasts? Mu Nanjing doesn't quite understand. Didn't the divine beast seniors and fierce beast seniors die long ago? Aren't we seeing their souls? Yes, they are dead. But Jieli doesn't know about this. That day, Senior Baihu drove Jieli away and used all his strength to deter him so that he would be afraid. Otherwise he would destroy the world to no avail. In fact, Jieli began to doubt Senior Baizhe and the others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that Senior Baihu's cultivation was not as good as before. What we have to do now is to stop him from making mistakes again. But you can't deal with Jieli by yourself. So Senior Baizhe mobilized everyone to raise a divine beast or a fierce beast to help you. But the fierce beasts disagreed, because they didn't have any living cubs around them at the time, and couldn't cultivate a good fierce beast. Of course, it is not impossible to raise a cub out of thin air, but it will take all their divine power to fight Jieli. The fierce beasts don't want to waste their divine power on a cub that has no blood relationship with them. Senior Baizhe thought of a way, which is to arouse the competitive spirit of the fierce beasts. In 1,000,000 years, it will be seen whether the cubs raised by the divine beasts are stronger or the cubs raised by the fierce beasts are stronger. The fierce beasts are of course unwilling to admit defeat, so they use a stone as a cub to cultivate, while the divine beasts use a fruit core as a cub. But the problem is, if they put all their divine power on the cubs, they will disappear soon. Senior Baizhe has come up with another idea, which is to use the spiritual power circulation array to transmit the divine power back and forth from me. Stupid fruit, divine beast, and fierce beast. This can not only cultivate us, but also allow them to keep their divine power and live in the world. However, once stupid fruit and I leave, they will lose their divine power, and their souls will disappear between heaven and earth. Xiao Yunduo was particularly sad when she said this. Don't be sad. Senior divine beast and fierce beast will still come back. Mu Nanjing is not very good at comforting people. So he changed the subject and asked, you just said that the divine beast uses fruit cores as cubs. So how can it give birth to a beast like you? Why do I feel that stupid fruit is more like being born from a fruit core? Speaking of this matter, Xiao Yunduo found it funny. Senior Baizhe said that the child raised by a fierce beast must also be a fierce beast. If it leaves the secret realm and causes trouble outside, no one can stop it. Therefore, in order to make the little fierce beast listen to mortals, the cub raised by the fierce beast needs to be raised by a divine beast to teach it the correct concept. So, Senior Baizhe took advantage of Senior Taotia's laziness and secretly exchanged me and Changguo, who were not yet born. Then the divine beast raised me, and the fierce beast raised Changguo. Mu Nanjing was speechless. Senior Baizhe and his friends are not afraid that the fierce beast will raise Changguo badly. Senior Baizhe dared to give Changguo to them, because he was sure that the fierce beasts would not raise Changguo badly. You can see how Changguo is now. Mu Nanjing turned his head to look at Chen Guo on his shoulder. Chen Guo looked around with innocent curiosity. It seems that there is no difference between here and where we are. Mu Nanjing said, because we haven't really left the secret realm yet. It will be different when we leave the secret realm. Then how do we leave the secret realm? Before Mu Nanjing could answer, there was another rumble, and a cracking sound above his head. Little Yunduo saw many large rocks falling from the sky and hurriedly said, Chen Guo, suck all the rocks falling from the sky into your stomach. Oh, okay. Although Chen Guo didn't know the reason, he still listened to it, and sucked all the rocks into his stomach in one breath. Mu Nanjing asked Xiao Yunduo, using voice transmission, what do you want Chen Guo to suck the rocks for? They are made of the ashes of divine beasts and fierce beasts, which will be very useful in the future. Maybe the resurrection of divine beasts and fierce beasts depends on them. Mu Nanjing. Although Chen Guo's body is small, its suction power is very strong, and the thing sucked in front of it will shrink into objects smaller than dust and enter its stomach. It took about 3/4 of an hour to suck everything. Chen Guo looked at the sky and said, no more. Right? It should be gone. We can leave the secret realm now. Mu Nanjing looked around. To leave the secret realm, we must first know where this is. I don't even know where we are now. Xiao Yunduo was stunned. You don't know where you are either? Yeah. But don't worry. We will know where we are when we find other people. Mu Nanjing led them to the core of the secret realm. During the period, he would plant the fairy fruits and fairy herbs in the space. Xiao Yunduo didn't understand. Miss Gongguo, the fruit you picked is not as good as the one planted by Chen Guo. Why did you pick it? This reminded Mu Nanjing of the flowers, plants and trees planted in Chen Guo's backyard. Those were fruits that could be called divine fruits. They really couldn't be compared. Maybe it's because I'm poor. Xiao Yunduo. At this time, there was a rustling sound in front. Then, a large group of monks in black robes emerged from the dense and tall grass and appeared in front of Mu Nanjing and the others. The monks were stunned when they saw Mu Nanjing. And then, their leader laughed out loud. It's true that enemies often meet on a narrow road. Enemies often meet on a narrow road. Chapter 239. Sure enough, he deserves to be punished. Mu Nanjing saw that the person who was laughing wildly was the leader of the heavenly demon sect, and he raised his eyebrows in surprise. Chen Guo saw so many people for the first time, and he was a little scared. He quickly hid in the collar of Mu Nanjing's clothes. Little Cloud, not knowing what was going on, also quietly hid behind Mu Nanjing's neck. Chen Guo raised his little face and looked at Mu Nanjing's chin and asked in a low voice, Senior, are they also senior animals? They look so scary. Will they beat us? Mu Nanjing comforted it. Don't be afraid. Little Cloud sneered. No matter how scary they are not as scary as the fierce beast seniors. That's true. Chen Guo felt relieved. Enemy? Mu Nanjing said to the leader of the heavenly demon sect in a calm voice. Master of the heavenly demon sect, you are not an enemy to me. The leader of the heavenly demon sect stopped laughing. If not an enemy, what is it? Sucker. Everyone. What a proper description. The leader of the heavenly demon sect was furious. You. It reminded him of the large amount of spiritual stones that were taken away. Gong Bo Nanjing, I once told you not to fall into my hands. Otherwise, I will make you live a life worse than death. Mu Nanjing did not take him seriously. I also once said that if I meet you again, it will not be a matter that spiritual stones can solve. Little girl, there is no formation here, and there is no tribulation crossing cultivator who can protect you. But you dare to be so stubborn. I want to see who can save you this time. The leader of the heavenly demon sect said, while using his spiritual sense to check the situation around him. After confirming that there were no tribulation crossing cultivators around, he grinned with an evil smile. The leader is always so confident, which is sometimes a good thing. But sometimes, Mu Nanjing teleported in front of him, looking for death. As she finished speaking, she slapped the leader of the Tianma sect on the forehead. The leader of the Tianma sect did not expect Mu Nanjing to attack suddenly, and did not expect her cultivation to be so high. He watched the other party hit him without reacting in time. Fortunately, the black jade crown on his head could automatically pop out the defense barrier to block her attack at the critical moment. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the black jade crown made a snapping sound, which was the sound of the black jade crown breaking. And the defense barrier was also broken. He hurriedly stepped back and raised his hand to hit her with his palm. With a bang, He was rushed out 10 feet away. The people of the Tianma sect and other evil cultivators were so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground. Isn't it said that young Master Gongbwa is less than 20 years old? How could she defeat our leader? Could she be another cultivator disguised as young Master Gongbwa? It has long been rumored in the Gongbwa family that young Master Gongbwa is a cultivator in the Tribulation Crossing stage. But we just don't believe it. A cultivator in the Tribulation Crossing stage who is less than 20 years old. No one would believe it. Looking at the current situation, our leader is no match for her at all. Isn't the leader of the Heavenly Demon sect also a cultivator in the Tribulation Crossing stage? How come he is at a disadvantage? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the leader of the Heavenly Demon sect is not as good as young Master Gongbwa. Why do I feel that young Master Gongbwa's strength is enough to rival the ancestors who hide in the secret realm to avoid the thunder tribulation of ascension? The leader of the Heavenly Demon sect quickly formed a hand seal, Heavenly Demon Seal. A ball of black gas appeared out of thin air in front of him, and an ancient black seal emerged from the black gas and blasted towards Mu Nanjing. Blue Sky Divine Halberd. Mu Nanjing raised his hand and pointed. A god in blue armor appeared in front of her, holding a blue giant halberd and stabbing at the black seal. Bang! The blue giant halberd pierced the black seal and rushed straight to the leader of the Heavenly Demon sect. The leader of the Heavenly Demon sect hurriedly took out the broken shield. And suddenly, a hand pinched the back of his neck. His expression changed, and he hurriedly turned around, only to see Mu Nanjing standing behind him. Following that, the blue giant halberd pierced his chest and sealed his spiritual power. Puff! The leader of the Heavenly Demon sect vomited a mouthful of blood. Master! The people of the Heavenly Demon sect rushed over anxiously. And suddenly, a strong pressure enveloped them. Their legs went limp, and they knelt on the ground, shouting with difficulty, Master! Are you okay? The master of the Heavenly Demon sect said with pain, Stinky girl! You hit it so well. Mu Nanjing said coldly, You just don't have a brain. I dare to hang around in front of so many evil cultivators. Not only because of the formation and the protection of the cultivators in the tribulation period, but also because I have strength. If you can't even think of this, you can only blame your stupidity. The master of the Heavenly Demon sect was furious. It's not that he is stupid, but that she is too amazing. No one would have thought that she was already a cultivator in the tribulation period. Are you really the daughter of Gongbwa Jingfei? Mu Nanjing sneered. You really don't have a good brain. If I wasn't the daughter of Gongbwa Jingfei, would Gongbwa Jingfei dare to announce my identity at will? And dare to hand over Gongbwa's family to me? The master of the Heavenly Demon sect was so angry that he didn't want to talk to her. Mu Nanjing asked, Do you want to die? You are a brainless person if you ask this question. Right? The leader of the Heavenly Demon sect sneered. I'm asking you. Who wants to die? Anyway, I don't want to die. But are you willing to let me go? Yes. The straightforward answer made the leader of the Heavenly Demon sect stunned. You should have conditions. Right? Then just tell me what you want. Fairy grass? Materials? Or fairy tools? She said before that spirit stones can't solve the problem. Which means she won't want spirit stones. Nothing. Then what do you want? The leader of the Heavenly Demon sect was puzzled. Do you want my Heavenly Demon sect? I want you to recognize me as your master. Recognize the master? The leader of the Heavenly Demon sect was stunned and said angrily, You mean you want me to recognize you as your master? Impossible. I won't recognize a little girl as my master. In that case, I can only say goodbye to you. Mu Nanjing used magic power to attack his soul, letting him taste the real life worse than death. Ah! The leader of the Heavenly Demon sect fell to the ground and rolled around in pain. His tragic appearance scared the other evil cultivators to retreat. The second elder of the Heavenly Demon sect endured the pain and shouted, Young Master Gongbwa, please let go of our sect master. Otherwise, Mu Nanjing looked back at him. Otherwise what? Our sect master dares to threaten me in my hand? The most ridiculous thing is that the Heavenly Demon sect is not as strong as the Gongbwa family, but dares to threaten the young master of the Gongbwa family. It really deserves to be punished. The second elder of the Heavenly Demon sect was choked by her inner voice. Ahem. Otherwise our sect master will die. If he dies, how can he recognize you as the master? And how can the Heavenly Demon sect listen to your orders? Everyone. You gave in so quickly? I don't need him as a subordinate. Mu Nanjing looked at the other evil cultivators. Others are also good as my subordinates. Other evil cultivators swallowed their saliva. Mu Nanjing snorted, "If you don't want to die, just obey me. Otherwise, I will slaughter your entire family and kill all your 9 clans. Everyone. They think she is more like an evil cultivator than them." Chapter 240. We meet old friends again. Among the evil cultivators present, only the leader of the heavenly demon sect had the highest cultivation level. Even he couldn't beat Mu Nanjing, so it was even more impossible for them to deal with her. Moreover, they always bully the weak and fear the strong, and they are not as tough as the decent people. Therefore, after being threatened by Mu Nanjing, they agreed without hesitation. A cultivator stood up and said, "We are willing to be the subordinates of the young Master Gonghua, and please show mercy to us. What about you?" Mu Nanjing looked at the people of the heavenly demon sect. The people of the heavenly demon sect hurriedly said, "We are also willing to be your subordinates." "Okay." Mu Nanjing waved her hand, and countless golden lights shot out from her fingertips and hit their bodies, leaving her mark. A wood character flashed between their eyebrows, then sank into their eyebrows and disappeared. Mu Nanjing looked at the second elder of the heavenly demon sect, and then at the leader of the heavenly demon sect on the ground. The second elder was a shrewd man. He saw what she meant and advised the leader of the heavenly demon sect in a kind voice, "Master, there is a saying that a man who knows the current situation is a hero. If the leader is still stubborn, he will only end up dead. But if you keep your life, you can do what you want to do." This is a very meaningful statement. Not only did the leader of the heavenly demon sect hear it, but even Mu Nanjing heard it. Humph. This is to ask the leader of the heavenly demon sect to keep his life and find a chance to deal with me. Then come on. I will wait for the day when he turns over. It depends on whether he has the ability to turn over. Hearing this, the leader of the heavenly demon sect gritted his teeth and said, "Young Master Gonghua, I, Shurjie, am also willing to be yours. Please spare my life." "Young Master Gonghua," Mu Nanjing said, "you have considered for so long before answering me, so you will be in pain for a while." "Everyone." Mu Nanjing asked the second elder, "Where are we now?" To answer Master Gonghua, "We are now on the 10th floor." Mu Nanjing frowned. "You are quite capable. You have reached the 10th floor in just 1 month. We have been here for 5 years. Mu Nanjing was surprised. 5 years? You have been here for 5 years? I have only been here for half a month. And they have been here for 5 years? It has actually been such a long time? The second elder and the others were even more shocked than her. It took them 5 years to get here, but it only took her half a month. It is really annoying to compare yourself with others. Yes. Could it be that the space we are in is different? And the time is also different? Mu Nanjing asked again, "Then have you encountered any danger?" "Yes." The second elder mentioned this matter and sighed. "We have lost many disciples. There were more than 2,000 people originally, but now there are only 1,000 people. Only 1,000 people left? What about Gongwa's family? What's their situation? They are not as miserable as Tiananmen. Right? TSK. You said you would protect Gongwa's family, but in the end, you didn't protect anyone. I, the young master, am too derelict in my duty." Mu Nanjing asked them, "Have you seen anyone from Gongwa's family?" The second elder shook his head quickly. "No. We have never seen anyone from Gongwa's family. We came in earlier than Gongwa's family. How could we meet people behind us if we were walking in front? I'd better see what the gossip news says." Mu Nanjing deliberately looked up the things about Gongwa's family. Fortunately, Gongwa's family only has people injured. No one has died. The injured can still be treated, but the dead cannot be saved. At present, all of them are gathered on the 6th floor, following Gu Ming's arrangements. With Gu Ming here, I feel relieved. I will wait for them to come up on the 10th floor. By the way, how is Tian Yuan? Mu Nanjing searched the gossip news, but could not find any news about Tian Yuan. He won't die. Will he? But he doesn't look like a short-lived person. Mu Nanjing closed the gossip news, unlocked the seal of the leader of the Tianma sect, and his soul shock. The leader of the Tianma sect lay on the ground gasping for breath. Mu Nanjing released his spiritual sense, but he could only see things within 1,000 feet. And it was not okay for anything further, besides you. Who else is on the 10th floor? The second elder murmured, "We entered the secret realm in advance, and we are the first group of demon cultivators to come to the 10th floor. No one should have come to the 10th floor before us. Which means that we are the only ones on the 10th floor." "Oh!" Mu Nanjing thought for a while. Who is on the 9th floor? Before we came to the 10th floor. The 9th floor was full of evil cultivators. And we were the first group of people who found the passage and came to the 10th floor. Then when did you come up? Half an hour ago. Mu Nanjing nodded in understanding. Do you remember where the passage is? I remember. The second elder thought for a while and asked, Young master, are you looking for the door to the passage? Yes. Then you don't have to look for it. Because we disappeared after we came in, and then appeared in other places. Oh! Mu Nanjing narrowed his eyes, and started to think of other ideas. Except for the people from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Everyone else should disperse, and look for the door. Once you see the door, immediately send a message to me. Yes. Everyone flew away. Mu Nanjing and the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect rested on the spot. The leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect was seriously injured by Mu Nanjing. But fortunately, he had a lot of elixirs on him. After taking them, his injuries improved greatly. Mu Nanjing looked at the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect and said, You have a lot of healing medicine. The leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect suddenly felt his anus tighten. If the young master needs it, I can give you all the medicine. No. Mu Nanjing refused without thinking. The leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Humph. If I need elixirs, I will find herbs myself, and don't want your charity. The leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. He didn't mean to give her charity at all. On the contrary, he felt like he was being robbed. A lot of herbs and elixirs will be delivered to my door soon. And I don't care about your little elixirs. The leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. He just didn't believe it. Who would be so generous to give her a bunch of pills? Do you think pills are free? Could it be that someone from Gongwa's family is coming? Just then, a whistle sounded from the north. The one who delivers the pills is here. Mu Nanjing said to the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, I want to ride your flying car. The so-called flying car is as comfortable and luxurious as the Emperor's carriage. But it is pulled by 8 puppet horses in front. The leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect took out the flying car that had never been ridden by anyone from the space ring with a dark face. Mu Nanjing sat on it and said, So someone is going with me. All the people of the Heavenly Demon Sect followed Mu Nanjing's flying car to the north. Before they reached the destination, they saw groups of evil cultivators coming out of a golden gate from a distance. Mu Nanjing saw the leader of the Luosha Palace standing in front of the crowd. We meet old friends again. The leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect sneered. That's great. Finally someone came to accompany him. The Lord of Luosha Palace and his men also noticed the flying car flying towards them. Someone said, It's the flying car of the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Someone from the Heavenly Demon Sect is coming. Everyone saw it. But the strange thing was that the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Sect was not sitting in the car, but was following beside it. After a while, the flying car came to the top of their heads in front of them. And then a cold female voice came from it. Robbery. Everyone. Chapter 241 I'm here to rob. The Lord of Luosha Palace pointed at the flying car and asked the Lord of Tianma Sect, Lord of Tianma Sect, who is the person sitting in your flying car? Why does the voice sound so familiar? Why does he feel that the other person's voice is a bit similar? Like Mu Nanjing's? No. No. They came in earlier than her. And there is no way they would meet her. Besides, the Lord of Tianma Sect regards her as an enemy, and it is impossible for her to sit in his flying car. I heard it wrong. I must have heard it wrong. The Lord of Tianma Sect raised a teasing smile. It's an old friend of yours. The Lord of Luosha Palace had a bad premonition for some reason. And frowned. My old friend? Who? He filtered all the female friends in his mind. And really couldn't remember which old friend would be so close to the Lord of Tianma Sect. So close that he could sit in the Lord of Tianma Sect's flying car. You forgot about her so quickly? She will be angry. The Luosha Palace master frowned. Just tell me who she is. The smile on the corner of the Tianma Sect master's mouth deepened. The leader of the Yaotian sect, a medium-sized sect, sent a message to the Luosha Palace master. The girl's voice is very similar to Gongwa Nanjing's voice. Could it be her? The Luosha Palace master's face became even uglier. I also think it sounds like her. But how could she be with the Tianma Sect master? I don't know about that. At this time, the curtain of the flying car was lifted to reveal a cold face. The Luosha Palace master took several steps back, as if he had seen a ghost. He pointed at Mu Nanjing with a shaking hand and said, You, aren't you the young master Gongwa? Why are you here? Mu Nanjing patiently repeated, I came to rob. Everyone. Robbery? You come to rob again? The Lord of Luxia Palace rolled up his sleeves and said, Do you think we are easy to bully? So you rob us again and again? Gongbwa Nanjin. I tell you, if you can snatch a hair from me this time, I will take your surname. The Lord of Tianmosek said, Gongbwa Guijia. I advise you to hand it over obediently. Otherwise you will suffer. What Gongbwa Guijia? Stop yelling nonsense. The Lord of Luxia Palace suddenly narrowed his eyes. Squinting, Master of the Heavenly Demon Sect. You are not in the same group with her. Are you? Yes. The Lord of the Raksha Palace was furious. 5 years ago, you called Hin Yuan a fence-sitter. So what's the difference between you and him now? The Lord of the Heavenly Demon Sect suddenly stopped smiling. Instead of caring about my business, you might as well think more about how to deal with Master Gongbwa. The Lord of the Raksha Palace used his spiritual sense to scan the situation on the flying car. She is alone. What is there to be afraid of? Her cultivation is low. Even with immortal weapons in hand, she can't beat so many people. Or do you plan to help her rob together? Exactly. The Lord of the Raksha Palace was furious. Even if you are included, we are not afraid of you. You only have more than 1,000 people under your command. But we have almost 20,000 people. How can you beat us? The Lord of the Heavenly Demon Sect sneered. Who said we only have more than 1,000 people? Isn't it? The Lord of the Raksha Palace glanced at the surrounding environment vigilantly. Countless evil cultivators flew in from all directions and surrounded the Luxia Palace Master and his companions in a circle. They were all evil cultivators who volunteered to follow the Heavenly Demon Sect Master to search for treasure. Mu Nanjin asked the Luxia Palace Master and his companions, Do you want to hand over the materials you are looking for in the secret realm? Or do you want us to beat you until you are willing to hand over the materials? We have as many people as you do. So why are we afraid of you? The Lord of Luxia Palace shouted, Fellow Taoists, let's go together. We will definitely be able to subdue Gongbwa Nanjin and the Lord of Tianmo Sect. Okay. His people shouted in unison, as if they would definitely defeat Mu Nanjin. The Lord of Tianmo Palace sent a message to Mu Nanjin, young master. Although I have just been healed, my body is not fully recovered. I cannot fight the Lord of Luxia Palace with all my strength. So I can only ask you to do it. Haha. You Guijia. Let you also taste the taste of being beaten. Oh. Mu Nanjin still wanted to rob the evil cultivators, who had not yet come to the 10th floor. So in order to save time, she directly released her ultimate move, God Kill. Following that, 4 golden gods appeared in the sky. Their faces were sacred and solemn, and each of them held different magic weapons in their hands, including huge swords and axes, wine pots and bows and arrows, as well as long silk and soul-stealing bells, giving people a strong sense of oppression. The palace master of Luxia Palace and the others immediately had a bad feeling. Were the 4 powerful gods in front of them the moves released by Gongbwa Nanjin? Are they kidding? She couldn't be that powerful. At this time, the god holding the soul-grabbing bell shook the bell in his hand. Ring. Ring. The sound of the bell was like a soul-grabbing song from hell. The evil cultivators present suddenly felt dizzy and felt as if their souls would leave their bodies at any time, making everyone lose their fighting power. At the same time, the god holding the long silk waved the long silk to tie up the palace master of Luxia Palace and the others, making them unable to move. Another god shot thousands of golden arrows at them like a rainstorm. The palace master of Luxia Palace, the elders, and other evil cultivators with higher cultivation levels saw this and hurriedly stabilized their minds to form a defensive barrier and then used defensive magic tools to block it. Bang, 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 bang. A series of explosions like thunder sounded one after another, and each one was more powerful than the last, as the defensive magic weapons were blown to pieces one after another. The palace master of Luxia Palace and his men hurriedly took out new magic weapons to resist. When they were still forced to retreat step by step, they finally took out intact magic weapons to block Mu Nanjin's attack. The 4 gods took turns to fight and disappeared. The palace master of Luxia Palace sneered, Gongbwa Nanjin, if you have any tricks, just use them. Let's see what you can do to us. Mu Nanjin frowned slightly. The little cloud hiding behind her neck said in a voice transmission, Do you want me to take action? I can scratch their magic weapons with just one fingernail. No need. Mu Nanjin took out a drill magic weapon from the space ring. But this magic weapon was a little special. It was a magic weapon, but it looked like a broken magic weapon without any magic power. But if it was not a magic weapon, It was more advanced than any magic weapon in the cultivation world, and its appearance was perfect without any damage. Little Cloud asked curiously, "What kind of magic weapon do you have in your hand?" "I made a magic weapon with magic weapon materials. Named it Piercing Sky Arrow. Unfortunately, I am not a god, and I don't have magic power in my body, so I can only refine a semi-finished product. But it is enough." The Piercing Sky Arrow in Mu Nanjin's hand flew into the air and spun rapidly, then rushed towards the Palace Master of Luosha Palace at lightning speed, hit the defensive barrier, and then drilled every corner of the barrier. Snap! The Palace Master of Luosha Palace heard a cracking sound, and the next moment, the defensive barrier was broken, and all the people in the barrier were blown away. "Ah!" The evil cultivators screamed. Mu Nanjin teleported to the Palace Master of Luosha Palace, raised her fist, and swung it at the Palace Master of Luosha Palace. The Palace Master of Luosha Palace knew that he could not resist, and shouted in a hurry, "I admit defeat. Master Gonghua, I admit defeat. Don't fight anymore." Chapter 242, I really want to curse. Too late. Mu Nanjin punched the Luosha Palace Master in the chest, not only shaking his defensive soft armor, but also breaking his auxiliary bones, as if all his internal organs were displaced, and he screamed in pain. "Ah!" At that moment, the Luosha Palace Master flew 50 feet away. Seeing this scene, the evil cultivators, who came with him to search for treasures, did not dare to move again. The leader of the Tianma sect suddenly felt balanced. Mu Nanjin teleported to the Luosha Palace Master and grabbed his collar. The Lord of Luosha Palace said weakly, "Stop fighting. I admit defeat." The Lord of Tianma sect joked, "Gonghua Guijia. It would have been better if you had handed over the fairy grass materials obediently before. You had to be beaten before you handed them out. Not only did you hurt yourself, but you also lost the fairy grass materials." The Lord of Luosha Palace glared at him angrily. "I think you just want to laugh at me, knowing that Mu Nanjin's realm is higher than theirs, but not telling him. What else is it if not intentionally making him look bad?" The Lord of Tianma sect snorted. "So what?" Mu Nanjin interrupted their conversation. "Lord of Luosha Palace, are you going to give it to me or not?" "Yes." The Lord of Luosha Palace took out 10 herbs and 10 materials for Mu Nanjin, and fed himself a healing medicine. Mu Nanjin did not take it. The Lord of Luosha Palace thought it was too little, and said angrily, "Master Gonghua, although we have been in the secret realm for 5 years, the secret realm is full of dangers, and we can only find a few fairy grass materials. I hope Master Gonghua can understand us." "Humph! You at least found the fairy grass materials. Unlike me, who came to the 10th floor as soon as I entered. Who can understand how I felt about missing the first 9 floors? It was even more painful than losing hundreds of billions of top-grade spirit stones. Fortunately, I was able to rob the evil cultivators, so I felt better." Everyone was furious. "You are better off. Have you ever thought about how they will survive?" Mu Nanjin said, "Cultivators at or below the Jinden stage do not need to hand in the immortal grass materials." Cultivators below the Jinden stage were ecstatic. Someone asked, "What about cultivators above the Jinden stage?" Mu Nanjin said, "Cultivators at the Yuaning stage hand in 1 immortal grass and 1 material. Cultivators at the out-of-body stage hand in 2 immortal grasses and 2 materials. Cultivators at the spirit severing stage hand in 3 immortal grasses and 3 materials." And so on. Not asking them to hand in all or half of the materials was already kind to them, and everyone was not as angry as before. The Lord of the Raksha Palace calculated the number of materials he had handed in. "Do I only need to hand in 7 immortal grasses and 7 materials?" "Yes." The Lord of the Raksha Palace breathed a sigh of relief. Mu Nanjin said again, "Besides this." The Luosha Palace Master just breathed a sigh of relief and raised his breath again. "Besides this. What else is there? Recognize me as your master." "What?" The Luosha Palace Master and the others thought she was joking. "You want us evil cultivators to recognize a righteous cultivator as your master? Impossible." Mu Nanjin stared at him coldly without saying a word. The Luosha Palace Master felt that her eyes were about to eat him, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. "Young Master Gonghua, are you sure you are not joking? Do I look like a joker? Look at your face. I don't look like one." In his heart, he loves to joke. But the Luosha Palace Master couldn't say this. "Young Master Gonghua, don't blame me for not reminding you that if the evil cultivator recognizes you as their master, It will damage your reputation and the reputation of the Gongba family. In this case, do you still want us to recognize you as your master? Other evil cultivators followed suit. Palace master is right. Mu Nanjing frowned slightly. Why would it damage my reputation? Shouldn't I be proud of my subjugation of evil cultivators? The palace master of Luosha Palace was choked by her words. You are associating with evil cultivators, and the upright cultivators will look down on you. How can people with no ability look down on those who are more capable than them? You don't need to say more. Just tell me whether you recognize me or not. The palace master of Luosha Palace looked at the sect master of Tianma sect, who looked like he was watching a show. If the sect master of Tianma sect recognizes you as his master, I will recognize you too. The sect master of Tianma sect sneered. Mu Nanjing said in a calm voice, he has already recognized me as his master. The palace master of Luosha Palace and other evil cultivators looked at him in disbelief. The leader of the heavenly demon sect frowned. Why are you looking at me? Hurry up and recognize your master. The master of the Luosha Palace and others. Finally, the Luosha Palace master and others could only accept their fate and sign a master-servant contract with Mu Nanjing, and then help her find the passage door from the 9th floor to the 10th floor. A quarter of an hour later, the door from the 9th room to the 10th floor appeared in the south. Mu Nanjing led all the evil cultivators to wait outside the gate. And then, they heard someone laughing and saying, we finally came to the 10th floor. Palace Master, do you want to compete to see who finds more fairy grass materials? The loser will give the winner a fairy grass, and the winner can choose the fairy grass. What do you think? The Silver Lord of the Silver Demon Palace did not object. Okay. I'm just afraid that you will regret it at that time. I can swear a heavenly oath, and no one can regret it. Okay. The Silver Demon Palace Master and the Bone Sect Master walked out of the Golden Gate and saw a large group of evil cultivators standing in front of them, and were stunned. Why are there so many people? The leader of the Bone Sect saw the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect and the leader of the Rakshasa Palace, and asked in confusion, why are the two leaders standing here? The leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect and the leader of the Rakshasa Palace kept silent. What's wrong? The leader of the Bone Sect and the leader of the Silver Demon Palace stepped forward. The leader of the Rakshasa Palace looked behind them, and more people came out of the gate. After all the people came out of the passage, the gate closed and disappeared. Then, his eyes turned back to the leader of the Bone Sect. The Gu Sect Master and the Silver Demon Hall Master were frightened by their gazes. What happened? The Luosha Palace Master and the Tianma Sect Master said in unison, robbery. The Gu Sect Master and the Silver Demon Hall Master said. The Luosha Palace Master and the Tianma Sect Master said, nascent soul cultivator's hand in 1 immortal grass and 1 material. Out-of-body cultivator's hand in 2 immortal grasses and 2 materials. Spirit-severing cultivator's hand in 3 immortal grasses and 3 materials. And so on. The Gu Sect Master and the Silver Demon Hall Master said. Finally, they had no choice but to hand in the immortal grass materials, and were forced to recognize Mu Nanjing as their master. There was no other way. They couldn't beat Mu Nanjing and his men. And Mu Nanjing and his men had more people than them. If they fought, they would definitely lose. It was better to recognize their master and save their lives. After that, whenever a group of evil cultivators came, they would be robbed and had to sign a contract with Mu Nanjing. Mu Nanjing was very happy when she saw the space ring filled with fairy herbs and materials. Now that I think about it, it is not so painful to miss the first 9 floors. Everyone. They wanted to curse. They wanted to curse the person who sent Mu Nanjing to the 10th floor directly. Suddenly, there was a loud thunder in the sky. Everyone was shocked and looked up at the sky. There was no change in the sky. Mu Nanjing said, everyone can look for treasures on the 10th floor separately. You don't need to hand over the fairy herbs and materials on this floor to me. Everyone dispersed happily. Mu Nanjing took out the compass given by Xingqiu Xinzuan and planned to use it to search for treasure. At this moment, the Golden Gate appeared in front of her again. Hey, didn't they say that all the cultivators on the 9th floor came up? Why are there still people coming in? Are the people on the 8th floor also here? The evil cultivators who were about to leave stopped and looked at the Golden Gate. Chapter 243 What are corpse rice and corpse water? The Golden Gate was getting bigger and bigger, and it stopped expanding until it was 5 meters wide. However, no one came out from inside. Seeing this, the evil cultivators came to the door to discuss. This is the first time I have seen such a big door since I entered the secret realm. Isn't this the gate to the center of the secret realm? It is really possible that it is the gate to the center. Should we go in and take a look? What if it is very dangerous inside? Wouldn't it be a death sentence? I think we should observe here for a while before considering whether to go in. Moreover, we have just come to the 10th floor and have not figured out the situation on the 10th floor. We should find treasures on the 10th floor before going in. That's right. The evil cultivators did not dare to move forward and stood in the distance to watch. The golden gate is in the shape of an arch, with a faint golden light in the middle. There is no door leaf, but the situation inside cannot be seen. At this time, the golden light in the middle seemed to have a drop of water falling into a calm lake, creating waves. And then the golden light disappeared, and a huge green tree appeared, with pink flowers blooming on it, and a faint colorful light emanated from the tree. Below the tree was a big waterfall, but the waterfall was not flowing with water, but golden sand, and the scenery was beautiful. Then, the scene changed, and a large mountain with distinct layers appeared, and a majestic and beautiful palace was built on each layer. Is this the center of the secret realm? It's so beautiful. It doesn't look dangerous. Should we go in? I'll go and explore the way for you. A demon cultivator was afraid that someone would rush in before him, so he quickly flew towards the golden gate. Someone yelled, "You're such a thief!" Then, there was a loud thud. The evil cultivator who flew toward the golden gate was bounced back by the barrier on the golden gate. Everyone was stunned. The evil cultivator who was knocked back flew to the front of the gate again and reached out to touch the front. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in front of him. He quickly flew back to his original position. There is a barrier, and I can't go in. The picture on the golden gate twisted and turned, faster and faster, forming a vortex and shooting out a strong suction. Mu Nanjing was suddenly sucked forward. She quickly stabilized her body, but it didn't work. She was still dragged forward. She couldn't resist the suction even with her magic power. And finally, she was sucked toward the golden gate. When her upper body was dragged into the gate, the leader of the Tianma sect and the leader of the Lusha palace, who had not walked far, quickly ran over to grab her feet, wanting to be dragged in with her. But they were blocked outside the barrier. Mu Nanjing asked, "Who is pulling my feet?" "Me," the leader of the heavenly demon sect and the master of the Raksha palace said in unison. Mu Nanjing really wanted to kick them away. "Why are you pulling my feet? Let go of my feet." The leader of the heavenly demon sect and the master of the Raksha palace said in unison again, "We want to follow you in to protect you." Mu Nanjing sneered. "Who would believe that? Even if I want to protect you, I should protect you. Wow. I don't want to go in. At least not now. I still want to plunder the 10th floor. Why don't you give me this opportunity? I regret saying that I won't let the evil cultivator's hand in the materials of the immortal grass. I really want to regret it. But as their master, how can I do such a dishonest thing? Fortunately, I only said that they should not hand over the materials of the immortal grass. I can find other excuses to ask them to hand it over in the future." Everyone, the leader of the heavenly demon sect and the leader of the Rakshasa palace. I really want to give her a palm and knock her into prison. Seeing that they still didn't let go, Mu Nanjing kicked his legs. "Why don't you let go?" The lord of Lusha palace said unhappily, "Tell us first if this door leads to the core of the secret realm?" Mu Nanjing looked at the beautiful scenery in front. "Yes." The lord of Tianmo sect asked hurriedly, "What about us? How can we get in? You can't be the only one who can get in." "Right. This door can only let one person in at a time. Whoever has a connection with it will be sucked in. And the place where it appears is also different. By the way, the 10th floor is very safe. You can find the materials of the fairy grass with peace of mind. But the premise is that you don't fight. Otherwise you will wake up the sleeping monsters. But it's okay to wake up, as long as you don't use spells and magic weapons to attack it. You won't wake up more monsters if you don't use spells to deal with it. How can you drive it away? Are you waiting to die? You can throw corpse rice and corpse water on it." Lu Qian, who used to think I was rude. So am I describing it politely now? But do they understand what I mean? Everyone. I really don't understand. The leader of the demon sect asked with a frown, "What are corpse rice and corpse water?" Without waiting for Mu Nanjing to answer, the golden gate increased its suction force. And at the same time, it knocked the leader of the demon sect and the leader of the Rakshasa palace away. The two quickly stabilized their bodies and landed safely. When they looked at the golden gate again, Mu Nanjing had already entered the gate, and the gate was slowly fading into a shadow and disappeared. The leader of the heavenly demon sect said angrily, "What exactly are corpse rice and corpse water? Why doesn't she just tell us directly? I think she is deliberately making trouble for us. Anyway, it won't be real corpse rice and corpse water." The leader of the Rakshasa Palace patted his shoulder. "You don't have to be nervous. As long as we don't fight, we won't wake up the monsters, and we will be safe." He turned around and said to the other evil cultivators, "You just heard the voice of the young Master Gongbwa. Everyone should be smart and take the initiative to help her prepare a portion of immortal herbs and materials. Otherwise, I don't know what tricks she will come up with to torment us later." Everyone nodded vigorously. The leader of the heavenly demon sect turned around and looked at the relaxed Luosha Palace Master, and said unhappily, "Did you forget something?" "What?" Luosha Palace Master recalled what happened just now. "I didn't forget anything." The leader of the heavenly demon sect gave a fake smile. "You have a really bad memory." The Luosha Palace Master frowned. "You have a good memory. Then why don't you talk about what I forgot? Did your brain get beaten up by the young Master Gongbwa? How long has it been? And you have forgotten how she beat you? Can you please stop mentioning such embarrassing things, or I will turn against you." The Luosha Palace Master was furious when he thought of being beaten, and his dignity was beaten away by Mu Nanjing. The leader of the heavenly demon sect was so angry that he didn't want to talk anymore. He turned around and looked around, intending to stay away from this guy. He did not argue with the Palace Master of Luosha Palace, and the Palace Master of Luosha Palace slowly calmed down and thought about what he said. And then his face changed slightly. "You mean we have already fought? In other words, the monster that Master Gongbwa mentioned may wake up at any time?" The sect master of Tianma sect smirked. "Congratulations. You got it right." The Palace Master of Luosha Palace cursed. "This dead girl left a mess for us to clean up." Suddenly, there was a rumble, and the ground shook a few times. The Palace Master of Luosha Palace and the sect master of Tianma sect froze, and slowly turned their heads to look at the sound. The monster is not awake. Chapter 244. Boom. The sound came from the northeast. An evil cultivator sent a message to the cultivators. "It's bad. It's bad. Something has come out from the ground. Everyone run." The evil cultivators quickly flew away from the sound. Boom. The Lord of Luosha Palace asked, while flying, "Does anyone know what corpse rice and corpse water are? These two things can be used to deal with monsters." Someone quickly replied, "I have corpse water, but no corpse rice." The Lord of Tianma sect asked, "What kind of corpse water do you have?" "It's not water flowing from a corpse." "Right? Yes. Do you want it?" The so-called corpse water should not be real corpse water. Everyone should think about what corpse water is. Otherwise everyone may die in the hands of monsters. Everyone also became anxious. The monsters on the 9th floor were too much for them to bear, let alone the 10th floor, which would almost kill them. What else can corpse water be if it is not water flowing out of a corpse? Isn't it water flowing out of a human corpse? But water flowing out of an animal. What is corpse rice? Rice rolled over by a corpse? Who has this thing? Don't keep it for yourself. Take out the corpse water and corpse rice to fight the monster. Otherwise everyone will die. I didn't keep it for yourself. I have real corpse water. But you said it's not this kind of corpse water. Then I don't know what it is. I think we can try it with real corpse water. What if it works? Bang. Everyone heard the explosion and looked towards the sound. A huge monster hundreds of feet tall came out of the ground and gasped. It seemed that it had just woken up and was not used to the surrounding environment for a while, so it didn't attack others immediately. After catching its breath, it looked around blankly. My goodness, what kind of monster is this? It looks like a mouse. But it doesn't look like a mouse. It has very large ears, and its teeth are very long outside its mouth. It has sharp thorns all over its body. Even its tail. From your description, it looks a bit like the legendary flying cricket. Flying cricket? I have read about flying crickets in an ancient book. But they became extinct millions of years ago, so they are probably not flying crickets. This is a secret place. What is impossible? Have you seen how to deal with flying crickets in ancient books? No. That's it. Let's think about the corpse water and corpse rice. I'll try it with real corpse water. An evil cultivator sneaked up behind the monster while it was in a daze, and then splashed corpse water on its back, and then quickly fled from the dangerous place. The monster noticed that its back was wet, and looked back, but it couldn't see it, so it used its tail to dip the water on its back and handed it to it. The disgusting smell made it frown. It looked up at the sky. But there was nothing there. It looked around and saw a small shadow going away. Suddenly, its eyes turned red, and it opened its big mouth full of sharp teeth in anger. It's over. It didn't work, and it made it angry. It seems to want to kill people. Let's run. Damn it. What are corpse water and corpse rice? Do you want to tell a fortune? An evil cultivator who knows divination asked. Why don't you tell a fortune quickly to see if we can survive today? I mean, do you want to tell a fortune to see what corpse water and corpse rice are? Can this be told? I don't know. But you can try. Why don't you do it now? I need to find a place to hide and meditate. Please lead the monster to the south. We will try to hold it back. The leader of the heavenly demon sect sent a message to everyone when holding it back. You must not use spells or magic weapons to attack it. Otherwise it will wake up more monsters. Got it. The monster raised its huge tail and swept it towards the evil cultivator who sprinkled the corpse water on it. The evil cultivator who sprinkled the corpse water hurriedly dodged off. Its tail is so long. I can still sweep it even if I fly thousands of feet away. It's too scary. It's better to find a place to hide. The one who said he wanted to tell fortunes. Have you finished? Hurry up. The monster didn't hit anyone. And swung its tail again. But the other party had already hidden. It narrowed its eyes and jumped forward, reaching a height of several hundred feet and a distance of more than 1,000 feet. Bang. The ground on the 10th floor shook violently. Ah! It's chasing us. I can't run away. I can't run away. I can only hide. It saw the evil cultivators fleeing in a hurry, and swung its huge tail again. The evil cultivators quickly dodged, landed on the ground, and then found a place to hide themselves. The monster got angry when it didn't see anyone. It swung its tail wildly at the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The ground was smashed to pieces. The evil cultivators, who didn't hide far away, were unfortunately hit. Fortunately, they were at a high level, wearing defensive equipment and affixed many defensive talismans. And the monster might have just woken up and didn't exert its maximum strength. So although they were hit, they were not killed. But if someone with a low realm is hit by it, he will definitely die. Boom, boom. The ground shook again. Strange. The monster didn't move? Why is the ground shaking again? Could it be that the second monster has awakened? Such a big commotion just now must have awakened the second monster. It's over. It's hard enough for us to deal with one. If there's another one, we will definitely not survive. Brother fortune teller, have you figured it out? If you don't figure it out, we will all die. I figured it out. The cultivator who had fortune told before finally spoke. Everyone was very excited. Tell me what it is. The evil cultivator who fortune told said it's shit and urine. Corpse and rice combined is shit. And corpse and water combined is urine. It's such a simple thing. But they didn't guess it. Suddenly, there was a silence. Then, the voice transmission exploded. Damn it. It's shit and urine. Why didn't I think of it? It's easy to deal with monsters once you know how to deal with them. Everyone, use feces and urine to deal with them before waking up other monsters. Yes, kill the monster with feces and urine. Otherwise we will be the ones to die. Yes. Who has feces and urine? Kill it. I don't have feces and urine. I don't have feces and urine either. Me too. Me too. Why don't you have anything? Everyone was silent again. Then, they discovered something very serious. They were immortal cultivators. And they had been fasting for a long time. So they couldn't excrete. Ahoo. I can't poop. Aw. Me too. I can't pee. What should I do? Who can poop and pee? I don't eat anything. My stomach is empty. How can I poop? Please give me feces and urine. I didn't expect that the things we lack the most are these ordinary things. Chapter 245. Hurry up and hand over your shit and urine. After everyone asked a round of questions and confirmed that there was no excrement, there was another silence. The leader of the heavenly demon sect asked with a dark face, "Do you have any food on you?" The other evil cultivators replied, I have. I have spiritual wine and spiritual fruit. But what? If you have something to say, please speak quickly. Everyone is about to die. Why are you still hesitating to speak? Do I need to say this? As cultivators, you should know the consequences of eating a lot of spiritual wine and spiritual fruit. The lucky ones will be promoted to a higher realm, and the unlucky ones will explode and die. Now it is not appropriate to promote a higher realm, And being disturbed will also cost lives. Damn. Is there no ordinary food? If you don't eat food, how can you bring food in? Ah. I see the Golden Gate. But I can't get in. Where is it? It sucked a person in and disappeared. Who did it suck in? The Lord of the Rakshasa Palace. The face of the palace master of the heavenly demon palace became even uglier. Master, Yugueja is too lucky. He now particularly hopes that the core of the secret realm is more dangerous than here. The Golden Gate appears again. Who did it suck in again? It didn't suck anyone in. But a large group of people came out. Who is coming? Judging from their attire, they are from the Gongbwa family. The Gongbwa family? Aren't they the family of the young master of Gongbwa? Ask them if anyone wants to poop. Gongbwa family. Do any of you want to poop or pee? The Gongbwa family coming out of the Golden Gate. What's going on? Ask them if they want to poop right after they come out? Or is there a deeper meaning behind this? It doesn't matter if no one wants to poop or pee. Is there anyone who can poop or pee? It doesn't matter if you can't poop or pee. Ordinary food will do. The seventh elder of the Gongbwa family was ashamed and asked the evil cultivator with voice transmission, "Excuse me. Why do you need to poop and pee?" The young master of Gongbwa said that you can't use spells and magic tools to attack monsters here. Otherwise it will wake up more monsters. She also said that monsters here need to be dealt with by poop and urine. The people of the Gongbwa family were delighted. The young master of Gongbwa? Is it our young master? She has also come to the 10th floor? Then why didn't she meet us before? Young master. Young master. Where are you? The leader of the heavenly demon sect snorted coldly. She left a mess for us, and went to the core of the secret realm. The people of the Gongbwa family were stunned. The seventh elder asked, how can I get to the core of the secret realm? This also requires the Golden Gate to teleport. But the Golden Gate only selects people with destiny. Now is not the time to chat. Hurry up and find a way to poop and pee to deal with the monster. Otherwise we will all die here. The people of Gongbwa's family were ashamed. They looked at each other. Who wants to poop and pee? We are all fasting. How can we poop? Isn't there fasting in the foundation building stage? We haven't fasted yet. But we have taken fasting pills since entering the secret realm. There is no food in our stomachs. So how can we poop out? A voice whispered, I want to go to the toilet. The 7 elders looked at the person who was talking. Leave the palace? Leave what palace? Guanglu was embarrassed by being stared at by everyone, just to relieve himself. Rest? The 7th elders hadn't done such a thing for 7 or 8,000 years. And they didn't react for a while. Gu Ming. Guanglu was speechless. It's just pooping and peeing. Everyone's eyes lit up immediately. Do you have poop? Do you want to pee? Guanglu nodded embarrassedly. I just ate a little too much. And I can't hold it anymore. He was not used to taking the fasting pill. So after learning that he was going to enter the secret realm, he ran to the city to buy a bunch of food that was enough for 2 years. After entering the secret realm, he had to go to the bathroom every now and then. And he didn't know how many times Jiang Xian despised him. Later, in order not to trouble and implicate others, he changed to taking the fasting pill. And occasionally, he would steal some food to satisfy his cravings. Everyone was very excited. Go and solve it. Wait. Pack it up with something. Find a secret place to hide. We will protect you outside. Before, I thought that the young master brought you here as a burden. But now I finally understand that the young master has good intentions. Guanglu. The 7th elder sent a message to the evil cultivators. We have feces and urine here. Really? The evil cultivators were delighted. Quick! Let him hand over the feces and urine. The 7th elder, wait. He needs some time to defecate. You must protect him well. Now it depends on him to solve the monster. Of course. The 7th elder used his spiritual sense to check the surrounding situation. Pointed to the front and said, there is a big tree hole 20 feet away. Guanglu. You can go there to relieve yourself. Okay. Guanglu walked in the direction he pointed. The 7th elder told the people of Gongbwa's family, everyone follow. Guanglio walked a few steps and heard a bunch of footsteps behind him. Seeing that the people of Gongbwa's family were following him, he was speechless. You don't have to follow me. Right? No. We have to ensure your safety. Guanglio. Thousands of people followed him, which was more powerful than the emperor's defecation. It was actually good, but he was afraid that he couldn't defecate. Luckily, everyone stopped 5 feet away and created a barrier for him to make him less embarrassed. After finishing the defecation, The seventh elder and his men encountered another problem. Everyone looked at the two large boxes of excrement and asked each other, who will take it to deal with the monster? Although the excrement was covered with a lid, the stench could still be smelled faintly. Guanliu was embarrassed. Why don't I go by myself? The seventh elder said unhappily, Can you fly? Do you have the ability to escape the monster's attack? Guanliu. At this time, an evil cultivator urged people of Gonggua's family. Haven't you finished defecation yet? This shit took a long time to defecate. And it is estimated that the intestines have been pulled out. If you don't come, someone will die again. The seventh elder replied. Okay. We are considering who will go. Jiang Xian frowned and asked. Can't you use magic to control the box? Then you don't have to hold it with your hands. The seventh elder said. Didn't you hear what the evil cultivator said? You can't use magic. What about flying a sword? This, just in case. Let's do what they say. Is there any need to consider this? Of course. People with higher cultivation will go. So they have a chance to survive. And they can also get close to the monster without being noticed. With a swish, everyone looked at Gu Ming. Gu Ming had been protecting them all the way. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have been able to reach the 10th floor earlier than other upright cultivators. And they wouldn't have been able to find so many fairy grass materials. Gu Ming. The seventh elder said cautiously. Senior Gu. Look. Gu Ming glanced at him coldly. The seventh elder shrank his head. Gu Ming took a deep breath. And when he saw Mu Nanjing, he would ask her to compensate him. You go and lure the monster here. Okay. The seventh elder smiled and told everyone to lure the monster over here. Chapter 246. People should know how to share. While Gu Ming and his friends were dealing with monsters, Mu Nanjing was sent to the core of the secret realm by the Golden Gate. At this time, people stood in front of the sacred tree they had just seen and looked at the golden quicksand river under their feet. It was like the stars in the sky, flashing with golden light. Little Yunduo got out from behind Mu Nanjing's neck and jumped to the ground, picked up a handful of sand and said, This is star sand, which can be forged into divine equipment. But it also depends on your fate with it. If you are not destined, you can't take away a grain of sand. But if you are destined, you can take away a large handful of sand. Changua, who was hiding in Mu Nanjing's arms, asked, Little Yunduo, Have you seen star sand? Little Yunduo shook her head. This is what Senior Baizhe told me. Miss Gonghua, try to see how much you can take away. Yeah. Mu Nanjing would not miss a good thing. She squatted down, picked up a handful of sand with both hands, and put it in the space ring. When she picked it up for the second time, she could only get a little bit, and the rest of the star sand flowed from her fingers to the ground like water. Alas, people really can't be greedy. Little Cloud said, It's great to get so much star sand. So don't be greedy. Yeah. Mu Nanjing stood up and looked up at the tree. The dense tree was shining with silver light, and the pink flowers were also shining with pink light. Under the wind, a refreshing and light fragrance floated out. Little Cloud introduced to her, This is the Moon God tree, and the Moon God Palace is in front. In the past, every time Yu Lao matched a pair of mortals, he would hang a red string on the Moon God tree. However, after Yu Lao was gone, the red string also disappeared. Mu Nanjing was puzzled, just based on Senior Baizhe's explanation. You can recognize what it is at a glance? Little Cloud said with a frown. Every time Baizhe told me these things, it would inject the scenery into my brain so that I could see the real things clearly. Chun-Gua envied, Little Cloud. You know a lot of things. You should know this. Ah? Seeing that it didn't understand anything, Little Cloud changed its words and said, As long as you are willing to learn, I will teach you to recognize everything here in the future. Chun-Gua said excitedly, I will learn. I want to learn. Mu Nanjing curiously circled around the tree, and then a golden door appeared in front of her, and a person appeared in the door. Little Cloud quickly hid behind Mu Nanjing's neck. Hey, someone. He appeared under the Moon God tree like me. Could he be my destined lover? The person in the door was ejected and faced Mu Nanjing face to face. Mu Nanjing saw that the person who came was the Lord of Luosha Palace, and his face turned black on the spot, and he punched him directly in the abdomen. At that moment, the person flew out. The palace master of Luosha Palace held her stomach in pain and cried out in grievance, Young Master Gonghua, why did you hit me? Mu Nanjing said expressionlessly, I thought someone was going to attack me. So I hit him subconsciously. Humph! You dare to appear under the Yulao tree with me. You deserve to be beaten. You? The palace master of Luosha Palace was furious. Mu Nanjing raised his chin at the star sand, that is star sand, which can be forged into divine equipment. Try to pick up a handful of it. Forge divine equipment? The palace master of Luosha Palace's eyes lit up. And regardless of the pain, he quickly crawled over and picked up a handful of sand. Mu Nanjing said, if you can pick it up, put it away. The lord of Luosha Palace put the star sand into the space ring, and then tried to scoop up a second handful. However, the star sand flowed away like water, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get a single grain of sand. He simply put the space ring into the star sand, but the star sand just wouldn't go into his space ring. Mu Nanjing snorted, you are a little smart. But the star sand only stays with the destined people. It's good enough that you can scoop up a handful of sand. So don't be greedy. The lord of Luosha Palace tried a few more times, but still couldn't. So he had to give up. Mu Nanjing asked him, you are the only one who came in. What about the others? I am lucky and I avoided the monster's attacks. But others may not be so lucky. Didn't I tell you not to fight? Why did you fight? The lord of Luosha Palace said unhappily, did we fight? Mu Nanjing raised his eyebrows. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Have you forgotten how you beat me? Mu Nanjing. So I woke up the monsters? Are the others okay? Before I came, many people were injured. Later, I was sucked into the Golden Gate, and I don't know what happened next. Luosha Palace snorted. It's all your fault. You should have told us clearly what corpse water and corpse rice are. You had to waste our time guessing. She still had a conscience, and knew to ask about the situation of others. Even if I told you, you didn't. The lord of Luosha Palace glared at her. Since fighting is not allowed on the 10th floor, you still started fighting on the 10th floor, even though you know that everyone is dead. I didn't think of it when I started fighting. The lord of Luosha Palace felt that if he continued to talk to her, he would be the only one to die of anger. He had finally come here, and he didn't want to die at the hands of Mu Nanjing. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. He looked around. Where is this? Mu Nanjing. The core of the secret realm. I mean, what palace is in front? Moon God Palace. Let's go and see. The two walked a few steps, and more than a dozen golden gates appeared in front of them, and more than a dozen people popped out. There were evil cultivators, and there were also righteous cultivators. The lord of Luosha Palace recognized one of them, the lord of Yingu sect. You are here too. The Yingu sect smiled at them. Lord. Young master. It's great to meet you. Mu Nanjing pointed back. There are treasures there. When everyone saw the star sand, their eyes lit up, and they ran over quickly. A large group of cultivators came up from behind, and everyone crowded in the star sand river to fish for star sand. Some people could fish it, and some people couldn't. The palace master of Luosha Palace looked at them, and said to Mu Nanjing, you are so generous to tell them such a good thing. If it were him, he would definitely not tell them. Of course, it is another matter if they find out by themselves. Mu Nanjing glanced at him. People should know how to share in order to get greater rewards. The palace master of Luosha Palace did not believe this. Reward? Do you think they will reward you? These things have to be accumulated slowly. Not just sharing once will have results. Mu Nanjing did not say much to him. Walked towards the Moon Temple, and stopped at the door. She asked Xiao Yunduo through voice transmission, is Yulao Temple dangerous? She only saw the introduction of Yulao Temple in the news gossip, and did not say that Yulao Temple was in any danger. Xiao Yunduo was not very sure it should not be. To be on the safe side, Mu Nanjing decided to wait for more people before going. The palace master of Luosha Palace came to her side. Why don't you go in? Mu Nanjing said again, we must know how to share. If we want to go in, we should go in together. The palace master of Luosha Palace. He thought she really wanted someone to be a shield for her. Chapter 247, Good Training. In half an hour, the sacred mountain that supported the Moon Temple was full of people, and even the sky was filled with practitioners flying on swords. Mu Nanjing saw several members of the Gonghua family among them, and she transmitted a message to order the Gonghua family members should first go to the Star Sand River to salvage the Star Sand, and then gather at the entrance of the Moon Temple. The Gonghua family members recognized Mu Nanjing's voice and showed joy on their faces, and then went to salvage the Star Sand according to her instructions. Unfortunately, only a few people can salvage the Star Sand. After all, it is a divine object, and not everyone can get it. Mu Nanjing waited for another half an hour, and more people from the Gonghua family came to the core. The third elder was very excited to see Mu Nanjing. Young master, I finally found you. Mu Nanjing said without further ado, count how many people from our Gonghua family have come. Yes. The third elder counted his people and reported, to reply to the young master. We now have a total of 903 people. And there are still 915 people who have not come up. Some people have no fate here, and cannot come up at all. Mu Nanjing glanced at the people from Gonghua family present and asked, Guanlu hasn't come up yet? The third elder's mouth twitched. He should still be on the 10th floor to relieve himself. They had finally solved 2 monsters before. But later more and more monks came to the 10th floor. And the scene became more and more chaotic. Although someone sent a message to warn everyone not to fight, some people still couldn't resist the temptation of fairy grass materials, and fought for a fairy grass or materials, awakening more monsters. Everyone couldn't beat the monsters, so they could only ask Guan Lu for shit and urine. The third elder couldn't look directly at the scene on the 10th floor whenever he recalled it. Fortunately, he came to the center of the secret realm. Otherwise, he would have been suffocated by the stench. Mu Nanjing. Just then, a golden door appeared on the top of the moon god tree. The center of the door was shining with golden light, which was very dazzling and immediately attracted the attention of many people. After the golden door disappeared, the dazzling golden figure still stood on the top of the tree, as steady as a mountain. Everyone covered their eyes in disgust. What is that? It seems to be a person. That person is covered with golden light. Could it be the afterimage of a god? It is possible. Since he is a god, you must not offend him. Everyone quickly salute him to show respect. Most of the cultivators knelt down to pay homage to the person on the top of the tree. God, we are cultivators in the world of cultivation. Please forgive us for any offense. The third elder of the Gonghua family, and the people of the Gonghua family looked at the golden figure, and their eyes twitched. It was not that they were disrespectful to the gods, but that the other party looked too familiar, because the figure was very similar to someone who had been with them for many days. At this time, the golden figure on the tree moved, and he jumped into the sky. The monk said excitedly, the god moved. The god moved. He went to the moon temple. He is very likely the moon god here. Moon god, please accept our worship. More monks knelt on the ground. Anxiously, they heard the golden figure excitedly shouting, Girl, I finally found you. The golden figure fell in front of Mu Nanjing, and everyone was stunned. The people of Gonghua's family who heard the voice. It was Guanliu. Mu Nanjing nodded. Have you finished relieving yourself? Guanliu was stunned for a moment, and he looked embarrassed. Girl, can you please not mention this again? He leaned over and whispered in her ear, especially don't mention this matter in front of the governor. Otherwise someone will die. Before he came here, Gu Ming was still striving to use his gold and gold liquid to fight monsters. At that time, the opponent's face was darker than the bottom of a pot, and he was full of murderous aura, as frightening as a soul-snatching messenger running out of hell. Mu Nanjing. Suddenly, a golden door appeared 2 meters away from her, and an angry man walked out of it. The lord of Luosha Palace saw that the man was in a mess and joked, Master of Tiananmen, how are you? The lord of Tiananmen did not answer him, but stared at Mu Nanjing with a dark face, his eyes rolling with anger, as if he wanted to kill someone. Others were whispering about whether Tiananmen would attack Mu Nanjing. Mu Nanjing raised his eyebrows calmly. The third elder shouted, Master of the Heavenly Demon Sect, what do you want to do to our young master? I want to do many things to her, but I can only do this. The master of the Heavenly Demon Sect sneered and took out a box. The monks who were watching the show said excitedly, the master of the Heavenly Demon Sect has taken out a magic weapon. So they must be fighting. Is that a magic weapon? It looks like a box to hold things. Have you never seen a box magic weapon? You are really ignorant. Young Master Gonghua has taken a lot of good things from the evil cultivators. No wonder the master of the Heavenly Demon Sect is angry. It's good that he can endure it until now. The master of the Luosha Palace sneered. The master of the Heavenly Demon Sect glanced at the people around him, and threw the box to Mu Nanjing. Mu Nanjing caught the box and opened it. There were several immortal herbs inside. The leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect said coldly, I know that you were taken away by the Golden Gate without picking any herbs on the 10th floor. So I picked a few immortal herbs for you. He took the initiative to give her herbs, so she shouldn't try to take his items again. The upright monks were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground when they heard this. The leader of the heavenly demon sect not only didn't hit the young master of the Gongwa family, but also gave her something? When did their relationship become so good? You old thing is too cunning. How could the master of the Lusha Palace not know the little tricks of the leader of the heavenly demon sect? He also gave 2 pieces of materials to Mu Nanjing, young master Gongwa. This is the material I dug on the 10th floor. I hope you can use it. The upright monks. Mu Nanjing took the material silently. Wow. Am I right? The leader of the heavenly demon sect and the master of the Lusha Palace actually took the initiative to give me things. Yeah. It's worthy of my good training. I guess the Lord of Lusha Palace and the Lord of Tianma sect are so active because they are afraid of being exploited by me. Hee hee. Since they are so sincere, I will no longer ask them for things in the future. The Lord of Tianma sect and the Lord of Lusha Palace breathed a sigh of relief. The Lord of Yinggu sect also quickly offered a fairy grass and materials dug on the 10th floor to Mu Nanjing. Other evil cultivators also hurriedly offered what they found. The upright cultivators looked at the evil cultivators, who were competing to give things to Mu Nanjing, and they were speechless for a long time. Woo! So touching. The evil cultivators knew that I didn't dig much on the 10th floor, so they all offered gifts to honor me. The people of Gongwa's family. Why do they feel that things are not what she thinks? On the other hand, the upright cultivators are too ignorant. The upright cultivators. Sorry. They don't want to be too sensible. What should I do if I encounter an ignorant child? Well, I need to think about it carefully. The upright monk suddenly felt that their anus was a little tight. Chapter 248 My Other Half. After 3 hours, fewer and fewer golden doors were opened, and fewer people could enter. The last person to enter the secret realm also came to the core of the secret realm, which meant that no one would enter the center of the secret realm. And through this, everyone found that the time spent on each layer was different, which is why people who had to wait 2 months to enter the secret realm could catch up with the core of the secret realm in just a few hours. Mu Nanjing waited until Gu Ming came in before suggesting entering the Moon Temple. The little cloud hiding behind her neck, covered by her hair, said in a voice transmission, Miss Gongwa, the breath of the young man named Gu Ming makes me feel very familiar. Mu Nanjing did not reply. It seems to be. The little cloud thought about it, and said in shock and anger, it seems to be the breath of Jelly. Could he be Jelly disguised as someone else and hiding by your side? No. Mu Nanjing looked at Gu Ming, who had been frowning, and replied, I will explain this to you after leaving the secret realm. Okay. Xiao Yunduo was tactful, and didn't ask any more questions. Mu Nanjing released his spiritual sense to check the Moon God Palace, but didn't find any traps or dangers. At this time, some people were afraid that others would get the treasures inside first, so they couldn't wait to run into the hall. Other monks followed him hesitantly, after seeing that the other party was not in danger. The Moon God Palace was very empty. In addition to the countless red lines hanging from the beams, there was only a golden statue in front. The statue was a woman with soft features and a kind smile. She was holding a whisk and looking at the door of the hall. Someone asked curiously, is this the Moon God who helps people find marriages all over the world? Since the statues are all in the main hall, it must be correct. I thought the Moon Goddess was an old man, but it turned out to be a woman. Everyone's attention was unconsciously focused on the face of the Moon Goddess. As they watched, their eyes became dull. Then, the red line on the beam fell down and tied to their fingers. Mu Nanjing noticed that the 7th elder and the 3rd elder looked wrong, and quickly slapped them on the shoulders. The 7th elder and the others immediately came to their senses. Huh? The 7th elder and the 3rd elder looked around hurriedly. Where is Fan Lin? Where is she? Mu Nanjing said calmly, you were just confused. So we were just confused. The 7th elder said sadly, fortunately, the young master woke us up. Gu Ming asked the 7th elder, what are you feeling uncomfortable about? The 7th elder and the 3rd elder did not feel anything. No. Mu Nanjing asked, then what did you see when you were confused? The 7th elder said with red eyes, I saw my Taoist partner Fan Lin. I thought she was resurrected from the dead, and I was happy for a while. The 3rd elder raised his eyebrows. I also saw my Taoist partner. The others also slowly came back to their senses. And then the unified action was to look for someone around. Brother, why did you suddenly disappear? I Ching, where are you? Don't hide from me anymore. Come out and see me. Where's the little girl I just saw? Why did she disappear? Gu Ming looked at everyone's situation and said to Mu Nanjing and the others, I understand. Everyone saw their own Taoist partner or their future Taoist partner after being deceived. This may be due to the influence of the remaining divine power of the moon goddess. So I can see my other half. My other half? Mu Nanjing frowned slightly. Why didn't I see my other half? Will I not have a partner in the future? Oh my god. It's too cruel to me. But then again, I practice the ruthless way. So I shouldn't have a Taoist partner. But I'm still very curious about who my other half is. I'm really curious about who can match me. I know. It must be because I didn't look at the moon goddess. So I couldn't see the Taoist partner who would come in the future. Everyone looked at Mu Nanjing, only to see her looking up and squinting at the moon goddess. Look at her cold eyes. She was about to shoot out an ice arrow to shoot through the statue. Suddenly, there was a bang. The statue of the moon goddess exploded. Everyone was shocked. What happened? Why did the statue explode? I don't know. It exploded for no reason. No way. It exploded? Was it exploded because of my gaze? Too cruel. I haven't seen my other half yet. How about sticking the statue back and looking at it again? Everyone. Mu Nanjing looked at the powder on the ground, and her heart was even more broken. She turned to Gu Ming and asked, Who did you see just now? I want to see which little goblin dares to seduce my Gu Ming. Gu Ming rolled his eyes secretly. I didn't see anything. Oh. Mu Nanjing responded. But she didn't believe him in her heart. I don't believe it. I want to see if you are lying to me. She opened the gossip news to check. He really didn't see anything. I feel relieved that I have someone to accompany me in my single life. At least I'm not alone. Hee. Gu Ming. Hee. Jiayin, who was standing behind them, suddenly laughed out loud. Everyone looked at him. Although Jiayin was wearing a mask, he couldn't hide his lustful expression. Haydn saw him grinning and asked, What are you crazy about? Jiayin came back to his senses and saw that everyone was looking at him. He quickly coughed and said, It's okay. TSK. He must be so happy because he saw his senior sister. This guy always thought that his senior sister liked Feng Xinan. So he tried his best to match them up in order to help his senior sister be with the person she likes. Little did he know that the person his senior sister liked was him. Jiayin. Guanlu scratched his head embarrassedly. I saw my childhood sweetheart. Does it mean that I will go back to the old place and marry her in the future? Mu Nanjing said, I will let you go back. The third elder suggested, Let's continue to move forward. Mu Nanjing nodded. Everyone entered the back hall. There was a large altar in the back hall, on which floated 3 magic tools. A book, a pen, and a red ball of thread. The little cloud hiding behind Mu Nanjing's neck said to Mu Nanjing that is the special artifact of the moon god, which can be used to tie the red thread for people, and can also be used as a magic weapon. The lord of the Rakshasa palace quickly flew to the altar. But before he got close, he was bounced back by a powerful barrier. Puff. He vomited a mouthful of blood. The barrier is too strong. I can't get through. The lord of the heavenly demon sect sneered. This is the result of being in a hurry to act. The lord of the Rakshasa palace glared at him angrily. Afterwards, many monks tried to get close to the altar, but all failed. Mu Nanjing also tried, but was also unable to get close to the moon goddess's magic weapon. She remembered what was said in the gossip news, and turned to look at Guanliu. Guanliu, you go ahead. Guanliu was embarrassed. You don't want me to relieve myself in public again? Let me make it clear that I can't poop anymore. Everyone. Chapter 249. This girl is scared to death. Mu Nanjing's mouth twitched slightly. What are you thinking? I asked you to go over and get the magic weapon. Me? Guanlu thought she must have called the wrong person. People with high cultivation cannot get close to the artifact. How can a mortal like him get the things of the gods? In the end, he, a mortal, can actually see the magic weapon of the immortals, which is also a blessing from the previous 10 lives. Yes, it's you. Go quickly. Mu Nanjing pushed his shoulder. Jiang Xian said to Guanlu, Listen to the young master. Guanlu nodded and walked towards the altar carefully. The monks discussed in a low voice. Who is this man? Why did Master Gongbo send him to get the artifact? I haven't seen him. Well, I can't say I haven't seen him. He is now covered in golden light, and it's really hard to tell who he is. I guess Master Gongbo deliberately made such dazzling equipment just to prevent us from seeing his true face. Jiayin, Haiden, Jiang Shinran and others. Sorry. It's not what you think. If you really don't want us to see your true face, just wear a mask. Don't talk anymore. Guanliu has approached the altar. Everyone fell silent and watched Guanliu come to the altar. But the altar did not eject the barrier to drive Guanliu away. They quickly looked away and rubbed their eyes. Damn. Guanliu's equipment is too dazzling. The person who refined that equipment is really a piece of shit. How could he make such a defensive equipment that deserves a beating? Having said that, it is worthy of being a defensive equipment. I'm afraid the monsters will turn around and run away when they see it. Of course, they were not scared away. But they did not dare to get close because the equipment was too conspicuous. Guanliu was not repelled by the barrier. And he calmed down a little. He bowed to the three treasures with a very sincere and respectful attitude. I, Guanliu, pay my respects to the Moon God. Moon God, please forgive me for wanting to borrow your treasures. If you don't want to lend me the treasures, just let me know. I won't take them by force. Guanliu stood in front of the altar and waited quietly for a while. When he was sure that he didn't hear the god's objections, he respectfully stretched out his hands to take down the red ball of thread. The monk saw this and said excitedly, he took it down. He actually took it down. Who is this Guanliu? Why can he take down the god's magic tools? Mu Nanjing laughed in his heart. I brought Guanliu here because I knew he could take it down. Here, only he can take it down. Because he is the third elder, the fifth elder, and the seventh elder shouted, Young Master. Jiayin, Haiden Ren and others also shouted, Mu Nanjing. Xiao Yunduo also used voice transmission to shout Gongba Girl. Mu Nanjing was frightened by them and asked coldly, What's the matter? You suddenly called me so loudly. It really scared me to death. It's better to be something. Otherwise. The monks who pricked up their ears to eavesdrop glared indignantly at the person who interrupted Mu Nanjing's thoughts. Almost knew who Guanliu was. Who is Guanliu? Why can he hold the magic weapon of the gods? Could he be the descendant of the gods? This thought flashed through everyone's mind. And then, they looked at Guanliu with different eyes. With respect in their eyes. The third elder coughed lightly. We congratulate the young master for obtaining the artifact. Mu Nanjing. That's it? You shouted so loudly just to congratulate her? Yes. Anyone would be excited to get a divine weapon. Guanliu came to Mu Nanjing with a red ball of thread. Girl. I got the red ball of thread. Mu Nanjing took the red ball of thread and said, Go get the other two divine weapons. Yes. Mu Nanjing turned the red ball of thread on her finger a few times, as if it were a blue ball, and said, There is a saying that it is a crime to have a treasure in your possession. Having a treasure on you will bring you a fatal disaster. And I am lazy and don't want to deal with people who come to assassinate me every day. So now I will give you a chance to take the divine weapon. If you can't take it away, don't bother me again in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you. Everyone's eyes lit up. The third elder said hurriedly, Young master, you must not do that. Mu Nanjing asked him back, They can't take it away at all. Why can't they do that? The third elder. Some people were not convinced. We haven't tried yet. How do you know we can't take it away? Young Master Gongbo looks down on us. The palace master of Luosha Palace rolled up his sleeves. Young Master Gongbo. Tell me what kind of chance you give us. Mu Nanjing put the red ball of thread on the ground. If you can pick it up and take it away, then it is yours. Is it that simple? The palace master of Luosha Palace breathed a sigh of relief. As if he didn't have to fight with her. I'll go first. Mu Nanjing made a gesture of invitation. The palace master of Luosha Palace bent down to pick up the red ball of thread. But no matter whether he took it with one hand or two hands, he couldn't lift the ball of thread. Even if he used magic power, he couldn't move it at all. I don't believe it. He tried his best. Veins popped out on his forehead. But he just couldn't lift it. Finally, he sat on the ground exhausted. No. I can't lift it anymore. I'll do it. It's my turn. Other sects rushed to grab the red thread ball. But no one could lift it. The leader of the Heavenly Demon sect asked, Young Master Gongwa, you didn't do anything to the red thread ball, did you? Mu Nanjing said in a low voice, Master Sure, you really think highly of me. How can a small cultivator like me do anything to a divine weapon? Humph. You think it's my problem just because you can't lift the divine weapon. It's really ridiculous. The leader of the Heavenly Demon sect. Why don't you reflect on why you can't lift the divine weapon? and why the divine weapon doesn't want to go with you. The third elder was relieved when he saw that no one could lift the artifact. He said, the artifacts must have cultivated their own spiritual consciousness after following the immortals for many years. It is their will to follow whomever they want. We cannot force them. The third elder is right. The artifacts are unwilling to leave with them, because everyone is selfish. Everyone. They are selfish. Don't you have any selfishness? Guanglu returned to Mu Nanjing with the second and third artifacts. Mu Nanjing said, thank you for your hard work. The Gonghua family was ecstatic. They got 3 artifacts in a short time. Who would dare to challenge their Gonghua family in the future? Mu Nanjing did not take the artifacts. Guanglu put them on the ground and let other cultivators try to pick them up. This time I didn't touch the artifacts. So you have no excuse to say that I tampered with them. Yes. Guanglu carefully put the 2 artifacts on the ground. The people around rushed forward, trying to become the master of the artifact. Who knew that this action angered the artifact spirit? And in anger, it shook them all away. Ah! Puff! The monks were all knocked away and vomited blood. Now, no one dared to take the artifact anymore. Chapter 250. It's so embarrassing. After being injured by the artifacts, the cultivators all became obedient. They could only watch Mu Nanjing put the 3 artifacts into the space ring. The elder of Dragon Phoenix Island came out and asked, Young Master Gonghua, may I ask why you can take the artifacts? But we can't. Mu Nanjing said straightforwardly, because I have no selfish motives. The elder of Dragon Phoenix Island didn't quite believe her. Don't you want to take the artifacts for yourself? No. The artifacts don't belong to me, and they will be returned to their original owners sooner or later. What's the point of me taking them for myself? Of course, I must have thought about using them in my heart. But the question is whether the artifact spirits are willing to let me use them? Forget it. I'll just use it for display. At least it can deter others. Hee hee. Everyone. Using artifacts as decorations is really a waste of natural resources. A waste of natural resources. Next, they visited several more temples. The sacred and majestic temples were awe-inspiring. However, each temple was the same as the Yulao temple, with only statues and artifacts inside. Although there were sacred herbs in the courtyard, they were not allowed to be picked. The monks became more and more confused. Whose secret realm is this? At first, I thought this was a secret realm left by the moon god. But after walking through several palaces, I felt that I was wrong. Until now, I still can't tell which god it is. Do you think this is like a heavenly palace with palaces of various gods? Don't be ridiculous. How could a heavenly palace be in a secret realm? Guanglu took advantage of everyone's discussion and whispered to Jiangxian, Master, since leaving the moon god temple, I found that everyone looks at me strangely. Jiangxian pretended not to know and asked, why is it so strange? They looked like they saw a god. And they looked like they were particularly respectful to me. And they almost knelt down and kowtowed to me 3 times and 9 times. Jiangxian chuckled. The cultivators really thought Guanglu was the descendant of a god. Guanglu was sweating. Master, what are you laughing at? You don't need to pay attention to them. Jiangxian thought that telling the truth would only scare him. And it would be better and more interesting not to tell it. Oh! The palaces in the core were visited by the cultivators. But they didn't get a single artifact. Not even a hair. Therefore, it would be a lie to say that they were not jealous of Mu Nanjing. And it was even more impossible not to have the idea of taking the artifact in her hand. But when he thought that they couldn't take the artifact, it would be fine. And they were injured by the artifact. So he was at a loss for a moment. In front of him was the last palace, which was also the tallest and largest temple. It was more magnificent than the other palaces. And the area was wider than the other palaces. The width of one gate was 20 times that of the gates of other palaces. The door was closed tightly, and there were complicated patterns carved on it, including hundreds of flowers blooming together, various birds and beasts, and ancient characters that they could not understand. Mu Nanjing looked at the door expressionlessly. Alas! The monks following her heard her sigh and looked at her. They had already been given the opportunity to take the artifact. But they still wanted to take the artifact and tried to kill people and take the treasure before leaving the secret realm. The monks who were thinking about the artifact. The 3 elders of the Gonghua family were shocked and turned around to look at the monks around them vigilantly. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense. But Mu Nanjing did not notice it. They say they are upright, but they do things no differently from the evil. Oh! No. There is a difference. At least the evil cultivators do bad things openly, while the upright cultivators have to do things secretly, and dare not admit that they have done it afterwards. They are just a bunch of rats. You just want to steal the artifacts. Come on. I will let you taste the taste of being beaten by the artifacts. I am also worried about not having the opportunity to use the artifacts. What artifact should I use to deal with them? Well, Wu Chu Xingyuan's war gun is good. One shot can destroy the world, and make those who want to steal the artifacts die. I really look forward to seeing that scene. Hee hee. Everyone. They haven't started to steal yet. Just think about what artifact to use to deal with them. Okay. The Gongbei family has not established its prestige for a long time. It's time to let all cultivators know that no one in the Gongbei family is easy to bully. It was their blessing in their previous life that they could die under the divine weapon. Let's see who will be the first to take action. Mu Nanjing opened the news gossip. And then a long list of news items popped up. The Sanqing League gave up killing people to rob the Gongbei family. The Yuguang sect withdrew from the killing and robbing team. The Qianyu sect gave up the idea of killing people to rob treasures. Huh? Why did one or two of them give up killing people to rob treasures? Everyone. It's because they were scared by you. It's really weird. They were scared away by the other party's true feelings before they even started fighting. It's so embarrassing. Mu Nanjing frowned. Alas. I still want to see the power of the divine weapon. Why doesn't anyone give me this opportunity? The third elder of Gongbei's family coughed lightly. Young master. Do you want to open the door? Mu Nanjing nodded. The third elder waved to Gongbei's family. Everyone. Come together. The door looked very heavy, and needed the strength of many people to push it open. However, all the people of Gongbei's family could not push it at all, and the others came forward to help but still could not open the door. Guanliu asked, Miss, do you need me to help? Mu Nanjing nodded. Go ahead. Guanliu walked to the front of the door and pushed it a little harder. With a creak, the door opened a crack. He pushed hard. Creak. The door was completely opened. And the first thing they saw was tens of thousands of sets of golden armor. They floated in the hall and lined up in rows, as if tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers and generals were standing in front of him. The majestic momentum made the cultivators dare not move forward. This is... Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Do we still want to go in? They were worried that they might be besieged by armor after entering. Someone reached out and pushed the armor. But it floated in place without moving. I can't push them. Guanliu looked back at Mu Nanjing. Mu Nanjing said, go in. Yes. Guanliu trusted Mu Nanjing, and he would do whatever she asked him to do. He stepped into the hall, and then all the armors made way for a passage. Mu Nanjing followed behind. Others from Gongbei's family followed. Others followed after they entered. At first, the surroundings were very calm, and gradually, everything in front of them became blurred. And then they saw many people. Those people were holding the artifacts that Mu Nanjing had looted before. They should be the owners of the artifacts. The monks saw what happened to the owners of the artifacts. How they built the secret realm. And how they perished in the end. Then, the scene changed again. And they returned to the hall, watching the people in front of them slowly walk in. No one said anything. And no one discussed this matter. Just then, a strong voice sounded in the hall. Welcome everyone to Jiuxia Hall. Chapter 251. Unable to move. Everyone looked at the throne after hearing the voice. On the throne sat a handsome young man, wearing a red and white robe, with a serious expression, cold black eyes, and tightly pursed lips, looking at the cultivators coldly. The elders of the He family walked to the front excitedly. Young master. It's the young master. Thank God. The young master is still alive. The black dragonfly on the throne waved his sleeves, and the golden armor disappeared, replaced by tables and chairs all over the sky. Everyone, please take a seat. The cultivators looked at each other. The elder of the He family asked Mu Nanjing with a voice transmission, Young Master Gongbei, is the person on the throne our young master? Why do people look exactly the same, but have different voices? Mu Nanjing replied him, a wisp of spirit has occupied his body. You don't have to worry. The spirit occupying his body will not hurt him. The elder of the He family was relieved. The great elder of Dragon Phoenix Island respectfully walked to the front and asked Black Locust, excuse me, are you? Although he could not see the other party's realm, he could feel that the other party was very powerful. So powerful that he could crush everyone with just one finger. Black Locust replied indifferently, the master of Jiuxi Palace. Do you mean that you are the master of the secret realm? Yes. The monks were surprised and asked each other, is the master of the secret realm not dead? It should be dead. And then, the remaining soul of it in the world is attached to someone else. I don't know what his intention is. Whether it will harm us. If he wants to kill us, we are afraid that we can't escape. Mu Nanjing sat down with the people of Gongba's family while everyone was discussing. And other monks followed suit. Each table can only seat 2 people. So Mu Nanjing and Gu Ming sat together. Then, several plates of fruit and a pot of wine appeared on the table. And one of the plates of fruit contained only 2 super large peaches. Black Dragonfly introduced them to them. The big peach on the table is a 1,000-year-old peach. If you eat it, you can live as long as the sky. Peach. Everyone widened their eyes. Are they really peaches? They had seen in ancient books that the peaches planted by immortals were big and sweet. But they needed 3,000 years to bloom. 3,000 years to bear fruit. And 3,000 years to mature. So they were extremely precious. And even the immortals themselves were reluctant to taste them. Now someone actually gave them peaches to enjoy. And more than 100,000 of them were sold at once. Just like street stalls that could be seen everywhere. They had to suspect that the peaches were fake. Or that the person on the throne had poisoned the peaches. Or that there was a trap waiting for them to jump into. The monks wanted to eat but didn't dare to. And they all looked at Mu Nanjing. Why are you all looking at me? Are you waiting for me to test the poison? But the peaches are not poisonous. Why wait for me to taste them? I won't eat them. So let them worry about it. Hee hee. As soon as Mu Nanjing finished speaking, most of the monks hurriedly picked up the peaches and gobbled them up. As if they were afraid that He Qin Wang would regret it. Hey. Some people actually started eating. The charm of the peaches is really great. No one is afraid that the peaches are poisonous. After eating the peaches, the monks put the peach pits into their space rings. He Qin Wang glanced at the people present. And suddenly, the people who had eaten the peaches disappeared out of thin air. The rest of the people were terrified. Why did they disappear? Where did they go? Black Dragonfly said, you don't have to panic. They were just sent away from the secret realm. And you will be able to meet them after you leave the secret realm. Everyone was half believing and half doubting. But their eyes returned to the peaches, and they swallowed their saliva at the peaches. At the same time, their expressions became a little dazed. Some people quickly picked up the peaches and put them in their mouths and took a big bite. Some people picked up the peaches and put them to their mouths and put them down again. And some people stared at the peaches but hesitated to take action. Those who ate the peaches also disappeared after eating the peaches. The remaining people became more and more uneasy. Now there are less than 30,000 people left on the field. If they really start fighting, they have no chance of winning. Black Dragonfly looked at the wine pot on his table. Suddenly, the wine pot flew up and poured a glass of wine on the wine glass. This is the Yaoqi fairy wine that has been there for thousands of years. It tastes fresh and refreshing. People with low cultivation can instantly improve several realms with just one sip. And people with high cultivation can immediately ascend to immortality after drinking it. Is it really that magical? Everyone looked unconvinced. I really want to drink it. But I will beat people after drinking it. What if I get drunk after ascending to immortality, and beat all the cultivators to death? I'd better bear it. I will drink after others improve their cultivation. At least I won't kill anyone. Everyone. When Jia Yin and the others saw that Mu Nanjing didn't drink, they didn't drink either. Except for the 3 elders. The people of Gongba's family couldn't hold back. Mu Nanjing didn't stop them, which showed that there was no danger. Other cultivators were worried that they would miss this village and there would be no next door. So they quickly took the peaches in one hand and the wine in the other hand to feed their stomachs. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, they disappeared into the hall, just like the previous 2 groups. There were only more than 1,000 monks left in the hall. They were all people with high cultivation. They were either Mahayana monks or monks who had passed the tribulation. They resisted the temptation. Black Locust waved his sleeves lightly, and a mysterious mirror appeared in the air, reflecting the monks who had left the secret realm. They looked around in confusion. Black Locust said, I have already entertained you all. Please do as you please. If you want to leave the secret realm, you can leave from the mysterious mirror. If you still want to continue treasure hunting, you can go to the warehouse in the backyard of the hall to take away the artifacts and equipment at will. I'm sorry that I won't send you far away. After speaking, Black Locust disappeared in the hall. Hey, young master. Please return our young master's body to us. The elder of the black family shouted anxiously. The other monks were stunned for a moment, and then looked at each other. It ended like this without making things difficult for them? What on earth did the owner of the secret realm come out for? Just to treat them to a meal? So should they leave, or stay to hunt for treasure? We can't go for nothing. Right? Some Mahayana monks stood up unwillingly, put away the fruits on the table, and walked towards the backyard. The Lord of Dark Palace sneered, more greedy than the people who left before. The great elder of Dragon Phoenix Island asked, Lord, what are you going to choose? The Lord of Dark Palace glanced at Mu Nanjing, who was sitting diagonally opposite. I want to wait and see. Gu Ming, who was sitting next to Mu Nanjing, frowned and looked at Mu Nanjing, who was motionless. What are your plans next? Mu Nanjing glanced at him and said nothing. Ah, I can't move or talk. What else do I plan to do? Look at my eyes. Did you find that I can't move? Everyone. Fuck. Who froze me? Gu Ming. Did you find that I'm not right? I'm so depressed. It's all because I don't have any expression and don't talk much. So everyone can't find that I can't move for a while. Maybe they think I'm showing off my authority. Everyone. Chapter 252 off topic. Gu Ming raised his eyebrows. If he hadn't heard Mu Nanjing's inner voice, he really hadn't noticed that she was immobilized. Nor would he have thought that she was immobilized. Why don't you speak? Mu Nanjing glanced at him again with the corner of her eye. Do you think I don't want to say it? I have to be able to say it. I can't even send a voice transmission. If someone wants to harm me now, I'm definitely finished. Fortunately, the evil cultivators with high realms have recognized me as their master. If I die, they must die too. Not only can they not kill me, they must also protect me well. Hee. Evil cultivators. Righteous cultivators. No way. The evil cultivators have recognized Mu Nanjing as their master? On the contrary, the right cultivators have to be on guard. Fortunately, they are not Gu Ming's opponents. If they want to take action, even the cultivators who are crossing the tribulation will surely die. Hey, I'm off topic. I'm off topic. I'm off topic. I should be thinking about how to make them realize that I'm frozen, not how others can kill me. Gu Ming, if you keep thinking, others will really kill people to steal the treasure. He pretended not to know her situation and pushed her with his hand. Why don't you speak? The seventh elder at the next table also asked in a fake way, Young master. What's wrong? Why don't you reply? Are you angry? Young master? Young master? He walked in front of Mu Nanjing. Young master. What should we do next? Mu Nanjing blinked at him and moved his eyes left and right. Quick. Quick to find that I can't move. Young master. What's wrong with your eyes? The seventh elder pretended not to understand, suppressed a smile and lowered his voice and said, Young master. Do you have anything to say? If you are not convenient to say it, you can use telepathy to tell us. Gu Ming glanced at him and saw that he wanted to tease Mu Nanjing while she couldn't move. Damn it. If I could transmit sound, would I still be here with you and exchange glances? Gu Ming is really something. I helped him wash so many underwear, but there was no tacit understanding at all. I didn't move for such a long time, but he didn't realize that I was wrong. Everyone stared at him with wide eyes. Gu Ming was embarrassed. Is the underwear thing over? Besides, what is the connection between tacit understanding and underwear? The third elder glared at the seventh elder, saying that he still had the mind to joke at this time. He walked over and squeezed the seventh elder away. Young master. Can't you move? Woo woo woo. Finally someone noticed that I couldn't move. Mu Nanjing kept blinking. The third elder frowned. Can you really not move? Mu Nanjing blinked again. I really can't move. I can't move for no reason. Why can't you move? The third elder hurriedly studied. The seventh elder and Gu Ming were not idle either. However, they tried many methods, but Mu Nanjing still couldn't move. The little cloud hiding behind her neck sent her a message. Gongba girl, you may have been fixed by the master of Jioshu Palace. Ah? I won't sit here for the rest of my life. Will I? He must have his reasons for fixing you here, and he will remove it when he can. You don't need to worry too much. It can only be like this. But how can I tell the third elder about this? The third elder heard this and looked down at her. Young master. Do you have a way to remove it? Mu Nanjing rolled her eyes left and right. No. Don't worry about me. Just go out first. That's not right. Gu Ming stayed to protect me. Alas. I just rolled my eyes like this. Can they understand what I mean? The third elder frowned. You have no way? Then what should we do? Carry you out? Mu Nanjing rolled his eyes again. No. Don't carry me out. I will go out by myself when I can move. The third elder said to the seventh elder and others, let's think of a way. And wait until the young master can move before going out. The seventh elder and others nodded. Alas, I don't know when I can move. Can I wait until everyone is out before I can move? By the way, why do you want to freeze me? Is there any reason? Hee hee. Do you want to keep me as your wife? Everyone present couldn't help rolling their eyes. It's time. And you still have the mood to think about it. Seeing that Mu Nanjing couldn't move. And Ji Gong's voice was full of nonsense. And none of it was of any practical help to him. So he had to stand up. He looked at the backyard of the hall. Then flew into the air, and left from the Xian Guang mirror. The great elder of Longwang Island also left with him. When everyone left and only Mu Nanjing and the others were left, Mu Nanjing was finally able to move. She suddenly jumped up and exhaled. Finally I can move. It should be because I know too much that the master of Jiuxiu Hall deliberately fixed me, and didn't let me give too many instructions. The third elder and the others said happily, Young master. You can move? That's great. The seventh elder asked, Young master. Are you okay? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Thank you for your concern. I have no problem. Mu Nanjing looked at the Shuangguang mirror. Let's go out first. And we can talk about it after we get out. Guanglu asked, do we still need to go to the warehouse to get the artifact? Mu Nanjing had a hunch that the so-called artifact in the warehouse might be a trap or a test. We have enough artifacts. So there is no need to be so greedy. She took them out of the Shuangguang mirror. When they walked out of the Shuangguang mirror, they heard someone whispering in their ears. And everyone's eyes flashed with surprise. After walking out of the Shuangguang mirror, they returned to the forest outside the spiritual vein barrier. The first and second batches of cultivators who ate the peaches, as well as the cultivators who ran to the Jiuxiu warehouse to find artifacts. All looked confused. Didn't we reach the 10th floor before? How come we came out before entering the core of the secret realm? Yes. How did we come out? Is the core of the secret realm a lie? In fact, it's just an exit. We have gained a lot this time. And it doesn't matter whether we enter the core or not. Everyone was like amnesia. And they didn't remember seeing the fairy palace at all. The third elder and the seventh elder looked at each other and said nothing. At this time, Gongwu Jingfei came over with his men and saw that Mu Nanjing and the others were safe and sound. He was relieved. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. The third elder asked, Master, have all the others come out? All the children in the family have come out. And even the cultivators, who have not reached the 10th floor, have been sent out of the secret realm. The third elder was a little surprised. The cultivators stuck at other floors have also come out. Yes. It's good to be out. It's better than dying in there. Gongwu Jingfei had a lot of things to ask them. But this was not the place. So he said, let's go home first. Yes. Gongwu Jingfei was about to take people home. When suddenly, a strong voice came from afar. Dear Taoist friends, please stay. Chapter 253 Coward. Everyone looked to the east. And then dozens of figures appeared in the sky. Suddenly, there was a commotion. It's Patriarch Beidong and Patriarch Fanxin and others. Why are they all out of retreat? Everyone was a little scared when so many tribulation crossing cultivators came at once. Jia Yin lowered his head quickly. But when he thought of the mask he was wearing, he raised his head again and said to Mu Nanjing by voice transmission, the old man standing in the front is our master, Patriarch Beidong. Mu Nanjing half squinted his eyes and looked at the old man in a white robe and white beard. Patriarch Beidong. He, cough cough cough, cough 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 cough, cough 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 cough. Hundreds of coughs interrupted Mu Nanjing's thoughts. Mu Nanjing turned to look at Gongwu Jingfei and the others. Gongwu Jingfei did not look at her, but looked up and said to the old ancestor Beidong and the others, I am sorry for not welcoming you. The old ancestors. The old ancestor Beidong and the others looked in the direction of the voice. And then smiled, Brother Gongwu. I haven't seen you for many years. I hope you are well. Gongwu Jingfei invited them. It is rare for the old ancestors to come to Daxuzu together. How about we come to my house to have a chat? The old ancestor Beidong sighed. We are here because we have something to do. So we will not disturb you. We will visit you next time when we are free. Don't look down on us old guys then. Gongwu Jingfei said again, May I ask why you are here? The old ancestor Beidong did not hide it from him, this time. Everyone will definitely gain a lot from entering the golden immortal secret realm. So we want to buy some fairy herbs, fairy tools or artifacts at a high price. I don't know if the friends who have entered the secret realm can give them up. At that moment, the commotion started again. So the ancestors came for the immortal herbs and immortal tools. Since they need these things so much, why don't they go in and look for them themselves? With their abilities, they will definitely find more and better things. Do you think the ancestors don't want to go? The problem is that they can't come out for too long. So they didn't go into the secret realm with us. I only went to the 2nd floor this time, and didn't find many good things. Although I went to the 7th floor, it was brought up by others. And the good things were taken away by the seniors with higher realms. Don't put everything on people with higher realms. We didn't get many good things either. Everyone pushed and shoved, as if they didn't want to sell the things they found in the secret realm at all. It's understandable that they don't want to sell. After all, spiritual stones are easy to find, but immortal herbs and immortal tools are hard to find. Of course, they won't sell if they can't. The ancestors were not angry either. Since no one wants to sell, we won't force it. When you want to sell, you can come to us. We are willing to buy it at a high price. Bullshit. It sounds good, but he doesn't force it. In fact, he has the idea of killing people to steal treasures. Once they get good treasures, their chances of ascending will be greatly improved. At that moment, everyone's faces changed drastically, and even the faces of the ancestors were extremely ugly. The 3rd elder held his forehead and said to Gongbua Jingfei with a voice transmission, "Master, you should take the young master home quickly. Otherwise we will become the public enemy of the entire cultivation world." Gongbua Jingfei's mouth twitched. "Do you think you will be safe after taking her home?" Her voice has also been transmitted here. The 3rd elder. The sad ancestor sank his face. Which Taoist friend is destroying our reputation? No one spoke. Mu Nanjing, who didn't know how to express his true feelings, couldn't answer him. "Since you dare to say it, why don't you dare to stand up?" Everyone remained silent. It's not that they don't want to say it, but they can't say it. Mu Nanjing frowned. Who ruined their reputation? Since you dare to ruin their reputation, why don't you dare to stand up? Coward. The people around looked at her inexplicably. The ancestors were choked with anger. Gongbua Jingfei coughed lightly. "My ancestors, since you are here for other things, I won't greet you. I still have to take the disciples of the clan back to rest." The ancestors nodded. Gongbua Jingfei was afraid that Mu Nanjing's inner voice would reveal more things, so he quickly took people away from the spiritual vein. On the way back, the 3rd elder asked, "Master, how long has it been since we entered the secret realm this time?" "It has been half a year since the day the secret realm was officially opened for trial." The 3rd elder and his friends were surprised. "Only half a year?" Gongbua Jingfei asked, "How long have you been in the secret realm?" 4 or 5 years. "I was only in there for about a month." Everyone did not continue this topic. When they returned to the main hall of Gongbua's family, Gongbua Jingfei said, "The 3rd elder, the 5th elder, the 7th elder and Nan Nan stay, and everyone else goes down to rest first." "Yes." After everyone left, Gongbua Jingfei opened the barrier to cover the 5 of them. "Tell me everything you encountered in the secret realm." The 3rd elder and his friends briefly described the general situation. The 3rd elder said, "According to my observation after coming out, people who have eaten or taken things in Geotia Palace don't remember what happened in the center of the secret realm. Only people like us who came out directly have memories." The 7th elder continued, "I think the master who claims to be the master of Geotia Palace is testing us." Gongbua Jingfei asked, "Do you know why they want to test you?" The 3rd elder and his friends looked embarrassed. Gongbua Jingfei saw that they couldn't say it, so he didn't embarrass them anymore. He turned his head and looked at Mu Nanjing. "What happened when you and the 3rd elder and his friends were separated?" Mu Nanjing said in a low voice, "I can't say. I won't tell you that I encountered a divine beast and a fierce beast." Hee. Gongbua Jingfei, "I really don't know whether to say that she exposed her true feelings or not." He changed the subject tiredly. "How many materials did you find in the secret realm?" The faces of the 3rd elders were full of smiles. "Under the leadership of Senior Gu, we have gained a lot this time." He took out 5 space rings. All 5 space rings are full. There are also many materials in the space rings of others, but I think there is no need to ask them for them. Just take them as rewards. This time the secret realm has greatly exceeded their expectations. So there is no need to take away the immortal grass materials that the disciples have worked hard to get. Gongbo Jingfei nodded and asked Mu Nanjing, what about you? How many materials did you find when you separated from the third elders? Mu Nanjing said, I went directly to the 10th floor. How much materials do you think I can find? Gongbo Jingfei knew that she would not tell the truth. But her inner voice was not necessarily the same. Sure enough, the next moment, she heard her inner voice saying, I really didn't find many materials. But the evil cultivators gave me a lot. It is estimated that it is several times more than the materials found by the third elders. These are my spoils of war. They must not be handed over. I will fight anyone who dares to take them. 4 people. Gongbo Jingfei would not fight with her. You all go down and rest. And we can talk about other things after you have rested. Yes. Mu Nanjing walked out of the hall. And the disciple guarding the door said, Young master. The young master of the He family is back. Chapter 254. The young master of Gongbo likes men. The black locust, who was standing outside the main courtyard of Gongbo's family waiting for Mu Nanjing, rubbed his dizzy head, and his whole body was shaky, looking like he would fall to the ground at any time. Seeing this, Mu Nanjing quickly walked over to hold his arm and input spiritual power into him to help him recover. After a long time, Black Locust finally regained some energy. He put down his hand and said, Thank you. Come with me. Mu Nanjing brought people to her courtyard and saw Jia Yin and Haiten exchanging the fairy grass materials collected in the secret realm in her courtyard. Jia Yin, come here. Jia Yin heard Mu Nanjing calling him, and hurriedly stopped. Wait for me to come back, and change when I come back. Wu Yuan smiled. I will wait for you. Go quickly. Jia Yin ran to Mu Nanjing and asked, What do you want to see me for? Mu Nanjing asked him, If your master comes to find you, will you tell him about the secret realm? Jia Yin was slightly stunned. Do you mean that my master has found out that I went to the secret realm? Your master left a trace of his breath on you, and he can find you no matter how you hide. Jia Yin didn't quite believe that his master would do such a thing. When did this happen? How come I don't know? He left it when he accepted you as his apprentice. Jia Yin was very dissatisfied with his master's behavior because it made him feel like he was being monitored. Mu Nanjing asked again, Will you tell your master about the secret realm? Jia Yin affirmed, No. Although his master was very kind to him, he also had his own little secrets, and didn't want his master to know everything about him. Master may not believe me. If he doesn't believe me, he may search my soul and explore my memory. He had seen his junior fellow apprentice being searched by his master for deceiving his master. The pain of being searched was as painful as being struck by lightning. You don't need to worry about it. Mu Nanjing raised his right index finger and tapped his forehead, casting a defensive barrier in his mind. If your master asks you about the secret realm, just answer him that you don't know or don't remember, and you can handle the rest on your own. Okay. After Jia Yin finished speaking, the communication jade token of his sect made a vibrating sound. He took it out to check, and it was a message from his master, asking him to come out and meet him. My master is here to see me. Mu Nanjing nodded. Go. Jia Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You make me feel like I'm betraying my master. Your master. Mu Nanjing thought that the old ancestor Beidong was Jia Yin's master after all, and it was not good for her to say bad things about his master. So she stopped. What's wrong with my master? Your master is looking for you. Why don't you go quickly? Mu Nanjing left with the black dragonfly locust, and Jia Yin frowned. He felt that Mu Nanjing had something to say, but why didn't he say it? This made him very curious. Where is her inner voice? Why didn't her inner voice say anything? Then, God fulfilled his wish. Humph. If it weren't for the fact that Patriarch Beidong was Jia Yin's master, I really wanted to tell Jia Yin that Patriarch Beidong was not a good person. He seemed to be very kind and loving, but in fact, he had a vicious mind. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about Feng Xinan. Everyone thought that Patriarch Beidong had promised his good friend Patriarch Tianqing to protect Feng Xinan's growth. But they didn't know that he promised her for the treasure left by Patriarch Tianqing, in order to truly take Patriarch Tianqing's treasure for himself. He had wanted to kill Feng Xinan many times, if it weren't for his reputation. If Feng Xinan's senior sister hadn't discovered his thoughts, he would have succeeded long ago. Therefore, it was his senior sister who really protected Feng Xinan to grow up. It is also fortunate that Feng Xinan has been smart and thoughtful since he was a child. When he was 15 years old, he found that his master was not sincere to him. Knowing that he could not keep the things left by his mother, he took the initiative to hand over all the treasures to the old ancestor Bei Dong in front of the sect leader and elders to thank him for his kindness. After hearing this, Jia Yin was like a bolt of lightning from the blue sky, and the whole person froze in place. Impossible. Impossible. His master could not be such a person. Jia Yin could not help but recall the attitude of the master towards Feng Xinan. When the master first brought Feng Xinan back to the sect, he treated Feng Xinan like his own child, and was very kind and amiable, which made the other brothers jealous. It was not until Feng Xinan showed his own cultivation at the age of 3 that the master's attitude changed greatly, and became particularly strict. Even if he just wrote a wrong word, it was as if he had committed a heinous crime. And he was furious with Feng Xinan. At that time, they felt that the master was particularly terrible. This situation continued until Feng Xinan was 15 years old. The master's attitude towards Feng Xinan changed again, and became very kind. He also asked Feng Xinan, who was originally a junior brother, to be their senior brother. The reason was that Feng Xinan's cultivation was higher than theirs, and people with higher cultivation should be senior brothers, and they would be ranked according to cultivation in the future. Therefore, they all disliked Feng Xinan very much, thinking that Feng Xinan had taken away the master's love for them. Until now, they still have a lot of opinions about Feng Xinan, but they never thought that this favor was exchanged by Feng Xinan with his mother's relics. Jia Yin's communication card sounded again. He quickly retracted his mind, and went back to his room to organize himself before setting off to find his master. The old ancestor Bei Dong lived on a spaceship 100 miles away from the spiritual vein. When he saw Jia Yin arriving late, a trace of displeasure flashed in his fierce eyes. "Why are you late?" "Master, I was late because I was caught up in something. Please forgive me." At this time, the sad ancestor did not blame him and asked, "Didn't you go to see your elder brother? Why are you here?" "Master, the elder brother said that he would be back to see you in 5 years. So he asked me to come back and tell you first, so that you wouldn't be anxious. Coincidentally, I heard that the Golden Immortal Secret Realm was opened in Daxizu when I came back, so I came to join in the fun." When the sad ancestor heard the word Secret Realm, he immediately forgot Feng Xinan. "You entered the Secret Realm? Who did you go in with?" "I went in with the young Master Gongbua." The sad ancestor was very surprised. "Why are you with the young Master Gongbua?" Jia Yin raised his chin proudly. "The young Master Gongbua likes men. She saw me, as pretty as a flower." "Ah, I said it wrong. I should say that she invited me to join her team to search for treasures in the Secret Realm because she saw that I was handsome." Old ancestor Bei Dong was suspicious. "Really? Master, you can doubt others, but you can't doubt your apprentice. Besides, why would I lie to you?" Old ancestor Bei Dong thought about it and said, "Then did you get any immortal or divine tools in the Secret Realm?" "Master, you think too highly of me. I am lucky enough to dig up a few immortal herbs and a few materials, but I can't get any immortal or divine tools. You don't know how dangerous the Golden Immortal Secret Realm is. If it weren't for young Master Gongbua protecting me, I don't know if I could come out to see you. Even if I see immortal or divine tools, it won't be my turn." Old ancestor Bei Dong frowned. "Why can't you?" Chapter 255. It's all because of washing underwear. Jia Yin looked helpless. "Master, have you forgotten whose team I followed? It was Gongbua's family. Gongbua's family has a great power in the tribulation period, so it's not my turn to rob. If I rob, Gongbua's family will not let me go." Ancestor Bei Dong asked, "Then have you ever seen a fairy weapon or a divine weapon?" Jia Yin shook his head. "I don't know." "I don't know?" Ancestor Bei Dong was a little angry. "You don't even know if you have seen a fairy weapon?" "Master, my memory may have been wiped, and I don't remember the things in the Secret Realm very clearly." Ancestor Bei Dong paused. "My memory was wiped?" Jia Yin nodded. "I guess it should be like this. Otherwise how could I not remember the things in the Secret Realm clearly?" Ancestor Bei Dong narrowed his eyes. "Sit in front of your master." Jia Yin sat in front of Ancestor Bei Dong. The sad ancestor stood up. "Jia Yin, your master wants to search your soul to see if what you said is true." He did not give Jia Yin a chance to answer, and used his magic power to search the depths of his soul. Jia Yin was a little sad. Soul searching is extremely harmful to the body, but his master did not consider this at all. and searched without thinking that his apprentice might drop in realm, and it would be difficult to rise again in the future. Jia Yin closed his eyes and prepared for the pain. Then, he heard the scream of the sad ancestor. Jia Yin quickly opened his eyes and saw the sad ancestor fell to the ground. He quickly got up to help him. Master, what's wrong with you? You? The sad ancestor stared at him. Why do you have other people's barriers on you? Boundary? Jia Yin pretended to be confused. What kind of barrier? Ancestor Beidong stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Don't you know you have a barrier on your body? I don't know. Jia Yin pretended to think. By the way, before I came, young Master Gonghua touched my forehead. Ancestor Beidong frowned. So, it was young Master Gonghua who set up a barrier on you? Isn't she just a little girl with yellow hair? How could she have such ability? Master, haven't you heard that young Master Gonghua is a cultivator in the Tribulation Crossing stage? Not only is she a high-level cultivator, but she also has high skills. Many evil cultivators have been fooled by her. Master, to be disrespectful, you may not be able to beat her even if you fight her. Is she really that powerful? Ancestor Beidong had heard rumors about Mu Nanjing, and at that time, he thought everyone was exaggerating. Now that his apprentice also said so, he had to be cautious. Jia Yin took out 20 immortal herbs and 27 materials. Master, these are the immortal herbs and materials that I found in the secret realm. I hope they can help you. Ancestor Beidong finally smiled. Why don't you keep the immortal herbs and materials that you worked so hard to find for yourself? I have kept 3 immortal herbs for emergencies. Jia Yin changed the subject. Master, when will you return to the sect? I want to go back with you. Ancestor Beidong put away the immortal herbs and materials. I need you to stay with young Master Gonghua for a while to help me monitor the actions of the Gonghua family. If they have any movement, please inform me immediately. Jia Yin frowned. But young Master Gonghua knows many unknown things. Maybe she already knows that you asked me to monitor them. Patriarch Beidong didn't care. No problem. Then I'll go back first. Go ahead. Jia Yin left the room, and Patriarch Beidong made sure he had gone far away before he said, come out. Then, the 5 ancestors came out of the secret room. Patriarch Fanqin said calmly, the Gonghua family must have found the artifact to seal your apprentice's memory. Patriarch Tianji frowned. The Gonghua family is not easy to deal with. They are not only facing the Gonghua family, but also the families and sects that are allied with the Gonghua family. If they join forces, they may not be able to get the upper hand. Patriarch Beidong said, first determine whether the Gonghua family has obtained the artifact, and other things will be discussed later. The 5 ancestors nodded. Jia Yin, who came out of Patriarch Beidong's spaceship, did not stay and returned to the Gonghua family as quickly as possible. Guangliu and the others stayed in Mu Nanjing's yard and did not leave. They have been in the room for an hour. Right? They haven't come out yet. Haydn chuckled. They can't be. Lu Feichen raised his eyebrows. I think you better not make blind guesses. Guanglu said anxiously. Miss Mu and that young man must have something to discuss. So they haven't come out yet. Don't talk nonsense anymore. It will make the governor misunderstand Miss Mu. You don't want to break them up, right? Gu Ming's eyes twitched. I have never been with her. So how can I break them up? Weren't you together in Dakian Kingdom? The girl helped you wash your underwear. But you still didn't admit it. Guanglu has been with Gu Ming for a long time, and he is not as afraid of him as before. Gu Ming. It was all because of washing underwear that caused such a big misunderstanding. Jia Yin sat next to Gu Ming. What are you talking about? Guanglu said. The girl stayed in the room with a man for an hour and didn't come out. Jia Yin looked at Gu Ming and said, have you been abandoned? Gu Ming was too lazy to explain. I said. Wu Yuan said, you only pay attention to who the girl is with. Didn't you find out who the man is? Guanglu said, I only saw his back, not his face. Others said the same. Jia Yin murmured, although I stood with him face to face, I was only talking to Mu Nanjing at the time and didn't look at who the man was. Wu Yuan used voice transmission. The person who just entered is the master of Jiuxiu Hall. Everyone. Wu Yuan knew from their expressions that they didn't lose their memory like other cultivators. Guanglu and the others hesitated to speak, and finally stopped talking. At this time, in Mu Nanjing's room, the black locust who was sitting in meditation on the chair finally opened his eyes. My body has returned to its original state. Mu Nanjing said, tell me what happened to you in the secret realm. The black locust recalled the situation when he entered the secret realm. After I entered the secret realm, I was sent directly to the fairy palace. I walked around every palace and saw some artifacts, but couldn't take them out. Finally, I arrived at the Joshi Palace. Then I heard a man's voice, saying that someone had finally arrived. Before I had time to ask who the other person was, the other person's spiritual consciousness entered my mind and controlled my body. Mu Nanjing asked, "Then do you remember what happened after he entered your body? Do you know what he did with your body?" "I know. He first used my body to turn around in the sky of the fairy palace, allowing me to see the beautiful scenery of the fairy palace, and also introduced me to the things of each fairy palace." Black Dragonfly covered his chest, by the way. I can still clearly feel his emotions. When he is happy, I am happy too. When he is sad, I am sad too. Mu Nanjing raised his eyebrows. In that case, you should know his intention of inviting us to eat peaches. Chapter 256, Guming's Identity. Black Locust nodded. He is testing whether people can withstand temptation. Those who cannot withstand temptation are all eliminated, and those who can withstand temptation have other uses. Mu Nanjing asked him, "Are those who have eaten the peaches, the fairy wine of Yaoqi, and the artifacts in the warehouse eliminated?" "Well, only those who have not touched anything are qualified, and there are very few people who can do this." Mu Nanjing gently rubbed the space ring on his index finger with his thumb and asked, "I took so many artifacts. Am I qualified or not?" "It depends on how you do it." Mu Nanjing asked again, "Then why did he freeze my body?" Black Locust thought for a while and said, "You know too much. Things. He doesn't want your choice to affect other people's choices." "Are the peaches and fairy wine he gave to everyone fake?" "Of course they are fake. Everything you see is an illusion, and it can also erase everyone's memory. Now those cultivators have forgotten about entering the fairy palace, let alone you taking away the artifact. I have another question. Who is the soul that entered your body?" He Qinghuang said with a look of awe. "He was the Emperor of Heaven. When the gods used their last divine power to build the secret realm, they left a wisp of soul in the secret realm to sleep, and it was only recently awakened." Mu Nanjing. Emperor of Heaven. I actually saw the Emperor of Heaven. I have seen divine beasts and fierce beasts, so it's not surprising to see the Emperor of Heaven. It's a pity that I can't have the honor to see the true face of the Emperor of Heaven. Is he still in your body now? Black Dragonfly shook his head. When he left Joshi Palace, I fell into a coma. When I woke up, I was already outside Gongbo's house, and my body was very weak. I don't know if he left. The spirit entering the body will definitely consume your energy, so it's normal for you to feel weak. By the way, you probably didn't find anything useful to you. The heaven is gone, and whether I found something or not is not so important. It's just..." Black Dragonfly frowned. "I wonder where the predecessors who once ascended to heaven have gone." Speaking of this matter, he thought of his great-grandfather, who was about to ascend to heaven, and he stood up hurriedly. "Mu Nanjing, I have to go back to the He family right away, and I will meet you after I have dealt with the family affairs." Mu Nanjing raised his eyebrows. "You want to go back to the He family? Then your trip will not be smooth." "What do you mean?" "Some old ancestors in the tribulation crossing period are planning to attack the cultivators, who have just left the secret realm in order to increase their success rate of ascension. You should disguise yourself well when you go back, and don't let them find out." Black Dragonfly Locust was furious. How can they do this? Aren't they afraid that everyone will know about this and punish them? If it damages their merits, it will be even more difficult to ascend. Killing people for treasures is not uncommon, so why get angry? Black Dragonfly Locust thought about it, and took a breath and said, "Thank you for telling me about this. I will go back and discuss it with the elders before making a decision." He walked out of Mu Nanjing's room, and saw Jiayin and the others sneaking towards him. Black Dragonfly Locust was slightly startled when he saw Gu Ming. "I didn't expect you to be a cultivator too." Gu Ming nodded slightly. Black Dragonfly Locust knew that he was not a talkative person, so he didn't talk to him about the past, and quickly left Mu Nanjing's yard. Mu Nanjing walked to the door. "Gu Ming, come in." Jiayin patted Gu Ming's shoulder. "You are still favored. Try harder to please her later." Gu Ming glanced at him, got up, and walked into Mu Nanjing's room. Jiang Xian saw Guan Lu still staring at Mu Nanjing's door, and immediately raised his hand to block his eyes. "You little cub. Don't care about adults' affairs." Guan Lu was speechless. "Master, I'm already 30 years old. At his age, children can run around, and in a few years, He can become a grandfather. It's a pity that he hasn't married yet, because he waited for his childhood sweetheart. Alas. Jiang Qian said unhappily, how old can 30 years old be? Look at me again. I'm almost 5,000 years old. Guang Lu. It's really small in comparison. In the room, Mu Nanjing poured Gu Ming a glass of water and said, come out. Gu Ming's eyes flashed with doubt. And then, the little cloud jumped out of Mu Nanjing's neck and jumped onto the table. Chunguo was shy. And after coming out and taking a look, he shrank back. Gu Ming did not expect that Mu Nanjing had two little things hidden on him. And he was surprised. This is... Mu Nanjing introduced him. I brought them out from the secret realm. The little thing on the table is called Little Cloud. And the fruit hiding in my chest is called Stupid Fruit. They have something to ask you. Looking for me. Gu Ming was very sure that he did not know them. What do you want to ask me for? Little Cloud pointed at Gu Ming and said, I recognize the smell on you. You are Jie. You are Jie. Don't think that I can't recognize you because you pretend to be someone else. Hurry up and show your true face. Don't pretend anymore. Otherwise I will tear your face apart. Gu Ming narrowed his eyes suddenly when he heard Jie Li's name. Mu Nanjing gently pressed Little Cloud's head. Don't be too excited. Things may not be what you think. Xiao Yunduo turned around and said to Mu Nanjing, Miss Gongwa. I won't mistake his smell. You can listen to his explanation first before you get angry. Mu Nanjing said to Gu Ming, Xiao Yunduo and Chunwa will be our companions in the future. You have to tell it about your situation so that it will not be hostile to you. With it, we have an extra help. Gu Ming said, tell me who they are first. And then I will reveal my identity. Mu Nanjing briefly explained the identities of Xiao Yunduo and Chunwa. Gu Ming was relieved when he knew the identities of Xiao Yunduo and the others. He raised his hand to his face. And then the mask on his face disappeared, revealing an unparalleled handsome face. Xiao Yunduo was even more excited when she saw Gu Ming's true face. I was right. He is Jie Li. You despicable villain. You actually dared to disguise yourself as someone else and hide beside Miss Gongwa. Bah. Shameless. Gu Ming said calmly, I am not Jie Li. Xiao Yunduo was stunned. You are not Jie Li. Then why do you look exactly like him? And your aura is the same as his? I am not Jie Li. But I can be called Jie Li? You? Xiao Yunduo was confused by him. This matter starts from when Jie Li took the mortals into his body. Little Yunduo knew that Jie Li's body contained mortals. Okay. Tell me. I'll see if your story can convince me. 1,000,000 years ago, Jie Li took the mortals into his body, saying that he was protecting them. But in fact, he treated them as toys. He would let them live when he wanted them to live, and would send down thunder to kill them when he wanted them to die. Otherwise, he would treat them as toys and gamble with their lives, families, countries, etc. In his body world, he regarded himself as a heavenly existence, and the mortals were at his mercy. Chapter 257 Gu Ming's Identity 2. Xiao Yunduo was not surprised to hear this. He has never been a good person. But what do you have to do with what you said? Gu Ming continued, what happens next is my business. After death, mortals will become souls and wander in Jie Li's body. Over time, the souls of mortals will cultivate a little magic power. And then, they will see some things that they could not see before they died. They slowly discover that the world they live in is in a box, and their life and death are controlled by others. When they learned the truth, they were very sad and angry. They hated the gods for abandoning them, and at the same time prayed to the gods and heaven to save them. I was formed by the spiritual energy generated by the body of Jie Li and their huge resentment and praying to neutralize it. Therefore, I look exactly like Jie Li, but it goes against his thoughts. I don't like him treating mortals as toys, and I don't like him ignoring mortal lives. Jie Li's divine power was weakened because of my existence. Fortunately, he didn't find me at first. He just thought that the gradual weakening of divine power was caused by the lack of gods in the world. But he vaguely felt that there was a force wandering in his body. But he didn't know what this force was. It wasn't until I left his body that his divine power was instantly halved that he realized that I took his divine power away. Now he should know that there is one more him in this world. Xiao Yunduo frowned. In other words, you are his clone? It's not a clone. Just like a person has a good side and a bad side. Jie Li is the bad side, and I inherited the good side. We are one person when we are combined. In other words, Jie Li is not complete now. Xiao Yunduo roughly understood what he meant, As long as you are not Jia Li, everything will be easy. It will be even better if you can weaken Jia Li's divine power. And it will be easier for us to deal with him. Gu Ming shook his head slightly. After all, he has existed for millions of years. And it is not easy to deal with him by weakening his divine power. As long as he does not leave his body, it is difficult to kill him. Because of Bai Zai's prophecy, he also made plans for nearly 1,000,000 years in advance, and found a lot of helpers for himself. Xiao Yunduo. Mu Nanjing said to Gu Ming, I met Jia Li in the secret realm. Oh! Gu Ming asked in a calm voice, what do you think of him? Mu Nanjing met his dark eyes, and immediately felt that if I answer wrong, I will be killed. He is not only not as likable as you, but also very annoying. Xiao Yunduo nodded. He is indeed very annoying. Mu Nanjing was not confused by the other person's face. Gu Ming quickly stood up and turned his back to Mu Nanjing. Coughing lightly, I have something else to do, so I'll go back first. Without waiting for Mu Nanjing to react, he quickly opened the door and walked out. Mu Nanjing. What could he do at Gongwa's house? Jia Yin and the others who were still sitting outside the yard saw Gu Ming coming out and looked over. Gu Ming quickly turned his head to look to the other side and left Mu Nanjing's yard as quickly as possible. Jia Yin and the others didn't look away until they could no longer see his back. Guan Lu rubbed his eyes and whispered, I didn't see it wrong. The governor actually smiled. Haydn said, you didn't see it wrong? I saw it too. I've been with the governor for so long. And this is the first time I've seen him smile. Why is he so happy? Guan Lu giggled and said, the governor looks so good when he smiles. Jia Yin sighed. He and Mu Nanjing must be in the room, being affectionate with each other. Mu Nanjing walked to the door of the room and saw Jia Yin and the others still gathered together. Are you free? We need to go back to the room to rest now. Everyone dispersed. Mu Nanjing snorted coldly and turned back to the room. Little Yunduo asked, Miss Gonghua, do you trust your friend? You mean Gu Ming? Yeah. Mu Nanjing nodded. I do. Since you trust him, I trust him too. Little Yunduo said to Chunghua, Chunghua, come out. I'll take you outside for a walk. Okay. Chunghua happily jumped into its arms and left the room with it. Little Yunduo was very capable, and Mu Nanjing didn't worry that they would get into trouble at all. So she lay down and read the news and gossip. News and gossip were very quiet, and there weren't many things that could attract her. 3 days later, the monks who came to the secret realm to search for treasures returned home one after another, and the content of the gossip news was constantly refreshed like a waterfall. Wow! The ancestors Tianji and Fanxin are preparing to disguise themselves as casual cultivators and robbers to rob the team back to Dongzu. With the strength of the two ancestors, dealing with medium-sized sects is as easy as crushing an ant. The monks of Feishing Pavilion in Dongzu are being targeted. They are finished. The faces of the monks of Feishing Pavilion, which is 100 miles away from the spiritual vein, turned pale instantly. The elder of Feishing Pavilion hurriedly asked the Pavilion Master, Pavilion Master, we are being targeted by the two ancestors. What should we do? Feishing Pavilion is just a medium-sized sect, and the highest cultivation level is only a Mahayana cultivator. How can they beat the two ancestors in the crossing tribulation period? The Pavilion Master of Feishing Pavilion clenched his trembling fists in fear. If it's just robbery, it's fine. They may also kill people to silence them. We can't go back. We won't go back for the time being. The elder asked, if we don't go back, where should we go? It's not safe for us to stay here. How about we go back to the city with others? The head of Feishing Pavilion sneered. We are being targeted by the two ancestors. Do you think anyone dares to go back to the city with us? Then, what should we do? The head of Feishing Pavilion thought for a while. We all came to Daxazu, and we should visit the head of Gonghua family. With the Gonghua family here, other ancestors dared not take action. The elder's eyes lit up. The head of the pavilion is right. I will prepare gifts to meet the head of Gonghua family now. The spaceship of Feishing Pavilion turned around and flew towards Gonghua City. The Tianji and Fanxin ancestors sitting on the spaceship of the Beidong ancestor looked particularly ugly. Patriarch Fanxin suppressed his anger and said, we just had this plan and the young master Gonghua exposed our purpose. How can we rob others' things? Patriarch Tianji said, I just used my spiritual sense to check that the spaceship of Feishing Pavilion went to Gonghua City, and the other spaceships had no intention of returning. They seemed to want to delay us until we left. Patriarch Fanxin said, those cultivators did it on purpose. They knew that we couldn't stay outside for too long. So they deliberately delayed us. And we couldn't rob them in public. In fact, it's not impossible to rob things in public in disguise. But it would be troublesome if everyone joined forces to deal with them. Patriarch Beidong sneered. We can't rob now. We can wait for them to go back and rob them. I don't believe they won't go back to the family sect. Then, they heard Mu Nanjing say, Hey, Patriarch Fanqin and Patriarch Qinji gave up the idea of robbing and changed to wait for everyone to return to the family sect before plundering. It's really shameless. Ancestors, will you give them another chance to rob? Finally, Ancestor Beidong and his men could no longer stay and left Daxizu. Other sects and families waited for another 2 months, 100 miles away from the spiritual vein, before returning to their own sects one after another. Chapter 258 I'm sorry. After the monks left, Gongbwa City became more deserted than before. Mu Nanjing, who was visiting Gongbwa City for the first time, looked at the streets that lacked festive atmosphere and said, Count the days. It's almost the new year. Right? Guanglu hurriedly said, There are still 7 days before the new year. But Gongbwa City is still deserted, without the slightest New Year atmosphere. Don't monks celebrate the New Year? Not yet. Jiang Xian explained to him, as long as we practice in seclusion. It will take more than 10 years, or even decades. And it is difficult to get together with relatives and friends during the New Year. Mu Nanjing said to them, If they don't celebrate, we will. You go prepare New Year's goods. And I will buy red paper to write couplets and draw door gods. Okay. Everyone dispersed. Mu Nanjing bought red paper and immediately went back to Gongbwa's study to write couplets. Writing couplets is easy. Just write 2 auspicious words and stick them on both sides of the door. But drawing door gods is difficult. Mu Nanjing had never painted seriously before, and it was impossible for her to paint door gods all of a sudden. So she had to give up in the end. Little Cloud, who had been waiting for her to start painting, asked, Didn't you say you were going to paint door gods? Why didn't you paint? Mu Nanjing said honestly, I can't paint door gods, so I can only ask someone else to paint. Little Cloud was silent for a while and asked again, Then can you paint a dragon? It doesn't matter if you can't paint a dragon. You can also paint a vermilion bird. Mu Nanjing looked at it for a while. I can barely paint a Q version dragon. Little Cloud was sweating. What is a Q version dragon? Mu Nanjing couldn't explain it clearly, so she had to pick up the pen. Wait. Little Cloud conjured a small bag out of thin air, poured some powder into the inkstone, mixed the powder with ink, and then bowed to the viewing platform again and again. Mu Nanjing asked, What are you doing? You should also pray quickly, and then use your spiritual power to paint. Mu Nanjing. Little Cloud urged, Hurry up. Mu Nanjing prayed to the inkstone, and then dipped the brush in ink. Little Cloud said anxiously, Concentrate your spiritual power on the tip of the brush. Mu Nanjing didn't know what it wanted to do, but she did what it said. While she was concentrating her spiritual power, she recalled how to draw a Q version of a dragon, and then started to draw. Little Cloud watched her draw a circle, 2 small circles in a circle, 2 dragon whiskers under the small circle, and then a pointed horn on the head. It felt more and more wrong the more it looked, and it compared her drawing with the real dragon, and the difference was too big. In its memory, a dragon has a mighty long body, sharp claws and huge dragon horns. But what on earth is this short thing in front of it? Mu Nanjing put down his brush. The painting is finished. Little Yunduo pointed at the painting on the red paper with eyes wide open in disbelief and asked, is this a dragon? Yes. Little Yunduo was almost angry to death on the spot. How could the mighty azure dragon look like this? It didn't know how to describe it. Mu Nanjing ignored its anger. It's just a painting. Why are you angry? You? Little Yunduo took a deep breath to calm herself down. And suddenly, she knelt in front of the painting, crying, Senior Azure Dragon. I'm sorry. Mu Nanjing. It's just a painting. But she's so sad as if she's crying in a grave. I thought Miss Gongbwa's painting skills were good. But who knew? Senior Qinlong, please don't blame us. I will paint a majestic picture for you after Miss Gongbwa has mastered the skills. Mu Nanjing frowned. What is the powder you put in the inkstone just now? Little Cloud took a breath. It's the ashes of Senior Qinlong. Mu Nanjing was speechless. Why do you use ashes to paint? I have my own intentions. But I didn't expect your Q version dragon to be so. Little Cloud didn't look at her painting anymore. You can use it to worship. Worship? Mu Nanjing looked at the Q-version dragon that exuded a terrifying power. It's a bit wasteful to worship it. Little Cloud jumped up in anger. How can it be a waste? You worship Senior Qinglong because you have earned it in your previous life. Mu Nanjing patted its head. Don't worry. I will not only let the people of Gongbwa City worship it, but also make it play its greatest value. Little Cloud put away his anger. What are you going to do? Mu Nanjing stood up and walked out. A quarter of an hour later, a piece of red paper with an unknown object painted on it was posted on the door of Gongbwa's house. The gatekeeper pointed at the painting and said to everyone, "The young master has ordered that anyone passing by or entering Gongbwa's house must bow respectfully to it." This attracted many people to watch, including many passers-by. What is the painting on it? It looks a bit like the cub of a monster. Young Master Gongbwa, why do you want us to bow to it? We can't guess what the young master is thinking, so we better bow quickly. Otherwise we don't know how the young master will punish us. Everyone quickly bowed to the painting. The elder who came back from outside saw everyone bowing to Gongbwa's house, and asked the gatekeeper with a puzzled look on his face, "What are they doing?" The gatekeeper told him what Mu Nanjing had told him. After hearing this, the elder was furious. It's just nonsense. He pointed at the painting and said, "It's not a god. Why should we worship it? Tear it down quickly. Don't leave it here and embarrass yourself. The painting is so weird that it's really not worthy of being painted." The gatekeeper shrank his head and whispered, "This is posted by the young master. We dare not tear it off. Otherwise we will be punished by the young master. If you dare not tear it off, I will tear it off." The elder strode forward and was about to reach out to tear the painting. Suddenly, the little dragon in the painting flashed with golden light. With a plop, the elder couldn't control his body and knelt on the ground. Dong dong dong. Under the surprised eyes of everyone, he kowtowed to the painting 3 times, breaking his head. The elder was also frightened, and quickly stood up and asked, "What is drawn on this paper?" The powerful pressure emanating from the paper just now made him surrender to it. It seems that it is not an ordinary painting. The gatekeeper said, "The young master said it is a blue dragon." The elder widened his eyes and raised his voice to ask, "Blue dragon? The blue dragon among the 4 sacred beasts?" "Yes." The elder, "How could a blue dragon look like this? Gongbwa Nanjing is too disrespectful to the gods." Little Cloud, who was flying high in the sky and saw this scene, said, "The painting didn't fall down? Which means Senior Qinglong is satisfied with you sticking it on the door." Mu Nanjing said calmly, "As long as he is satisfied." Little Cloud watched the elder cover his forehead and walk into Gongbwa Mansion. "How about you draw another picture of Senior Zhu Ke? It's just right that one on each side of the gate is more symmetrical." Mu Nanjing. Half an hour later, there was another painting on the gate of Gongbwa Mansion, and it was a chicken. Chapter 259. You Can't Hurt Me. On New Year's Eve, Mu Nanjing didn't spend lavishly, but just spent the New Year's Eve with her family and Gu Ming to liven up the atmosphere. After New Year's Eve, she came to the big ancestral hall of Gongbwa's family, moved all the spirit tablets of the ancestors in the hall to the smallest room in the ancestral hall, and then placed a number of exquisite weapon racks, and then took out the artifacts in the space ring and placed them on top, and finally pasted the pictures of Kitten and Turtle on the door of the ancestral hall. Little Yunduo looked at the portrait, holding her chest in pain and comforting herself. "It's okay. It's okay. When it's over, I will let Miss Gongbwa learn painting skills and paint again." Guanlu asked curiously, "Miss, there is something I have been holding back for a long time. I wonder if I can ask you." Mu Nanjing is in a good mood now, and said readily, "Ask. Why was it that only I could get the artifact in the secret realm? There's a saying that goes, once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of the rope for 10 years. This is the most appropriate way to describe the gods. They were killed by their companions, so they are particularly repulsive to people who have the same magic power as their companions. So they choose to lead with people who have no magic power." "I see." Gongbwa Nanjing. A roar came from afar. The elder who received the news came with the second elder and others. Even Gongbwa Jingfei was alarmed and hurried to the ancestral hall. Seeing that the spirit tablets were not in the ancestral hall, he frowned and said, "Nanan, what's going on?" Mu Nanjing said, "Dad, you came just in time. Let's burn incense together." The elder's neck was red with anger. Gongbwa Nanjing, first explain why you moved the spirit tablets of the ancestors? Do you know that what you did is a rebellious act? We have the right to punish you. Mu Nanjing, I moved it with the consent of my ancestors. If you don't believe me, you can go to the side hall and ask about the spirit tablets of my ancestors. You actually put the spirit tablets of our ancestors in the small room. You, the first elder, was furious. Go to the punishment hall and receive your punishment. If I don't beat you until you can't get out of bed, I won't be called Gongbwa. The second elder also disagreed with Mu Nanjin's approach, so he didn't speak up for Mu Nanjin. Mu Nanjin, you don't hurt me. I was a physical cultivator, and a cultivator in the tribulation crossing stage. How can you, a Mahayana cultivator, hurt me? You. Gongbwa Jingfei saw that the first elder was about to faint from anger, and coughed lightly. Nanan, tell me why you moved the spirit tablets of our ancestors. Mu Nanjin looked into the ancestral hall. I want to worship the artifact. This is the artifact of the gods. Of course the artifact comes first, and the ancestral tablets come later. Artifacts? Gongbwa Jingfei and the elders were stunned and walked into the hall. They were shocked to see that each artifact was emitting divine light. This is really an artifact? And there are so many artifacts. Artifacts? Their Gongbwa family actually has artifacts. And, judging from the divine light emitted, it is not just an ordinary artifact. It must be that the ancestors blessed them. So their Gongbwa family has this opportunity. Except for the third elder, the fifth elder, and the seventh elder. The other elders were very excited. The dazzling divine light made them unable to count how many artifacts there were in the ancestral hall. In short, there were at least 100 at a glance. The elders walked out of the ancestral hall with awe on their faces, and bowed to the artifacts again and again. Gongbwa Jingfei asked, where did you get these artifacts? Mu Nanjin said, I got them from the secret realm. Gongbwa Jingfei was surprised. You took so many artifacts by yourself? Well, no one else can take them. Gongbwa Jingfei. Mu Nanjin looked at the ancestral hall. They will be the treasures of our Gongbwa family in the future. Hee. With the artifacts, the Gongbwa family will stand firm. The people of the Gongbwa family. It is really an honor to have so many artifacts as treasures. The elder coughed lightly. Young master, if you have important matters in the future, remember to discuss them with us and don't act rashly. This is not a big deal. The elder felt that he would be pissed off by Mu Nanjin sooner or later. You have moved the ancestral tablets. Isn't it a big deal? Then what do you think is a big deal? It is a big deal only when the sky falls. Everyone. In order to live longer. The elder decided not to talk to Mu Nanjin. The second elder asked, can the artifacts be taken out and used? No. Mu Nanjin shook his head, and when their owners appear, they will definitely leave. And you must not stop them at that time. The second elder nodded. It is better not to publicize this matter, so as not to attract others' covetousness. Mu Nanjin said indifferently, if they can take it away, let them take it. Don't be on guard. The second elder, since the elders are here, let's burn incense for the artifact. Mu Nanjin lit a handful of incense and distributed it to everyone. Dear artifact masters, the Gongbwa family will rely on your protection in the future, and we will also offer you incense every day. Everyone bowed to the artifact, and the artifact suddenly burst into 7 colors of light. The dazzling light almost made them unable to open their eyes, and the light even shone in the sky. The people of the whole Gongbwa city saw the colorful light. The second elder sighed. It seems that it is impossible to hide it. Mu Nanjin said, there are many people who know that I got the artifact. No matter how hard I try, I can't hide it. From now on, the children of the Gongbwa family will come here early in the morning to burn incense. Yes. The second elder immediately sent a message to the family members and ordered people to build 3 large incense burners. Before leaving, Gongbwa Jingfei saw 2 paintings on the gate of the ancestral hall, and the style of the paintings was exactly the same as the paintings on the gate of Gongbwa Mansion. He pointed at the painting and asked, Nan, did you draw these 2 paintings too? Mu Nanjin nodded, yes. Gongbwa Jingfei looked at the painting carefully. Did you draw a cat and a turtle? Mu Nanjin was silent for a moment. It's the white tiger and the black tortoise of the 4 sacred beasts. Gongbwa Jingfei patted Mu Nanjin's shoulder and sighed. I was wrong for not keeping you by my side before. Mu Nanjin was confused and didn't understand why he suddenly said this. If I kept you by my side? Gongbwa Jingfei stopped here. In fact, what he wanted to say was that if he kept his daughter by his side, he would definitely train her to be a rich lady who was good at music, chess, calligraphy and painting. And she wouldn't have painted the painting like this. Mu Nanjin said, since you feel so guilty, Then you should give me more skills or other things as compensation. Gongwu Jingfei was choked by her words. I mean, do you want to find a painter to teach you to paint? Without waiting for Mu Nanjing to answer, the little cloud hiding behind Mu Nanjing's neck immediately imitated Mu Nanjing's voice and responded, yes. Mu Nanjing. How much does this little thing dislike her paintings? I will send someone to find a painter now. Gongwu Jingfei left the big ancestral hall of Gongwu's family. Chapter 260. It was her. When Gongwu Jingfei returned to the main courtyard, he received news that several sects had been wiped out. Everyone speculated that it was done by the ancestors of the crossing tribulation. But there was no evidence to prove this. And no one dared to accuse the ancestors at will. Later, a kind-hearted crossing tribulation cultivator, who appeared out of nowhere, caught the ancestors of the sadness movement and others. In less than half a day, the reputation of the ancestors of the sadness movement spread throughout the cultivation world. When Jia Yin learned about this, he hurried back to the sect and went straight to the courtyard of the sadness movement. However, as soon as he arrived at the gate, he was stopped by the guardian guarding the courtyard. Jia Yin, please stay, Jia Yin said anxiously. I want to see the master. The ancestor wants to see the distinguished guest. And he will see you after seeing the distinguished guest. What distinguished guest? Jia Yin stuck his head inside and saw his sister Yunlu leading a nobleman in purple and luxurious robes into the room of the sadness movement. After a while, senior sister Yunlu came out again and closed the door and left. Jia Yin waited outside for senior sister Yunlu to come out. Senior sister. Yunlu glanced at him lightly. You worked hard to get the opportunity to go in and find Nan Feng. Why did you come out so soon? At the beginning, Jia Yin clamored to find Feng Xinan and asked other brothers to speak well of him in front of the master. The master agreed to let him go in and find Feng Xinan. And for this, the master owed someone a favor. Jia Yin smiled awkwardly. This is not the place to talk. Let's talk somewhere else. Yunlu sighed silently and followed him to his yard. Where is Xinan? Why hasn't he come back yet? Jia Yin felt sour in his heart. Senior sister, you only care about him. And don't care about me. Yunlu glanced at him. Aren't you fine? I really can't blame her for being worried about Feng Xinan. Back then, when the old ancestor Bei Dong brought Feng Xinan back, Feng Xinan was only a few days old. Later, she raised him with her own hands and treated him like her son. How can a mother not worry when her son is away? Jia Yin thought of the scene he saw in the Moon God Temple, suppressed his inner sourness, and said, Senior brother is fine in there. He will be back in a few years. By the way, senior sister, who is the person who just entered the master's room? Why did the master treat him as a distinguished guest? Yunlu frowned slightly. He is the master of the Jia Palace. The Jia Palace is the sect that manages the mortal world. The master is the master of the Jia Palace and the master of the Orderers, which is equivalent to dominating the mortal world. No one knows how many years the Jia Palace has existed. They only know that they never participate in any activities in the cultivation world, such as the competition, secret treasure hunts and auctions. But they have Huabu Lingshi and various ancient skills and magic weapons. Jia Yin was surprised. He is the master of Jia Palace? He looks very young. Don't underestimate him. He is older than master, and his cultivation is higher than master. Master has to respect him a little. Yunlu frowned. I always feel that something bad is going to happen when he comes this time. Jia Yin said, speaking of bad things. Is it true that master wiped out the family and robbed the treasure? Master, do you know that the rumors about him are very bad? Yunlu was silent. Senior sister, please say something. Yunlu sighed. I don't know, but I think it's true. How? How could this happen? Jia Yin couldn't accept the fact. How could master do such a bad thing as killing people and robbing treasures? Yunlu also couldn't understand the behavior of the old ancestor Bei Dong. But she was not surprised at all by what he did, because this was not the first time. But it had not been discovered before. She used voice transmission to warn him, don't mind the master's affairs. And don't persuade him. Jia Yin was stunned. Why? Yunlu was worried that Jia Yin would rush directly to the old ancestor Bei Dong to ask for punishment, and did not hide it from him. The master is not as kind as you see. Jia Yin, I don't want to say more about the master's faults. After all, he is our master. No matter how bad he is still our master. Also, you have to remember that if you want to stop the master's behavior, you must be stronger than him. Otherwise, Yulio's eyes sank, even if it means death. He will not show mercy to you just because you are his apprentice. Jia-in. Before, when he heard from Mu Nanjin's voice that she said the master's faults, he didn't believe it. Now even the senior sister said so. He had to admire the master for being so good at pretending to be a good person. Didn't the master ask you to stay with the young master Gongbwa? Just stay with her. If the master doesn't want to see you, don't come back if you can. Jia-in had a bad feeling, senior sister. Is something going to happen? Yunlu shook his head. Anyway, you are safer with the young master Gongbwa than here. Jia-in asked anxiously, what about you? You don't have to worry about me. The master won't hurt me. Jia-in still didn't want to leave. Yunlu saw that he was worried, thought about it and said, actually, I am the master's biological daughter. He can't hurt me. Jia-in was shocked, senior sister. You didn't lie to me. Did you? They have been together for nearly 2,000 years. But they only know this now. Yunlu rolled his eyes at him. Do you think I would do something to ruin master's reputation? No. Then why don't you leave? Yunlu turned his back to him. If you don't leave, I will never talk to you again. Then you must protect yourself well. Jia-in was worried about her, and took out several self-defense magic weapons and pills from the space ring and put them in her hands. If you encounter trouble, you must send me a message. Yunlu nodded. Jia-in flew away on his sword. Yunlu didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he could no longer see him, and then went to prepare a banquet to receive the guests. At the same time, Jieli sat opposite the old ancestor Bei Dong and said, Brother Bei Dong, I didn't expect that you would be in trouble this time. Old ancestor Bei Chen said with a gloomy face, I didn't expect that someone would ruin my good deeds. Jieli gently turned the wine glass in his hand. Do you know who ruined your good deeds? I don't know. Old ancestor Bei Dong narrowed his eyes. But I have someone I suspect. Jieli asked curiously, who is it? Old ancestor Bei Dong read out word by word. Gong, Bo, Nan, Jin. Jieli half squinted his eyes. The name Gong Bo Nanjin sounds familiar. Is she from the Gong Bo family? Yes. She is the young master Gong Bo who just returned to the Gong Bo family. It turned out to be her. No wonder she sounded familiar. She is just a yellow-haired girl. How did you fall into her hands? Jieli was puzzled. You don't know? The old ancestor Bei Dong told him about Mu Nanjin's secrets and her knowledge of various private matters. The strangest thing is that we can't tell her in front of her that we can hear her thoughts. Jieli immediately became interested. Is this true? He was not interested in the affairs of the cultivation world, so he didn't seriously understand them, and almost missed something interesting. The old ancestor Bei Dong said unhappily, the whole cultivation world knows about this. How can I lie to you? This person can actually make the people of the entire cultivation world bound by the laws of heaven and earth. She must be an extraordinary person. I want to meet her. After the words fell, Jieli disappeared in front of the old ancestor Bei Dong. Chapter 261. Haha. Since Gongbwa Jingfei said he would hire a painter to teach Mu Nanjin how to paint, he must keep his word. He found 3 painters for Mu Nanjin, and each painter taught Mu Nanjin at different times, so that Mu Nanjin had not left the compound for several days. Jieli, who wanted to see her, waited and waited but did not see Mu Nanjin, so he had to go to Gongbwa Mansion in person. Unexpectedly, he was blocked outside the barrier of Gongbwa Mansion when he wanted to sneak into Gongbwa Mansion. Jieli was shocked. He is the spirit of a divine weapon, and there is no one in the world with higher divine power than him, which means that no one can create a barrier that can block him from entering and leaving. But the barrier of Gongbwa's family actually blocked him outside. He couldn't help but think of Bai Zai's prophecy, saying that his power would become weaker and weaker after 1,000,000 years, and someone who could defeat him would appear. Could that person be someone from Gongbwa's family? Or was it because his power became weaker that he couldn't enter the barrier? No. It's impossible. No matter how weak it was, it couldn't be weakened all of a sudden. Jieli flew to the sky and looked at Gongbwa's mansion, and found that it was not the barrier of Gongbwa's family that blocked him, but the 2 paintings on the gate of Gongbwa's mansion. One painting was a chicken, and the other was a monster. He stared at it for a long time, but couldn't recognize it. But the breath was very familiar. Could the 2 paintings be divine objects? Jieli landed on the ground and asked the gatekeeper of Gongbwa's family, Excuse me, fellow Taoist, what is painted on the red paper on your gate? The gatekeeper said, Our young master painted the azure dragon and vermilion bird. Everyone passing by must salute them. Azure dragon? Vermilion bird? Jieli stared at the 2 paintings with wide eyes. They didn't look like his old friends at all. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. Qinglong. Zhu Ha ha, Jelly laughed until tears came out. Qinglong and Zhu actually look like this. I am really eye-opening. If Qinglong and Zhu knew that someone painted them like this, they would definitely jump out of the secret realm and kill each other. The gatekeeper said seriously, please don't laugh, fellow Taoist. Sorry. I don't want to laugh either. Jelly looked at the two paintings and couldn't help but burst into laughter again. This is actually Qinglong and Zhu. Wait. Qinglong. Zhu. No wonder he felt that the breath exuded by the two paintings was so familiar. It turned out to be Qinglong and Zhu. But why can Gongbei Nanjing draw the breath of Qinglong and Zhu? Jelly became more and more curious about the young master of Gongbei's family. He immediately handed over a visiting card to Gongbei's family. Gongbei Jingfei was very surprised to receive the visiting card from Jia Palace. They had no dealings with Jia Palace. And the palace master suddenly came to visit them personally. And no one knew why. Gongbei Jingfei decided to meet him. And he said to the guardian, go and invite the palace master of Jia Palace in. Yes. The guardian quickly came to the gate and saw Jieli in gorgeous clothes. And respectfully invited, Palace Master. Our family master invites you. Jieli smiled and raised his foot to the door. Unexpectedly, the azure dragon and vermilion bird on the door still blocked his steps. His eyes turned cold. And he thought, it's just a trace of spiritual consciousness. But it dares to reject me. Jieli quietly used his divine power to shake and swept back the resistance. Then, the two paintings on the door fell off the door. Mu Nanjing, who was painting in his yard, noticed something strange. He quickly stopped writing and used his spiritual sense to check the gate. When he saw Jieli entering Gongbei's house, he immediately withdrew his spiritual sense and said to Xiao Yunduo, Jieli is here. Xiao Yunduo was furious. What is he doing here? Mu Nanjing looked through the news gossip, and it said that Jieli came to see her. He wants to see me. Mu Nanjing stood up and disappeared in the yard. Xiao Yunduo hurriedly followed. Gongbei Jingfei saw Mu Nanjing appear in front of him and asked in surprise, why are you here? Mu Nanjing said in a calm voice, an enemy came from afar. I should treat him well. Gongbei Jingfei. Mu Nanjing went outside and grabbed a handful of mud and sand and returned to the hall. Gongbei Jingfei didn't understand her behavior and stopped talking. After half a cup of tea, the guardian brought Jieli to the main hall of the family. Jieli walked into the hall and saw Mu Nanjing. With surprise flashing in his eyes, it's you. Mu Nanjing sat down at the seat of the head of the family, and then raised his hand to invite Jieli to sit down. Please sit down. Lord Jia, I didn't expect that we would meet so soon. Jieli said with certainty, you are the young master of Gongbei. That would explain why there was the breath of azure dragon and vermilion bird in the painting. Baizhe protected her so much, and it was just a small matter to give her the spiritual consciousness of azure dragon and vermilion bird. Yes. Mu Nanjing gently raised her finger, and the white jade shell on the table automatically flew up and poured a cup of water into the white jade teacup. Then, she rubbed her fingers on the cup, and the earthy powder sand fell into the cup, and then sent the tea to Jieli. Lord Jia, this is the fairy tea I brought out from the secret realm. Please taste it. Gongbei Jingfei, who was ignored by Mu Nanjing and Jieli. Isn't that powder sand just brought back from outside? How can it be called fairy tea? Huh. It seems that his daughter is also good at lying. Fairy tea? Jieli didn't like the word fairy. He frowned and smiled. Fairy? Is it really tea from fairies? Or is it just the name of tea? It depends on what the tea drinker thinks. If there are fairies in your heart, then even if you drink ordinary tea, you will feel that it is fairy tea. But if there are no fairies in your heart, even if you drink fairy tea, you will feel that it is as unpalatable as eating dirt. Jieli narrowed his eyes. Is this little girl saying that he doesn't have fairies in his heart? He really doesn't have fairies in his heart. Fairies are nothing. Jieli picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Then he frowned. How can the tea taste like dirt? He couldn't help but take a second sip. It really tasted like dirt. Could it be true that, as Gongbei Nanjing said, there is no God in his heart? So the tea is as unpalatable as eating dirt. Jieli never thought that Mu Nanjing would put mud and sand in the tea in front of him. TSK. The first sip is so unpalatable. And he still wants to drink the second sip. I don't know if he, as a divine creature, will poop after eating mud and sand. Hee hee. Puff. Cough cough. Gongbui Jingfei almost choked to death on the tea. Jieli glanced at him, and doubts flashed through his mind. Didn't everyone say that everyone could hear the thoughts of the young master Gongbui? But why didn't he hear it? Did Gongbui Nanjing not speak his mind? Or was he unable to hear it? Judging from Gongbui Jingfei's reaction, he guessed it should be the latter. Jieli raised his eyebrows. Since he couldn't hear it, he would expose Mu Nanjing's leak of his thoughts. Mu Nanjing asked, Master Jie, how does the tea taste? Jieli replied politely, it tastes pretty good. Gongbui Jingfei. This is the first time I've heard someone say that sand tastes good after eating it. Jieli put down the teacup and said, Young Master Gongbui, I came here today because I have something important to tell you. Chapter 262, a magical weapon that specifically counters you. Important things? Mu Nanjing was quite curious. What important things? That is. Jieli lost his voice after saying just 2 words. He frowned, and he really couldn't say it. Gongbui Jingfei saw Jieli's expression, and knew that he wanted to say something from his heart. He calmly picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Jieli gritted his teeth. He didn't believe that he couldn't say it. He secretly used his divine power to fight against the laws of heaven and earth that bound him. Mu Nanjing raised his eyebrows. Why don't you continue? Jieli gritted his teeth and said, I need to think about how to say this. Then, a smell of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Mu Nanjing, you just want to tell me something important. Why do you make yourself so miserable? Then should I take his life while he is sick? Just as she was thinking this, suddenly a white shadow jumped down from the beam like lightning and rushed towards Jieli. Jieli sensed the danger, raised his head quickly, and blasted over with his palm. Bang! A loud noise. Mu Nanjing and Gongbui Jingfei quickly used their magic power to build a defensive shield to block the wind. Bang 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 bang. The hall was not so lucky. Not only were the items blown all over the place, but some porcelain pieces were directly shattered to the ground. And the pillars also burst. Mu Nanjing and Gongbui Jingfei quickly flew away from the hall. Immediately afterwards, bang! The majestic main hall of the family collapsed in an instant, attracting many people to watch. Jieli looked at the little cloud that attacked him, and his eyes were startled. It turned out to be you. You came out of the secret realm. Little cloud sneered. I came here specially for you. Jieli tooted his mouth. I'm wondering. I didn't provoke you. Why do you have to risk your life against me? As he finished speaking, his face changed from cynical to extremely cruel, and he used the move box cage all things on Xiao Yunduo. And a golden divine box fell from the sky and hit Xiao Yunduo. Gongbui Jingfei realized that the power emitted by the golden box far exceeded the magic power of the monks who had passed the tribulation, and hurriedly sent a message to everyone. Everyone run. The farther the better. The people of Gongbua's family, who were watching hurriedly flew away on their swords. Xiao Yunduo shouted, Stupid fruit. I'm here. Stupid fruit appeared in front of Xiao Yunduo in an instant. Xiao Yunduo said, Protect everyone. Okay. Stupid fruit quickly released a powerful barrier. And this barrier was like a piece of clothing wrapped around Gongbua's mansion. And the people in Gongbua's mansion also had an invisible protective coat on their bodies. After the box of all things was launched, although it was powerful, it was blocked by the defensive barrier of Chungue, and did not hurt the Gongbui family at all. Jieli raised his eyebrows in surprise. I didn't expect that Bai Zhe and the others would raise you two little things. Xiao Yuduo gritted his teeth at him, and prepared to attack again. Jieli retreated 10 feet away, and said to Mu Nanjing, Young Master Gongbui, is this your way of entertaining guests? Mu Nanjing said in a calm voice, There are many kinds of guests. I will treat them according to their types. For guests with bad intentions, tough measures are needed to greet them. Jieli smiled slightly. Young Master Gongbui, how do you know that I have bad intentions? Jia Palace Master, you should talk about the important things you want to say. Jieli, he wanted to say something but couldn't, and he had injured his internal organs just now. Seeing that he was silent, Mu Nanjing said, You will not forget what you want to say after a fight? Jieli asked. Young Master Gongbui, do you like playing chess? Mu Nanjing half squinted his eyes. Not interested. That's a pity. Jieli said with a sigh. I prefer to be friends with people who play chess. I don't feel sorry at all. I am actually happy that I can't be friends with you. Little girl, the fate of going against Jia Palace is very miserable. Mu Nanjing raised his eyebrows. Those who go against Gongbua's family will only suffer more. Jieli laughed. Little girl really doesn't know how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is. Old thing. You don't know how deep the water is. Jieli narrowed his eyes. He said one sentence, and the other party replied to him, which really made him unhappy. Little girl is really eloquent. But in front of a strong enemy, you can only shut up obediently. He quickly released his pressure towards Mu Nanjing. Mu Nanjing was not afraid of him at all. She took out a stack of red paper and swung it. The red paper was cut open to form a fan shape and fanned herself. The powerful pressure was immediately blocked when it hit the fan in her hand. Jieli frowned and stared at the red paper. There were animal patterns on it, and it also exuded various familiar auras. What kind of magic weapon do you have? It's a magic weapon specifically designed to counter you. Mu Nanjing fanned at Jieli, and a thunderous roar came from the red paper. Chaos. Jieli was startled and quickly stepped back. Why is it here? Mu Nanjing fanned at him again, and the roar of Xiongqi also sounded. Xiongqi. Jieli hurriedly stepped back a few steps and looked around. But he didn't see the two fierce beasts. He soon realized that it was the magic weapon in her hand that was causing trouble. It seems that Master Gongbua is planning to be my enemy. Don't regret it in the future. Mu Nanjing said firmly. I will die without regrets. Okay. Okay. Jieli sneered. I don't know who gave you the confidence. Do you rely on these two? He pointed at Xiao Yunduo and Chengua. My confidence is not just from them. Then, a dazzling colorful light bloomed behind Mu Nanjing. Jieli quickly raised his hand to cover his eyes, and said in shock, Divine light? The appearance of divine light means that there are still gods in this world. Mu Nanjing took advantage of him not to lose his concentration and fanned him again. This time it was no longer a roar, but a very powerful force rushing towards Jieli. Xiao Yunduo also took the opportunity to attack from behind. Jieli, who was still shocked by the divine light, did not react to dodge their attack. He screamed and turned into light, and disappeared in front of everyone. Little Cloud flew to the place where Jieli disappeared and said happily, He is dead. No. Mu Nanjing said, We only defeated one of Jieli's clones, and his clone was too far away from the real body, so it was easy for us to kill him. If he had used his real body, we would not have hurt him at all. Little Cloud. Mu Nanjing turned to Gongbo Jingfei and said, Dad, please let the ancestors come out of seclusion. Come out of seclusion? Gongbo Jingfei frowned, but Mu Nanjing told him what he saw from the gossip news. There is no thunder tribulation for ascension nowadays. The so-called thunder tribulation is created by Jieli himself. And the ascension is also fake. The ancestors who ascended before have become elders of Jia Palace. What? Gongbo Jingfei looked at her in disbelief. Are you sure there is no thunder tribulation for ascension? Yes. What about the ancestors who failed to ascend? Where did they go? The ancestors who failed to ascend were all enemies of Jieli, and they were all killed by Jieli. If you want to ascend in the future, you need to wait for the true God to return. Gongbo Jingfei. Chapter 263 Two Little Kids. Gongbo Jingfei activated the repair formation, and the main hall of the family quickly returned to its original state. Afterwards, he came to the Gongbo family secret realm to meet the ancestors, and told them what Mu Nanjing had told him. The ancestors did not believe it at first, but they had to believe it after seeing the artifacts in the ancestral hall. They decided to quietly leave the secret realm and give it a try. If there was no thunder tribulation, it would mean that what Mu Nanjing said was true. On the other side, Mu Nanjing returned to his yard and said to Gu Ming with a sullen face, Before you face Jieli's body, don't show your face or show your skills in front of him. Just now, Gu Ming wanted to go out to deal with Jieli, but was held down by Mu Nanjing. Gu Ming did not say a word. Mu Nanjing said, You are our trump card. Gu Ming knew her intention and nodded. I know. At this time, the painter came over and smiled at Mu Nanjing. Young master, you should continue to learn painting. Mu Nanjing. She is not good at painting. After studying for a while, she still couldn't learn the essence of the painter. However, her Q-version paintings became more and more lovely and vivid. Mu Nanjing returned to the study, and then the boy in charge of guarding Mu Nanjing's courtyard came to report, Young master, the boy in charge of guarding the gate wants to see you. Let them in. Yes. The gatekeeper left. And soon, the boy in charge of guarding the gate came in. Young master. Mu Nanjing asked, What's the matter? The boy in charge of guarding the gate put the two paintings on the table. Young master. The two paintings suddenly fell to the ground. And no matter how we stick them up, We can't stick them up. Can't stick it on? Mu Nanjing checked the drawing paper. The drawing paper was intact. And the pattern on the paper was still there. So how could it not stick on? Yes. It can't stick on. Young master. Do you want to draw 2 more? Mu Nanjing put the drawing down. You go down first. And I will send it over after I finish drawing. Yes. The boy in charge of guarding the gate left the study. Immediately afterwards, a white shadow rushed in, stood on the table and said, Miss Gonghua, you must make Senior Qinglong and Senior Zhu Ke look more domineering this time. Mu Nanjing knew her own painting skills. I can only make them cute. Little Cloud was speechless. Then you have to look better than before. Mu Nanjing nodded, but did not start immediately. Instead, she studied the stack of red paper she had taken out before, on which were painted various mythical beasts and fierce beasts. Do you think I can use them to make magic tools? Little Cloud was furious. I disagree. You can't be so disrespectful to the seniors. Listen to me. Mu Nanjing put down the red paper and said, I just borrowed a wisp of its soul to make a magic tool, and then return their souls after solving the boundary separation. Otherwise, it is difficult for me to fight against a powerful god with my ability. Little Cloud moved his mouth, but never said anything against it. Suddenly, it ran out with a wow. Seniors, I'm sorry for you. Mu Nanjing. Making magic tools is not something you can do just by saying it. You have to prepare the materials. It was not until the night that she was ready. Just as she started to refine the tools, she heard the giggling of a child outside. Mu Nanjing's eyes flashed with confusion. How could there be a child's laughter when there were no children in her yard? Could it be Chen Guo and Xiaoyun duo playing in the yard? But the sound didn't sound like theirs. Chuckles. The laughter was getting louder and louder, and more cheerful. Mu Nanjing opened the door, and saw 2 little kids sitting naked on the swing she made for Chen Guo. They were about 2 years old, and looked very delicate. One had black hair, and the other had red hair. They loved the swing very much, and had a lot of fun playing on it. Who is laughing? The Little Cloud and Stupid Fruit from the next room jumped out, and asked curiously, when they saw the children in the yard, Ms. Gonghua, who are they? Are they your relatives? Why are they not wearing clothes? Mu Nanjing said, I don't know. At this time, the 2 little kids also noticed them, and giggled at them again. Come over and play too. The Little Cloud sniffed. They smell familiar. It jumped over and sniffed the 2 little kids. Suddenly, it jumped back to Mu Nanjing's shoulder as if it was frightened. They. What's wrong with them? Mu Nanjing saw that it looked very excited. They are Senior Qinglong and Senior Zhu Ke. Mu Nanjing raised his eyebrows. Chen Guo was puzzled. Xiaoyun duo. Are you mistaken? Senior Qinglong and Senior Zhu Ke don't look like this. How could they be Senior Qinglong and Senior Zhu Ke? Whether it is a divine beast or a fierce beast, they can transform into human form. But they prefer animal form, and will always show themselves in animal form. Xiaoyun duo became more and more excited as she spoke. I thought I would have to wait at least 1,000 years to see the seniors again. But I didn't expect Senior Qinglong and Senior Zhu Ke to condense into entities so quickly. This is too fast. Right? Chen Guo. Am I dreaming? Mu Nanjing asked. Are you sure about Qinglong and Zhu Ke? Little Yunduo nodded vigorously. I can recognize their smell. Where did they come from? Why did they suddenly condense into a solid body, and show themselves to people as human-shaped dolls? This question stumped Little Yunduo. Little Yunduo pondered, then quickly ran to the study to look for the painting Mu Nanjing had drawn before, and shouted happily, It's gone! Mu Nanjing followed into the study, and saw that the pattern on her red paper had disappeared. Senior Qinglong and Senior Zhu Ke must have been formed by your painting. But your painting is too cute. So they become like children. If you had drawn Senior Qinglong and Senior Zhu Ke to be more majestic, they wouldn't look like little babies drinking milk. Little Yunduo looked at Mu Nanjing with a blaming look. Mu Nanjing. Blame me. As for why they turned into humans. Little Cloud thought for a moment. It should be because of the many people who came to worship Anjieli. There are tens of millions of cultivators in Gonghua City. They all ran to Gonghua City out of curiosity to watch. After that, there were also many cultivators passing by Gonghua Mansion every day. After a period of accumulation, they condensed their own power. Mu Nanjing wondered, what does it have to do with Jieli? Even if Senior Qinglong and Senior Zhu Ke have no memories of their previous lives, they will still reject their enemies in their previous lives. Therefore, Jieli must have been blocked when he entered Gongwa's house. Jieli must have used divine power to resist in order to enter Gongwa Mansion. It was at this time that Senior Qinglong and Senior Zhu Ke absorbed Jieli's divine power and transformed in a short time. Little Cloud thought for a moment and said, Senior Baihu and Senior Xuanwu, who are posted on the gate of the ancestral hall, absorb the divine energy of the artifact every day. I believe they will soon condense into entities to meet us. It was excited just thinking about it. At this time, two little kids ran in and called to Mu Nanjing happily, Mom, play with us. Mu Nanjing. Xiao Yunduo. Chunhua. Chapter 264. It's so fucking cool. Mom. Mom. Two little kids ran to Mu Nanjing and pulled her dress to act coquettishly. Come and play with us. Mu Nanjing. Oh my mom. Did I hear it right? Qinglong and Zhu Ke actually called me mom. Oh. My little heart can't stand it. Too scary. I need to slow down. Mu Nanjing pointed at the two kids expressionlessly and asked Xiao Yunduo, why do they call me mom? This. Xiao Yunduo was also a little confused. It was also scared. Maybe they have spiritual power that makes them recognize you as their mother. Mu Nanjing was puzzled. My spiritual power? Didn't you use spiritual power when you painted them? Mu Nanjing. Xiao Yunduo thought for a while and said, it is also possible that you are the first person they have seen humans. So they recognize you as their mother. Mu Nanjing. No matter how I listen to it, I think the first possibility is more likely. This feeling of suddenly becoming a mother is really so fucking cool. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yunduo. Stupid fruit. Because Mu Nanjing was so excited. The whole Gongwa Mansion heard her voice. Everyone in Gongwa Mansion. What is their young master crazy about again? Being a mother? What do you mean by being a mother? Ha ha. I actually became the mother of Qinglong and Zhu Ke. Ha ha. People in Gongwa Mansion were shocked. Really? Fake? The Qinglong and Zhu Ke in the mythical beasts called me mother. No one would believe it if they told others. I wonder if Qinglong and Zhu Ke will beat me up after they recover their memories. Ha ha. Little Cloud. If you keep laughing like that, I will definitely beat you up. No. I have to make them swear to the heavens while they are still ignorant. Never to hurt me. I am so smart. Hee hee. Little Cloud. It is indeed too cunning. The two little kids saw that Mu Nanjing was not with them, and pulled her dress again. Mom. Hug me. Oh. Hug me. Come and hug me. Mu Nanjing picked them up one by one. My children are so cute. I really want to announce the two children, so that everyone knows that my Uncle Nanjing has a child. How about a banquet? But what excuse can I use to hold a banquet? Full moon wine? Mu Nanjing looked down at the two children. The children are already over a full moon. 100-day banquet? It doesn't seem right. How can I hold a 100-day party when they are already 2 years old? Oh, it's a headache. How can I tell the world that Qinglong and Zhu Ke are my children? Everyone. You don't need to tell them. Everyone already knows. Mu Nanjing asked, what do you want to play? Little Yunwa's eyes twitched. Shouldn't you put clothes on them before taking them to play? Oh. Mu Nanjing put the two children down, and then stared at them, especially at Zhu Ke for a long time. Just when Xiao Yunduo wanted to ask her what she was looking at, she only heard her inner voice say, oh. I always thought Zhu Ke was a female, but I didn't expect it to be a male. Little Yunduo was almost mad at her, and jumped up to block her eyes. Don't look at them anymore. Prepare clothes for them quickly. Oh. Mu Nanjing sent a message to the maids, asking them to prepare some robes for 2-year-old children, and then asked Xiao Yunduo, do Senior Qinglong and Senior Zhu Ke have names? I mean names other than Qinglong and Zhu Ke. Should they have? Xiao Yunduo was not sure. Seniors usually call Qinglong and Zhu Ke directly. I have never heard them call other names. Mu Nanjing asked, then we will also call them Qinglong and Zhu Ke. In this way, there is no need to announce it to the world. Everyone knows that Qinglong and Zhu Ke are my children. Hee hee. Xiao Yunduo. Mu Nanjing took the hands of Xiao Qinglong and Xiao Zhu Ke. Come. Let's swear. Wait. Xiao Yunduo interrupted her. What oath do you want them to swear? Mu Nanjing said seriously, you are not allowed to break my oath in the future. Xiao Yunduo. Then, Xiao Qinglong and Xiao Zhu Ke swore the oath of heaven under their mother's power. Mu Nanjing patted their heads with great satisfaction. Mom will love you in the future. Not long after, the maid found more than 10 sets of small robes. After Xiao Qinglong and Xiao Zhuke put on their robes, Mu Nanjing took them to play for a while before refining the weapon. It was half a month after the weapon was refined. She brought Xiao Qinglong and Xiao Zhuke to Gongba Jingfei and Mu Jingling. Xiao Qinglong. Xiao Zhuke. This is your grandfather and grandmother. Xiao Qinglong and Xiao Zhuke shouted obediently. Grandfather. Grandmother. Gongba Jingfei's little heart trembled. This was caused by excitement. Qinglong and Zhuke became his grandchildren. How could he not be excited? As his daughter said, it was fucking awesome. Gongba Jingfei coughed lightly. Okay. Okay. Mu Jingling rubbed the child's head and pretended not to know. Nan Nan. Where did you get your child? Mu Nanjing did not intend to hide it from them, and told them about Qinglong and Zhuke. Gongba Jingfei and Mu Jingling were very surprised after hearing it. Won't you have many children in the future? Mu Jingling was happy just thinking about it. She had no chance to take care of Mu Nanjing before, and had never experienced the feeling of growing up with children. In the future, she would find it back from Zhuke and others. She picked up the little Zhuke, and then couldn't help kissing the other's cute little face. Gongba Jingfei saw this, and opened his mouth to stop it. But in the end, he didn't say a word. Ah. I also want to kiss the little Qinglong and the little Zhuchua's little faces. I really want to. But I can't do it. Mu Nanjing glanced at the little Qinglong's face, then retracted his gaze, and finally gave up. Nan Nan. Gongba Jingfei interrupted her. The ancestors have tried it secretly. And there is no ascension thunder tribulation at all. Just as you said. There is no ascension at all. These were all within Mu Nanjing's expectations. So there was no surprise at all. Gongba Jingfei suppressed his anger and asked, if there is no ascension, then the ancestors who once ascended did not die because of Jieli? When the ancestors ascended, were they blown into powder by lightning in front of many people? If so, it means they are dead. If they succeeded in ascending, it means they became elders of Jia Palace. Gongba Jingfei frowned. Many ancestors have ascended. Did they become people of Jia Palace? Yes. If they did not ascend, their lifespans would not support them to live until now. Right? Jieli has a way to make them live longer. Which is why there are cultivators in the tribulation period willing to follow Jieli. If this is true, then wouldn't there be many cultivators in the tribulation period? And even cultivators in other realms willing to follow Jieli? Then it would be even more difficult for us to deal with Jieli. We also have advantages. The most important thing now is to spread the news that they cannot ascend first, and then make other plans. Gongba Jingfei nodded. Chapter 265 News. Mu Jingling saw that the father and daughter had almost finished talking. So she said, Nan Nan, tomorrow is your aunt's death anniversary. You can go with us to pay tribute to her. If she knew that she had a niece, she would be happy in her grave. Mu Nanjing nodded. Okay. Mu Jingling saw that she didn't say anything else, and then said, speaking of your aunt, she is really pitiful. As a genius that is rare in a century, she could have been promoted to the Mahayana realm. But no one knows who killed her. We haven't found the murderer yet, and we can't avenge your aunt. Gongba Jingfei said with a gloomy face, if I knew who killed my eldest sister, I would definitely cut him into pieces. Mu Nanjing frowned. The one who killed my aunt? Mu Jingling and Gongba Jingfei quickly pricked up their ears to eavesdrop. Quick! Tell me! Tell me the murderer of my sister. Well, tell me. They may not believe it. It's better to solve the other party together when we solve Jieli. Mu Jingling. Gongba Jingfei. Believe it. We believe it. As long as you say it. We all believe it. Mu Jingling's eyes moved slightly, and then said, Fei, do you think it is possible that it was done by someone we know? For example, someone close to us. Gongba Jingfei's expression froze, recalling his daughter's words just now. The only people who cannot arouse their suspicion and make them not believe their daughter's words are their relatives and friends. It is possible. But who is it? Who wants to kill Jing Ran? Mu Jingling asked. Does Jing Ran make enemies with people in the clan on weekdays? Gongba Jingfei was very sure. No. Jing Ran is generous and kind. A person who does not lose his temper easily, and will not easily make enemies with others. Even if there is a conflict with others, he will try to make a big thing small, and a small thing nothing. That's strange. She is a married woman, and it's not her turn to inherit Gongba's family. Who would attack her? Could it be someone from Xingxiu Xinzu inside? This? Gongba Jingfei didn't dare to draw conclusions easily, seeing that they were so eager to know the murderer of his sister. Mu Nanjing said, It wasn't done by the Daoji Pavilion. It wasn't Daoji Pavilion? Mu Jingling said excitedly. Nan. Do you know who did it? Mu Nanjing nodded. I know. But I'm telling you. You may not believe it. Gongwa Jingfei hurriedly said, as long as you say it, we believe it. Mu Nanjing thought for a while, and said, the death of my aunt was not because of a feud with anyone, but because she encountered someone else's secret. Whose secret? The secret of the ancestors of Gongwa's family. The ancestors? Gongwa Jingfei and Mu Jingling were stunned. Do you mean that the ancestors of Gongwa's family killed Jingyao? Mu Nanjing nodded. Gongwa Jingfei. If this was said by someone else, he really wouldn't believe it. And he would even suspect that someone was trying to sow discord. Mu Jingling asked, what secret did Jingyao encounter from the ancestor? The eldest aunt saw the ancestor, who had ascended, come back to find an ancestor who had not yet ascended, and persuaded the ancestor who had not ascended to submit to the Jia Palace. The ancestor who had not ascended was undecided for a while, and did not agree immediately. After the ancestor who had not ascended left, the ancestor who had ascended found the eldest aunt. The eldest aunt said that she would tell Dad that the ascension was fake, but the ancestor who had ascended did not allow her to do so, and then killed the eldest aunt. The ancestor who had ascended did not want others to know about this matter, so he blamed the matter on the eldest uncle. Because my uncle knows divination. The ancestor of Flying Ascension is worried that my uncle will figure out something. So he came up with the matter of sowing discord and making you, Dad, distrust my uncle. Gongwa Jingfei said in a deep voice. Who is the ancestor of Flying Ascension you mentioned? It is the ancestor of Duman, who is in the same lineage as the Great Elder. Gong. Bo. Do. Min. Gongwa Jingfei's eyes suddenly turned red. Who is the ancestor who met Gongwa Duman? It is the third elder. He doesn't know about this. Gongwa Jingfei breathed a sigh of relief. And then he suppressed his anger and said, Gongwa Duman is not from the same lineage as us. But the head of the Gongwa family always appears in our lineage. Of course, it's not because the relationship with the head of the family is closer to our lineage. But in terms of strength, we are indeed higher than people from other lines. I didn't expect Gongwa Duman to be as obsessed with the position of the head of the family as the Great Elder. And he also hated us and killed our people. He really didn't care about family affection at all. Yes, we are so many generations apart from them, and the family relationship has long faded. To him, we are no different from strangers. Mu Jingling stroked his back. Now is not the time to be angry. We should think about how to avenge our elder sister. Gongwa Jingfei took a deep breath. I have already thought about what to do. Huh? The person who asked Tian Yuan to kill me turned out to be Gongwa Duman. Mu Nanjing, who was browsing the gossip news, suddenly saw this news. Mu Jingling and Gongwa Jingfei looked at her. Mu Nanjing's attention was on the gossip, so he didn't notice their expressions. Strange. Why didn't it show up before? Was it because he was worried that I would rush to Gongwa Duman to settle the score immediately, and then attract Jia Li's attention? So it didn't show up? Mu Nanjing thought about it, and this was the only possibility. Let me see why Gongwa Duman wanted to kill me. Oh! So he wanted my father to have no descendants. And then the position of the head of the family would be inherited by the lineage of the Great Elder. Coincidentally, he discovered Mu Qini, who often sneaked in and out of the Jia Palace, and then found Tian Yuan, who was out for training, to follow Mu Qini to find my whereabouts, and then let Tian Yuan kill me. TSK. He didn't even let a little girl go. So cruel. To deal with such a person, you could only be more cruel. Gongwa Jingfei nodded in agreement. 3 days later, the cultivation world received a heavy news that the ancestors who had ascended did not ascend, but hid in the Jia Palace. As soon as this news came out, it immediately shocked the entire cultivation world. No way. Didn't the ancestors who once ascended to heaven succeed? How could they hide in the Jia Palace? Doesn't the Jia Palace care about worldly affairs? Why do they hide the ancestors who ascended to heaven? I always feel that the Jia Palace has bad intentions. Maybe the Jia Palace is secretly a cult, but we just don't know it. The Jia Palace is too deep and too scary. Not long after the news came out, all the ancestors who once ascended to heaven appeared and explained to everyone why they didn't ascend to heaven. Everyone was confused when they learned that there were no immortals in heaven, and they couldn't ascend to heaven. If they couldn't ascend to heaven, what was the point of their efforts to cultivate immortals? Most of the time was spent in seclusion, or they went into secret realms to find various materials. In the end, they died accidentally. It was really not worth it. It would be better to spend more time enjoying life. However, they had a doubt. The ancestors, who were only more than 20,000 years old at most, had lived for 50,000 or 60,000 years, and were still alive. This was incredible. Everyone became curious about the Jia Palace. Could it be that the Jia Palace could give people eternal life? When everyone was thinking about joining the Jia Palace, the Gongbwa family threw out another big news. Chapter 266, Distinguishing the Truth from the False. Gongbwa Jingfei not only announced that Gongbwa's family had the magic weapon of the gods, but also implicitly revealed the news that the gods would soon return. After hearing this, everyone's interest in the Jia Palace immediately disappeared. However, it is really a good thing to be able to live forever without ascending to heaven and facing the life and death of thunder tribulation. But ascending to heaven not only can make you live forever, but also greatly increase your cultivation and magic power. The most important point is that they don't need to stand in opposition to the gods. Gods? How could they, the immortals, go against them? Jia Li, who was recuperating in the Jia Palace, heard the news of the return of the gods and sneered. Gods? There can't be any more gods in this world. Suddenly, he remembered the divine light he saw in Gongbwa's house, and his expression suddenly became not very good. The divine light he saw did have the breath of gods. Could it be that the gods would really return? No, they must not appear in this world again. Jia Li sent a message to the old ancestor Bei Dong, who had just joined Jia Palace, and ordered him to take people to expose the lies of Gongbwa family. The old ancestor Bei Dong immediately took the old ancestor Fan Xian and others to Gongbwa Mansion, and asked people to spread the news that they were going to expose the fact that there were no immortals. The cultivators, who liked to watch the excitement, flew to the sky of Gongbwa City to discuss this matter. Does Gongbwa Mansion really have artifacts? I heard from the cultivators, who sneaked into Gongbwa Mansion, that Gongbwa Temple does have a bunch of magical instruments with magical power, but it is unknown whether they are magical instruments of immortals. An old ancestor who had entered the secret realm also said that the young master of Gongbwa family had obtained many artifacts in the secret realm, and their family also worshipped a descendant of immortals. If there were no descendants of immortals living in Gongbwa Mansion, the artifacts would not have followed the young master of Gongbwa to Gongbwa family. But I heard that the Gongbwa family deliberately spread this news to deceive everyone in order to prevent us from joining the Jia Palace. If you want to know whether it is true or not, wait for the Beidong ancestor and his people to come and try it out, and then you will know the truth. By the way, how can the Beidong ancestor and his people have the nerve to appear in front of everyone after they wiped out the family and took the treasure? If it were me, I would definitely wait until the news died down before appearing. SHHHHH. Do you want to die? You know that the Beidong ancestor and his people will come, and you still dare to say that he is not right? At this moment, 20 figures appeared in the sky outside the Gongbwa Mansion. Someone said, the Beidong ancestor and his people are here. Everyone quickly shut up. Gongbwa Jingfei noticed that a strong man had come to Gongbwa Mansion, so he quickly flew over the mansion and said with a smile, I am sorry for not welcoming you. Seniors, please come in. Ancestor Beidong went straight to the point. Master Gongbwa, we are not here to be guests this time. Gongbwa Jingfei asked, then why are you here? Seniors, we heard that Gongbwa's family worships divine artifacts. Is this true? It is true. Now they are worshipped in the ancestral hall. Do you seniors want to go and pay homage to them? Tianji, the ancestor sneered. A fake artifact has the nerve to make us bow down? Are you playing tricks on us? Gongbwa Jingfei put away his smile. Ancestor Tianji, you haven't seen the artifacts yet. How can you conclude that they are fake? Do I need to see them? Anyone can use their brains to figure out that they are fake. Think about it. It is as difficult for cultivators to obtain an ordinary artifact as it is to ascend to heaven. But what about you? It's okay to have hundreds of artifacts, and they are all divine treasures used exclusively by gods. Who would believe this if you tell others? Patriarch Tianji asked the others, do you think what I said is right? The monks who were watching nodded. Patriarch Tianji is right. At the beginning, I didn't believe that the Gongbwa family could be so lucky to obtain so many artifacts. I said it was probably a lie. If it was really a lie, how could the Gongbwa family still have prestige? Patriarch Tianji said again, Master Gongbwa, what is your intention to deceive everyone with artifacts? Gongbwa Jingfei laughed. Patriarch Tianji, you have to show your dirty clothes to catch a thief. But you don't even see the artifact, and you think our Gongbwa family is cheating. Then you should produce evidence to prove that the artifact is fake. You have nothing to prove. Who can convince you? The monks watching saw that Gongbwa Jingfei had no fear at all, and whispered, The head of the Gongbwa family looks calm. So the artifact may be real. True gold is not afraid of fire. Gongbwa Jingfei spread his hands. Welcome all ancestors to verify the authenticity. The sad ancestors looked at each other. Patriarch Fanqin said in a deep voice, "Who knows if you have set a trap in the ancestral hall and wait for us to jump in?" Gongbwa Jingfei laughed again. Patriarch Fanqin, you have a total of 20 ancestors, and you are still afraid that our Gongbwa mansion has set a trap? You are too timid. Besides, there is no hatred between us. Why should I set a trap for you? And we can't use traps against you in front of so many cultivators to make Gongbwa mansion lose its prestige. Don't judge others by your own meanness, and don't talk nonsense. We dare to let you come to verify. But you shrink your head and tail. Are you afraid that the artifact is real? The ancestors looked at each other again. Patriarch Tianji said, "Let's check it." "How can I be afraid of your Gongbwa mansion?" he said to the other ancestors. "I'll go see if their artifacts are real or fake." Patriarch Beidong gave him a look. Patriarch Tianji understood, nodded slightly, and then flew to the courtyard of Gongbwa's ancestral hall. He felt the divine power before entering the ancestral hall, which made him want to lower his head unconsciously and dare not look directly. Patriarch Tianji was shocked. Could it be that the artifacts in the ancestral hall were really artifacts? He walked into the ancestral hall with his head down, and then raised his eyelids with difficulty to take a look. The artifacts emitting divine light were neatly placed in the room in rows, and the powerful deterrence made him feel very small. And he didn't need to verify it. He had a feeling in his heart that the artifacts in front of him were real. Or was it that there was a formation in the ancestral hall of Gongbwa's family, which made him confused? Patriarch Tianji was not sure, and did not dare to stay here any longer, and walked out of the ancestral hall quickly. The onlooker said excitedly, "Ancestor Tianji has come out." "Why did he come out so quickly? Have you verified whether the artifact is real or fake?" Ancestor Beidong said, "Tianji, have you seen the magic weapon inside clearly?" Ancestor Tianji paused and said nothing. "Tianji?" Ancestor Beidong called him again, with a hint of imperceptible threat in his tone. "I have seen it clearly." Ancestor Tianji came back to his senses, quickly flew back to the ancestors and pointed at the ancestral hall and said, "Fake. Everything in the ancestral hall is fake." Suddenly, the scene was in an uproar. No way. Is it really fake? How can it be so easy to get an artifact? Of course it is fake. I didn't expect the Gongbwa family to use a fake artifact to deceive us. Ancestor Beidong's mouth curled up slightly. Gongbwa Jingfei had expected Ancestor Tianji to say this, so he was not surprised or angry. At this time, a clear voice came. "Since Tianji Patriarch dares to say that the artifact is fake, can you dare to test the power of the artifact?" Chapter 267 Really weak. As the voice fell, a tall, slender, and heroic young girl appeared in the sky above the courtyard of the ancestral hall. Everyone looked carefully and found that it was Gongbwa Nanjing, the young master of Gongbwa's family. "It's Gongbwa's young master. Gongbwa's young master is out." The monks who were watching were afraid that Moon Nanjing would strip them completely and then beat them inside and out. So they subconsciously stepped back a few steps, and some even covered their faces, praying that Moon Nanjing didn't see them. Someone used a voice transmission to say, "Don't be afraid. Everyone. The protagonist today is not us. Gongbwa's young master will not reveal our ugly deeds. So we should be afraid of the ancestors." The sad ancestors. The monks breathed a sigh of relief and regained their composure. Then, another monk asked, "Gongbwa's young master won't charge us for watching, right?" The monks. "This is a good question." A cultivator suggested, "I'm really worried that Master Gongbwa will say something like a top-grade spiritual stone. I think we should retreat to 100 miles away to watch." Then, a small number of cultivators turned around and retreated outside the city to watch. Moon Nanjing asked Tianji Patriarch again, "Tianji Patriarch, do you dare to come out and try?" "Tianji Patriarch." Fanqin Patriarch said in a deep voice, "When the senior is talking, the junior should not interrupt." Beidong Patriarch snorted coldly, "Master Gongbwa, you really don't know etiquette. Etiquette is nothing in front of strength." Moon Nanjing released a powerful pressure on Patriarchs Beidong and Fanqin, and released the pressure to the maximum when they were unprepared. The two ancestors suddenly felt like a mountain was pressing down on their heads. Their whole bodies were in great pain. Their magic power was also restrained, and they fell to the ground suddenly. Everyone was stunned. The other ancestors hurriedly shouted, "Ancestor Beidong! Ancestor Fanqin!" as they were about to fall to the ground. The two ancestors quickly worked together to bounce back the pressure and barely stabilized their bodies. They flew back to their original positions in disgrace and shouted, "Gongbwa Nanjin! You are looking for death." The two of them released their pressure and attacked Mu Nanjin. At the same time, Mu Nanjin stretched out his hand and said, "Senior Thunder Hammer, please lend me your body. Let these people who don't respect the power of God see your power. And see if they dare to say you are fake." Then, a flash of lightning flashed out from the ancestral hall and stopped in front of Mu Nanjin, helping her to block the pressure of the two ancestors and bounce it back. The two ancestors were shocked back a few steps by the rebounding pressure, and then looked at the Thunder Hammer in front of Mu Nanjin in disbelief. The Thunder Hammer consists of two magic tools. One is a cylindrical dark blue hammer. If you listen carefully, you can hear it making a rumbling thunder sound. The other is a large cone with flashing electric wires, which can shoot lightning to destroy people at any time. Mu Nanjin used the hammer to hit the large cone. Boom! With a loud bang, thunder sounded in the cloudless sunny sky. Everyone was shocked. "It's thunder! It's thunder! The magic tool of the young Master Gongbwa can actually make thunder. The magic tool in her hand can't really be the magic tool of the Thunder God? Silly. Can it mean that it is the magic tool of the Thunder God? In the world of cultivation, cultivators with thunder spirit roots and some magic tools can attract thunder and lightning. It's really rare." The thunder just now was deafening. Just listening to the sound can make people tremble all over. If the magic tool of the young Master Gongbwa is not a magic tool, it may also be a fairy tool or the top magic tool. I want to see how young Master Gongbwa can prove that the magic weapon in her hand is a divine weapon. Ancestor Beidong said to Ancestor Tianji, and the others through voice transmission, "Don't be afraid. The magic weapon in her hand is definitely not a divine weapon." Ancestor Tianji frowned, "But I felt the divine power when I entered the ancestral hall just now." Ancestor Beidong scolded, "Don't you believe the lord of the palace? Since he said that there is no divine weapon in this world, then there is no divine weapon. The divine power you just felt must have been misled by Gongbwa's family in some way. It is not impossible." Ancestor Tianji no longer hesitated. "What should we do next? Our goal today is to prove that the divine weapon of Gongbwa's family is fake. So as long as Gongbwa Nanjin doesn't attack us, we won't attack us. If she attacks us," Ancestor Beidong's eyes sank, "then don't blame us for slaughtering Gongbwa's family." Mu Nanjin saw that everyone was just startled, and was not afraid of her thunder and lightning hammer. She hammered more than 10 times in a row. Bang, 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 bang. Ah! Except for the people of Gongbwa's family. Everyone else quickly covered their ears. At this time, their ears felt like being pierced by thousands of needles, and the sound made their whole bodies tremble with powerful sound waves. Young Master Gongbwa, "Stop! Stop quickly!" One monk could no longer hold on and shouted, "I have never doubted your Gongbwa family. I have always believed that your Gongbwa family has a magic weapon." As soon as he said this, his ears suddenly stopped hurting. The bang 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 sound became softer, and his body stopped shaking. "Hey, it doesn't hurt anymore. My ears don't hurt anymore." The monk was surprised and happy. Others also hurried to show their goodwill to Mu Nanjin, and those who showed goodwill were spared the pain of thunder. Ancestor Beidong used sound transmission on others' sealed hearing. Ancestor Fanxin said, "I just sealed my hearing, but it didn't work. The sound can still reach my brain." Ancestor Tianji said, "The thunder seems to make our whole body weak. I almost don't have the strength to stand up straight." Ancestor Jin Chuan was already weak and powerless. "I am the same. My legs are so weak that I am about to kneel on the ground." Ancestor Huisher also said, "My defensive magic weapon can't stop the thunder. I'm afraid the magic weapon in her hand is really a divine weapon. If it's not a divine weapon, then it's not a divine weapon." The sad ancestor shouted loudly to stop their discussion, and shouted to Mu Nanjin, "Young Master Gongbwa, you use force to force people to surrender, which does not prove that your Gongbwa family has a magic weapon." Mu Nanjin stopped. "I haven't started to prove that the magic weapon in my hand is a magic weapon. But I just want you to feel the power of the thunder hammer. I just didn't expect that the ancestors couldn't even block my ordinary magic weapon. So weak." The ancestors were furious. "Is that her ordinary magic weapon? It's a magic weapon that can kill people." Mu Nanjin raised his eyebrows. "I'll give you a chance to take your magic weapons and fight me together." Ancestor Beidong's eyes darkened. "Young Master Gongbwa, are you sure you want us to fight together? You can fight so many of us by yourself. Don't let us kill you." Mu Nanjin said, "You should worry about yourselves. It's embarrassing if 20 ancestors can't beat a little girl." Then don't say that we are dozens of old guys bullying you. A little girl. Ancestor Beidong sent a message to the other ancestors since she gave us a chance. Let's kill her together, and get rid of this big worry. Okay. The ancestors took out their strongest magic weapons together. At the same time, a secret message came into the ears of Ancestor Beidong. Chapter 268 Now. Master, Gongbui Nanjin's magic weapon is a real magic weapon. You can't beat her even if you join forces. When Patriarch Beidong heard the voice of his disciple Jiayin, his expression paused slightly. Jiayin was his disciple, and it was impossible for him to lie to him. But Jia Li's instructions had to be followed. Patriarch Beidong gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone, come together." 20 cultivators in the tribulation crossing stage rushed towards Mu Nanjing. Mu Nanjing gently shook the electric cone, and circles of purple electric waves spread out in all directions. The ancestors hurriedly teleported to avoid it, and threw the magic weapons in their hands. However, the magic weapons exploded immediately when they came into contact with the electric waves, and the attacks of the magic weapons were also hit back or swallowed by the electric waves, and they could not get close to Mu Nanjing at all. Moreover, all magic weapons were vulnerable in front of the thunder hammer. Mu Nanjing said to the old ancestor Beidong, "My fellow ancestors, don't you want to ascend? Then let you taste the taste of the ascension thunder tribulation." She tapped the electric hammer with the thunder hammer, and there was a rumbling thunder in the sky. The sound was not loud, as if it was about to rain, and the sky suddenly darkened. The sky changed, and everyone was inexplicably panicked. The onlookers felt bad, and hurriedly fled the place where the incident occurred and hid in the distance to watch. Gongbo Jingfei asked worriedly, "Nan, will it affect the disciples of the clan?" "No." Mu Nanjing looked at the old ancestor Beidong and said, "I will only target some people to beat." The ancestors. Boom boom. The thunder became louder. First feel the atmosphere of the upcoming ascension thunder tribulation. Everyone. A cultivator saw the black clouds in the sky rolling up into a turbulent vortex, with fierce electric wires in the clouds, and immediately communicated with other cultivators. It is exactly the same as the thunder tribulation of the cultivator, who had transcended the tribulation before. I think Gongbu's family must have a magic weapon. Someone refuted him once. Where did the once come from? The thunder tribulations in the past were all fake. How can we tell whether it is a divine weapon or not? Do we still need to distinguish now? Look at the top magic weapons of the ancestors. They are like eggs hitting stones when facing the magic weapons of the young master Gongbu. They have no power to fight back. What else can the magic weapon of the young master Gongbu be if not a divine weapon? Think about it. I am coming. The ancestors looked at the sky vigilantly. Boom. The thunder and lightning in the dark clouds condensed into 20 thunder and lightning and hit the 20 ancestors. The speed was so fast that the thunder and lightning hit the ancestors before they could react. Ah! The ancestors screamed. TSK. They screamed so miserably in the first thunder tribulation. How can they survive the second thunder tribulation? If it is really the thunder tribulation of ascension, they are destined to die. Since the ancestors were promoted to the realm of crossing the tribulation, they have never experienced such unbearable pain. Now they almost didn't survive such a sudden attack. After finally coming to their senses, they heard Mu Nanjing's inner voice saying the second thunder tribulation is coming. The ancestors' hearts tightened, and they hurriedly used their magic power to condense a protective shield to protect themselves. Boom. 20 lightning bolts fell from the sky again. And this time the lightning bolts were thicker than the first time. Instantly broke their protective shields and hit their bodies. Ah! The ancestors screamed again, and their bodies weakened a little. Those who heard it trembled. The monks were all worried for the ancestors. If you really can't hold on, you'd better leave quickly. Ancestor Tianji used voice transmission to tell Ancestor Beidong and others it's a divine weapon. It's definitely a divine weapon. Ancestor Beidong immediately refuted it can't be a divine weapon. Tianji Patriarch said angrily. If it's not a divine weapon, why can't we, who are at the crossing tribulation realm, even survive 2 lightning bolts? And our magic weapon is like an egg against a rock in front of Gong Boyanjin. Beidong, you should explain it. Beidong Patriarch said the words he had thought of before. If it's a divine weapon, let alone the second lightning bolt, the first lightning bolt hitting us is enough to kill us. The magic weapon in Gong Boyanjin's hand should be a top-level immortal weapon. Bonqin Patriarch followed and said, Beidong is right. If it's a divine weapon, how can we still stand here and talk? Huisher Patriarch replied weakly. I think Gong Boyanjin is teasing us. So he didn't kill us with one move. Tianji Patriarch, who had seen the divine power, saw that they were unwilling to admit the existence of the divine weapon. And he didn't want to say more. You guys play. I won't accompany you. He teleported away at the fastest speed. Coward. Beidong Patriarch cursed. From now on, all crossing tribulation cultivators will look down on you. TSK. One of them is gone. It doesn't matter. There are still 19 ancestors to play with me. The third thunder tribulation is coming. Boom. The thunder and lightning with greater power and thicker force is coming. The ancestors subconsciously dodged. But the thunder and lightning chased them, as if they had their own consciousness until they hit them. Ah! At that moment, 19 ancestors fell from the sky. A cultivator said, if it were me, I would leave. Ancestor Beidong quickly took the elixir, and when he recovered some of his strength, he said to the other ancestors, we can't be so passive. Ancestor Tianfan asked, do you have any good ideas? I just thought of a way. When the thunder and lightning strike, we will teleport to Gongbo Nanjing together, and use the power of thunder and lightning to knock her down. Patriarch Jin Chuan said, good idea. Let's do it. Other ancestors also agreed. Mu Nanjing saw the ancestors flying back to the sky and said, since the ancestors are still unwilling to admit that my Gongbo family has a magic weapon, I can only increase the power of thunder and lightning. This time, whether you can survive depends on your fate. Patriarch Fan Xian shouted loudly. We are not afraid of you. Just come at us. Once we survive the thunder and lightning, we can show everyone that the Gongbo family does not have a magic weapon. Mu Nanjing said in a calm voice. The cultivators present should have seen that I have reminded them that they insisted on staying here to die. So don't blame our Gongbo family for being ruthless afterwards. A cultivator said, ancestors, don't hold on any longer. Leave quickly. Young Master Gongbo has given you a chance to leave. So let's forget about it. Patriarch Fan Xian shouted angrily. We have made up our minds. And there is no need to persuade us anymore. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Mu Nanjing had expected that they would not leave. And she had just pretended to persuade them to leave. She first used the thunder hammer to collide with the electric cone to make the thunder louder and louder. And more powerful. And finally there was a bang. Even the monks who were watching were terrified. And the huge momentum made them retreat 100 miles away. The eyes of the ancestors also flashed a trace of fear. Mu Nanjing suddenly raised the thunder hammer and smashed it hard against the electric cone. Boom! The shocking loud noise made the heaven and earth tremble. The sad ancestor shouted with voice transmission. It's now. Chapter 269, What a Bunch of Idiots. As the old ancestor Beidong finished speaking, the other old ancestors teleported to Mu Nanjing's side. Immediately afterwards, 19 thick lightning bolts fell from the sky, 18 of which rushed towards Mu Nanjing. The onlookers exclaimed. The old ancestors ran to the side of the young Master Gongbo. The old ancestors are so insidious that they actually thought of a trick to drag the young Master Gongbo into the water. The old ones are still the wisest. The children of the Gongbo family hurriedly shouted, Young Master, be careful. Then, everyone heard screams. Ah. Huh? A cultivator pointed at the lightning in the distance and said in surprise, why is there still a lightning there? Everyone looked over and saw lightning moving away to the east at the speed of thunder. When it reached a certain distance, the lightning gave up chasing. It was the old ancestor Beidong. The old ancestor Beidong actually escaped. The old ancestor Beidong is really a piece of shit. When other old ancestors were looking for the young Master Gongbo to die together, he ran away. This kind of treacherous behavior is really shameful. You can't associate with such a person. Otherwise you will be killed by him. That's right. Jiayin, who was standing in the Mu Nanjing courtyard and watching, heard the cultivators' discussions, and his frowned brows could be tied into a knot. Recently, his master's actions have refreshed his perception of his master again and again, as if he had changed a person and was not like his previous master at all. He really didn't have the face to face the others, so he hurried back to his room. Mu Nanjing asked the monks watching with a voice transmission, who else wants to identify the artifact? Monks? The Thunder Hammer killed 18 great men in the Tribulation Crossing stage with one move. Who dares to say that the artifact is fake? Since it was confirmed that the artifact was real, everyone did not stay any longer, and went back to pass the news to everyone. The old ancestor Beidong, who had already fled far away, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the thunder and lightning did not catch up with him. But when he thought of the 18 dead ancestors, he was afraid again. And this matter must be reported to Jie. When people came to Jie Palace, they saw the old ancestor Tianji, who had fled early in the morning, standing in the hall. Patriarch Beidong was furious. You old thing. You still have the nerve to come here. Patriarch Tianji was even more angry than him. Why don't I have the face to be here? You should be the one who has no face to be here. We clearly agreed with everyone to lead the lightning to Gongwa Nanjing together. But what about you? You ran away by yourself, leaving the other ancestors to die. You are not a human being. Although he ran away before, he still paid attention to the situation in Gongwa City. And of course, he also saw the scene of the 18 ancestors falling. At that time, he was really disappointed. The most annoying thing is that he said it was a divine weapon. But Patriarch Beidong insisted that it was not. And finally hurt everyone. Patriarch Beidong. He just ran away because he suddenly regretted it. If you don't want to die, just follow me. Why do you want to hurt others? Everyone trusts you so much. And you repay them like this? If this is not the right place, Patriarch Tianji really wants to punch Patriarch Beidong in the face. Why are you quarreling? At this time, Jie appeared in the hall and looked at the two ancestors. Ancestor Beidong was too embarrassed to say anything, so he just stood there motionless. Ancestor Tianji told Jie everything that had just happened. Jie glared at Ancestor Beidong and asked with narrowed eyes, "Are you sure it's a divine weapon? If it's not a divine weapon, we wouldn't have no power to fight back." Jie frowned. If there really is a divine weapon, it means that the immortals may really be resurrected. No, he can't let this happen. He must destroy the divine weapon. Gongbo Nanjing must also be eliminated, and the Gongbo family cannot be left. And the sooner this happens, the better. And the divine weapon cannot be allowed to grow. Ancestor Beidong realized that he was going to get angry, and said with a bow, "Senior Jie, we have tried our best to deny the divine weapon, but in the end we failed. For this matter, 18 ancestors who have crossed the tribulation have been sacrificed. I know. You guys retreat first." Jie threw 2 bottles of pills at them. "Thank you, Senior Jie." Ancestor Beidong and Ancestor Tianji left the hall together. When they left Jie Palace, they opened the bottle together, and a strong fairy air floated out of it. The two of them were stunned for a moment. Ancestor Tianji said, "It's a fairy pill." Ancestor Beidong followed up and said, "It's better than finding a fairy pill in our secret realm. Who do you think the master of Jie Palace is? If you say he is a fairy, he is very repulsive to fairies. If you say he is an evil demon, he is like a banished fairy who has come down to earth with a fairy air. It's really hard to guess." Ancestor Tianji didn't want to answer Ancestor Beidong, snorted coldly, and flew away quickly. Ancestor Beidong sighed secretly. From today on, his reputation is really ruined. No one will believe him anymore. After they left, Mu Nanjing put the thunder hammer back into the ancestral hall. Gongwu Jingfei looked puzzled. "Since the artifacts can be used by you, why don't you take them to get rid of the Jie Palace?" Mu Nanjing asked him. "Look at what is different here from before." Gongwu Jingfei looked up and looked around. At first, he didn't notice anything different, but later he noticed that the divine light in the ancestral hall had dimmed. "I remember that on the day when the artifacts were placed in the ancestral hall. The dazzling divine light was so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. Now, I can see the true form of each artifact." "The divine light has faded?" Mu Nanjing nodded. "The thunder hammer was able to exert its divine power just now only because other divine tools supplied divine power to it. Otherwise, it would not have been able to kill the 18 ancestors." Gongwu Jingfei. "They need to rest, and need someone to feed them to slowly recover their divine power." Gongwu Jingfei said, "I will order the ancestral hall to be open so that more people can come to burn incense and worship." Mu Nanjing did not object. After Gongwu Jingfei passed the order to the elders, he said, "After this time, everyone will no longer doubt the divine tools. What are you going to do next? Someone is more anxious than us. We just need to be ready and wait for him to come." Mu Nanjing and Gongwu Jingfei burned incense for the divine tools before turning around and walking out. Then, she heard a child calling, "Mom." Mu Nanjing and Gongwu Jingfei turned around and did not see anyone in the ancestral hall. "Mother?" Gongwu Jingfei asked Mu Nanjing, "Did you hear a child calling mother?" Mu Nanjing nodded. "There are no children in the ancestral hall." She used her spiritual sense to check and found that there was no one in the ancestral hall. Mother! Mu Nanjing and Gongbo Jingfei looked in the direction of the voice, and their eyes fell on the gate of the ancestral hall. Hee. Mother saw us. Mu Nanjing. Gongbo Jingfei. Chapter 270. I can't help but swear. The two red papers pasted on the gate of the ancestral hall were shining with golden light. And then two naked little kids jumped out of the red papers. The white-haired little kid had a big smile and looked very sunny, while the black-haired little kid had a stern face, as if everyone owed him millions of top-grade spiritual stones, and had no expression. Mu Nanjing looked at the red paper, and the painting on the red paper disappeared, which showed that the two little kids were Baihu and Xuanwu. Mother! Baihu jumped up excitedly and pounced on Mu Nanjing's face, kissing Mu Nanjing's face again and again, very enthusiastically. Mu Nanjing. Gongbo Jingfei. Xuanwu walked slowly to Gongbo Jingfei, slowly raised his head, and looked at him without saying anything. Gongbo Jingfei rubbed his head. What's wrong? Xuanwu looked at him for a long time before saying, I. Gongbo Jingfei waited for the next word. However, after a long time, he didn't hear him say the second word. Gongbo Jingfei only asked, What's wrong with you? Xuanwu looked at him for a moment before saying, I want to get dressed. Gongbo Jingfei. Was he waiting for so long just to say this? Isn't it because he is a turtle that he speaks and acts slowly? Gongbo Jingfei took out a piece of cloth from the space ring and wrapped his body. I don't have any children's clothes, so I could only ask you to wrap a piece of cloth first. When I go back, I will find clothes for you to change into. Xuanwu nodded slowly, and then looked at Gongbo Jingfei again. I. After the word I, there was no follow-up again. Gongbo Jingfei was very helpless. What are you doing again? Can you finish it at once? After a long while, Xuanwu said again, I need to comb your hair. Gongbo Jingfei said with a smile, Master Xuanwu is such a neat kid. I will comb your hair when we get back. Xuanwu spoke again. Gongbo Jingfei couldn't stand his slowness anymore, so he said to him directly, I will let you take a hot bath as soon as I get back, clean you inside and out, and then help you dress and comb your hair. Is that okay? After waiting for a long time, Xuanwu nodded. Gongbo Jingfei breathed a sigh of relief. Mu Nanjing pulled off the white tiger that was kissing her non-stop. If you keep kissing, my first kiss will be taken away. I didn't expect the white tiger to be so passionate. I can't stand it. Gongbo Jingfei took out a piece of white cloth and covered the white tiger. I don't want it. The white tiger threw the white cloth to the ground, and then jumped onto Gongbo Jingfei's neck. Jia! 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 Gongbo Jingfei. I thought that he, the head of the family, was treated like a horse. He said to Mu Nanjing, Nan, let's go back to the compound first, and we can talk about anything when we get back. Mu Nanjing nodded slightly. Gongbo Jingfei squatted down and hugged Xuanwu, but he was as heavy as a mountain, and almost sprained his old waist. Why is Lord Xuanwu so heavy? Heavy? Mu Nanjing tried to hug Xuanwu, but he really couldn't lift him up. Xuanwu looked at them. Gongbo Jingfei exhaled. Let's wait. He must have something to say. He probably understood Xuanwu's temperament. Mu Nanjing. Sure enough, after half a cup of tea, Xuanwu finally said a word. Gongbo Jingfei said again, let's wait a little longer. Mu Nanjing. Another half a lamp passed. Xuanwu said again, I want to give the artifact. Gongbo Jingfei said, I know. You want to burn incense for the artifact. Right? Xuanwu nodded slowly. Mu Nanjing. She finally understood how stupid it was to wait for Xuanwu to reply. Really? He was so fucking uncomfortable. Luckily Xuanwu replied faster now. And I only waited for a cup of tea to know what he wanted to do. If it was before, it would probably take a month to hear Xuanwu finish a whole sentence. Gongbo Feijing quickly lit 3 incense sticks for Xuanwu. Xuanwu held the incense and didn't move. Mu Nanjing. This speed is really driving me crazy. As Xuanwu's mother, I should be able to press his head and bow 3 times. Right? Hurry up. Hurry up. You should bow quickly. The incense is almost burned out, and you don't move at all. No. I can't help but swear. Fuck. Gongbo Jingfei. He waited and waited, and finally couldn't help but say, Lord Xuanwu. The incense is almost burned out. Xuanwu finally responded, Oh. He bowed slowly, and at the last moment when the incense burned out, he inserted the incense into the incense burner. Gongbo Jingfei exhaled again. This slow speed could make the gods anxious to death. Can we go now? Xuanwu nodded. Gongbu Jingfei picked him up only after getting permission. This time it was no longer as heavy as Mount Tai. When he returned to Mu Nanjing's yard, he quickly found someone to serve this little ancestor, and then went back to complain to Mu Jingling. It was half an hour later when Wu Xian and Baihu came out of the bath, and Xiao Yuduo was very excited to see them. The 4 sacred beasts finally gathered together. Ah! Suddenly, the white tiger pulled off Little Cloud's hair. Little Cloud said angrily, "Why did you pull my hair?" Blow. The white tiger blew the hair into the air. Little Cloud was so angry that she wanted to strangle him to death and chop him into tiger meat to eat. "I'm going to scratch your face." At this time, it had forgotten that the other party was the white tiger of the 4 sacred beasts, and jumped up to grab the white tiger's face. The white tiger quickly dodged. "Ha ha. You can't catch me. You can't catch me." Seeing this, the azure dragon and the vermilion bird excitedly chased after it. "We want to play too. Little Cloud, wait for us." Xuanwu held Chunhua and stood there watching them. After a long time, he slowly said, "I want to play too." Chunhua rolled his eyes. "What do you want to play? Who's slower?" Xuanwu. "Forget it. Just watch them play." Chunhua also wanted to join Baihu and the others, but he couldn't run faster than others because he was missing limbs. So he had to give up the idea of joining them. Mu Nanjing, who was sitting in the pavilion watching them play, said, "Why do I feel like I've opened a kindergarten with a big garden full of little kids?" Mu Nanjing felt a headache when she thought that there would be more mythical beasts and fierce beasts turning into little kids and shouting in the yard in the future. Fortunately, the fierce beasts didn't appear. Otherwise, it would be even more troublesome if the mythical beasts and fierce beasts fought. Hearing this, Xiao Yuduo stopped and said, "By the way, Miss Gongbu, there is something I forgot to tell you." Mu Nanjing asked, "What is it?" "I guess Senior Han Dun and Senior Cheong Qi will also be resurrected." Mu Nanjing was very surprised. "So soon? They came out so soon without offerings? Don't you know? Fierce beasts don't need offerings." Mu Nanjing was curious. How can they be resurrected without offerings? They only need to collect the evil energy in the world to be resurrected. I have asked Haydn to take Senior Han Dun's paintings to collect evil, and I believe there will be news soon. Mu Nanjing. Chapter 271. I really have a bunch of ancestors. What you fear will come true. Mu Nanjing was worried that the 4 sacred beasts and the 4 evil beasts would fight when they met, and He Tan came back with 4 young evil beasts. Tao Wu, Xiongqi and Tao Ai sat behind He Tan, while Han Dun stood majestically on top of He Tan's head and pointed at the sacred beasts in the yard and said, "I am the king. Why don't you come and pay me respect?" The sacred beasts looked at him and ran away to play. "If you dare not listen to me, I will beat you until you listen." Han Dun jumped down from He Tan's head and pounced on Qing Long, and then the two rolled into a ball. Zhu Ke and Bai Hu thought there was something fun, and excitedly pounced on them. Tao Wu jumped off the horse and came to Mu Nanjing, calling obediently, "Mother." Mu Nanjing. Another son. I want a daughter, so I can write the word good." Taoya's stomach growled. "I'm hungry." He jumped onto the table and ate the food on the table in big mouthfuls. Haydn looked back at Xiongqi on his back. "Why don't you get off the horse?" Xiongqi crossed his arms and looked at Haydn proudly. "Bitch! Kneel down! I want to get off the horse." Dare to call him a bitch. Haydn's head was full of black lines. "Do you believe that I will kick you to death with 1 foot?" Xiongqi snorted. "Do you dare?" Haydn. "I really don't dare." He was afraid that Xiongqi would kill him after recovering his memory. Finally, Haydn knelt down obediently. Xiongqi looked around. His eyes paused on Mu Nanjing for a moment, and then quickly left. Then stretched out his hand to the maid standing under the eaves. "Help me get off the horse quickly." The maid was stunned and walked over to help Xiongqi. "Mother, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I want to eat more." Tao Ai rolled on the ground while making a noise. Mu Nanjing. "I really have a lot of ancestors." The maid standing next to her hurried to buy food for Tao Tai. Little Yuduo jumped in front of Mu Nanjing. "I thought I would have to wait at least a month to meet the 4 fierce beast seniors, but I didn't expect to meet them so soon. I can only say that there is too much evil in this world." Mu Nanjing said in a calm voice, "No one is perfect. As long as there is a little bit of malice in the mind, a little evil will be generated. And of course, there will be a lot of evil. Little Yunduo asked, Ms. Gonghua. Now that the 4 sacred beasts and the 4 evil beasts have been resurrected, what are your plans next? Mu Nanjing replied, I plan to open a kindergarten. Little Yunduo was puzzled. What is a kindergarten? A place dedicated to managing cubs. Little Yunduo. What if the 4 sacred beasts and the 4 evil beasts have been resurrected? Mu Nanjing looked at a group of children. Do you think they can help now? Little Yunduo saw Baihu take off his pants and urinate on Han Dun, and couldn't help but hold his forehead. I can't count on you. Mu Nanjing looked at Chunhua and called out with a voice transmission, Chunhua. Chunhua, who was watching the sacred beasts and the evil beasts playing, turned around and looked at Mu Nanjing, then said to Xuanwu, Senior Xuanwu, how about I take you to play somewhere else? Xuanwu looked down at it. Chunhua knew at a glance that he would take a cup of tea before replying to it, so he simply went all out and took Xuanwu away with his magic power. Little Cloud asked quickly, Stupid fruit. Senior Xuanwu, where are you going? However, Chunhua and Xuanwu had already gone far away. Mu Nanjing beside him was rocking in a rocking chair while watching the news and gossip. After nightfall, except for the patrol team, everyone else in Gonghua Mansion went back to their rooms to meditate and practice, and the mansion became very quiet. At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky above the ancestral hall of Gonghua Mansion. Jieli looked down with an indifferent face, and used his divine sense to check the situation in the ancestral hall, and saw the magic tools of the gods at a glance. It's really a divine tool. However, the divine power is as great as before, like an old man who stepped into a coffin and was struggling to survive. However, it does not mean that they have no chance of resurrection. As long as many people worship and have incense, their divine power will come back, and it is not impossible for the gods to resurrect. Suddenly, the divine light burst out, and Jia Li's divine sense was bounced back. He snorted coldly, What about artifacts? Artifacts without enough power are just waste in my eyes. I will destroy you now, and make you disappear from this world forever. Jieli took out a purple sword without hesitation and gathered powerful power to slash at the ancestral hall. Just when the sword was about to touch the roof, an extremely solid defensive barrier popped up in the house to block the attack. He was slightly stunned. He came with his body and exerted his power to the maximum power, but he couldn't destroy the waste inside. A trace of anger flashed in Jia Li's eyes. I don't believe I can't destroy you. He used all his strength to slash at the ancestral hall again, and the house also popped up a defensive barrier again. And there were 2 barriers, and the defense was more solid than before. Jia Li's lungs were about to explode. Jia Li, it's you again. Hearing the movement, Xiaoyan Duo appeared in the courtyard of the ancestral hall. It flew up and raised its claws to sweep away. 5 white sharp light knives flew out from its fingertips and hit Jia Li. Jia Li quickly raised his sword to block the attack. He said with a sullen face, You are the dead rat who ruined my good deeds again and again. This time, I can't calm down my anger unless I kill you. It just so happens that I want to kill you too. Now it depends on who can kill the other one more. The little cloud roared at him, and the roar formed a circle of sound waves attacking Jia Li. Jia Li swung his sword to split the sound waves, Shao Tian. As soon as he said 2 words, he realized that there was danger behind him. He turned around quickly, and saw hundreds of beasts rushing towards him. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly turned around to sweep away the sound waves and knocked off the phantoms of hundreds of beasts. Then he saw the azure dragon, the vermilion bird, the white tiger, and the 4 evil beasts appear behind the ancestral hall. Their huge bodies gave people a strong sense of oppression. Jia Li was very small in front of them. He was startled. You left the secret realm? The white tiger rushed over without saying a word. Other divine beasts and evil beasts also rushed up. Jia Li had always been afraid of them. He had been bullied by divine beasts and fierce beasts before, so he subconsciously wanted to run away. Suddenly, with a puff, a sharp weapon pierced his chest. He looked down, quickly shook off the weapon, and disappeared in the Gonghua temple. Xiaoyan Duo shouted angrily, Jia Li, don't run if you have the guts. Mu Nanjing, who was holding the sharp weapon, was shaken out 10 feet away and flew back. Don't shout. If you shout him back, you won't be able to deal with him. Although it is very effective to scare him, it has been used twice, and Jia Li will not be fooled for the 3rd time. Little Cloud was unwilling to give up. He was injured just now. We should pursue him while we are victorious. Mu Nanjing glanced at it, It seemed that we stabbed his heart just now. But in fact, we only cut off a piece of his skin. And we couldn't hurt him seriously at all. Little Cloud was incredulous. We tried our best but couldn't hurt him seriously? Doesn't that mean we can never kill him? Don't worry. I have achieved my goal just now. Little Cloud asked, What goal? Chapter 272 I am not your clone. The little cloud waited and waited, but Moon Nanjing didn't reply. Not even his inner voice. So it had to give up the idea of asking. Mother. The huge white tiger actually made a childish voice, which made people feel very uncomfortable. With a puff, the white tiger turned into a 2-year-old child and threw himself into Moon Nanjing's arms, asking pitifully, Mother, didn't you say that there was a big brother who would play with us? Why did you run away before we played together? Moon Nanjing lied to him. The big brother suddenly left for something. Oh! The white tiger said disappointedly. Then we will find him to play later. Jieli, who fled in a panic, never thought that the people who drove him away were actually a group of little kids. And he didn't dare to trouble Gonghua Mansion for the time being. However, it was really hard to calm down his anger after 2 failures. But now his divine power has greatly decreased. If he doesn't get rid of the divine beast and the fierce beast immediately, he will have no chance in the future. No, this can't go on. He must strengthen his divine power. But how to strengthen his strength? The herbs and fruits in the world of cultivation can't improve his cultivation at all. Even the things in the secret realm of the true immortals had no effect on him. As a god, he can only use the things of gods to improve his realm. However, after 1,000,000 years, all the divine pills and fruits he could use were eaten. And the remaining divine pills and fruits could not improve his cultivation. Jieli thought about it, and suddenly thought of a guy. He quickly called out, Come here. The guards guarding outside the palace walked in quickly. Meet the palace master. Jieli ordered, Send everyone in the Jia palace to find someone. The guard asked, May I ask who the palace master wants to find? Looking for someone who looks exactly like me. The guard was stunned for a moment. Wait. Jieli thought that the other party might change the appearance of other people. So he cut off a handful of hair and handed it to the guard. Give a hair to everyone who is looking for someone. If his people meet that person while looking for someone, the hair will shine. And he can sense the person's existence and find that person. Yes. The guard took his hair and distributed it to everyone in the palace. After a cup of tea, waves of cultivators flew out of Jia Palace and headed to every corner of the cultivation world. Jieli waited anxiously in the palace and used his spiritual sense to check the situation outside from time to time. A month passed, but nothing was found. It stands to reason that if so many people were sent to find someone, they should have found the person within a month, unless the person is hiding very deeply, or hiding in a secret realm. Jieli's eyes lit up when he thought of this. Yes, secret realm. That person might be hiding in a secret realm. But which secret realm? Jieli subconsciously thought of the golden immortal secret realm, because he had just been there not long ago, and the secret realm had been closed. That person must have thought that he could not guess that he was there. So he hid in it. He stood up suddenly and rushed to the outside of Gonghua's spiritual vein as fast as possible. At this time, the people of Gonghua's family were still digging spiritual mines. More than half a year had passed, and only 1/10 of the spiritual vein had been dug away, which showed that the spiritual vein was particularly long, large and deep. Gonghua's family is really lucky. But it's a pity that now is not the time to deal with them. Jieli snorted coldly, then quietly came to the entrance of the secret realm, used divine power to open a gap at the entrance of the secret realm, and then got into the secret realm. After entering the secret realm, he immediately sensed the existence of that person. Sure enough, he is here. Jieli was very excited, and then followed the sense to make a space jump and found the person on the 10th floor. Although the other party was facing him with his hands behind his back, he was sure that he was the person he was looking for. Jieli raised his hand to grab the other party without saying a word, and heard the other party say, If you dare to touch me, I will explode immediately. Jieli hurriedly stopped the action, and then saw the man turn around, and a handsome face exactly like his appeared in his eyes. He frowned, although he knew the existence of the other party. Seeing the same face as his still made him uncomfortable, and made him very unhappy. Jieli asked the other party, What should I call you? The man said, Gu Ming. Gu Ming? Why do you call me this name? What's the meaning? Gu Ming said in a calm voice, You don't need to know. Jieli didn't care that he didn't answer him. Do you know why I came to you? I know. You want to merge with me. Yes. Jieli didn't deny. There are many gods. Beasts and fierce beasts outside who want me to die. If I die. You who are my clone. Gu Ming interrupted him. I am not your clone. If it's not a clone. It's not a clone. Jieli didn't want to anger him. If I die. You who have the same breath and appearance as me can't escape the fate of being hunted down. And you will die in their hands sooner or later. But it's different if we merge into one. We can join forces to defeat each other. And no one in this world can be our opponent. Gu Ming asked, after merging into one. Who will control the body? Jieli said without hesitation. Of course it's me. What about me? Just disappearing like that? Gu Ming sneered. What's the difference between this and being killed by someone else? Jieli. Gu Ming said, if I control the body, I am willing to merge with you. Jieli refused loudly. Impossible. Then, there is no discussion. Please go back. Gu Ming turned his back to him. Jieli had finally found Gu Ming, and it was impossible for him to leave like this. He narrowed his eyes and thought, since both of you are unwilling to give in, why not coexist? Coexist? Gu Ming turned around and looked at him again. What do you mean? That means the two of us share one body, but have two consciousnesses. If you let me control the body when I need it, and if you need it, I will give you the control. What do you think? As long as he tricks people into his body, he has plenty of ways to merge with them. Gu Ming frowned. Jieli did not force him to make a decision immediately. He quickly disappeared from the 10th floor to find Bai Zhe and the others. However, the area full of divine beasts and fierce beasts disappeared. Have all the divine beasts and fierce beasts left the secret realm? Jieli felt uneasy and strange. Didn't you want to leave the secret realm before? After 1,000,000 years? Why are you willing to leave again? Is it to deal with me? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible. He quickly returned to Gu Ming and pointed to the top and said, the divine beasts and fierce beasts here have all left. Just to deal with me. If you are unwilling to merge with me again, we will all die. Gu Ming said in a low voice. I need to think about it. I still need to think about this? Gu Ming sneered. Who knows if you will lie to me? And after I merge with you, will you think of other ways to deal with me? Jieli raised his eyebrows. This clone is not stupid. Okay. You can think about it. Then can you leave here with me and think about it? Gu Ming hesitated and nodded. Chapter 273. Which one is real? Gu Ming followed Jieli back to the gate of Jia Palace. The guard of Jia Palace was stunned when he saw two identical faces. Two palace masters? Which one is real? Jieli ignored the guard and asked Gu Ming, who was standing outside the door. Why don't you come in? Gu Ming said calmly. Who knows if you have set a trap in the palace to ambush me? Jieli was angry. But after thinking from his perspective, he felt that Gu Ming was right to be so defensive. If it were him, he would also be very vigilant. Okay. Then you stand outside and think about it carefully. Call me when you've made up your mind. Jieli turned around and walked into the gate. Suddenly, someone outside the gate shouted urgently, Palace Master. He turned around and saw two Hall Masters flying back with serious injuries. He asked, what happened? Hall Master Shao said, Palace Master. We were besieged by evil cultivators. Jieli frowned. Why did they besiege you? They said they were acting on orders. They would kill anyone they saw from Jia Palace. We fought hard to escape back. Hall Master Shao raised his trembling left hand. Index finger was cut off. They cut off my index finger to steal my storage ring. Jieli's face darkened. Who instructed the evil cultivator? The evil cultivator said it was the young master of Gongbo's family, and said that he would kill anyone he saw from Jia Palace. And after a few days, the young master of Gongbo will lead the gods and beasts to slaughter Jia Palace. It's her. It's her again. One day I will cut her into pieces. Humph. Wanting to slaughter Jia Palace is just a daydream. Jieli was furious when he mentioned her. He threw out 2 pills to help the 2 Hall Masters heal their wounds. You go down and rest first. Thank you, Palace Master. Just as the 2 Hall Masters finished speaking, another urgent shout came from the distance. Palace Master. Jieli looked up and saw that people in the palace came back injured one after another. Most of them had their storage bags robbed. In short, no one came back safe and sound. He called a few elders to appease the people under his command, and then asked Gu Ming, do you still want to stand outside and think slowly? Gu Ming hesitated, and finally went into the palace with Jieli. Jieli brought him to the main hall. 1,000,000 years ago. I used the heavenly tribulation. Gu Ming asked, what is the heavenly tribulation? The heavenly tribulation is a tribulation that every god and beast should experience. Some gods reincarnate as humans to experience the tribulation in the human world. And some gods have to experience the tribulation of life and death, and the tribulation of the mortal world. There are all kinds of tribulations. The gods and beasts will take turns to experience the tribulation. But they will not experience it together. But I stole the wheel of time and gathered all the heavenly tribulations together to bring them an inevitable disaster, causing all the gods to fall. The gods and beasts can only hide in the secret realm built by the gods and dare not come out. I caused all this, so they hate me. Jieli looked at Gu Ming and said, they will hate you too. Now that the divine beasts and fierce beasts have left the secret realm, they will not let us go. Gu Ming frowned slightly. It's not that I don't want to believe you, but these are one-sided words. How can I believe you? If you don't believe it, you can go to Gongba's house and take a look around to know whether what I said is true or false. But it is not ruled out that you and the people of Gongba's family joined forces to deceive me. Jieli was angry. Do you want me to swear to the heaven before you believe me? Gu Ming nodded. It would be the best if you are willing. Jieli thought about it and decided that he could swear to the heavenly Tao. Okay. I will swear to the heavenly Tao. He raised his hand and swore. I, Jieli, swear that everything I said just now is true. If there is even a lie, I will die and disappear from this world forever. Then, a golden light flashed on his body, indicating that he succeeded in swearing. And the fact that he did not disappear proved that what he said was true. Jieli put down his hand and asked, can you believe me now? Gu Ming nodded slightly. Next. What should we do? Of course. The two of us merge together. Only by merging can we fight against the divine beasts and fierce beasts. Gu Ming asked, can the two of us beat the divine beasts and fierce beasts? Don't worry. The cultivation of the divine beasts and fierce beasts is also declining. Are you sure? Very sure. Jieli snorted. Every time I go back to meet Jing defined by Zhe and the others, I can feel that they are not as good as in previous years. As long as we merge, they will definitely not be our opponents even if they join forces. Gu Ming thought for a while. My magic power is not as good as yours. If I merge with you, sooner or later I will be swallowed by you. Unless you make another oath to the heavens that you will not swallow me, I am willing to merge with you. Another oath to the heavens. Jieli hesitated. Gu Ming sneered. You don't even dare to make a heavenly oath, which means you want to devour me. He turned and walked out. Now you should think carefully. Wait. Jieli hurriedly called him. Gu Ming turned around. Jieli thought for a while and said, it's just a heavenly oath. I'll make it. The battle with the divine beast and the fierce beast cannot be delayed. The longer it is delayed, the more disadvantageous it will be for him. Therefore, it is best to merge quickly and find other ways to truly merge with the other party later. I, Jieli, swear that after merging with Gu Ming, I will never devour the other party's consciousness. If I violate this, I will die without a burial place. A golden light flashed on Jieli's body. Are you satisfied now? Gu Ming nodded. Then you. Jieli was about to ask Gu Ming to swear as well, when suddenly a person from the palace came and said in a hurry, Palace Master, there are too many seriously injured people. The elder wants you to go over and take a look. Jieli was interrupted and was very unhappy. Whose subordinate are you? My subordinate is Ruan Xiaoxiao, under the jurisdiction of the elder. Gu Ming said, you deal with your matter first, and we can talk about our matter later. Jieli suppressed his unhappiness. Okay. I'll be back soon. Gu Ming watched him leave. Jieli was busy until the next day, because there were too many injured people, and they all had evil poisons that were difficult to remove. So many pills were ineffective, and could only be removed by magic. On the way back to find Gu Ming, another person from the palace came to report to him, Palace Master, I am a subordinate of the great elder, named Zhao Ran, and I have something to report. Jieli asked, what is it? When I went to Gongba City to find someone, I found that the Gongba family was recruiting people from various families and sects to attack our Jia Palace. And the Gongba family seemed to have found high-level beast masters to help, so that many powerful monsters appeared in Gongba City. And even I, who was in the refining void realm, was afraid of them. Monsters? Jieli subconsciously thought of the divine beasts and fierce beast. Hurriedly asked, how many monsters did you see? At a glance, There are definitely no less than 100. And each monster realm is comparable to the Mahayana realm. It is really difficult to deal with. Palace Master, what should we do next? Jieli said, I need to retreat for a day. And everything will be discussed after I come out. Yes. Jieli returned to the hall and said in an anxious tone, Gu Ming, the time is running out. Let's merge now. Gu Ming, who was watching the scenery, raised an invisible smile at the corner of his mouth and responded readily. Okay. Chapter 274, really a piece of shit. When Jieli and Gu Ming merged into one, Mu Nanjing was not idle. He first spread the news of the upcoming war, asking people doing business in Gonghua City to quickly withdraw from Gonghua City. Then asked the children of Gonghua Mansion with low realms to leave Gonghua City. And finally recruited people with high cultivation from various sects to help. Of course, except for the family sects and evil cultivators, who were on good terms with the Gonghua family. Only 10 large sects and more than 20 medium-sized sects came. Other sects did not want to offend people on both sides, and did not participate. However, it did not prevent them from visiting Gonghua City. They were surprised to see that there were more evil cultivators walking on the road than righteous people. Isn't it a war between the righteous? Why are there so many evil cultivators in Gonghua City? I heard that the evil cultivators also participated in this war. I guess they wanted to take advantage of the chaos to kill more righteous cultivators. But why did I hear that the evil cultivators were recruited by young Master Gonghua to help deal with Jia Palace? That's impossible. Young Master Gonghua has exploited a lot of things from the evil cultivators. The evil cultivators should hate young Master Gonghua to the bone. How could they be willing to help? I think they want to take the opportunity to kill young Master Gonghua. Evil cultivators. They really don't want to participate in the war at all. They want to lie down comfortably and watch the righteous people fight among themselves. But young Master Gonghua has made a contract with them. If young Master Gonghua dies, they can't live either. They can only protect young Master Gonghua at all costs. I just asked. Young Master Gonghua has indeed joined forces with the evil cultivator sect. Isn't Gonghua Mansion afraid of ruining its reputation and the evil cultivators stabbing them in the back? Young Master Gonghua should give an explanation to our righteous sect. Right. Many righteous cultivators came to the gate of Gonghua Mansion, shouting for Mu Nanjing to come out and explain. Mu Nanjing did not hide, came to the gate and glanced at the troublemakers, and asked calmly, What's the problem with me joining forces with evil cultivators? A cultivator said, as righteous people, we should not get together with evil cultivators. What they do is not worthy of our trust. We are afraid that they will kill us in the war. Then you can rest assured. I have signed a contract with the evil cultivators. They will not attack our people. You believe him. But we don't. As long as they are there, we will not exist. Don't you think so? Someone deliberately took the lead. The crowd started to make a noise. Yes. They can't have us. Mu Nanjing said, those who really want to join forces with us won't care who our Gonghua family joins with. Those who don't care or like to sow discord can just leave. I won't keep you. We believe in young Master Gonghua. A large group of casual cultivators came from a distance, squeezed through the cultivators gathered at the door of Gonghua Mansion, and bowed to Mu Nanjing. Meet young Master Gonghua. Mu Nanjing recognized the leader. You are Chai Gao. She once let Chai Gao and his friends enter the spirit vein for free. Yes, it's me. Chai Gao was very happy that Mu Nanjing still remembered him. He pointed to the casual cultivators behind him and said, I brought a group of brothers to help young Master Gonghua. I hope young Master Gonghua won't despise us. When they first entered the secret realm to explore, although everyone had to pay a top-grade spirit stone, not everyone could afford it. They casual cultivators didn't have so many spirit stones, so they could only wander outside the spirit vein. And his brothers scolded the young Master Gonghua for being a worthless person, charging such an expensive entrance fee. Unexpectedly, the Gonghua family let them enter for free in the end. They said that they only charged the best spiritual stones for the rich, and the poor could enter the secret realm for free in the end. For this, they were very grateful to the young Master Gonghua. If it weren't for her, the Gonghua family would not have done this. They would not have been able to collect the fairy grass materials, obtain the skills, etc. The brothers behind Chai Gao clasped their fists together. Hello, young Master Gonghua. Mu Nanjing nodded. You are very welcome. A cultivator snorted. What can you do with just a few hundred people? If our family sect leaves, the chance of winning will be much less. Chai Gao, you. Just then, A strong voice came from the sky. I also trust the young Master Gongbwa, and I am very willing to help her to eradicate the Boundary Palace. Everyone looked up and saw thousands of people wearing white robes and carrying long swords flying over. It's the Wanjin sect. The leader of the Wanjin sect has brought people here. The Wanjin sect, which rarely interacts with the Gongbwa mansion, is actually willing to help the Gongbwa mansion. Not only the Wanjin sect. You can see that there are also big families and sects that have interacted with the Wanjin sect behind them. Chai Gao snorted at the cultivators before. Even if you are missing now, our chances of success are greater than before. Cultivator. Mu Nanjing welcomed. Thank you all for coming to help. Please come in. She sent a message to the elders to greet the people from various families and sects, and then turned to look at the troublemakers. If you are here to help, I welcome you very much. But if you are here to cause trouble, I can only ask you to get out. The last word roll brought a sense of pressure, forcing the other party to step back several steps. Mu Nanjing brought Wanjin sect and the others to the main courtyard of the family and invited everyone to take a seat. The leader of Wanjin sect apologized to everyone. My dear friends, I want to have a few private words with the young Master Gongbwa, and let her entertain you later. The heads of other families and sects said indifferently, Go ahead. Don't worry about us. The leader of Wanjin sect and Mu Nanjing walked to the next room, and then said by voice transmission, I went to see her secretly. She is indeed very good as you said, and she is not sad because I left. Mu Nanjing knew that he was talking about the former saint of Beihan ancient country. That is, Gong Xiaorong's grandmother. The leader of Wanjin sect sighed just as you said. I dislike her old appearance, and I have never really liked her. If he really likes the saint of Beihan ancient country, even if she is old, he can use elixirs to help her regain her youth and let her accompany him for hundreds of years. But he didn't do it. The old look of the other party was deeply engraved in his mind. Even if the other party became younger, he couldn't be with the other party again. Thinking carefully, I am not a man. I only know how to escape when encountering such a thing. I am really a piece of shit. The leader of the Wanjin sect smiled bitterly, and this matter could only be told to Mu Nanjing. After that, the burden in his heart was gone, and he breathed a sigh of relief. I really want to compensate them now. What do you think I should do? I think you are ruthless to her, so don't see her again. No woman wants to see the man who used to be with her still young, while she is so old that she can't even chew meat. You can see your daughter, and you can use her to compensate her mother. You can also see your grandson, and he may want to see you. Chapter 275 Two Merges. The leader of the Wanjin sect nodded. I will go to see them after your business is over. Now let me tell you about your business. Why did you suddenly confront the Jia Palace and make such a big show? If I hadn't made a promise to you, I wouldn't have rushed here with people. Mu Nanjing simply told him the various causes and effects between Jieli and the gods if Jieli is not killed. He will always prevent the true gods from returning to their positions. And everyone will always have no hope of becoming a fairy, unless everyone wants to submit to him in order to live a few more years. But once Jieli's divine power retreats to a certain extent, those who follow him will also perish together. The leader of the Wanjin sect frowned. No wonder our ancestors of the Wanjin sect have always failed to ascend in the past 20,000 years. It turns out that they have no dealings with the Jia Palace. In this case, our Wanjin sect and the sects I brought will definitely go all out to deal with Jieli. You can deal with the people he brought, and we will deal with him. Okay. After the two finished chatting, they left the small room. Then, Mu Nanjing heard Mu Qini's voice transmission. Didn't you say that the leader of the Wanjin sect would not help you? Why did he bring so many people here? Mu Nanjing replied to him. I just shook my head at the time. But I didn't say that he didn't help me. But he will support me after I pass the family test. The reason why he appeared now is because he went to the mortal world before. He showed up quite timely. And it's a good thing that he came. Now many people dare not make trouble anymore. And even many families and sects are willing to join us. Well, it's a good thing. Mu Qi asked again, how confident are you against the Shangjia Palace? Half and half. Half is high. After all, the other party is also a god. Mu Nanjing didn't say anything, but thought in his heart, I hope he can succeed. Mu Qini wanted to ask who he was, but he was worried that her thoughts would reveal more things, so he didn't ask more. One day later, in the hall of Jia Palace far away into Dongzu, there was laughter. Ha ha ha. Jieli hadn't been so happy for many years. Successful. We became one. Uh-huh. Jieli slapped the roof. Bang. In an instant, the hall with the barrier turned into powder. Uh-huh. My power has really increased. Even if I face divine beasts and fierce beasts, I have full confidence to destroy them. The elders who heard the noise came over. Palace Master. What happened? Jieli thought. Nothing. The elder looked at the powder on the ground. Then this hall. I smashed it. Gu Ming and Jieli urged. Why don't you go and do your business? After you finish your business, I want to travel around the entire cultivation world with my body. Okay. Jieli agreed readily, and then asked the elders to arrange manpower. Notify all the sects that support Jia Palace to leave for Gonghua City immediately. I want to take the initiative. He wanted to kill Gonghua City before Mu Nanjing brought people to Jia Palace. Yes. At the same time, Mu Nanjing, who was reading the gossip news, saw the news of Jia Li's departure, and quickly stood up and said, Everyone prepare for battle. The people waiting in Gonghua City immediately ambushed according to the previous plan. It only took a blink of an eye for Jieli, who possessed divine power, to travel to Atlantis. Even if he brought people from various sects with him, he did not slow down at all. Less than half an hour after he gave the order, he brought Jia Palace and the family sects that supported him to Gonghua City. The dark crowd was like a dark cloud, and Gonghua City was dark. The people brought by Jieli were puzzled. Why is there no one in the city? Will there be any traps waiting for us? Jieli was not afraid at all. His divine power was greatly increased now, and no matter how big the trap was, it would be useless in front of his strength. He shouted in the direction of Gonghua Mansion with a coercive voice, Gonghua Nanjing. Don't you want to kill me? I'm here. Why don't you come out? Don't you want to be a turtle? Mu Nanjing, who had been waiting for him for a long time, flew into the sky, took out a golden folding fan and fanned himself. Master Jia Palace, I have been waiting for you for a long time? Wait. Jia Li's eyes flashed with doubt. The news he received was that Mu Nanjing was going to attack Jia Palace. So why did he wait for him here? Before he could think about it, Mu Nanjing took the fan and fanned him. Strong winds blew from all directions, blowing most of the cultivators brought by Jieli back hundreds of feet away. Jieli quickly built a defensive barrier in front of them to block the strong wind. Sneering, from the strong wind that has no killing power, it can be seen that Gonghua Shao is destined to die in my hands. Really? Mu Nanjing raised his head and said, but I don't think so. Suddenly, the ground formation opened up, isolating most of the cultivators brought by Jia Li outside the barrier. Immediately, a large group of cultivators in the tribulation crossing stage rushed out and attacked the cultivators behind Jieli. Suddenly, the whole Gonghua City was filled with the sound of swords and knives, the sound of spell attacks, and the sound of magic weapons colliding. All kinds of sounds gathered together and kicked off the prelude to the war. Jieli saw a white shadow among the monks who were crossing the tribulation. His expression turned cold, and he raised his sword and slashed with all his strength. You dead rat. Do you think I will let you get close to me this time? The little cloud rushing towards him noticed that his sword was very powerful and hurriedly dodged. However, when the powerful golden sword energy flew past it, it was still swept away by the sword wind 100 feet away. The little cloud spit out a mouthful of blood with a puff. It looked at Jieli in shock. Is this his true strength? No wonder Mu Nanjing said many times that they couldn't hurt Jieli at all. Now it seems that it's hard to even get close to him, let alone hurt Jieli. Die. Jieli raised his sword coldly and ruthlessly, but heard Mu Nanjing say, Jieli, your opponent is me. He looked at Mu Nanjing and sneered. A dead mouse is not my opponent. What kind of storm can you, a small cultivator, stir up? Mu Nanjing did not refute his words, fanning the fan in his hand and shouting, imprisonment spell. Hundreds of golden lights shot at Jieli. Jieli, who now has greatly increased his magic power, did not take her seriously at all. He blocked left and right with his sword, and swept the last sword towards Mu Nanjing. Mu Nanjing quickly used the fan to block in front of her, but the terrible sword energy still pushed her back 10 feet away. Jieli raised his eyebrows in surprise. What kind of divine weapon is that in your hand? It can actually block my attack? He was sure that the magic weapon in Mu Nanjing's hand was not simple. Definitely not an immortal weapon, and even less likely to be an ordinary top-level magic weapon. This is the 100 Beasts divine fan that I made with divine materials, and the spirits of divine beasts and fierce beasts. Mu Nanjing pointed to the fan and said, It is engraved with various patterns of divine beasts and fierce beasts, with them protecting me. Even if I am just a small human cultivator, you can't hurt me for a while. What she didn't say was that she also found stupid fruit and black tortoise to bless her defense. Otherwise, she would find it difficult to create a magic weapon to fight Jelly even if she had divine materials without divine power. 100 Beasts Divine Fan? Jelly stared at the 100 Beasts Divine Fan, and it was indeed covered with the aura of various divine beasts and fierce beasts. He snorted coldly. No matter how many divine beasts and fierce beasts have their spirits, I can still kill you. Jelly wanted to raise the sword again, but found that he couldn't move. Chapter 276. You plotted against me. Jelly looked down and saw that his body was bound by the hundreds of golden lights. Mu Nanjing explained so much to him just now just to distract his attention, but the imprisonment spell could not hold him for long. God-killing formation. Start. Suddenly, the ground was filled with golden light, and the formation that was set up before was instantly activated, and the barrier rushed straight to Jelly. Jelly snorted angrily, and the divine power from his body shook off the golden light that bound him, and then used the sword to split the barrier of the formation. Mu Nanjing, who activated the formation, was backfired, groaned, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Mortals also want to use the immortal formation to trap me. It's too self-important. Mortals have no divine power, and it is difficult to drive the immortal formation, let alone kill the gods. Mu Nanjing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You are wrong. I never thought of trapping you from the beginning to the end. Jelly didn't want to waste time with her. Next, I will not give you another chance to live. Daluo fragment. He raised his sword and swung it towards the sky a few times. A powerful tornado turned in front of him, and there was a strong suction force that sucked all the surrounding objects into the tornado. Once an object approached the dragon circle, it would be torn into powder, and a big hole was drilled in the ground. Mu Nanjing was instantly pulled within 5 feet, and no matter what method she used, she could not get rid of the suction and escape far away. Gonghua miss. Little Cloud shouted anxiously. Mu Nanjing shouted loudly, Don't come over. Jelly glanced at Little Cloud, teleported behind it, and kicked its little but hard with his foot in the direction of the tornado. Seeing this, Mu Nanjing quickly inserted his sword into the ground to stabilize his body, and then quickly threw the fan in his hand. The fan opened quickly, and then the two ends were glued together to form a cone to cover the body of Xiao Duo, and it was inserted into the ground with force to prevent it from moving. Jelly said, I really admire you. You are still saving people when you are about to die. It's a pity that you are not my companion. It would be great if he had a companion who could protect him. Jelly was envious and jealous. His eyes changed, and he used his sword energy to cut off Mu Nanjing's sword, and the latter immediately flew towards the tornado. Haha, Jelly laughed heartily. Die. Die. And the divine beasts and fierce beasts. You are cowards. And you actually let a mortal cultivator stand in front of you. If you have the ability, come out and kill me. Suddenly, his whole body froze, and he felt that his consciousness was about to be pulled out of his body, and his body began to lose his control. Seeing that Mu Nanjing was about to enter the Dragon Circle Wind, the Dragon Circle Wind stopped, and the man fell from a high altitude. Mu Nanjing quickly stabilized his body to avoid falling flat on his face. Jelly held himself in pain and yelled, Gu Ming, what are you doing? He was about to kill Mu Nanjing, but Gu Ming did something bad at this time. Gu Ming in his body said calmly, seeing you having so much fun, I want to play too. Jelly was angry. Is it time to play now? This is an important moment. Don't come out and do something bad. If it's not a game, then why are you laughing so happily? Jelly wanted to swallow his consciousness immediately. Anyway, don't worry about it. When it's over, I will definitely give my body to you. Oh! Jelly raised the knife again towards Mu Nanjing. When he was about to chop it down, his hand suddenly lost control and changed direction to wipe towards his neck. His face changed drastically, and he gritted his teeth and said, Gu Ming, what on earth do you want to do? Gu Ming chuckled, can't you see? I'm sabotaging. You? Jelly said angrily, what on earth do you want? Do you want both of us to die here? It's you who will die, not me. Then, Jelly felt that his body was getting more and more out of control, as if something was pulling him and Gu Ming to transfer their souls. At this time, He noticed that the golden light of the ground formation was still radiant. He looked down and found that the so-called God-slaying formation was just a cover. And the formation was actually the 9 fighting soul-transferring immortal formation. It was just that he was too conceited. When others said the God-slaying formation, he thought it was the God-slaying formation. And he thought that no formation could trap him. So he didn't see what formation Mu Nanjing had arranged. So he got into trouble. You? Jieli was completely angry. You actually joined forces early in the morning. Damn. 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 All the damn people deserve to die. He was careless and too impatient. If he had been a little more cautious, he would have realized that things were going too smoothly, and would not have been easily fooled. While his body was not completely taken away, Jieli first destroyed the formation, then frantically swept his sword at Mu Nanjing, using various moves. If it were normal times, it would be difficult for Mu Nanjing to dodge, and she might even have died under his sword. But now that Gu Ming is in Jieli's body, his movements are not smooth, and the power of his sword energy is greatly reduced. Mu Nanjing can't hurt her as long as she teleports to avoid. Jieli shouted anxiously, Gu Ming. We are one. One? Aren't you afraid that after you destroy me, Gongbo Nanjing will deal with you? Then, you still can't escape death. Although the formation was destroyed, Gu Ming had more confidence in taking over the body with the blessing of the formation. Gu Ming said, you don't need to worry about this. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Jieli was about to devour Gu Ming's soul, and suddenly a thunderbolt fell from the sky. Ah! Jieli screamed and almost died on the spot. His legs softened, and he knelt on the ground. Gu Ming sneered, have you forgotten your oath to the heaven? Jieli remembered his oath to the heaven. But Gu Ming did not swear, because when he wanted Gu Ming to swear, he was called away. Later, he forgot about this matter because he was too anxious. Moreover, he thought he was stronger than Gu Ming, and the other party had no ability to devour him. So it didn't matter whether he swore or not. And he didn't take it so seriously. You are plotting against me. Jieli sneered, I won't let you get what you want. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. He stood up slowly, and a divine power popped out from his body to cover his body. Gu Ming, I can't devour you, but I can kill you. Then, his body seemed to have lost its soul and stood still. Mu Nanjing knew that he was going into the body to deal with Gu Ming. Gu Ming. As soon as she took a step forward, she was bounced back by Jieli's barrier. She quickly took out her magic weapon to knock, but she couldn't destroy the barrier. So she had to take back the beast fan that covered Xiao Yunduo. Xiao Yunduo hurriedly asked, what's the situation now? Where is Jieli? Is Jieli dead? Mu Nanjing pointed to the front. Jieli and Gu Ming are fighting in the body. Gu Ming? Xiao Yunduo was slightly stunned. How could Gu Ming be in Jieli's body? Do you remember what I said last time? I just wanted to make Jieli anxious, thinking that since we have divine beasts and fierce beasts to help us, he would find Gu Ming to merge into one to increase his divine power. Merge into one? Do the two share the same body? Yes. Little Yunduo was very worried. Can Gu Ming's soul be Jieli? It shouldn't be possible. I have to break Jieli's barrier, and then find a way to help him. Mu Nanjing drove the 100 Beasts fan to attack Jieli's barrier. But the 100 Beasts fan was instantly shattered by the divine power, and could not open a gap. Now, it is the most powerful magic weapon on her body. If it doesn't work, nothing can shake Jieli's barrier. I'll try. Little Yunduo rushed over. Don't. As soon as Mu Nanjing said a word, Little Yunduo was bounced back. It quickly used various spells to attack the barrier, but to no avail. Mu Nanjing thought for a moment and said, aren't there many divine weapons in Chuingguo's body? We can try them. No. Xiao Yunduo said helplessly. Those are the divine weapons of the Divine Beast Senior, and the Fierce Beast Senior. We can't use them. Mu Nanjing frowned. Xiao Yunduo said, why don't we ask Qinglong and the others to give it a try? Mu Nanjing said, they have just been resurrected, and their divine power is almost zero. They can hardly use spells, let alone use divine weapons. Besides, Jieli and Gu Ming have merged into one, and their divine power has greatly increased. Even the divine weapons in the Ancestral Hall can't deal with Jieli. Xiao Yunduo was so anxious that she turned around and around. What should we do? Mu Nanjing looked calm on the surface, but she was also very anxious inside. Hurry up and look for the space ring to see if there is anything that can deal with Jieli's barrier. Why is there nothing useful? Why is there nothing useful? Wait. What is this? Mu Nanjing took out a small yellow box from the space ring. Xiao Yunduo asked, What is this? I don't know. It was given to me by Gu Ming. Mu Nanjing recalled the first time she got the box, and it destroyed her formation. She wanted to study it. But she forgot about it later. I'll try it. She threw the small box at the barrier at Jilly. And there was a loud bang. The barrier was broken. Mu Nanjing's eyes flashed with astonishment. What on earth did Gu Ming give her? It could actually break the barrier of the gods. Little Cloud said excitedly, It's broken. It's broken. What should we do next? Mu Nanjing thought for a while. Go search their souls. And after finding Gu Ming, immediately give him divine power to help him defeat Jie. Okay. Little Cloud jumped onto Jie's head and used magic to search for the souls of Gu Ming and Jie. After finding Gu Ming, it quickly gave divine power. Gu Ming, who was originally at a disadvantage, was able to fight Jie to a draw after receiving the divine power. Jie was angry and anxious that he could not take down Gu Ming in a short time, because he could feel that his barrier was destroyed, and he didn't know what the people outside were doing with his body. He had to quickly deal with Gu Ming before dealing with the people outside. He took the opportunity to interrupt Gu Ming, and once again used divine power to repel the people outside. Little Cloud didn't check for a while, and was instantly hit 100 feet away by the divine power. Mu Nanjing asked with concern, Xiao Yunduo, Are you okay? I'm fine. Xiao Yunduo staggered to his feet. I just feel a little dizzy. It flew back to Jie's head. I will continue to input divine power into Gu Ming. Just then, a big hand covered Jie's head. Chapter 277 Dead. Mu Nanjing and Xiao Yunduo looked at the owner of the big hand. And then their eyes lit up. Tian Yuan. He Qingwang did not reply. Mu Nanjing narrowed his eyes slightly. Although the man in front of him was exactly the same as He Qingwang. His expression, temperament, and momentum were like the Emperor of Heaven in the Jiuxia Palace in the Secret Realm. You are not Tian Yuan. You are the Emperor of Heaven. He Qingwang hummed lightly. Heaven. Emperor of Heaven? Xiao Yunduo opened his mouth in shock. He Qingwang did not waste words, and directly injected his remaining divine power into Jie's body and transmitted it to Gu Ming's soul, thereby greatly improving the opponent's strength. Gu Ming, who could only barely fight against Jie, suddenly had a huge increase in divine power. He stepped up his offensive and launched a fierce attack on Jie, who was beaten back step by step. How did you suddenly become so powerful? Jie was shocked. Who is it? Who is helping you? A divine beast? Or a fierce beast? It's me. A deep and familiar voice came in. And Jie's soul was immediately shocked. Heaven. Emperor of Heaven. Resurrection. The gods are really resurrected. It's over. He simply can't beat so many people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have calculated the gods and made them fall 1,000,000 years ago. Gu Ming took advantage of Jie's daze and beat him fiercely, beating him as hard as he could, and beat him completely without resistance. The black dragonfly used his divine power to suck out Jie's soul, and Gu Ming also took the opportunity to suck out Jie's divine power to increase his own cultivation and realm, and then occupy Jie's body. After Jie was sucked out of his body, he hurriedly apologized. Emperor of Heaven, I was wrong. Please spare my life. What's wrong with the gods who have never done anything wrong? Did you spare their lives? Black Locust thought of what happened 1,000,000 years ago, his eyes full of anger. Jie said anxiously, I was wrong 1,000,000 years ago. I am willing to atone for my sins. Please spare my life. Emperor of Heaven. It's too late. Black Locust didn't want to hear more from him, snorted coldly, and clenched the hand holding Jie's soul. Ah! Jie screamed, and his soul immediately disappeared from this world. Black Locust still stared at his hand indifferently. Little Yunduo couldn't help asking, May I ask if Jie is dead? Black Locust came back to his senses and replied, Dead. After saying this, he looked much more relaxed, and then he looked at Gu Ming, who was trying to adapt to Jie's body. Mu Nanjing quickly stood in front of Gu Ming, Emperor of Heaven. Gu Ming had nothing to do with what happened 1,000,000 years ago. Besides, he also helped to get rid of Jie. Please don't blame him for taking Jie's body. He Qingwang smiled slightly. Don't worry. I don't blame him. But thank him. I just hope he won't follow Jie's path in the future. Gu Ming nodded. No. He Qingwang said to Mu Nanjing and Xiao Yunduo, Thank you too. Xiao Yunduo said shyly, don't be polite. This is what we should do. Mu Nanjing. He Qingwang said to other cultivators through voice transmission, thank you all for your help today. When this emperor and all the true gods return to their positions, I will definitely reward you handsomely. After saying this, He Qingwang closed his eyes and fainted. Mu Nanjing quickly reached out to take it. But Gu Ming caught He Qingwang's body one step faster than her. The monks who were fighting stopped and looked at each other in surprise. The voice just now was. He called himself the emperor, and said that the true gods had returned to their positions. Could he be the heavenly emperor? No way. The heavenly emperor is still alive in this world. The cultivators who did not participate in this battle all pounded their chests and regretted. If I had known that the heavenly emperor was watching, I would have joined the Gongboi Mansion team and fought against the Jia Palace with them. Is it too late to join now? The cultivators who joined the Jia Palace team regretted even more. They helped Jieli prevent the heavenly god from returning to his position. They will definitely not have a good ending in the future. It's over. We are finished. The heavenly emperor will definitely hold a grudge against us. Our cultivation will never be smooth again in the future. Even if we cultivate to the point of transcending the tribulation and ascending to heaven, the heavenly emperor will not let us ascend successfully. It's all the Jia Palace. It's all the Jia Palace that harmed us. By the way, was it really the heavenly emperor who spoke just now? Could it be that the people from the Gongboi Mansion were deceiving us? That's right. We don't know the voice of the heavenly emperor. And we haven't seen the heavenly emperor himself. Who knows whether it's true or not? Don't be fooled. Gu Ming put the body of the black locust on the ground, flew into the sky and said Jieli is dead. Jia Palace and the families and sects associated with Jia Palace, please surrender quickly. Everyone in Jia Palace was stunned. Aren't you the master of Jia Palace? How could you die? Gu Ming looked down at them. Jieli's soul is dead. And now I, Gu Ming, occupy his body. As the words fell, everyone heard screams one after another. Ah! Ah! The elders of Jia Palace turned into powder one after another and disappeared in the air. And even the ancestors related to Jia Palace suffered the same fate. Master Jia Yin, who witnessed the disappearance of the old man Bei Dong, rushed over to grab the old man Bei Dong's hand. But he didn't catch anything. Everyone else was shocked by this scene. What? What's going on? Why did all these ancestors disappear? Are the ancestors dead? The others in Jia Palace retreated in fear. He's dead. The palace master is really dead. The palace master is dead. And the ancestors who benefited from the palace master will also disappear with him. What about us? What should we do? Jia Palace and the families and sects related to Jia Palace were all in a panic. Gongboi Jingfei was very upset and wanted to catch Gongboi Duman and torture him to death. Now that he disappeared like this, it was really hard to get rid of the hatred in his heart. The leader of the Wanjian sect said in a deep voice, if you quickly surrender, I will spare your lives. The people in Jia Palace hurriedly threw away their magic weapons. We are willing to surrender. And please don't kill us. Ancestors. The leader of the Wanjian sect tied them all up with the immortal rope and handed them over to the people of Gongboi Mansion for processing. Gongboi Jingfei thanked everyone. The leader of the Wanjian sect said, Master Gongboi is too polite. Helping you is also helping ourselves. Gongboi Jingfei invited them to the mansion for a gathering. Everyone was not polite and followed Gongboi Jingfei into the Gongboi Mansion. The younger generation was responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. Since the battle was too short, the number of casualties was not large. And as long as the repair formation is activated, Gongboi City can be restored to its original state. Mu Nanjing came to Gu Ming. How are you? Do you feel uncomfortable? Gu Ming shook his head slightly. No rejection or discomfort. Mu Nanjing asked again, are the mortals living in the body injured? They are also very good. They don't know that we had a fight outside. We will release them all when we find a suitable place to live. At first, he and Mu Nanjing thought about getting rid of Jieli directly. But once Jieli died, the mortals in his body would definitely not survive. They had to think of the way to take over the body to get rid of Jieli, so that they could protect the mortals. Mu Nanjing said, I have done what I promised. I helped you get rid of Jieli and protected the mortals. I have kept my promise. Can you agree to a small request of mine? Gu Ming raised his eyebrows. What request? Chapter 278 Terrible Reward. Mu Nanjing patted his shoulder with a serious face. Please keep this face forever. Don't change back to the old look. It's a pity to hide such a beautiful face. The most important thing is that I can't get enough of looking at it. Woo woo. It's so beautiful. Gu Ming. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Mu Nanjing frowned and said, "Are you going to agree or not?" Her look of "if you don't agree, friends will become enemies from now on" made Gu Ming nod subconsciously. "So good, Gu Ming. By the way, what is this little box you gave me?" Mu Nanjing held the yellow little box and said, "It can actually break the barrier of jelly." This? Gu Ming didn't want to say it. Mu Nanjing was puzzled. "Can't say?" "It's not that I can't say it. It's just..." Gu Ming looked like he couldn't speak. "Can you be more straightforward, man?" Gu Ming sighed helplessly. "It's my original body?" "Original body?" Mu Nanjing's eyes flashed with surprise. "This is your original body? You still have an original body?" Gu Ming nodded slightly. "Yes." Mu Nanjing immediately put away the yellow box. "Why did you give me the original body? Didn't I want to apologize to you at that time?" "Since I want to apologize, of course I have to show sincerity. But I don't have anything that you, as a cultivator, would like. So I had to take out my original body to apologize to you. And maybe you can use it one day." And fortunately you really used it. Mu Nanjing was a little speechless. "Should I say you are careless? You dare to give me such an important thing. Aren't you afraid that I will destroy or lose it?" "You can't destroy it. And you can't throw it away. It will automatically return to me." Little Cloud jumped to their side. "Can you guys settle the rest of the things before we talk?" Mu Nanjing thought there were still a lot of things to deal with, so he didn't talk anymore. After returning to the mansion, he not only had to deal with the people from the Jia Palace, but also had to entertain the big families who came to help. It was half a month later when he could take a breath. At this time, Mu Nanjing remembered the evil cultivators who also came to help, and hurried to fly to the spirit vein. The evil cultivator's spaceship stopped outside the spirit vein, and the leaders of the evil sects yawned out of boredom. The palace master of Luosha Palace said depressedly, "Didn't Master Gongbo say that there would be a reward afterwards? It has been half a month. Why haven't you come to us yet? Will you forget us?" Then they heard Mu Nanjing's voice. "I will forget you no matter who I forget." The sect masters heard the voice and stood up and saw Mu Nanjing walked in. "Hello, Master Gongbo." Mu Nanjing sat in the main seat. "First, tell me what reward you want." The palace master of Luosha Palace asked cautiously. "Can you really tell me?" Mu Nanjing, "It's okay to tell me, but I won't give it to you." The evil cultivators. "Then what's the point of asking them? Are you trying to make them happy? Since you won't give them anything, just tell them casually." The palace master of Luosha Palace said casually, "I want a divine beast." The evil cultivators gave a thumbs up in their hearts. What a capable person. He said a divine beast as soon as he opened his mouth. They didn't dare to ask for too much. They just wanted a divine weapon at most. Mu Nanjing raised his eyebrows. "Okay." Immediately, everyone was stunned. You just said yes?" The Lord of Luosha Palace scratched his ears quickly. "Did I hear it wrong? You actually said yes. You really want to give me a divine beast?" "You didn't hear it wrong. I did say yes. I will give you a beast now. But it is not a divine beast, but a fierce beast." Mu Nanjing took out a piece of red paper and put it on the table. "Take it back and stick it on the gate outside your palace. Every day from now on, people in your palace and people passing by must worship it. Within half a year, the fierce beast will appear and become the guardian beast of your palace." The evil cultivators looked at the red paper, on which was drawn a cute fierce beast with a body but 9 snake heads. "What kind of beast is this?" Jiuing, the Lord of Luosha Palace, was speechless. How can a painting become a beast? Mu Nanjing glanced at him. "Are you questioning my words?" "I dare not." The Lord of Luosha Palace quickly put away the red paper. "Besides worshipping it, is there anything else that needs special attention? Think of more bad things." "Ah?" Everyone was stunned. Mu Nanjing said again, "You can only think, not do. Understand?" The Lord of Luosha Palace nodded repeatedly. "Okay. I understand." Jiuing can see through people's hearts. With it, it can not only help you solve the chaotic relationships in your palace, but also help you reorganize Luosha Palace. You must treat it well. If you don't want it to become evil and eat you, you must teach it to be good. The Lord of Luosha Palace listened to her serious explanation and couldn't help but become cautious. Did the painting really become a beast? Mu Nanjing glanced at him, and the latter dared not say anything more. "When you have settled the affairs of your palace, send Jiuing back to Gongbo's house. If Luosha Palace is in trouble in the future, Jiao will definitely help. Okay. Mu Nanjing took out another piece of red paper and handed it to the leader of the Tianma sect. This is the Ba Hin. The leader of the Tianma sect looked at the cute little snake on the red paper and was speechless. Do you worship it like the leader of the Luosha Palace? Yes. Mu Nanjing saw that the leader of the Tianma sect was not very satisfied with the Ba Hin, and said, Do you know why I gave you the Ba Hin? The leader of the Tianma sect shook his head. Have you ever heard of the saying human greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant? The snake here refers to the Bahang snake. You are too ambitious and your desires are too strong. With the Bahang snake, it can always keep an eye on you and prevent you from doing anything wrong. Watching me. The leader of the Tianma sect was very upset. I think it really wants to eat me. As long as you are not greedy and your desires are not strong, it will not do anything to you. When it grows to adolescence, send it back to Gongbwa Mansion. The leader of the Tianma sect. The leader of the Luosha Palace was puzzled. If the beasts are rewards for us, why do we send them back to Gongbwa Mansion? After all, the beasts are fierce. Beasts, once they grow up, they will no longer listen to you, and may even kill you. Only by sending them back to Gongbwa Mansion can you keep you safe. Everyone. The leader of the Yin Bone sect swallowed his saliva. Since they are so dangerous, you still give them to us as rewards? Isn't this asking for our lives? Don't look at the ferocious beasts. They also have their benefits. It depends on how you use them. I'm afraid that by then, you will not be willing to return them to Gongbwa Mansion. Mu Nanjing didn't say much, took out more paintings, and then distributed the paintings to the masters according to their habits. After receiving the rewards, the masters stopped playing around and drove their spaceships back to their family sects. Mu Nanjing flew in the air and watched them leave. Little Cloud came out from behind her neck. You gave them the beasts. Aren't you afraid that they will use them to do evil? Mu Nanjing said affirmatively. No. Is there a reason? Mu Nanjing, because I am their mother. I will suppress and restrain them with my blood. When they are resurrected, I will secretly go to them and ask them to swear to me. Hee. Little Cloud. Chapter 279 Freed. Half a month has passed, and all the merchants who used to do business in Gongbwa City have returned. Gongbwa City is also more lively than before. Whether it is people who come to Gongbwa City to do business, people who stay in Gongbwa City, or monks who pass by Gongbwa City, they will go to Gongbwa's ancestral hall to burn incense. The spacious ancestral hall has become very small in the crowded crowd. The elders of Gongbwa's family unanimously decided to expand the ancestral hall and add incense burners, even if it is not a problem to accommodate tens of thousands of monks at the same time. Nowadays, the incense in the ancestral hall is getting more and more prosperous, and the divine light is getting brighter and brighter. Even the ancestors of Gongbwa in the ancestral hall have benefited from it. Most of the monks will also burn incense for the ancestors of Gongbwa's family after worshipping the artifact, making the incense of Gongbwa's family more and more prosperous. The paintings of the mythical beasts that were also placed in the ancestral hall also turned into little kids one after another to meet the world after being worshipped by everyone. Mu Nanjing looked at the little kids running around the yard, and there were only 6 points in his heart. Mother! Hug me. Mother! Kiss me. Mother! Play with me. Mother! You are mine. Mother! 5 or 6 children threw themselves on Mu Nanjing and acted like spoiled brats. Mu Nanjing was both happy and miserable. At this time, Mu Jingling walked in with a smile and said, Nan, your father wants to see you and asked you to come over. That's great. Relieved. Woo. Mu Nanjing stood up suddenly and put down the golden dragon baby in her arms. Your grandfather is looking for me. I'll be back soon. She flew away from her yard at the fastest speed. Mother! The children wanted to follow. Mu Jingling couldn't help laughing and called the children. Grandma will play with you. Okay. The babies ran to Mu Jingling. Mu Jingling, surrounded by a group of little babies, felt so happy. She hugged the little babies and kissed them again and again, wishing that they would not grow up. Mu Nanjing, who came to the main courtyard of the family, breathed a sigh of relief. Gongbwa Jingfei smiled and called Mu Nanjing in. Nan, come in quickly. Mu Nanjing walked in and saw that the elders were all there. He raised his eyebrows and asked, What's the matter? Gongbwa Jingfei smiled and said, after discussion, The elders and I unanimously decided to pass the position of the head of the family to you. The elders nodded with a smile. Mu Nanjing. Gongbwa Jingfei saw that she didn't say anything. So he stopped smiling and asked, "Is there a problem?" Mu Nanjing nodded. Gongwu Jingfei said, "Tell me what you think. There is no ascension at present, and you don't need to hurry to ascend. Then it's not a problem for you to manage Gongwu's family for a few thousand or 10,000 years." Mu Nanjing asked him back, "Then why are you in a hurry to abdicate?" Gongwu Jingfei, this is really hard to refute. The elder was depressed. "Young master, don't you want to take over Gongwu's family?" Mu Nanjing said without hesitation, "No. Only a fool would be willing to work hard to manage such a big family." Gongwu Jingfei, "Is he called a fool?" The elder was angry. "Since you don't want to, why are you so anxious to inherit the position of young master? There was a reason for the incident at that time. I can't even take care of my children now. So how can I have time to take care of Gongwu's family?" As if to verify Mu Nanjing's words, there was a loud bang outside, and the ground shook a few times. The elders' faces changed drastically. "What happened?" Mu Nanjing said calmly, "It's Baihu and Cheongqi fighting. See, I'm very busy." The elders. Mu Nanjing shouted to the outside with voice transmission, "If you don't want to be spanked, behave yourself." Then, it was quiet outside. Mu Nanjing said to Gongwu Jingfei, "Dad doesn't want to manage Gongwu's family anymore?" Gongwu Jingfei said frankly, "It has been more than 6,000 years since I took over Gongwu's family. Apart from practicing, I have been busy dealing with Gongwu's affairs. I have never lived a good life. Now that someone has taken over Gongwu's family, I want to transfer the responsibility and spend more time with your mother." Mu Nanjing murmured, "I think we can train a new head of the family." Gongwu Jingfei was surprised. "You really don't want to take over Gongwu's family?" The elders were also very surprised. If the other party wanted to play for a few more years, it would be understandable. But now, he actually directly transferred the position to someone else. No. If it weren't for the system, Mu Nanjing would not want the position of Gongwu's young master at all. Gongwu Jingfei was not a stubborn person, and he insisted that his daughter accept the position of the head of the family. "Do you have a candidate?" Mu Nanjing said, "Gongwu Lu." The elders were stunned. "Isn't this the third heir? Mu Nanjing is so optimistic about him." Gongwu Jingfei asked, "You are so optimistic about him?" Mu Nanjing nodded. "He is a very hard-working person. Because he is a collateral branch. He has always been actively trying to fight for the collateral branch. In addition, he is steady, smart, impartial, and very good at dealing with people. With a little teaching, he can quickly take over the Gongwu family." The elder asked unwillingly, "You think so highly of him? What about Xiaoyu? What do you think of him?" Mu Nanjing said bluntly, "Gong Boy is a gentle and kind person with a talent for cultivation. Except that he is soft-hearted and listens to you too much. In time, it will not be a problem for him to pass the tribulation and ascend to heaven. You should not deviate from his path again. And the same goes for you. If you insist on the position of the head of the Gongwu family, you will only go down the road of no return of the Gongwu Dumen." The eldest elder paused and nodded slightly. The third elder understood Mu Nanjing's temperament. She said she would not inherit the position of the head of the family if she did not want to. If she was forced, it would only make the Gongwu family a mess. He sighed and said, "I will call Gong Bolu now to ask for his opinion." The others nodded in agreement. The third elder sent a message to Gong Bolu. Gong Bolu, who received the message, walked into the main hall of the family with a puzzled look on his face. "Meet the head of the family, the young master, and all the elders." Although the elder was reluctant, he had to say that Gong Bolu was indeed more suitable for the position of head of the family than his grandson. "Gong Bolu, let me ask you, are you willing to take over the position of head of the family?" Gong Bolu was stunned. "Me? I take over the position of head of the family? What about the young master?" The elder glared at Mu Nanjing with a sour face. "She is unwilling to take over the position of head of the family, and then recommended you to be the future head of the family." Gong Bolu didn't expect Mu Nanjing to think highly of him, and he wanted to be the head of the family very much. So he didn't want to miss this opportunity. He raised his hand and said, "Thank you for your support. If the head of the family, the young master and the elders don't dislike me, I am willing to give it a try. Please give me more advice. I will study hard and live up to your expectations." Mu Nanjing nodded. "You should manage the Gongwu family according to your own ideas in the future, and don't be bound by the old-fashioned ideas of the elders." Gong Bolu suppressed his smile and said, "Yes. The young master is really rude. He dares to criticize the elders in front of him. the elder said unhappily. How are we old-fashioned? If you don't have prejudice against the collateral line, then I won't say you are old-fashioned. The elder was angry and tilted his head awkwardly and said, I won't have prejudice anymore. He also figured it out. In the future, he will either ascend to heaven or die. By then, the Gongwa family will have little to do with him. He can't control the future generations of the Gongwa family. Why should he be obsessed with who is the head of the family, and who is the collateral line or direct line? It's not his turn to control future matters. That's good. Mu Nanjing didn't say anything more. He returned to his yard and saw Gu Ming, who had been away for several months. Coming back. Chapter 280 Mortal World. Gu Ming's eyes were full of smiles. And he looked very happy. Mu Nanjing raised his eyebrows. Have you found a place? Gu Ming nodded. I like a piece of land in the South Continent. There is thin spiritual energy there. No cultivators practice. And the warm climate is very suitable for farming. Mortals can definitely survive there. Then set up a barrier to prevent cultivators from entering the mortal world. And mortals will not be disturbed. Mu Nanjing believes in his vision. Since you have chosen a place, you can release all the mortals in your body. Gu Ming's face paused slightly. And he said uncomfortably, I want you to go and see it too. I will go. Mu Nanjing saw his expectant eyes. And the rest of the words were immediately choked back into his stomach. And changed his mouth. Okay. Mu Nanjing. You are so useless. You can't even refuse when you see beauty. You are useless. Gu Ming raised his lips. Let's go now. Mu Nanjing looked at the handsome face with a smile and nodded involuntarily. Okay. Then, the people were taken out of Gongwa Mansion. In the blink of an eye, they came to the place Gu Ming said. Mu Nanjing looked at the green mountains and green waters in front of him. Is this the place you chose? Yes. Gu Ming said, I want to flatten this place, and then move out the houses and plants in my body. In this way, mortals don't need to spend a lot of manpower and material resources to rebuild their homes, and they can immediately adapt to the new environment. Although it's a pity for this beautiful scenery, doing so is the best arrangement for mortals. Mu Nanjing agreed. Okay. When are you going to start? Right now. Gu Ming waved his sleeves, and the beautiful scenery in front of him turned into a flat land, leaving only a pile of mud. Mu Nanjing knew for the first time that Gu Ming was an impatient person who would act immediately. Is this area as wide as the area in your body? Gu Ming said with regret. Of course, it is not as wide as the world in my body. But some places do not need to be moved out, such as the snow-capped mountains between the small country and the ancient country. Only a small part of them will not be moved out to prevent the small country and the ancient country from getting too close. And it can also prevent them from going to war. Other places that are unnecessary to exist were also cut off by me. In this way, all the countries in my body can be accommodated. Just arrange it. How are you going to move the mortals out next? Gu Ming placed his right hand in front of his abdomen to gather his divine power, and then slowly moved upwards. And then a white box flew out of his mouth. He opened the lid of the box, and used his power to move the mortal world in the box to the outside. At this time, the world in the box had just entered the night. And suddenly the night turned into day, which immediately scared many people. Wasn't it just dark? How come it's suddenly daylight? Has the weather changed? Is something ominous going to happen? In the imperial study of Dakian Kingdom, the emperor saw that the sky was bright, and quickly summoned the national teacher to ask. National teacher, why is it bright? Is there something abnormal happening? Or is there a natural disaster? Feng Xinan stared at the sky, took a deep breath, and then was stunned. Is there spiritual energy? Although it is thinner than the spiritual energy in the cultivation world, it is much richer than before. The spiritual energy before can be said to be equal to nothing. Feng Xinan found that the suppressed cultivation had returned to its original state, and quickly released his spiritual consciousness. However, wherever he went, the landform of Dakian Kingdom was still there, and there was no change. He was a little confused about what was going on. The emperor was anxious. Master, what's wrong? I need to calculate. Feng Xinan pinched his fingers. Then his eyes lit up. This is a great thing. The emperor was stunned. What good thing? Feng Xinan couldn't explain this, and shook his head. Anyway, it's not a natural disaster, but a good thing for you. At the same time, a majestic voice sounded in the sky. Cultivators, demon cultivators, devil cultivators, ghost cultivators, leave the mortal world quickly, and go to where you should go. Otherwise you will be killed. The emperor said, "Why does this voice sound so similar to the governor's voice? Is it my illusion?" Feng Xinan laughed and sighed. "I always looked forward to this day coming soon. But now I feel it's coming too soon. And I always feel that there are still many things to be done." The emperor asked, "National Master, what do you mean by this?" Feng Xinan looked at the emperor. "Your Majesty, I want to say goodbye to you." "Ah?" The emperor said anxiously. "You are leaving? What should we do? You don't care about Dacian Kingdom?" Feng Xinan said, "I am not this. We are from this world. And the voice just now is calling us back. We can't stay here any longer. You are not from this world." The emperor was stunned. "Are you a god in heaven?" "I am from the world of cultivation." Feng Xinan was inconvenient to say more to him. After this farewell, "I am afraid we will never see each other again." The emperor was very reluctant. "Can't you not leave? If you don't leave, you will be punished by heaven." Feng Xinan didn't want to leave now. After all, Dacian Kingdom was in the stage of subduing the other 4 countries. If he left now, he didn't know how chaotic Dacian Kingdom would be. Heavenly punishment? The emperor couldn't bear to see the imperial master being punished for them. "I am honored to meet you. And if you have a chance, you must come back to see us." Feng Xinan met the emperor's reluctant eyes, hesitated for a while, took out a paper man and put it in the emperor's hand, and then said in a voice transmission, "This is my avatar, which can help you unify the 5 countries. But remember not to tell anyone about this matter, even the closest people." The emperor quickly put the little paper man in his arms. "How do I use it?" "You just need to take out the paper man in a place where no one is. And I can communicate with you from afar. And can also help you with strategies to solve some unnecessary troubles." The emperor nodded repeatedly. "Your Majesty, I cannot stay for long. We will meet again if we are destined to." The emperor's eyes were red, and he choked up and said, "Master, take care." Feng Xinan nodded slightly, and flew up into the air, under the shocked eyes of everyone. He left with Yuxia and Xuan. On the way, they met many cultivators, all of whom were heading in the same direction. Some cultivators were sweating. "Fellow Taoists, do you know what is going on now? Does this mean that we don't need to fight each other anymore? Do we not need to kill each other anymore? It depends on the situation. Anyway, let's go back first." "Speaking of going back, where should we go back?" "Go back to where we came from." Seeing that they didn't know the situation, Feng Xinan kindly told them, "We are now in the cultivation world. No matter where we fly, as long as we fly out of the mortal world, we will be considered to have returned to our own place." The cultivators were even more surprised. "Are we in the world of cultivation now?" Feng Xinan no longer paid attention to them, and flew westward at a faster speed. When he saw 2 figures in the sky when he flew out of the mortal world, he couldn't help but smile.